Fie, thou dishonest Satan! I call thee by the most modest terms, for I am one of those gentle ones that will use the devil himself with courtesy. Say'st thou that house is dark? Malvolio. As hell, Certopus. Clown. Why, it hath bay windows transparent as barricadoes, and the clear stories toward the south-north are as lustrous as ebony. And yet complainest thou of obstruction? Malvolio. I am not mad, Certopus, I say to you this house is dark. Clown. Madman, thou errest, I say there is no darkness but ignorance, in which thou art more puzzled than the Egyptians in their fog. Malvolio. I say this house is as dark as ignorance, though ignorance were as dark as hell. And I say there was never man thus abused. I am no more mad than you are. Make the trial of it in any constant question. Clown. What is the opinion of Pythagoras concerning wildfowl? Malvolio. That the soul of our grandam might haply inhabit a bird. Clown. What thinkst thou of his opinion? Malvolio. I think nobly of the soul, and no way approve his opinion. Clown. Fare thee well, remain thou still in darkness. Thou shalt hold the opinion of Pythagoras ere I will allow of thy wits, and fear to kill a woodcock, lest thou dispossess the soul of thy grandam. Fare thee well. Malvolio. Certopus, Certopus. Certobi. My most exquisite Certopus. Clown. Nay, I am for all waters. Maria. Thou mightst have done this without thy beard and gown. He sees thee not. Certobi. To him in thine own voice, and bring me word how thou find'st him. I would we were well rid of this knavery. If he may be conveniently delivered, I would he were. For I am now so far in offence with my niece that I cannot pursue with any safety this sport to the upshot. Come by and by to my chamber. Exeunt Certobi and Maria. Clown. Singing. Hey, Robin, jolly Robin, tell me how thy lady does. Malvolio. Fool. Clown. My lady is unkind, purty. Malvolio. Fool. Clown. Alas, why is she so? Malvolio. Fool, I say. Clown. She loves another. Who calls? Ha? Malvolio. Good fool, as ever thou wilt deserve well at my hand. Help me to a candle and pen, ink, and paper. Yes, I am a gentleman. I will live to be thankful to thee for't. Clown. Master Malvolio? Malvolio. Ay, good fool. Clown. Alas, sir, how fell you besides your 5 wits? Malvolio. Fool, there was never man so notoriously abused. I am as well in my wits, fool, as thou art. Clown. But as well? Then you are mad indeed, if you be no better in your wits than a fool. Malvolio. They have here propertied me. Keep me in darkness, send ministers to me, asses, and do all they can to face me out of my wits. Clown. Advise you what you say. The minister is here. As Certopus, Malvolio, Malvolio, thy wits the heavens restore, endeavor thyself to sleep, and leave thy vain bibble-babble. Malvolio. Certopus. Clown. As Certopus, maintain no words with him, good fellow. As himself, who, I, sir? Not I, sir, God by you, good Certopus. As Certopus, marry him in. As himself, I will, sir, I will. Malvolio. Fool, 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 I say. Clown. Alas, sir, be patient. What say you, sir? I am shent for speaking to you. Malvolio. Good fool. Help me to some light and some paper. I tell thee I am as well in my wits as any man in Illyria. Clown. Well a day that you were, sir. Malvolio. By this hand, I am, good fool, some ink, paper, and light, and convey what I will set down to my lady. It shall advantage thee more than ever the bearing of letter did. Clown. I will help you to't, but tell me true, are you not mad indeed? Or do you but counterfeit? Malvolio. Believe me, I am not. I tell thee true. Clown. Nay, I'll ne'er believe a madman till I see his brains. I will fetch you light, and paper, and ink. Malvolio. Fool, I'll requite it in the highest degree. I prithee be gone. Clown. Singing. I am gone, sir, and anon, sir. I'll be with you again. In a trice, like to the old vice your need to sustain, who with dagger of lath, in his rage and his wrath, cries, ah, ha, to the devil. Like a mad lad, pare thy nails, dad. Adieu, Goodman Devil. Exit. Scene 3. Olivia's garden. Enter Sebastian. Sebastian. This is the air. That is the glorious sun. This pearl she gave me, I do feel't and see't. And though 'tis wonder that enwraps me thus, yet 'tis not madness that wears Antonio. Then I could not find him at the Elephant, yet there he was, and there I found this credit, that he did range the town to seek me out. His counsel now might do me golden service. For though my soul disputes well with my sense that this may be some error, but no madness, yet doth this accident and flood of fortune so far exceed all instance, all discourse, that I am ready to distrust mine eyes and wrangle with my reason that persuades me to any other trust but that I am mad, or else the lady's mad. Yet if 'twere so, she could not sway her house, command her followers, take and give back affairs and their dispatch. With such a smooth, discreet, and stable bearing as I perceive she does, there's something in't that is deceivable, but here the lady comes. Enter Olivia and a priest. Olivia. Blame not this haste of mine, if you mean well. Now go with me, and with this holy man into the chantry by. There, before him and underneath that consecrated roof, plight me the full assurance of your faith, that my most jealous and too doubtful soul may live at peace. He shall conceal it whiles you are willing it shall come to note. What time we will our celebration keep according to my birth, what do you say? Sebastian. I'll follow this good man, and go with you, and having sworn truth, ever will be true. Olivia. Then lead the way, good father, and heavens so shine, that they may fairly note this act of mine. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The street before Olivia's house. Enter Clown and Fabian. Fabian. Now, as thou lovest me, let me see his letter. Clown. Good Master Fabian, grant me another request. Fabian. Anything. Clown. Do not desire to see this letter. Fabian. This is to give a dog, and in recompense desire my dog again. Enter Duke, Viola, Curio, and Lords. Duke. Belong you to the Lady Olivia, friends? Clown. Aye, sir. We are some of her trappings. Duke. I know thee well. How dost thou, my good fellow? Clown. Truly, sir, the better for my foes, and the worse for my friends. Duke. Just the contrary, the better for thy friends. Clown. No, sir, the worse. Duke. How can that be? Clown. Marry, sir, they praise me, and make an ass of me. Now my foes tell me plainly I am an ass. So that by my foes, sir, I profit in the knowledge of myself, and by my friends I am abused, so that, conclusions to be as kisses, if your 4 negatives make your 2 affirmatives, why then, the worse for my friends, and the better for my foes. Duke. Why, this is excellent. Clown. By my troth, sir, no, though it please you to be one of my friends. Duke. Thou shalt not be the worse for me. There's gold. Clown. But that it would be double-dealing, sir. I would you could make it another. Duke. Oh, you give me ill counsel. Clown. Put your grace in your pocket, sir, for this once, and let your flesh and blood obey it. Duke. Well, I will be so much a sinner to be a double-dealer. There's another. Clown. Primo, secundo, tertio, is a good play, and the old saying is, the third pays for all. The triplex, sir, is a good tripping measure. Or the bells of St. Bennet, sir, may put you in mind. 1, 2, 3. Duke. You can fool no more money out of me at this throw. If you will let your lady know I am here to speak with her, and bring her along with you, it may awake my bounty further. Clown. Marry, sir, lullaby to your bounty till I come again that I go. Sir, but I would not have you to think that my desire of having is the sin of covetousness. But as you say, sir, let your bounty take a nap, I will awake it anon. Exit Clown. Enter Antonio and officers. Viola. Here comes the man, sir, that did rescue me. Duke. That face of his I do remember well. Yet when I saw it last it was besmeared as black as Vulcan, in the smoke of war. A bobbling vessel was he captain of, for shallow draught and bulk unprizable, with which such scathful grapple did he make with the most noble bottom of our fleet, that very envy and the tongue of loss cried fame and honor on him. What's the matter? First officer. Orsino. This is that Antonio. That took the Phoenix and her fraught from Candy, and this is he that did the tiger board when your young nephew Titus lost his leg. Here in the streets, desperate of shame and state. In private brabble did we apprehend him. Viola, he did me kindness, sir, drew on my side, but in conclusion, put strange speech upon me. I know not what 'twas, but distraction. Duke, notable pirate, thou salt-water thief, what foolish boldness brought thee to their mercies, whom thou, in terms so bloody and so dear, hast made thine enemies? Antonio, Orsino, noble sir, be pleased that I shake off these names you give me. Antonio never yet was thief or pirate, though, I confess, on base and ground enough. Orsino's enemy, the witchcraft drew me hither. That most ingrateful boy there by your side from the rude seas enraged and foamy mouth did I redeem. A wreck past hope he was. His life I gave him, and did thereto add my love, without retention or restraint, all his in dedication. For his sake did I expose myself, pure for his love, into the danger of this adverse town. Drew to defend him when he was beset, where being apprehended his false cunning, not meaning to partake with me in danger, taught him to face me out of his acquaintance, and grew a 20 years removed thing while one would wink, denied me mine own purse, which I had recommended to his use not half an hour before. Viola, how can this be? Duke, when came he to this town? Antonio, today, my lord, and for 3 months before? No interim, not a minute's vacancy, both day and night did we keep company. Enter Olivia and attendants. Duke, here comes the countess, now heaven walks on earth. But for thee, fellow, thy words are madness. 3 months this youth hath tended upon me. But more of that anon, take him aside. Olivia, what would my lord, but that he may not have, wherein Olivia may seem serviceable? Cesario, you do not keep promise with me. Viola, madam? Duke, gracious Olivia, what do you say, Cesario? Good my lord. Viola, my lord would speak. My duty hushes me. Olivia, if it be aught to the old tune, my lord, it is as fat and fulsome to mine ear as howling after music. Duke, still so cruel? Olivia, still so constant, lord. Duke, what, to perverseness? You uncivil lady, to whose ingrate and unauspicious altars my soul the faithfulst offerings hath breathed out that ere devotion tendered. What shall I do? Olivia, even what it please my lord that shall become him. Duke, why should I not, had I the heart to do it, like to the Egyptian thief at point of death, kill what I love? A savage jealousy that sometimes savors nobly, but hear me this. Since you to non-regardance cast my faith, and that I partly know the instrument that screws me from my true place in your favor, live you the marble-breasted tyrant still. But this your minion, whom I know you love, and whom, by heaven I swear, I tender dearly, him will I tear out of that cruel eye where he sits crowned in his master's spite. Come, boy, with me. My thoughts are ripe in mischief. I'll sacrifice the lamb that I do love, to spite a raven's heart within a dove. Viola, and I, most jocund, apt, and willingly, to do you rest, 1,000 deaths would die. Olivia, where goes Cesario? Viola, after him I love, more than I love these eyes, more than my life, more, by all mores, than e'er I shall love wife. If I do feign, you witnesses above punish my life for tainting of my love. Olivia, ah me, detested, how am I beguiled? Viola, who does beguile you? Who does do you wrong? Olivia, hast thou forgot thyself? Is it so long? Call forth the Holy Father. Exit an attendant. Duke, to Viola, come away. Olivia, whither, my lord? Cesario, husband, stay. Duke, husband? Olivia, I, husband, can he that deny? Duke, her husband. Sirrah? Viola, no, my lord, not I. Olivia, alas, it is the baseness of thy fear that makes thee strangle thy propriety. Fear not, Cesario, take thy fortunes up. Be that thou know'st thou art, and then thou art as great as that thou fear'st. Enter priest. Oh, welcome, father. Father, I charge thee, by thy reverence here to unfold Though lately we intended to keep in darkness what occasion now reveals before 'tis ripe. What thou dost know hath newly passed between this youth and me. Priest. A contract of eternal bond of love, confirmed by mutual joinder of your hands, attested by the holy close of lips, strengthened by interchangement of your rings, and all the ceremony of this compact sealed in my function, by my testimony. Since when, my watch hath told me, toward my grave, I have travelled but 2 hours. Duke. O thou dissembling cub, what wilt thou be when time hath sowed a grizzle on thy case? Or will not else thy craft so quickly grow that thine own trip shall be thine overthrow? Farewell, and take her, but direct thy feet where thou and I henceforth may never meet. Viola. My lord, I do protest. Olivia. Oh, do not swear. Hold little faith, though thou hast too much fear. Enter Sir Andrew. Sir Andrew. For the love of God, a surgeon? Send one presently to Sir Toby. Olivia. What's the matter? Sir Andrew. Has broke my head across, and has given Sir Toby a bloody coxcomb too, for the love of God, your help? I had rather than £40 I were at home. Olivia. Who has done this, Sir Andrew? Sir Andrew. The Count's gentleman, one Cesario. We took him for a coward, but he's the very devil incarnate. Duke. My gentleman, Cesario? Sir Andrew. Od's lifelings, here he is. You broke my head for nothing, and that I did. I was set on to do't by Sir Toby. Viola. Why do you speak to me? I never hurt you. You drew your sword upon me without cause, but I bespake you fair and hurt you not. Enter Sir Toby, drunk, led by the clown. Sir Andrew. If a bloody coxcomb be a hurt, you have hurt me. I think you set nothing by a bloody coxcomb. Here comes Sir Toby halting. You shall hear more. But if he had not been in drink, he would have tickled you other gates than he did. Duke. How now, gentlemen? How is't with you? Sir Toby. That's all one. Has hurt me, and there's stand sot. Didst see Dick surgeon, sot? Clown. Oh, he's drunk, Sir Toby, an hour agone. His eyes were set at 8 in morning. Sir Toby. Then he's a rogue, and a passee measures paven. I hate a drunken rogue. Olivia. Away with him, who hath made this havoc with them? Sir Andrew. I'll help you, Sir Toby, because we'll be dressed together. Sir Toby. Will you help? An asshead, and a coxcomb, and a knave. A thin-faced knave, a gull? Olivia. Get him to bed, and let his hurt be looked to. Exeunt clown, Fabian, Sir Toby, and Sir Andrew. Enter Sebastian. Sebastian. I am sorry, madam, I have hurt your kinsman. But had it been the brother of my blood, I must have done no less with wit and safety. You throw a strange regard upon me, and by that I do perceive it hath offended you. Pardon me, sweet one, even for the vows we made each other but so late ago. Duke. One face, one voice, one habit, and 2 persons. A natural perspective, that is, and is not. Sebastian. Antonio. O my dear Antonio, how have the hours racked and tortured me since I have lost thee? Antonio. Sebastian are you? Sebastian. Fear'st thou that, Antonio? Antonio. How have you made division of yourself? An apple cleft in 2 is not more twin than these 2 creatures, which is Sebastian? Olivia. Most wonderful. Sebastian. Do I stand there? I never had a brother. Nor can there be that deity in my nature of here and everywhere. I had a sister, whom the blind waves and surges have devoured. Of charity, what kin are you to me? What countryman? What name? What parentage? Viola. Of Messaline. Sebastian was my father. Such a Sebastian was my brother too. So went he suited to his watery tomb. If spirits can assume both form and suit, you come to fright us. Sebastian. A spirit I am indeed, but am in that dimension grossly clad, which from the womb I did participate. Were you a woman, as the rest goes even, I should my tears let fall upon your cheek, and say, Thrice welcome, drowned Viola. Viola. My father had a mole upon his brow. Sebastian. And so had mine. Viola. And died that day when Viola from her birth had numbered 13 years. Sebastian. Oh, that record is lively in my soul. He finished indeed his mortal act that day that made my sister 13 years. Viola, if nothing lets to make us happy both but this my masculine usurped attire, do not embrace me till each circumstance of place, time, fortune, do cohere and jump that I am Viola, which to confirm, I'll bring you to a captain in this town, where lie my maiden weeds, by whose gentle help I was preserved to serve this noble count. All the occurrence of my fortune, since hath been between this lady and this lord. Sebastian, to Olivia. So comes it, lady, you have been mistook, but nature to her bias drew in that. You would have been contracted to a maid, nor are you therein, by my life, deceived. You are betrothed both to a maid and man. Duke, be not amazed. Right noble is his blood. If this be so, as yet the glass seems true, I shall have share in this most happy wreck. To Viola, boy, thou hast said to me 1,000 times thou never shouldst love woman like to me. Viola, and all those sayings will I overswear, and all those swearings keep as true in soul as doth that orbed continent the fire that severs day from night. Duke, give me thy hand, and let me see thee in thy woman's weeds. Viola, the captain that did bring me first on shore hath my maid's garments. He, upon some action, is now in durance, at Malvolio's suit, a gentleman and follower of my lady's. Olivia, he shall enlarge him, fetch Malvolio hither. And yet, alas, now I remember me, they say, poor gentleman, he's much distract. Enter clown, with a letter and Fabian. A most extracting frenzy of mine own from my remembrance clearly banished his. How does he, Sirrah? Clown, truly, madam, he holds Beelzebub at the stave's end as well as a man in his case may do, has here writ a letter to you. I should have given it you today morning. But as a madman's epistles are no gospels, so it skills not much when they are delivered. Olivia, open tea, and read it. Clown, look then to be well edified. When the fool delivers the madman, be why the Lord, madam. Olivia, how now, art thou mad? Clown, no, madam, I do but read madness. And your ladyship will have it as it ought to be, you must allow vox. Olivia, prithee, read I thy right wits. Clown, so I do, Madonna, but to read his right wits is to read thus. Therefore perpend, my princess, and give ear. Olivia, to Fabian. Read it you, Sirrah. Fabian, reads, by the Lord, madam, you wrong me, and the world shall know it, though you have put me into darkness and given your drunken cousin rule over me. Yet have I the benefit of my senses as well as your ladyship. I have your own letter that induced me to the semblance I put on, with the which I doubt not but to do myself much right or you much shame. Think of me as you please. I leave my duty a little unthought of, and speak out of my injury. The madly used Malvolio. Olivia, did he write this? Clown, aye, madam. Duke, this savors not much of distraction. Olivia, see him delivered. Fabian, bring him hither. Exit Fabian. My lord, so please you, these things further thought on, to think me as well a sister, as a wife, one day shall crowned alliance on't. So please you, here at my house and at my proper cost. Duke, madam, I am most apt to embrace your offer. To Viola, your master quits you, and for your service done him, so much against the metal of your sex, so far beneath your soft and tender breeding, and since you called me master for so long, here is my hand. You shall from this time be your master's mistress. Olivia, a sister? You or she? Enter Fabian and Malvolio. Duke, is this the madman? Olivia, aye, my lord, this same. How now? Malvolio? Malvolio, madam, you have done me wrong, notorious wrong. Olivia, have I? Malvolio? No. Malvolio, lady, you have, pray you peruse that letter. You must not now deny it is your hand. Write from it, if you can, in hand or phrase or say, 'tis not your seal, not your invention. You can say none of this. Well, grant it then and tell me, in the modesty of honor, why you have given me such clear lights of favor, bade me come smiling and cross-gartered to you, to put on yellow stockings, and to frown upon Sir Toby and the lighter people, and acting this in an obedient hope, Why have you suffered me to be imprisoned, kept in a dark house, visited by the priest, and made the most notorious Jack and gull that e'er invention played on? Tell me why. Olivia. Alas, Malvolio, this is not my writing, though I confess, much like the character. But out of question, 'tis Maria's hand. And now I do bethink me, it was she first told me thou wast mad. Then camest in smiling, and in such forms which here were presupposed upon thee in the letter. Prithee, be content. This practice hath most shrewdly passed upon thee. But when we know the grounds and authors of it, thou shalt be both the plaintiff and the judge of thine own cause. Fabian. Good madam, hear me speak, and let no quarrel, nor no brawl to come, taint the condition of this present hour, which I have wondered at and hope it shall not. Most freely I confess, myself and Toby set this device against Malvolio here. Upon some stubborn and uncourteous parts we had conceived against him, Maria writ the letter, at Sir Toby's great importance, in recompense whereof he hath married her. How with a sportful malice it was followed may rather pluck on laughter than revenge, if that the injuries be justly weight that have on both sides passed. Olivia. Alas, poor fool, how have they baffled thee? Clown. Why, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrown upon them. I was one, sir, in this interlude, one Sir Topus, sir, but that's all one by the Lord. Fool, I am not mad. But do you remember? Madam, why laugh you at such a barren rascal? And you smile not, he's gagged? And thus the whirligig of time brings in his revenges. Malvolio, I'll be revenged on the whole pack of you. Exit. Olivia, he hath been most notoriously abused. Duke, pursue him, and entreat him to a peace. He hath not told us of the captain yet. When that is known and golden time convince, a solemn combination shall be made of our dear souls. Meantime, sweet sister, we will not part from hence. Cesario, come, for so you shall be while you are a man. But when in other habits you are seen, Orsino's mistress and his fancy's queen. Exeunt. Clown sings. When that I was and a little tiny boy with hey, ho, the wind and the rain, a foolish thing was but a toy, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came to man's estate, with hey, ho, the wind and the rain, gainst knaves and thieves men shut their gate, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came, alas, to wive, with hey, ho, the wind and the rain, by swaggering could I never thrive, for the rain it raineth every day. But when I came unto my beds, with hey, ho, the wind and the rain, with tosspots still had drunken heads, for the rain it raineth every day. A great while ago the world begun, with hey, ho, the wind and the rain. But that's all one. Our play is done, and we'll strive to please you every day. Exit. The Two Gentlemen of Verona. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Verona. An open place. Scene 2. The same, the garden of Julia's house. Scene 3. The same. A room in Antonio's house. Act 2. Scene I. Milan. A room in the Duke's palace. Scene 2. Verona. A room in Julia's house. Scene 3. The same. A street. Scene 4. Milan. A room in the Duke's palace. Scene V. The same. A street. Scene 6. The same, the Duke's palace. Scene 7. Verona. A room in Julia's house. Act 3. Scene I. Milan. An anteroom in the Duke's palace. Scene 2. The same. A room in the Duke's palace. Act 4. Scene I. A forest between Milan and Verona. Scene 2. Milan. The court of the Duke's palace. Scene 3. The same. Scene 4. The same. Act V. Scene I. Milan. An abbey. Scene 2. The same. A room in the Duke's palace. Scene 3. Frontiers of Mantua, the forest. Scene 4. Another part of the forest. Dramatis Personae. Duke of Milan, father to Silvia Valentine. One of the two gentlemen Proteus. One of the two gentlemen Antonio, father to Proteus. Thurio, a foolish rival to Valentine Eglamour, agent for Silvia in her escape speed. A clownish servant to Valentine Lance, the like to Proteus. Pantino, servant to Antonio. Host, where Julia lodges in Milan outlaws, with Valentine. Julia, a lady of Verona, beloved of Proteus Silvia, beloved of Valentine. Lucetta, waiting woman to Julia. Servants, musicians. Scene, Verona, Milan, the frontiers of Mantua. Act I. Scene I.Verona.an open place. Enter Valentine and Proteus. Valentine, cease to persuade, my loving Proteus. Homekeeping youth have ever homely wits. Were't not affection chains thy tender days to the sweet glances of thy honored love, I rather would entreat thy company to see the wonders of the world abroad than, living dully sluggardized at home, wear out thy youth with shapeless idleness. But since thou lov'st, love still, and thrive therein, even as I would when I to love begin. Proteus, wilt thou be gone? Sweet Valentine, adieu. Think on thy Proteus when thou haply sayest some rare noteworthy object in thy travel. Wish me partaker in thy happiness when thou dost meet good hap, and in thy danger, if ever danger do environ thee, commend thy grievance to my holy prayers, for I will be thy headsman Valentine. Valentine, and on a love book pray for my success? Proteus, upon some book I love I'll pray for thee. Valentine, that's on some shallow story of deep love, how young Leander crossed the Hellespont. Proteus, that's a deep story of a deeper love, for he was more than over shoes in love. Valentine, 'tis true, for you are over boots in love, and yet you never swam the Hellespont. Proteus, over the boots? Nay, give me not the boots. Valentine, no, I will not, for it boots thee not. Proteus, what? Valentine, to be in love, where scorn is bought with groans, coy looks with heart-sore sighs, one fading moment's mirth with 20 watchful, weary, tedious nights. If haply won, perhaps a hapless gain. If lost, why then a grievous labor won. However, but a folly bought with wit, or else a wit by folly vanquished. Proteus, so, by your circumstance, you call me fool. Valentine, so, by your circumstance, I fear you'll prove. Proteus, 'tis love you cavil at that I am not love. Valentine, love is your master, for he masters you, and he that is so yoked by a fool methinks should not be chronicled for wise. Proteus, yet writers say, as in the sweetest bud the eating canker dwells, so eating love inhabits in the finest wits of all. Valentine, and writers say, as the most forward bud is eaten by the canker ere it blow, even so by love the young and tender wit is turned to folly, blasting in the bud, losing his verdure even in the prime, and all the fair effects of future hopes. But wherefore waste I time to counsel thee that art a votary to fond desire? Once more adieu, why father at the road expects my coming, there to see me shipped. Proteus, and thither will I bring thee, Valentine. Valentine, sweet Proteus, no now let us take our leave. To Milan let me hear from thee by letters of thy success in love, and what news else bettedeth here in absence of thy friend, and I likewise will visit thee with mine. Proteus, all happiness beckhands to thee in Milan. Valentine, as much to you at home, and so farewell. Exit. Proteus, he after honor hunts, I after love. He leaves his friends to dignify them more. I leave myself, my friends, and all for love. Thou, Julia, thou hast metamorphosed me, made me neglect my studies, lose my time, war with good counsel, set the world at naught, made wit with musing weak, heart sick with thought. Enter Speed. Speed, Sir Proteus, save you, saw you my master? Proteus, but now he parted hence to embark for Milan. Speed, 20 to 1, then, he is shipped already, and I have played the sheep in losing him. Proteus, indeed a sheep doth very often stray, and if the shepherd be a while away. Speed, you conclude that my master is a shepherd then, and I a sheep? Proteus, I do. Speed, why then, my horns are his horns, whether I wake or sleep. Proteus, a silly answer, and fitting well a sheep. Speed, this proves me still a sheep. Proteus, true, and thy master a shepherd. Speed, nay, that I can deny by a circumstance. Proteus, it shall go hard, but I'll prove it by another. Speed, the shepherd seeks the sheep, and not the sheep the shepherd. But I seek my master, and my master seeks not me, therefore I am no sheep. Proteus. The sheep for fodder follow the shepherd. The shepherd for food follows not the sheep, thou for wages followest thy master. Thy master for wages follows not thee, therefore thou art a sheep. Speed. Such another proof will make me cry bah. Proteus. But dost thou hear? Gav'st thou my letter to Julia? Speed. I, sir. I, a lost mutton, gave your letter to her, a laced mutton, and she, a laced mutton, gave me, a lost mutton, nothing for my labor. Proteus. Here's too small a pasture for such store of muttons. Speed. If the ground be overcharged, you were best stick her. Proteus. Nay, in that you are astray. 'Twere best pound you. Speed. Nay, sir, less than a pound shall serve me for carrying your letter. Proteus. You mistake. I mean the pound, a pinfold. Speed. From a pound to a pin? Fold it over and over. 'Tis threefold too little for carrying a letter to your lover. Proteus. But what said she? Speed. Nods his head. I. Proteus. Nod. I. Why, that's naughty. Speed. You mistook, sir. I say she did nod. And you ask me if she did nod. And I say I. Proteus. And that set together is naughty. Speed. Now you have taken the pains to set it together. Take it for your pains. Proteus. No, no. You shall have it for bearing the letter. Speed. Well, I perceive I must be fain to bear with you. Proteus. Why, sir, how do you bear with me? Speed. Marry, sir, the letter, very orderly, having nothing but the word nodded for my pains. Proteus. Beshrew me, but you have a quick wit. Speed. And yet it cannot overtake your slow purse. Proteus. Come, come, open the matter. In brief, what said she? Speed. Open your purse, that the money and the matter may be both at once delivered. Proteus. Giving him a coin. Well, sir, here is for your pains. What said she? Speed. Truly, sir, I think you'll hardly win her. Proteus. Why? Couldst thou perceive so much from her? Speed. Sir, I could perceive nothing at all from her. No, not so much as a ducat for delivering your letter, and being so hard to me that brought your mind. I fear she'll prove as hard to you in telling your mind. Give her no token but stones, for she's as hard as steel. Proteus. What said she? Nothing. Speed. No, not so much as take this for thy pains. To testify your bounty, I thank you. You have testerned me. In requital whereof, henceforth carry your letters yourself, and so, sir, I'll commend you to my master. Proteus. Go, go, be gone, to save your ship from wrack, which cannot perish having thee aboard, being destined to a drier death on shore. Exit. Speed. I must go send some better messenger. I fear my Julia would not deign my lines, receiving them from such a worthless post. Exit. Scene 2, the same, the garden of Julia's house. Enter Julia and Lucetta. Julia. But say, Lucetta, now we are alone. Wouldst thou then counsel me to fall in love? Lucetta. Ay, madam, so you stumble not unheedfully. Julia. Of all the fair resort of gentlemen that every day with parle encounter me, in thy opinion which is worthiest love? Lucetta. Please you, repeat their names. I'll show my mind according to my shallow simple skill. Julia. What thinkst thou of the fair Sir Eglamour? Lucetta. As of a knight well spoken, neat, and fine. But were I you, he never should be mine. Julia. What thinkst thou of the rich Mercatio? Lucetta. Well of his wealth, but of himself. Julia. What thinkst thou of the gentle Proteus? Lucetta. Lord, Lord, to see what folly reigns in us. Julia. How now? What means this passion at his name? Lucetta. Pardon, dear madam, 'tis a passing shame that I, unworthy body as I am, should censure thus on lovely gentlemen. Julia. Why not on Proteus, as of all the rest? Lucetta. Then thus, of many good I think him best. Julia. Your reason? Lucetta. I have no other but a woman's reason. I think him so because I think him so. Julia. And wouldst thou have me cast my love on him? Lucetta. I, if you thought your love not cast away. Julia. Why, he of all the rest hath never moved me. Lucetta. Yet he of all the rest I think best loves ye. Julia. His little speaking shows his love, but small. Lucetta. Fire that's closest kept burns most of all. Julia. They do not love that do not show their love. Lucetta. Oh, they love least that let men know their love. Julia. I would I knew his mind. Lucetta. Peruse this paper, madam. Gives her a letter. Julia. To Julia, say. From whom? Lucetta. That the contents will show. Julia. Say. Who gave it thee? Lucetta. Sir Valentine's page and sent, I think, from Proteus. He would have given it you, but I, being in the way, did in your name receive it. Pardon the fault, I pray. Julia. Now, by my modesty, a goodly broker, dare you presume to harbor wanton lines? To whisper and conspire against my youth? Now trust me, 'tis an office of great worth, and you an officer fit for the place. There, take the paper. See it be returned, or else return no more into my sight. Lucetta. To plead for love deserves more fee than hate. Julia. Will ye be gone? Lucetta. That you may ruminate. Exit. Julia. And yet I would I had o'erlooked the letter. It were a shame to call her back again, and pray her to a fault for which I chid her. What fool is she, that knows I am a maid and would not force the letter to my view, since maids in modesty say, no, to that which they would have the proffer construe I? Fie, how wayward is this foolish love that like a testy babe will scratch the nurse and presently, all humbled, kiss the rod. How churlishly I chid Lucetta hence, when willingly I would have had her here. How angrily I taught my brow to frown, when inward joy enforced my heart to smile. My penance is to call Lucetta back and ask remission for my folly past. What ho! Lucetta. Enter Lucetta. Lucetta. What would your ladyship? Julia. Is 'tea near dinner time? Lucetta. I would it were, that you might kill your stomach on your meat and not upon your maid. Drops and picks up the letter. Julia. What is that you took up so gingerly? Lucetta. Nothing. Julia. Why didst thou stoop, then? Lucetta. To take a paper up that I let fall. Julia. And is that paper nothing? Lucetta. Nothing concerning me. Julia. Then let it lie for those that it concerns. Lucetta. Madam, it will not lie where it concerns, unless it have a false interpreter. Julia. Some love of yours hath writ to you in rhyme. Lucetta. That I might sing it, madam, to a tune. Give me a note, your ladyship can set. Julia. As little by such toys as may be possible. Best sing it to the tune of Light O Love. Lucetta. It is too heavy for so light a tune. Julia. Heavy? Belike it hath some burden then? Lucetta. Ay, and melodious were it, would you sing it? Julia. And why not you? Lucetta. I cannot reach so high. Julia. Let's see your song. Taking the letter. How now, minion? Lucetta. Keep tune there still, so you will sing it out. And yet methinks I do not like this tune. Julia. You do not? Lucetta. No, madam. It is too sharp. Julia. You, minion, are too saucy. Lucetta. Nay, now you are too flat, and mar the concord with too harsh a descant. There wanteth but a mean to fill your song. Julia. The mean is drowned with your unruly bass. Lucetta. Indeed, I bid the bass for Proteus. Julia. This babble shall not henceforth trouble me. Here is a coil with protestation. Tears the letter. Go, get you gone, and let the papers lie. You would be fingering them to anger me. Lucetta. She makes it strange, but she would be best pleased to be so angered with another letter. Exit. Julia. Nay, would I were so angered with the same. O hateful hands, to tear such loving words. Injurious wasps, to feed on such sweet honey and kill the bees that yield it with your stings. I'll kiss each several paper for amends. Look, here is writ kind Julia, unkind Julia, as in revenge of thy ingratitude. I throw thy name against the bruising stones, trampling contemptuously on thy disdain. And here is writ love-wounded Proteus. Poor wounded name, my bosom as a bed shall lodge thee till thy wound be throughly healed. And thus I search it with a sovereign kiss. But twice or thrice was Proteus written down. Be calm, good wind, Blow not a word away till I have found each letter in the letter except mine own name, that some whirlwind bear unto a ragged, fearful, hanging rock, and throw it thence into the raging sea. Lo, here in one line is his name twice writ. Poor forlorn Proteus, passionate Proteus, to the sweet Julia that I'll tear away. And yet I will not, sith so prettily he couples it to his complaining names. Thus will I fold them one upon another. Now kiss, embrace, contend, do what you will. Enter Lucetta. Lucetta, madam, dinner is ready, and your father stays. Julia, well, let us go. Lucetta, what? Shall these papers lie like telltales here? Julia, if you respect them, best to take them up. Lucetta, nay, I was taken up for laying them down. Yet here they shall not lie, for catching cold. Picks up pieces of the letter. Julia, I see you have a month's mind to them. Lucetta, aye, madam, you may say what sights you see. I see things too, although you judge I wink. Julia, come, come. Wilt please you go? Exeunt. Scene 3, the same room in Antonio's house. Enter Antonio and Pantino. Antonio, tell me, Pantino, what sad talk was that where with my brother held you in the cloister? Pantino, 'twas of his nephew Proteus, your son. Antonio, why, what of him? Pantino, he wondered that your lordship would suffer him to spend his youth at home while other men, of slender reputation, put forth their sons to seek preferment out, some to the wars to try their fortune there, some to discover islands far away, some to the studious universities. For any or for all these exercises he said that Proteus your son was meet, and did request me to importune you to let him spend his time no more at home, which would be great impeachment to his age in having known no travel in his youth. Antonio, nor needst thou much importune me to that. Whereon this month I have been hammering. I have considered well his loss of time, and how he cannot be a perfect man, not being tried and tutored in the world. Experience is by industry achieved and perfected by the swift course of time. Then tell me whither were I best to send him? Pantino, I think your lordship is not ignorant how his companion, youthful Valentine, attends the emperor in his royal court. Antonio, I know it well. Pantino, 'twere good, I think, your lordship sent him thither. There shall he practice tilts and tournaments, hear sweet discourse, converse with noblemen, and be an eye of every exercise worthy his youth and nobleness of birth. Antonio, I like thy counsel. Well hast thou advised, and that thou mayst perceive how well I like it, the execution of it shall make known. Even with the speediest expedition I will dispatch him to the emperor's court. Pantino, tomorrow, may it please you, Don Alfonso with other gentlemen of good esteem are journeying to salute the emperor and to commend their service to his will. Antonio, good company, with them shall Proteus go. Enter Proteus reading a letter. And in good time. Now will we break with him. Proteus, sweet love, sweet lines, sweet life. Here is her hand, the agent of her heart. Here is her oath for love, her honor's pawn. Oh, that our fathers would applaud our loves to seal our happiness with their consents. O heavenly Julia! Antonio, how now? What letter are you reading there? Proteus, may't please your lordship, 'tis a word or two of commendation sent from Valentine, delivered by a friend that came from him. Antonio, lend me the letter, let me see what news. Proteus, there is no news, my lord, but that he writes how happily he lives, how well beloved and daily graced by the emperor, wishing me with him, partner of his fortune. Antonio, and how stand you affected to his wish? Proteus, as one relying on your lordship's will, and not depending on his friendly wish. Antonio, my will is something sorted with his wish. Muse not that I thus suddenly proceed, for what I will, and there an end. I am resolved that thou shalt spend some time with Valentinus in the emperor's court. What maintenance he from his friends receives, like exhibition thou shalt have from me. Tomorrow be in readiness to go. Excuse it not, for I am peremptory. Proteus, my lord, I cannot be so soon provided. Please you deliberate a day or two. Antonio, look what thou want'st shall be sent after thee. No more of stay, tomorrow thou must go. Come on, Pantino, you shall be employed to hasten on his expedition. Exeunt Antonio and Pantino. Proteus. Thus have I shunned the fire for fear of burning, and drenched me in the sea, where I am drowned. I feared to show my father Julia's letter lest he should take exceptions to my love, and with the vantage of mine own excuse hath he accepted most against my love. Oh, how this spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Enter Pantino. Pantino. Sir Proteus, your father calls for you. He is in haste, therefore, I pray you, go. Proteus. Why, this it is. My heart accords thereto, and yet 1,000 times it answers, no. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Milan. A room in the Duke's palace. Enter Valentine and Speed. Speed. Sir, your glove. Valentine. Not mine, my gloves are on. Speed. Why, then, this may be yours, for this is but one. Valentine. Huh? Let me see, die. Give it me, it's mine. Sweet ornament that decks a thing divine. Ah, Sylvia, Sylvia. Speed. Calling. Madam Sylvia, Madam Sylvia. Valentine. How now, Sirrah? Speed. She is not within hearing, sir. Valentine. Why, sir? Who bade you call her? Speed. Your worship, sir, or else I mistook. Valentine. Well, you'll still be too forward. Speed. And yet I was last chidden for being too slow. Valentine. Go to, sir, tell me, do you know Madam Sylvia? Speed. She that your worship loves? Valentine. Why, how know you that I am in love? Speed. Marry, by these special marks. First, you have learned, like Sir Proteus, to wreathe your arms like a malcontent, to relish a love song, like a robin redbreast, to walk alone, like one that had the pestilence, to sigh, like a schoolboy that had lost his ABC, to weep, like a young wench that had buried her grandam, to fast, like one that takes diet, to watch, like one that fears robbing, to speak puling, like a beggar at Hallowmas. You were wont, when you laughed, to crow like a cock, when you walked, to walk like one of the lions. When you fasted, it was presently after dinner. When you looked sadly, it was for want of money, and now you are metamorphosed with a mistress, that, when I look on you, I can hardly think you my master. Valentine. Are all these things perceived in me? Speed. They are all perceived without ye. Valentine. Without me? They cannot. Speed. Without you? Nay, that's certain. For without you were so simple, none else would, but you are so without these follies, that these follies are within you, and shine through you like the water in an urinal, that not an eye that sees you but is a physician to comment on your malady. Valentine. But tell me, dost thou know my lady Sylvia? Speed. She that you gaze on so as she sits at supper? Valentine. Hast thou observed that? Even she, I mean. Speed. Why, sir, I know her not. Valentine. Dost thou know her by my gazing on her, and yet knowst her not? Speed. Is she not hard-favored, sir? Valentine. Not so fair, boy, as well-favored. Speed. Sir, I know that well enough. Valentine. What dost thou know? Speed. That she is not so fair as, of you, well-favored. Valentine. I mean that her beauty is exquisite, but her favor infinite. Speed. That's because the one is painted, and the other out of all count. Valentine. How painted? And how out of count? Speed. Marry, sir, so painted to make her fair, that no man counts of her beauty. Valentine. How esteem'st thou me? I account of her beauty. Speed. You never saw her since she was deformed. Valentine. How long hath she been deformed? Speed. Ever since you loved her. Valentine. I have loved her ever since I saw her, and still I see her beautiful. Speed. If you love her, you cannot see her. Valentine. Why? Speed. Because love is blind, oh, that you had mine eyes, or your own eyes had the lights they were wont to have when you chid at Sir Proteus for going ungartered. Valentine. What should I see then? Speed. Your own present folly and her passing deformity. For he, being in love, could not see to garter his hose, and you, being in love, cannot see to put on your hose. Valentine. Belike, boy, then you are in love. For last morning you could not see to wipe my shoes. Speed. True, sir. I was in love with my bed, I thank you. You swinged me for my love, which makes me the bolder to chide you for yours. Valentine. In conclusion, I stand affected to her. Speed. I would you were set, so your affection would cease. Valentine. Last night she enjoined me to write some lines to one she loves. Speed. And have you? Valentine. I have. Speed. Are they not lamely writ? Valentine. No, boy, but as well as I can do them. Peace, here she comes. Enter Sylvia. Speed. Aside. O excellent motion. O exceeding puppet. Now will he interpret to her. Valentine. Madam and mistress, 1,000 good morrows. Speed. Aside. Oh, give ye good e'en. Here's 1,000,000 of manners. Sylvia. Sir Valentine and servant, to you 2,000. Speed. Aside. He should give her interest, and she gives it him. Valentine. As you enjoined me, I have writ your letter unto the secret nameless friend of yours, which I was much unwilling to proceed in but for my duty to your ladyship. Gives her a letter. Sylvia. I thank you, gentle servant, 'tis very clerkly done. Valentine. Now trust me, madam, it came hardly off, for, being ignorant to whom it goes, I writ at random, very doubtfully. Sylvia. Perchance you think too much of so much pains? Valentine. No, madam. So it stead you, I will write, please you command, 1,000 times as much. And yet, Sylvia. A pretty period, well, I guess the sequel. And yet I will not name it, and yet I care not. And yet take this again. Offers him the letter. And yet I thank you, meaning henceforth to trouble you no more. Speed. Aside. And yet you will, and yet another, yet. Valentine. What means your ladyship? Do you not like it? Sylvia. Yes, yes, the lines are very quaintly writ, but, since unwillingly, take them again. Nay, take them. Offers the letter again. Valentine. Madam, they are for you. Sylvia. You writ them, sir, at my request, but I will none of them, they are for you. I would have had them writ more movingly. Valentine. Please you, I'll write your ladyship another. Sylvia. And when it's writ, for my sake read it over, and if it please you, so. If not, why so? Valentine. If it please me, madam. What then? Sylvia. Why, if it please you, take it for your labor. And so good morrow, servant. Exit. Speed. Aside. O jest unseen, inscrutable, invisible, as a nose on a man's face, or a weathercock on a steeple. My master sues to her, and she hath taught her suitor, he being her pupil, to become her tutor. O excellent device! Was there ever heard a better? That my master, being scribe, to himself should write the letter? Valentine. How now, sir? What are you reasoning with yourself? Speed. Nay, I was rhyming. 'Tis you that have the reason. Valentine. To do what? Speed. To be a spokesman for Madame Sylvia. Valentine. To whom? Speed. To yourself. Why? She woos you by a figure. Valentine. What figure? Speed. By a letter, I should say. Valentine. Why? She hath not writ to me. Speed. What needs she, when she hath made you write to yourself? Why? Do you not perceive the jest? Valentine. No, believe me. Speed. No believing you indeed, sir, but did you perceive her earnest? Valentine. She gave me none, except an angry word. Speed. Why? She hath given you a letter. Valentine. That's the letter I writ to her friend. Speed. And that letter hath she delivered, and there an end. Valentine. I would it were no worse. Speed. I'll warrant you, 'tis as well. For often have you writ to her, and she, in modesty or else for want of idle time, could not again reply, or fearing else some messenger that might her mind discover, herself hath taught her love himself to write unto her lover. All this I speak in print, for in print I found it. Why muse you, sir? 'Tis dinner time. Valentine. I have dined. Speed. Ay, but hearken, sir, though the chameleon love can feed on the air, I am one that am nourished by my victuals, and would fain have meat that, oh, be not like your mistress. Be moved, be moved. Exeunt. Scene 2. Verona. A room in Julia's house. Enter Proteus and Julia. Proteus. Have patience, gentle Julia. Julia. I must. Where is no remedy? Proteus. When possibly I can, I will return. Julia. If you turn not, you will return the sooner. Keep this remembrance for thy Julia's sake. Gives him a ring. Proteus. Why, then we'll make exchange here. Take you this. Gives her a ring. Julia. And seal the bargain with a holy kiss. Proteus. Here is my hand for my true constancy. And when that hour o'erslips me in the day wherein I sigh not, Julia, for thy sake, the next ensuing hour some foul mischance torment me for my love's forgetfulness. My father stays my coming. Answer not. The tide is now, nay, not thy tide of tears, that tide will stay me longer than I should. Julia, farewell. Exit Julia. What, gone without a word? I? So true love should do it he cannot speak, for truth hath better deeds than words to grace it. Enter Pantino. Pantino. Sir Proteus, you were stayed for. Proteus. Go, I come, I come. Alas, this parting strikes poor lovers dumb. Exeunt. Scene 3. The same street. Enter Lance with his dog crab. Lance. Nay, 'twill be this hour ere I have done weeping. All the kind of the lances have this very fault. I have received my proportion, like the prodigious sun, and am going with Sir Proteus to the imperial's court. I think Crab my dog be the sourest-natured dog that lives. My mother weeping, my father wailing, my sister crying, our maid howling, our cat wringing her hands, and all our house in a great perplexity. Yet did not this cruel-hearted cur shed one tear. He is a stone, a very pebble stone, and has no more pity in him than a dog. A Jew would have wept to have seen our parting. Why, my grandam, having no eyes, look you, wept herself blind at my parting. Nay, I'll show you the manner of it. This shoe is my father, and oh, this left shoe is my father. No, no, this left shoe is my mother. Nay, that cannot be so neither. Yes, it is so. It is so. It hath the worser soul, this shoe with the hole in it is my mother, and this my father. A vengeance on T. There, 'tis now, sir. This staff is my sister. For, look you, she is as white as a lily and as small as a wand. This hat is Nan, our maid. I am the dog. The dog is himself, and I am the dog. The dog is me, and I am myself. I. So, now come I to my father. Father, your blessing. Now should not the shoe speak a word for weeping. Now should I kiss my father. Well, he weeps on. Now come I to my mother. Oh, that she could speak now like a wood woman. Well, I kiss her. Why there 'tis. Here's my mother's breath up and down. Now come I to my sister. Mark the moan she makes. Now the dog, all this while sheds not a tear nor speaks a word. But see how I lay the dust with my tears. Enter Pantino. Pantino. Lance, away, away, aboard. Thy master is shipped, and thou art to post after with oars. What's the matter? Why weep'st thou, man? Away. Asta, you'll lose the tide if you tarry any longer. Lance. It is no matter if the tide were lost, for it is the unkindest tide that ever any man tied. Pantino. What's the unkindest tide? Lance. Why, he that's tied here, Crab, my dog. Pantino. Tut, man. I mean thou wilt lose the flood, and in losing the flood, lose thy voyage, and in losing thy voyage, lose thy master, and in losing thy master, lose thy service, and in losing thy service. Why dost thou stop my mouth? Lance. For fear thou shouldst lose thy tongue. Pantino. Where should I lose my tongue? Lance. In thy tail. Pantino. In thy tail. Lance. Lose the tide, and the voyage, and the master, and the service, and the tide? Why, man, if the river were dry, I am able to fill it with my tears. If the wind were down, I could drive the boat with my sighs. Pantino. Come away. Man, I was sent to call thee. Lance. Sir, call me what thou darest. Pantino. Will thou go? Lance. Well, I will go. Exeunt. Scene 4. Milan. A room in the Duke's palace. Enter Valentine, Silvia, Thurio, and Speed. Silvia. Servant. Valentine. Mistress? Speed. Master, Sir Thurio frowns on you. Valentine. Aye, boy, it's for love. Speed. Not of you. Valentine. Of my mistress, then. Speed. 'Twere good you knocked him. Sylvia. Servant, you are sad. Valentine. Indeed, madam, I seem so. Thurio. Seem you that you are not? Valentine. Haply I do. Thurio. So do counterfeits. Valentine. So do you. Thurio. What seem I that I am not? Valentine. Wise. Thurio. What instance of the contrary? Valentine. Your folly. Thurio. And how quote you my folly? Valentine. I quote it in your jerkin. Thurio. My jerkin is a doublet. Valentine. Well then, I'll double your folly. Thurio. How? Sylvia. What? Angry, Sir Thurio. Do you change color? Valentine. Give him leave, madam. He is a kind of chameleon. Thurio. That hath more mind to feed on your blood than live in your air. Valentine. You have said, sir. Thurio. Aye, sir, and done too, for this time. Valentine. I know it well, sir, you always end ere you begin. Sylvia. A fine volley of words, gentlemen, and quickly shot off. Valentine. 'Tis indeed, madam. We thank the giver. Sylvia. Who is that? Servant? Valentine. Yourself, sweet lady. For you gave the fire. Sir Thurio borrows his wit from your ladyship's looks, and spends what he borrows kindly in your company. Thurio. Sir, if you spend word for word with me, I shall make your wit bankrupt. Valentine. I know it well, sir, you have an exchequer of words, and, I think, no other treasure to give your followers, for it appears by their bare liveries that they live by your bare words. Sylvia. No more, gentlemen, no more, here comes my father. Enter Duke. Duke. Now, daughter Sylvia, you are hard beset. Sir Valentine, your father is in good health. What say you to a letter from your friends of much good news? Valentine. My lord, I will be thankful to any happy messenger from thence. Duke. Know ye Don Antonio, your countryman? Valentine. Aye, my good lord, I know the gentleman to be of worth and worthy estimation, and not without deserts so well reputed. Duke. Hath he not a son? Valentine. Aye, my good lord, a son that well deserves the honor and regard of such a father. Duke. You know him well? Valentine. I knew him as myself, for from our infancy we have conversed and spent our hours together. And though myself have been an idle truant, omitting the sweet benefit of time to clothe mine age with angel-like perfection, yet hath Sir Proteus, for that's his name, made use and fair advantage of his days. His years but young, but his experience old, his head unmellowed, but his judgment ripe, and in a word, for far behind his worth comes all the praises that I now bestow, he is complete in feature and in mind, with all good grace to grace a gentleman. Duke. Beshrew me, sir, but if he make this good, he is as worthy for an empress' love as meet to be an emperor's counselor. Well, sir, this gentleman is come to me with commendation from great potentates, and here he means to spend his time a while. I think 'tis no unwelcome news to you. Valentine. Should I have wished a thing, it had been he. Duke. Welcome him then according to his worth. Sylvia. I speak to you, and you, Sir Thurio. For Valentine, I need not cite him to it. I will send him hither to you presently. Exit. Valentine. This is the gentleman I told your ladyship had come along with me, but that his mistress did hold his eyes locked in her crystal looks. Sylvia. Belike that now she hath enfranchised them upon some other pawn for fealty. Valentine. Nay, sure, I think she holds them prisoners still. Sylvia. Nay, then, he should be blind, and being blind how could he see his way to seek out you? Valentine. Why, lady, love hath 20 pair of eyes. Thurio. They say that love hath not an eye at all. Valentine. To see such lovers, Thurio, as yourself, upon a homely object, love can wink. Sylvia. Have done, here comes the gentleman. Enter Proteus. Valentine. Welcome, dear Proteus. Mistress, I beseech you confirm his welcome with some special favor. Sylvia. His worth is warrant for his welcome hither, if this be he you oft have wished to hear from. Valentine. Mistress, it is, sweet lady. Entertain him to be my fellow servant to your ladyship. Sylvia. Too low a mistress for so high a servant. Proteus. Not so, sweet lady, but too mean a servant to have a look of such a worthy mistress. Valentine. Leave off discourse of disability. Sweet lady, entertain him for your servant. Proteus. My duty will I boast of, nothing else. Sylvia. And duty never yet did want his meed. Servant, you are welcome to a worthless mistress. Proteus. I'll die on him that says so but yourself. Sylvia. That you are welcome? Proteus. That you are worthless. Enter servant. Servant. Madam, my lord your father would speak with you. Sylvia. I wait upon his pleasure. Exit servant. Come, Sir Thurio. Go with me. Once more, new servant, welcome. I'll leave you to confer of home affairs. When you have done, we look to hear from you. Proteus. We'll both attend upon your ladyship. Exeunt Sylvia and Thurio. Valentine. Now, tell me, how do all from whence you came? Proteus. Your friends are well, and have them much commended. Valentine. And how do yours? Proteus. I left them all in health. Valentine. How does your lady? And how thrives your love? Proteus. My tales of love were wont to weary you. I know you joy not in a love discourse. Valentine. I, Proteus, but that life is altered now. I have done penance for contemning love, whose high imperious thoughts have punished me with bitter fasts, with penitential groans, with nightly tears, and daily heart-sore sighs. For in revenge of my contempt of love, love hath chased sleep from my enthralled eyes and made them watchers of mine own heart's sorrow. O gentle Proteus, love's a mighty lord, and hath so humbled me as I confess there is no woe to his correction, nor to his service no such joy on earth. Now, no discourse, except it be of love. Now can I break my fast, dine, sup, and sleep upon the very naked name of love. Proteus. Enough. I read your fortune in your eye. Was this the idol that you worship so? Valentine. Even she. And is she not a heavenly saint? Proteus. No, but she is an earthly paragon. Valentine. Call her divine. Proteus. I will not flatter her. Valentine. Oh, flatter me, for love delights in praises. Proteus. When I was sick, you gave me bitter pills, and I must minister the like to you. Valentine. Then speak the truth by her. If not divine, yet let her be a principality, sovereign to all the creatures on the earth. Proteus. Accept my mistress. Valentine. Sweet, accept not any, except thou wilt accept against my love. Proteus. Have I not reason to prefer mine own? Valentine. And I will help thee to prefer her too. She shall be dignified with this high honor, to bear my lady's train, lest the base earth should from her vesture chance to steal a kiss, and of so great a favor growing proud, disdain to root the summer-swelling flower and make rough winter everlastingly. Proteus. Why, Valentine, what braggartism is this? Valentine. Pardon me, Proteus, all I can is nothing to her, whose worth makes other worthies nothing. She is alone. Proteus. Then let her alone. Valentine. Not for the world. Why, man, she is mine own, and I as rich in having such a jewel as 20 seas, if all their sand were pearl, the water nectar, and the rocks pure gold. Forgive me that I do not dream on thee, because thou sayest me dote upon my love. My foolish rival, that her father likes only for his possessions are so huge, is gone with her along, and I must after, for love, thou know'st, is full of jealousy. Proteus. But she loves you? Valentine. Aye, and we are betrothed. Nay more, our marriage hour, with all the cunning manner of our flight, determined of, how I must climb her window, the ladder made of cords, and all the means plotted and agreed on for my happiness. Good Proteus, go with me to my chamber, in these affairs to aid me with thy counsel. Proteus. Go on before, I shall inquire you forth. I must unto the road to disembark some necessaries that I needs must use, and then I'll presently attend you. Valentine. Will you make haste? Proteus. I will. Exit Valentine. Even as one heat another heat expels, or as one nail by strength drives out another, so the remembrance of my former love is by a newer object quite forgotten. Is it mine eye, or Valentine's praise, her true perfection, or my false transgression, that makes me reasonless to reason thus? She is fair, and so is Julia that I love, that I did love. For now my love is thawed, which like a waxen image gainst a fire bears no impression of the thing it was. Methinks my zeal to Valentine is cold, and that I love him not as I was wont. Oh, but I love his lady too much, and that's the reason I love him so little. How shall I dote on her with more advice that thus without advice begin to love her? 'Tis but her picture I have yet beheld, and that hath dazzled my reason's light. But when I look on her perfections, there is no reason but I shall be blind. If I can check my erring love, I will. If not, to compass her I'll use my skill. Exit. Scene V'd at the same street. Enter Speed and Lance with his dog crap. Speed. Lance, by mine honesty, welcome to Milan. Lance. Forswear not thyself, sweet youth, for I am not welcome, and I reckon this always, that a man is never undone till he be hanged, nor never welcome to a place till some certain shot be paid and the hostess say, welcome. Speed. Come on, you madcap. I'll to the alehouse with you presently, where, for one shot of 5 pence, thou shalt have 5,000 welcomes. But, sirrah, how did thy master part with Madam Julia? Lance. Marry, after they closed in earnest, they parted very fairly in jest. Speed. But shall she marry him? Lance. No. Speed. How then? Shall he marry her? Lance. No, neither. Speed. What, are they broken? Lance. No, they are both as whole as a fish. Speed. Why then, how stands the matter with them? Lance. Marry, thus. When it stands well with him, it stands well with her. Speed. What an ass art thou! I understand thee not. Lance. What a block art thou that thou canst not! My staff understands me. Speed. What thou say'st. Lance. I, and what I do too, look thee, all but lean, and my staff understands me. Speed. It stands under thee indeed. Lance. Why, stand under and understand is all one. Speed. But tell me true, wilt be a match? Lance. Ask my dog, if he say aye, it will. If he say no, it will. If he shake his tail and say nothing, it will. Speed. The conclusion is, then, that it will. Lance. Thou shalt never get such a secret from me but by a parable. Speed. 'Tis well that I get it so, but Lance, how say'st thou that my master is become a notable lover? Lance. I never knew him otherwise. Speed. Then how? Lance. A notable lover, as thou reportest him to be. Speed. Why, thou whoreson ass, thou mistak'st me. Lance. Why, fool, I meant not thee, I meant thy master. Speed. I tell thee, my master is become a hot lover. Lance. Why, I tell thee, I care not though he burn himself in love. If thou wilt, go with me to the alehouse. If not, thou art in Hebrew, a Jew, and not worth the name of a Christian. Speed. Why? Lance. Because thou hast not so much charity in thee, as to go to the ale with a Christian. Wilt thou go? Speed. At thy service. Exeunt. Scene 6 at the same, the Duke's palace. Enter Proteus alone. Proteus. To leave my Julia, shall I be forsworn? To love fair Sylvia, shall I be forsworn? To wrong my friend, I shall be much forsworn. And e'en that power which gave me first my oath provokes me to this threefold perjury. Love bade me swear, and love bids me forswear. O sweet suggesting love, if thou hast sinned, teach me, thy tempted subject, to excuse it. At first I did adore a twinkling star, but now I worship a celestial sun. Unheedful vows may heedfully be broken, and he wants wit that wants resolved will to learn his wit exchange the bad for better. Fie, fie, unreverend tongue, to call her bad whose sovereignty so oft thou hast preferred with 20,000 soul-confirming oaths. I cannot leave to love, and yet I do. But there I leave to love where I should love. Julia I lose, and Valentine I lose. If I keep them, I needs must lose myself. If I lose them, thus find I by their loss, for Valentine, myself, for Julia, Sylvia, I to myself am dearer than a friend, for love is still most precious in itself, and Sylvia, witness heaven that made her fair, shows Julia but a swarthy Ethiop. I will forget that Julia is alive, remembering that my love to her is dead, and Valentine I'll hold an enemy, aiming at Sylvia as a sweeter friend. I cannot now prove constant to myself without some treachery used to Valentine. This night he meaneth with a corded ladder to climb celestial Sylvia's chamber window, myself in counsel, his competitor. Now presently I'll give her father notice of their disguising and pretended flight, who, all enraged, will banish Valentine, for Thurio he intends shall wed his daughter. But Valentine being gone, I'll quickly cross by some sly trick blunt Thurio's dull proceeding. Love, lend me wings to make my purpose swift, as thou hast lent me wit to plot this drift. Exit. Scene 7. Verona. A room in Julia's house. Enter Julia and Lucetta. Julia. Counsel, Lucetta. Gentle girl, assist me, and Evan in kind love I do conjure thee, who art the table wherein all my thoughts are visibly charactered and engraved, to lesson me and tell me some good mean how with my honor I may undertake a journey to my loving Proteus. Lucetta. Alas, the way is wearisome and long. Julia. A true devoted pilgrim is not weary to measure kingdoms with his feeble steps. Much less shall she that hath love's wings to fly, and when the flight is made to one so dear, of such divine perfection, as Sir Proteus. Lucetta. Better forbear till Proteus make return. Julia. Oh, know'st thou not his looks are my soul's food? Pity the dearth that I have pined in by longing for that food so long a time. Didst thou but know the inly touch of love, thou wouldst as soon go kindle fire with snow, as seek to quench the fire of love with words. Lucetta. I do not seek to quench your love's hot fire, but qualify the fire's extreme rage, lest it should burn above the bounds of reason. Julia. The more thou dampst it up, the more it burns. The current that with gentle murmur glides, thou know'st, being stopped, impatiently doth rage. But when his fair course is not hindered, he makes sweet music with enamelled stones, giving a gentle kiss to every sedge he overtaketh in his pilgrimage. And so by many winding nooks he strays with willing sport to the wild ocean. Then let me go and hinder not my course. I'll be as patient as a gentle stream, and make a pastime of each weary step, till the last step have brought me to my love. And there I'll rest as after much turmoil a blessed soul doth in Elysium. Lucetta. But in what habit will you go along? Julia. Not like a woman, for I would prevent the loose encounters of lascivious men. Gentle Lucetta. Fit me with such weeds as may beseem some well-reputed page. Lucetta. Why then, your ladyship must cut your hair. Julia. No, girl. I'll knit it up in silken strings with 20-odd conceited true love knots. To be fantastic may become a youth of greater time than I shall show to be. Lucetta. What fashion, madam, shall I make your breeches? Julia. That fits as well as, tell me, good my lord, what compass will you wear your farthingale? Why, in what fashion thou best likes, Lucetta? Lucetta. You must needs have them with a codpiece, madam. Julia. Out, out, Lucetta, that will be ill-favored. Lucetta. A round hose, madam, now's not worth a pin unless you have a codpiece to stick pins on. Julia. Lucetta, as thou lovest me, let me have what thou thinkst meet and is most mannerly. But tell me, wench, how will the world repute me for undertaking so unstaid a journey? I fear me it will make me scandalized. Lucetta. If you think so, then stay at home and go not. Julia. Nay, that I will not. Lucetta. Then never dream on infamy, but go. If Proteus like your journey when you come, no matter who's displeased when you are gone. I fear me he will scarce be pleased withal. Julia. That is the least, Lucetta, of my fear. 1,000 oaths, an ocean of his tears, and instances of infinite of love warrant me welcome to my Proteus. Lucetta. All these are servants to deceitful men. Julia. Base men that use them to so base effect. But truer stars did govern Proteus' birth. His words are bonds, his oaths are oracles, his love sincere, his thoughts immaculate, his tears pure messengers sent from his heart as far from fraud as heaven from earth. Lucetta, pray heaven he prove so when you come to him. Julia, now, as thou lovest me, do him not that wrong to bear a hard opinion of his truth. Only deserve my love by loving him. And presently go with me to my chamber to take a note of what I stand in need of to furnish me upon my longing journey. All that is mine I leave at thy dispose, my goods, my lands, my reputation. Only, in lieu thereof, dispatch me hence. Come, answer not, but to it presently. I am impatient of my tarriance. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. Milan. An anteroom in the Duke's palace. Enter Duke, Thurio, and Proteus. Duke. Sir Thurio, give us leave, I pray, a while. We have some secrets to confer about. Exit Thurio. Now tell me, Proteus, what's your will with me? Proteus. My gracious lord, that which I would discover the law of friendship bids me to conceal, but when I call to mind your gracious favors done to me, undeserving as I am, my duty pricks me on to utter that which else no worldly good should draw from me. No, worthy prince, Sir Valentine my friend this night intends to steal away your daughter. Myself am one made privy to the plot. I know you have determined to bestow her on Thurio, whom your gentle daughter hates, and should she thus be stolen away from you, it would be much vexation to your age. Thus, for my duty's sake, I rather chose to cross my friend in his intended drift than, by concealing it, heap on your head a pack of sorrows which would press you down, being unprevented, to your timeless grave. Duke. Proteus, I thank thee for thine honest care, which to requite command me while I live. This love of theirs myself have often seen, haply when they have judged me fast asleep, and oftentimes have purposed to forbid Sir Valentine her company in my court. But fearing lest my jealous aim might err and so, unworthily, disgrace the man, a rashness that I ever yet have shunned, I gave him gentle looks, thereby to find that which thyself hast now disclosed to me, and that thou mayst perceive my fear of this, knowing that tender youth is soon suggested, I nightly lodge her in an upper tower, the key whereof myself have ever kept, and thence she cannot be conveyed away. Proteus. No, noble lord, they have devised a mean how he her chamber window will ascend, and with a corded ladder fetch her down, for which the youthful lover now is gone, and this way comes he with it presently, where, if it please you, you may intercept him. But, good my lord, do it so cunningly that my discovery be not aimed at. For love of you, not hate unto my friend, hath made me publisher of this pretense. Duke. Upon mine honor, he shall never know that I had any light from thee of this. Proteus. Adieu, my lord, Sir Valentine is coming. Exit. Enter Valentine. Duke. Sir Valentine, whither away so fast? Valentine. Please it your grace, there is a messenger that stays to bear my letters to my friends, and I am going to deliver them. Duke. Be they of much import? Valentine. The tenor of them doth but signify my health and happy being at your court. Duke. Nay then, no matter, stay with me a while. I am to break with thee of some affairs that touch me near, wherein thou must be secret. 'Tis not unknown to thee that I have sought to match my friend Sir Thurio to my daughter. Valentine. I know it well, my lord, and sure the match were rich and honorable besides. The gentleman is full of virtue, bounty, worth, and qualities beseeming such a wife as your fair daughter. Cannot your grace win her to fancy him? Duke. No, trust me, she is peevish, sullen, froward, proud, disobedient, stubborn, lacking duty, neither regarding that she is my child nor fearing me as if I were her father. And, may I say to thee, this pride of hers, upon advice, hath drawn my love from her, and where I thought the remnant of mine age should have been cherished by her childlike duty, I now am full resolved to take a wife and turn her out to who will take her in. Then let her beauty be her wedding dower. For me and my possessions she esteems not. Valentine. What would your grace have me to do in this? Duke. There is a lady of Verona here whom I affect, but she is nice and coy, and not esteems my aged eloquence. Now therefore would I have thee to my tutor, for long agone I have forgot to court. Besides, the fashion of the time is changed. How and which way I may bestow myself to be regarded in her sun-bright eye. Valentine. Win her with gifts if she respect not words. Dumb jewels often in their silent kind, more than quick words do move a woman's mind. Duke. But she did scorn a present that I sent her. Valentine. A woman sometimes scorns what best contents her. Send her another. Never give her o'er, for scorn at first makes after love the more. If she do frown, 'tis not in hate of you, but rather to beget more love in you. If she do chide, 'tis not to have you gone, for why the fools are mad if left alone. Take no repulse, whatever she doth say. Forget you gone, she doth not mean away. Flatter and praise, commend, extol their graces. Though ne'er so black, say they have angels' faces. That man that hath a tongue, I say, is no man if with his tongue he cannot win a woman. Duke. But she I mean is promised by her friends unto a youthful gentleman of worth, and kept severely from resort of men, that no man hath access by day to her. Valentine. Why then, I would resort to her by night. Duke. Ay, but the doors be locked and keys kept safe, that no man hath recourse to her by night. Valentine. What lets but one may enter at her window? Duke. Her chamber is aloft, far from the ground, and built so shelving that one cannot climb it without apparent hazard of his life. Valentine. Why, then a ladder quaintly made of cords to cast up with a pair of anchoring hooks would serve to scale another hero's tower, so bold Leander would adventure it. Duke. Now, as thou art a gentleman of blood, advise me where I may have such a ladder. Valentine. When would you use it? Pray, sir, tell me that. Duke. This very night. For love is like a child that longs for everything that he can come by. Valentine. By 7 o'clock, I'll get you such a ladder. Duke. But, hark thee, I will go to her alone. How shall I best convey the ladder thither? Valentine. It will be light, my lord, that you may bear it under a cloak that is of any length. Duke. A cloak as long as thine will serve the turn? Valentine. Ay, my good lord. Duke. Then let me see thy cloak. I'll get me one of such another length. Valentine. Why, any cloak will serve the turn, my lord. Duke. How shall I fashion me to wear a cloak? I pray thee, let me feel thy cloak upon me. Takes Valentine's cloak and finds a letter and a rope ladder concealed under it. What letter is this same? What's here? To Sylvia, and here an engine fit for my proceeding. I'll be so bold to break the seal for once. Reads. My thoughts do harbor with my Sylvia nightly, and slaves they are to me that send them flying. Oh, could their master come and go as lightly, himself would lodge where, senseless, they are lying. My herald thoughts in thy pure bosom rest them, while I, their king, that thither them importune, do curse the grace that with such grace hath blessed them, because myself do want my servants' fortune. I curse myself, for they are sent by me, that they should harbor where their lord should be. What's here? Reads. Sylvia, this night I will enfranchise thee. 'Tis so, and here's the ladder for the purpose. Why, Phaethon, for thou art Merip's son, wilt thou aspire to guide the heavenly car, and with thy daring folly burn the world? Wilt thou reach stars because they shine on thee? Go, base intruder, overweening slave, bestow thy fawning smiles on equal mates, and think my patience, more than thy desert, is privilege for thy departure hence. Thank me for this more than for all the favors which, all too much, I have bestowed on thee. But if thou linger in my territories longer than swiftest expedition will give thee time to leave our royal court, by heaven, my wrath shall far exceed the love I ever bore my daughter or thyself. Begone, I will not hear thy vain excuse, but, as thou lovest thy life, make speed from hence. Exit. Valentine. And why not death, rather than living torment? To die is to be banished from myself, and Sylvia is myself. Banished from her is self from self, a deadly banishment. What light is light, if Sylvia be not seen? What joy is joy, if Sylvia be not by? unless it be to think that she is by and feed upon the shadow of perfection. Except I be by Sylvia in the night, there is no music in the nightingale. Unless I look on Sylvia in the day, there is no day for me to look upon. She is my essence, and I leave to be if I be not by her fair influence fostered, illumined, cherished, kept alive. I fly not death, to fly his deadly doom. Tarry I here, I but attend on death, but fly I hence, I fly away from life. Enter Proteus and Lance. Proteus. Run, boy, run, run. Seek him out. Lance. Soho, Soho. Proteus. What sayest thou? Lance. Him we go to find. There's not a hair on his head but 'tis a Valentine. Proteus. Valentine? Valentine. No. Proteus. Who then? His spirit? Valentine. Neither. Proteus. What then? Valentine. Nothing. Lance. Can nothing speak? Master. Shall I strike? Proteus. Who wouldst thou strike? Lance. Nothing. Proteus. Villain. Forbear. Lance. Why, sir? I'll strike nothing, I pray you. Proteus. Sirrah, I say, forbear. Friend Valentine, a word. Valentine. My ears are stopped and cannot hear good news, so much of bad already hath possessed them. Proteus. Then in dumb silence will I bury mine, for they are harsh, untunable, and bad. Valentine. Is Sylvia dead? Proteus. No, Valentine. Valentine. No Valentine indeed for sacred Sylvia. Hath she forsworn me? Proteus. No, Valentine. Valentine. No Valentine. If Sylvia have forsworn me. What is your news? Lance. Sir, there is a proclamation that you are vanished. Proteus. That thou art banished, oh, that's the news, from hence, from Sylvia, and from me thy friend. Valentine. Oh, I have fed upon this woe already, and now excess of it will make me surfeit. Doth Sylvia know that I am banished? Proteus. Ay, and she hath offered to the doom, which unreversed stands in effectual force, a sea of melting pearl, which some call tears. Those at her father's churlish feet she tendered, with them, upon her knees, her humble self, wringing her hands, whose whiteness so became them as if but now they waxed pale for woe. But neither bended knees, pure hands held up, sad sighs, deep groans, nor silver-shedding tears could penetrate her uncompassionate sire. But Valentine, if he be ta'en, must die. Besides, her intercession chafed him so, when she for thy repeal was suppliant, that to close prison he commanded her, with many bitter threats of biding there. Valentine. No more, unless the next word that thou speak'st have some malignant power upon my life. If so, I pray thee breathe it in mine ear, as ending anthem of my endless dolor. Proteus. Cease to lament for that thou canst not help, and study help for that which thou lamentst. Time is the nurse and breeder of all good. Here if thou stay, thou canst not see thy love. Besides, thy staying will abridge thy life. Hope is a lover's staff. Walk hence with that and manage it against despairing thoughts. Thy letters may be here, though thou art hence, which, being writ to me, shall be delivered even in the milk-white bosom of thy love. The time now serves not to expostulate. Come, I'll convey thee through the city gate, and ere I part with thee, confer at large of all that may concern thy love affairs. As thou lovest Sylvia, though not for thyself, regard thy danger, and along with me. Valentine. I pray thee, Lance, and if thou sayest my boy, bid him make haste and meet me at the north gate. Proteus. Go, Sirrah, find him out, come. Valentine. Valentine. Oh, my dear Sylvia. Hapless Valentine. Exeunt Valentine and Proteus. Lance. I am but a fool, look you, and yet I have the wit to think my master is a kind of a knave. But that's all one if he be but one knave. He lives not now that knows me to be in love, yet I am in love. But a team of horse shall not pluck that from me, nor who 'tis I love. And yet 'tis a woman, but what woman I will not tell myself. And yet 'tis a milkmaid. Yet 'tis not a maid, for she hath had gossips. Yet 'tis a maid, for she is her master's maid and serves for wages. She hath more qualities than a water spaniel, which is much in a bare Christian. Pulls out a paper. Here is the catalogue of her condition imprimis. She can fetch and carry. Why, a horse can do no more. Nay, a horse cannot fetch but only carry. Therefore is she better than a jade. Item, she can milk. Look you, a sweet virtue in a maid with clean hands. Enter Speed. Speed. How now, Senior Lance? What news with your mastership? Lance. With my mastership? Why, it is at sea. Speed. Well, your old vice still. Mistake the word. What news, then, in your paper? Lance. The blackest news that ever thou heardst. Speed. Why, man? How black? Lance. Why, as black as ink. Speed. Let me read them. Lance. Fie on thee, jolthead, thou canst not read. Speed. Thou least dot I can. Lance. I will try thee. Tell me this, who begot thee? Speed. Mary, the son of my grandfather. Lance. Oh, illiterate loiterer, it was the son of thy grandmother. This proves that thou canst not read. Speed. Come, fool, come, try me in thy paper. Lance. Gives him the paper. There, and St. Nicholas be thy speed. Speed. Imprimis, she can milk. Lance. Aye, that she can. Speed. Item, she brews good ale. Lance. And thereof comes the proverb, blessing of your heart, you brew good ale. Speed. Item, she can sew. Lance. That's as much as to say, can she sew? Speed. Item, she can knit. Lance. What need a man care for a stock with a winch, when she can knit him a stock? Speed. Item, she can wash and scour. Lance. A special virtue, for then she need not be washed and scoured. Speed. Item, she can spin. Lance. Then may I set the world on wheels, when she can spin for her living. Speed. Item, she hath many nameless virtues. Lance. That's as much as to say, bastard virtues, that indeed know not their fathers, and therefore have no names. Speed. Here follow her vices. Lance. Close at the heels of her virtues. Speed. Item, she is not to be kissed fasting in respect of her breath. Lance. Well, that fault may be mended with a breakfast. Read on. Speed. Item, she hath a sweet mouth. Lance. That makes amends for her sour breath. Speed. Item, she doth talk in her sleep. Lance. It's no matter for that, so she sleep not in her talk. Speed. Item, she is slow in words. Lance. O villain, that set this down among her vices. To be slow in words is a woman's only virtue. I pray thee, out with, and place it for her chief virtue. Speed. Item, she is proud. Lance. Out with that too. It was Eve's legacy and cannot be ta'en from her. Speed. Item, she hath no teeth. Lance. I care not for that neither, because I love crusts. Speed. Item, she is cursed. Lance. Well, the best is, she hath no teeth to bite. Speed. Item, she will often praise her liquor. Lance. If her liquor be good, she shall. If she will not, I will, for good things should be praised. Speed. Item, she is too liberal. Lance. Of her tongue she cannot, for that's writ down she is slow of. Of her purse she shall not, for that I'll keep shut now. Of another thing she may, and that cannot I help. Well, proceed. Speed. Item, she hath more hair than wit, and more faults than hairs, and more wealth than faults. Lance. Stop there. I'll have her. She was mine and not mine twice or thrice in that last article. Rehearse that once more. Speed. Item, she hath more hair than wit. Lance. More hair than wit may be. I'll prove it. The cover of the salt hides the salt, and therefore it is more than the salt. The hair that covers the wit is more than the wit, for the greater hides the less. What's next? Speed. And more faults than hairs. Lance. That's monstrous. Oh, that were out. Speed. And more wealth than faults. Lance. Why, that word makes the faults gracious. Well, I'll have her. And if it be a match, as nothing is impossible. Speed. What then? Lance. Why, then will I tell thee that thy master stays for thee at the north gate. Speed. For me? Lance. For thee? I? Who art thou? He hath stayed for a better man than thee. Speed. And must I go to him? Lance, thou must run to him, for thou hast stayed so long that going will scarce serve the turn. Speed. Why didst not tell me sooner? Pox of your love letters. Exit. Lance. Now will he be swinged for reading my letter. An unmannerly slave that will thrust himself into secrets I'll after, to rejoice in the boy's correction. Exit. Scene 2. The same. A room in the Duke's palace. Enter Duke and Thurio. Duke. Sir Thurio, fear not but that she will love you now Valentine is banished from her sight. Thurio. Since his exile she hath despised me most, forsworn my company and railed at me, that I am desperate of obtaining her. Duke. This weak impress of love is as a figure trenched in ice, which with an hour's heat dissolves to water and doth lose his form. A little time will melt her frozen thoughts, and worthless Valentine shall be forgot. Enter Proteus. How now, Sir Proteus? Is your countryman, according to our proclamation, gone? Proteus. Gone, my good lord. Duke. My daughter takes his going grievously. Proteus. A little time, my lord, will kill that grief. Duke. So I believe, but Thurio thinks not so. Proteus, the good conceit I hold of thee, for thou hast shown some sign of good desert, makes me the better to confer with thee. Proteus. Longer than I prove loyal to your grace, let me not live to look upon your grace. Duke. Thou knowst how willingly I would effect the match between Sir Thurio and my daughter? Proteus. I do, my lord. Duke. And also, I think, thou art not ignorant how she opposes her against my will? Proteus. She did, my lord, when Valentine was here. Duke. Aye, and perversely she perseveres so. What might we do to make the girl forget the love of Valentine and love Sir Thurio? Proteus. The best way is to slander Valentine with falsehood, cowardice, and poor descent, 3 things that women highly hold in hate. Duke. Aye, but she'll think that it is spoke in hate. Proteus. Aye, if his enemy deliver it. Therefore it must with circumstance be spoken by one whom she esteemeth as his friend. Duke. Then you must undertake to slander him. Proteus. And that, my lord, I shall be loath to do. 'Tis an ill office for a gentleman, especially against his very friend. Duke. Where your good word cannot advantage him, your slander never can endamage him. Therefore the office is indifferent, being entreated to it by your friend. Proteus. You have prevailed, my lord, and if I can do it by aught that I can speak in his dispraise, she shall not long continue love to him. But say this weed her love from Valentine, it follows not that she will love Sir Thurio. Thurio. Therefore, as you unwind her love from him, lest it should revel and be good to none, you must provide to bottom it on me, which must be done by praising me as much as you in worth dispraise Sir Valentine. Duke. And Proteus, we dare trust you in this kind because we know, on Valentine's report, you are already love's firm votary and cannot soon revolt and change your mind. Upon this warrant shall you have access where you with Sylvia may confer at large, for she is lumpish, heavy, melancholy, and, for your friend's sake, will be glad of you, where you may temper her by your persuasion to hate young Valentine and love my friend. Proteus. As much as I can do I will effect. But you, Sir Thurio, are not sharp enough. You must lay lime to tangle her desires by wailful sonnets, whose composed rhymes should be full fraught with serviceable vows. Duke. I, much is the force of heaven-bred poesy. Proteus. Say that upon the altar of her beauty you sacrifice your tears, your sighs, your heart. Write till your ink be dry, and with your tears moist it again, and frame some feeling line that may discover such integrity. For Orpheus' lute was strung with poet's sinews, whose golden touch could soften steel and stones, make tigers tame, and huge leviathans forsake unsound deeps to dance on sands. After your dire lamenting elegies, visit by night your lady's chamber window with some sweet consort. To their instruments tune a deploring dump. The night's dead silence will well become such sweet complaining grievance. This, or else nothing, will inherit her. Duke. This discipline shows thou hast been in love. Thurio, and thy advice this night I'll put in practice. Therefore, sweet Proteus, my direction-giver, let us into the city presently to sort some gentleman well skilled in music. I have a sonnet that will serve the turn to give the onset to thy good advice. Duke, about it, gentlemen. Proteus, we'll wait upon your grace till after supper, and afterward determine our proceedings. Duke, even now about it. I will pardon you. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. A forest between Milan and Verona. Enter certain outlaws. First outlaw. Fellows, stand fast, I see a passenger. Second outlaw. If there be 10, shrink not, but down with him. Enter Valentine and Speed. Third outlaw. Stand, sir, and throw us that you have about ye. If not, we'll make you sit and rifle you. Speed. Sir, we are undone. These are the villains that all the travelers do fear so much. Valentine. My friends. First outlaw. That's not so. Sir, that we are your enemies. Second outlaw. Peace. We'll hear him. Third outlaw. I, by my beard, will we, for he is a proper man. Valentine. Then know that I have little wealth to lose. A man I am crossed with adversity. My riches are these poor habiliments, of which if you should here disfurnish me, you take the sum and substance that I have. Second outlaw. Whither travel you? Valentine. To Verona. First outlaw. Whence came you? Valentine. From Milan. Third outlaw. Have you long sojourned there? Valentine. Some 16 months, and longer might have stayed if crooked fortune had not thwarted me. First outlaw. What? Were you banished thence? Valentine. I was. Second outlaw. For what offense? Valentine. For that which now torments me to rehearse. I killed a man, whose death I much repent, but yet I slew him manfully in fight, without false vantage or base treachery. First outlaw. Why? Ne'er repent it, if it were done so. But were you banished for so small a fault? Valentine. I was, and held me glad of such a doom. Second outlaw. Have you the tongues? Valentine. My youthful travel therein made me happy, or else I often had been miserable. Third outlaw. By the bare scalp of Robin Hood's fat friar, this fellow were a king for our wild faction. First outlaw. We'll have him, sirs, a word. Speed. Master, be one of them. It's an honorable kind of thievery. Valentine. Peace, villain. Second outlaw. Tell us this. Have you anything to take to? Valentine. Nothing but my fortune. Third outlaw. Know then that some of us are gentlemen, such as the fury of ungoverned youth thrust from the company of awful men. Myself was from Verona banished for practicing to steal away a lady, an heir, and near allied unto the Duke. Second outlaw. And I from Mantua, for a gentleman who, in my mood, I stabbed unto the heart. First outlaw. And I for such like petty crimes as these. But to the purpose, for we cite our faults, that they may hold excused our lawless lives, and partly, seeing you are beautified with goodly shape, and by your own report a linguist, and a man of such perfection as we do in our quality much want. Second outlaw. Indeed, because you are a banished man, therefore, above the rest, we parley to you. Are you content to be our general? To make a virtue of necessity, and live as we do in this wilderness? Third outlaw. What sayst thou? Wilt thou be of our consort? Say I, and be the captain of us all. We'll do thee homage and be ruled by thee, love thee as our commander and our king. First outlaw. But if thou scorn our courtesy, thou deest. Second outlaw. Thou shalt not live to brag what we have offered. Valentine. I take your offer and will live with you, provided that you do no outrages on silly women or poor passengers. Third outlaw. No, we detest such vile base practices. Come, go with us. We'll bring thee to our cruise and show thee all the treasure we have got, which, with ourselves, all rest at thy dispose. Exeunt. Scene 2. Milan, the court of the Duke's palace. Enter Proteus. Proteus. Already have I been false to Valentine, and now I must be as unjust to Thurio. Under the color of commending him, I have access my own love to prefer. But Sylvia is too fair, too true, too holy to be corrupted with my worthless gifts. When I protest true loyalty to her, She twits me with my falsehood to my friend. When to her beauty I commend my vows, she bids me think how I have been forsworn in breaking faith with Julia, whom I loved. And notwithstanding all her sudden quips, the least whereof would quell a lover's hope, yet, spaniel-like, the more she spurns my love, the more it grows and fawneth on her still. But here comes Thurio, now must we to her window, and give some evening music to her ear. Enter Thurio and musicians. Thurio. How now, Sir Proteus, are you crept before us? Proteus. Ay, gentle Thurio, for you know that love will creep in service where it cannot go. Thurio. Ay, but I hope, sir, that you love not here. Proteus. Sir, but I do, or else I would be hence. Thurio. Who? Sylvia? Proteus. Ay, Sylvia, for your sake. Thurio. I thank you for your own now, gentlemen. Let's tune into it lustily a while. Enter host and Julia in boy's clothes, as Sebastian. Host. Now, my young guest, methinks you're alicolied, I pray you. Why is it? Julia. Mary, mine host, because I cannot be merry. Host. Come, we'll have you married. I'll bring you where you shall hear music, and see the gentleman that you asked for. Julia. But shall I hear him speak? Host. Ay, that you shall. Julia. That will be music. Music plays. Host. Hark, hark. Julia. Is he among these? Host. Ay, but peace, let's hear him. Song. Proteus. Who is Sylvia? What is she? That all our swains commend her? Holy fair, and wise is she. The heaven such grace did lend her, that she might admired be. Is she kind as she is fair? For beauty lives with kindness. Love doth to her eyes repair, to help him of his blindness, and, being helped, inhabits there. Then to Sylvia let us sing. That Sylvia is excelling. She excels each mortal thing. Upon the dull earth dwelling, to her let us garlands bring. Host. How now, are you sadder than you were before? How do you, man? The music likes you not. Julia. You mistake. The musician likes me not. Host. Why, my pretty youth? Julia. He plays false, father. Host. How? Out of tune on the strings. Julia. Not so, but yet so false that he grieves my very heartstrings. Host. You have a quick ear. Julia. I would I were deaf. It makes me have a slow heart. Host. I perceive you delight not in music. Julia. Not a whit, when it jars so. Host. Hark, what fine change is in the music. Julia. That change is the spite. Host. You would have them always play but one thing? Julia. I would always have one play but one thing. But, host, doth this Sir Proteus, that we talk on, often resort unto this gentlewoman? Host. I tell you what Lance, his man, told me. He loved her out of all nick. Julia. Where is Lance? Host. Gone to seek his dog, which tomorrow, by his master's command, he must carry for a present to his lady. Julia. Peace, stand aside, the company parts. Proteus. Sir Thurio, fear not you. I will so plead that you shall say my cunning drift excels. Thurio. Where meet we? Proteus. At St. Gregory's well. Thurio. Farewell. Exeunt Thurio and musicians. Enter Sylvia above. Proteus. Madam, good even to your ladyship. Sylvia. I thank you for your music, gentlemen. Who is that spake? Proteus. One, lady. If you knew his pure heart's truth, you would quickly learn to know him by his voice. Sylvia. Sir Proteus, as I take it. Proteus. Sir Proteus, gentle lady, and your servant. Sylvia. What's your will? Proteus. That I may compass yours. Sylvia. You have your wish, dame. Why will is even this, that presently you hie you home to bed. Thou subtle, perjured, false, disloyal man. Think'st thou I am so shallow, so conceitless, to be seduced by thy flattery, that hast deceived so many with thy vows? Return, return, and make thy love amends. For me, by this pale queen of night I swear, I am so far from granting thy request that I despise thee for thy wrongful suit, and by intend to chide myself even for this time I spend in talking to thee. Proteus. I grant, sweet love, that I did love a lady, but she is dead. Julia, aside. 'Twere false if I should speak it, for I am sure she is not buried. Sylvia, say that she be. Yet Valentine thy friend survives, to whom, thyself art witness, I am betrothed, and art thou not ashamed to wrong him with thy importunacy? Proteus, I likewise hear that Valentine is dead. Sylvia, and so suppose am I, for in his grave, assure thyself, my love is buried. Proteus, sweet lady, let me rake it from the earth. Sylvia, go to thy lady's grave and call hers thence, or, at the least, in hers sepulchre thine. Julia, aside. He heard not that. Proteus, Madam, if your heart be so obdurate, vouchsafe me yet your picture for my love, the picture that is hanging in your chamber. To that I'll speak, to that I'll sigh and weep. For since the substance of your perfect self is else devoted, I am but a shadow, and to your shadow will I make true love. Julia, aside. If 'twere a substance you would sure deceive it, and make it but a shadow, as I am. Sylvia, I am very loath to be your idol, sir. But since your falsehood shall become you well to worship shadows and adore false shapes, send to me in the morning, and I'll send it. And so, good rest. Exit. Proteus, as wretches have o'ernight, that wait for execution in the morn. Exit. Julia, host, will you go? Host, by my halidom, I was fast asleep. Julia, pray you, where lies Sir Proteus? Host, Mary, at my house, trust me, I think 'tis almost day. Julia, not so, but it hath been the longest night that e'er I watched, and the most heaviest. Exeunt. Scene 3 the same. Enter Eglamour. Eglamour, this is the hour that Madam Sylvia entreated me to call and know her mind. There's some great matter she'd employ me in. Madam, madam. Enter Sylvia above. Sylvia, who calls? Eglamour, your servant and your friend, one that attends your ladyship's command. Sylvia, Sir Eglamour, 1,000 times good morrow. Eglamour, as many, worthy lady, to yourself. According to your ladyship's impose, I am thus early come to know what service it is your pleasure to command me in. Sylvia, O Eglamour, thou art a gentleman. Think not I flatter, for I swear I do not. Valiant, wise, remorseful, well accomplished. Thou art not ignorant what dear good will I bear unto the banished Valentine, nor how my father would enforce me marry vain Thurio, whom my very soul abhorred. Thyself hast loved, and I have heard thee say no grief did ever come so near thy heart as when thy lady and thy true love died, upon whose grave thou vowedst pure chastity. Sir Eglamour, I would to Valentine, to Mantua, where I hear he makes abode. And for the ways are dangerous to pass, I do desire thy worthy company, upon whose faith and honor I repose. Urge not my father's anger, Eglamour, but think upon my grief, a lady's grief, and on the justice of my flying hints to keep me from a most unholy match, which heaven and fortune still rewards with plagues. I do desire thee, even from a heart as full of sorrows as the sea of sands, to bear me company and go with me. If not, to hide what I have said to thee, that I may venture to depart alone. Eglamour, Madam, I pity much your grievances, which, since I know they virtuously are placed, I give consent to go along with you, recking as little what bettereth me as much I wish all good befortune you. When will you go? Sylvia, this evening coming. Eglamour, where shall I meet you? Sylvia, at Friar Patrick's cell, where I intend holy confession. Eglamour, I will not fail your ladyship. Good morrow, gentle lady. Sylvia, good morrow, kind Sir Eglamour. Exeunt. Scene 4 the same. Enter Lance with his dog crab. Lance, when a man's servant shall play the cur with him, look you, it goes hard. One that I brought up of a puppy. One that I saved from drowning when 3 or 4 of his blind brothers and sisters went to it. I have taught him even as one would say precisely, thus I would teach a dog. I was sent to deliver him as a present to Mistress Sylvia from my master, and I came no sooner into the dining chamber, but he steps me to her trencher, and steals her capon's leg. 'Tis a foul thing when a cur cannot keep himself in all companies. I would have, as one should say, one that takes upon him to be a dog indeed, to be, as it were, a dog at all things, if I had not had more wit than he, to take a fault upon me that he did. I think verily he had been hanged for't. Sure as I live, he had suffered for't, you shall judge. He thrusts me himself into the company of 3 or 4 gentlemanlike dogs under the Duke's table. He had not been there, bless the mark, a pissing while, but all the chamber smelt him. Out with the dog, says one. What cur is that? Says another. Whip him out, says the third. Hang him up, says the Duke. I, having been acquainted with the smell before, knew it was Crab, and goes me to the fellow that whips the dogs. Friend, quoth I, you mean to whip the dog? Ay, marry do I. Quoth he, you do him the more wrong. Quoth I, 'twas I did the thing you what of. He makes me no more ado, but whips me out of the chamber. How many masters would do this for his servant? Nay, I'll be sworn I have sat in the stock for puddings he hath stolen. Otherwise he had been executed. I have stood on the pillory for geese he hath killed. Otherwise he had suffered for't. To Crab, thou think'st not of this now, nay. I remember the trick you served me when I took my leave of Madam Sylvia. Did not I bid thee still mark me, and do as I do? When didst thou see me heave up my leg and make water against a gentlewoman's farthingale? Didst thou ever see me do such a trick? Enter Proteus and Julia disguised as Sebastian. Proteus. Sebastian is thy name? I like thee well, and will employ thee in some service presently. Julia. In what you please. I'll do what I can. Proteus. I hope thou wilt. To Lance. How now, you whoreson peasant? Where have you been these 2 days loitering? Lance. Marry, sir, I carried Mistress Sylvia the dog you bade me. Proteus. And what says she to my little jewel? Lance. Marry, she says your dog was a cur, and tells you currish thanks is good enough for such a present. Proteus. But she received my dog? Lance. No, indeed. Did she not? Here have I brought him back again. Proteus. What? Didst thou offer her this from me? Lance. Aye, sir. The other squirrel was stolen from me by the hangman's boys in the marketplace, and then I offered her mine own, who is a dog as big as 10 of yours, and therefore the gift the greater. Proteus. Go, get thee hence, and find my dog again, or ne'er return again into my sight. Away. I say, stayest thou to vex me here? A slave that still an end turns me to shame. Exit Lance with Crab. Sebastian, I have entertained thee partly that I have need of such a youth that can with some discretion do my business. For 'tis no trusting to yond foolish lout, but chiefly for thy face and thy behavior, which, if my augury deceive me not, witness good bringing up, fortune, and truth. Therefore, know thou, for this I entertain thee. Go presently, and take this ring with thee, deliver it to Madam Sylvia. She loved me well, delivered it to me. Julia. It seems you loved not her, to leave her token. She's dead belike? Proteus. Not so. I think she lives. Julia. Alas. Proteus. Why dost thou cry alas? Julia. I cannot choose, but pity her. Proteus. Wherefore shouldst thou pity her? Julia. Because methinks that she loved you, as well as you do love your Lady Sylvia. She dreams on him that has forgot her love. You dote on her that cares not for your love. 'Tis pity love should be so contrary, and thinking on it makes me cry alas. Proteus. Well, give her that ring, and therewithal this letter. That's her chamber. Tell my lady I claim the promise for her heavenly picture. Your message done, hie home unto my chamber, where thou shalt find me sad and solitary. Exit. Julia. How many women would do such a message? Alas, poor Proteus, thou hast entertained a fox to be the shepherd of thy lambs. Alas, poor fool! Why do I pity him that with his very heart despiseth me? Because he loves her, he despiseth me. Because I love him, I must pity him. This ring I gave him when he parted from me, to bind him to remember my good will. And now am I, unhappy messenger, to plead for that which I would not obtain, to carry that which I would have refused, to praise his faith, which I would have dispraised. I am my master's true confirmed love, but cannot be true servant to my master unless I prove false traitor to myself. Yet will I woo for him, but yet so coldly as, heaven it knows, I would not have him speed. Enter Sylvia attended. Gentlewoman, good day, I pray you be my mean to bring me where to speak with Madam Sylvia. Sylvia, what would you with her, if that I be she? Julia, if you be she, I do entreat your patience to hear me speak the message I am sent on. Sylvia, from whom? Julia, from my master, Sir Proteus, madam. Sylvia, oh, he sends you for a picture? Julia, aye, madam. Sylvia, Ursula, bring my picture there. She has brought the picture. Go, give your master this, tell him from me, one Julia, that his changing thoughts forget, would better fit his chamber than this shadow. Julia, madam, please you peruse this letter. Gives her a letter. Pardon me, madam. I have unadvised delivered you a paper that I should not. This is the letter to your ladyship. Takes back the letter, and gives her another. Sylvia, I pray thee, let me look on that again. Julia, it may not be, good madam, pardon me. Sylvia, there, hold. I will not look upon your master's lines. I know they are stuffed with protestations and full of new-found oaths, which he will break as easily as I do tear his paper. She tears the second letter. Julia, madam, he sends your ladyship this ring. Sylvia, the more shame for him that he sends it me, for I have heard him say 1,000 times his Julia gave it him at his departure. Though his false finger have profaned the ring, mine shall not do his Julia so much wrong. Julia, she thanks you. Sylvia, what sayst thou? Julia, I thank you, madam, that you tender her. Poor gentlewoman, my master wrongs her much. Sylvia, dost thou know her? Julia, almost as well as I do know myself. To think upon her woes, I do protest that I have wept 100 several times. Sylvia, belike she thinks that Proteus hath forsook her? Julia, I think she doth, and that's her cause of sorrow. Sylvia, is she not passing fair? Julia, she hath been fairer, madam, than she is. When she did think my master loved her well, she, in my judgment, was as fair as you. But since she did neglect her looking-glass and threw her sun-expelling mask away, the air hath starved the roses in her cheeks and pinched the lily tincture of her face, that now she is become as black as I. Sylvia, how tall was she? Julia, about my stature. For at Pentecost, when all our pageants of delight were played, our youth got me to play the woman's part, and I was trimmed in Madame Julia's gown, which served me as fit, by all men's judgments, as if the garment had been made for me. Therefore I know she is about my height. And at that time I made her weep a good, for I did play a lamentable part. Madam, 'twas Ariadne, passioning for Theseus' perjury and unjust flight, which I so lively acted with my tears that my poor mistress, moved therewithal, wept bitterly, and would I might be dead if I in thought felt not her very sorrow. Sylvia, she is beholding to thee, gentle youth. Alas, poor lady, desolate and left. I weep myself to think upon thy words. Here, youth, there is my purse, I give thee this for thy sweet mistress' sake, because thou lovest her. Farewell. Julia, and she shall thank you for't, if e'er you know her. Exeunt Sylvia and attendants. A virtuous gentlewoman, mild and beautiful. I hope my master's suit will be but cold, since she respects my mistress' love so much. Alas, how love can trifle with itself. Here is her picture. Let me see, I think if I had such attire, this face of mine were full as lovely as is this of hers. And yet the painter flattered her a little, unless I flatter with myself too much. Her hair is auburn, mine is perfect yellow. If that be all the difference in his love, I'll get me such a colored periwig. Her eyes are gray as glass, and so are mine. Aye, but her forehead's low and mine's is high. What should it be that he respects in her, but I can make respective in myself, if this fond love were not a blinded god? Come, shadow, come, and take this shadow up, for 'tis thy rival, O thou senseless form. Thou shalt be worshipped, kissed, loved, and adored. And were there sense in his idolatry, my substance should be statue in thy stead. I'll use thee kindly for thy mistress' sake, that used me so, or else, by Jove I vow, I should have scratched out your unseeing eyes to make my master out of love with thee. Exit. Act V. Scene I. Milan. An Abbey. Enter Eglamour. Eglamour. The sun begins to gild the western sky, and now it is about the very hour that Sylvia at Friar Patrick's cell should meet me. She will not fail, for lovers break not hours, unless it be to come before their time. So much they spur their expedition. Enter Sylvia. See where she comes, lady. A happy evening. Sylvia. Amin. Go on, good Eglamour. Out at the postern by the abbey wall. I fear I am attended by some spies. Eglamour. Fear not, the forest is not 3 leagues off. If we recover that, we are sure enough. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. A room in the Duke's palace. Enter Thurio, Proteus, and Julia. Thurio. Sir Proteus, what says Sylvia to my suit? Proteus. Oh, sir, I find her milder than she was, and yet she takes exceptions at your person. Thurio. What? That my leg is too long? Proteus. No, that it is too little. Thurio. I'll wear a boot to make it somewhat rounder. Julia. Aside. But love will not be spurred to what it loathes. Thurio. What says she to my face? Proteus. She says it is a fair one. Thurio. Nay, then, the wanton lies. My face is black. Proteus. But pearls are fair, and the old saying is, black men are pearls in beauteous ladies' eyes. Julia. Aside. 'Tis true, such pearls as put out ladies' eyes, for I had rather wink than look on them. Thurio. How likes she my discourse? Proteus. Ill, when you talk of war. Thurio. But well when I discourse of love and peace. Julia. Aside. But better, indeed, when you hold your peace. Thurio. What says she to my valor? Proteus. Oh, sir, she makes no doubt of that. Julia. Aside. She needs not, when she knows it cowardice. Thurio. What says she to my birth? Proteus. That you are well derived. Julia. Aside. True, from a gentleman to a fool. Thurio. Considers she my possessions? Proteus. Oh, aye, and pities them. Thurio. Wherefore? Julia. Aside. That such an ass should owe them. Proteus. That they are out by lease. Julia. Here comes the Duke. Enter Duke. Duke. How now, Sir Proteus? How now, Thurio? Which of you saw Sir Eglamour of late? Thurio. Not I. Proteus. Nor I. Duke. Saw you my daughter? Proteus. Neither. Duke. Why then? She's fled unto that peasant Valentine, and Eglamour is in her company. 'Tis true, for Friar Lawrence met them both as he in penance wandered through the forest. Him he knew well, and guessed that it was she, but, being masked, he was not sure of it. Besides, she did intend confession at Patrick's cell this even, and there she was not. These likelihoods confirm her flight from hence. Therefore, I pray you, stand not to discourse, but mount you presently and meet with me upon the rising of the mountain foot that leads toward Mantua, whither they are fled. Dispatch, sweet gentlemen, and follow me. Exit. Thurio. Why, this it is to be a peevish girl that flies her fortune when it follows her. I'll after, more to be revenged on Eglamour than for the love of reckless Sylvia. Exit. Proteus. And I will follow, more for Sylvia's love than hate of Eglamour that goes with her. Exit. Julia. And I will follow, more to cross that love than hate for Sylvia that is gone for love. Exit. Scene 3. Frontiers of Mantua, the forest. Enter Sylvia and outlaws. First outlaw. Come, come, be patient, we must bring you to our captain. Sylvia. 1,000 more mischances than this one have learned me how to brook this patiently. Second outlaw. Come, bring her away. First outlaw. Where is the gentleman that was with her? Second outlaw. Being nimble-footed, he hath outrun us. But Moises and Valerius follow him. Go thou with her to the west end of the wood. There is our captain, we'll follow him that's fled. The thicket is beset. He cannot escape. Exeunt second and third outlaws. First outlaw. Come, I must bring you to our captain's cave. Fear not. He bears an honorable mind and will not use a woman lawlessly. Sylvia. O Valentine, this I endure for thee. Exeunt. Scene 4. Another part of the forest. Enter Valentine. Valentine. How use doth breed a habit in a man. This shadowy desert, unfrequented woods, I better brook than flourishing peopled towns. Here can I sit alone, unseen of any, and to the nightingale's complaining notes tune my distresses and record my woes. O thou that dost inhabit in my breast, leave not the mansion so long tenantless, lest, growing ruinous, the building fall and leave no memory of what it was. Repair me with thy presence, Sylvia. Thou gentle nymph, cherish thy forlorn swain. Shouts within. What hallowing and what stir is this today? These are my mates, that make their wills their law, have some unhappy passenger in chase. They love me well, yet I have much to do to keep them from uncivil outrages. Withdraw thee, Valentine. Who's this comes here? Steps aside. Enter Proteus, Sylvia, and Julia as Sebastian. Proteus. Madam, this service I have done for you, though you respect not aught your servant doth, to hazard life, and rescue you from him that would have forced your honor and your love. Vouchsafe me for my meed but one fair look. A smaller boon than this I cannot beg, and less than this, I am sure, you cannot give. Valentine. Aside. How like a dream is this I see and hear. Love, lend me patience to forbear a while. Sylvia. O miserable, unhappy that I am. Proteus. Unhappy were you, madam, ere I came, but by my coming I have made you happy. Sylvia. By thy approach thou makest me most unhappy. Julia. Aside. And me, when he approacheth to your presence. Sylvia. Had I been seized by a hungry lion, I would have been a breakfast to the beast rather than have false Proteus rescue me. O heaven, be judge how I love Valentine, whose life's as tender to me as my soul, and full as much, for more there cannot be. I do detest false perjured Proteus. Therefore be gone, solicit me no more. Proteus. What dangerous action! Stood it next to death, would I not undergo for one calm look? Oh, 'tis the curse in love and still approved, when women cannot love where they're beloved. Sylvia. When Proteus cannot love where he's beloved. Read over Julia's heart, thy first best love, for whose dear sake thou didst then rend thy faith into 1,000 oaths, and all those oaths descended into perjury to love me. Thou hast no faith left now, unless thou didst he too, and that's far worse than none. Better have none than plural faith, which is too much by one. Thou counterfeit to thy true friend. Proteus. In love, who respects friend? Sylvia. All men but Proteus. Proteus. Nay, if the gentle spirit of moving words can no way change you to a milder form, I'll woo you like a soldier, at arm's end, and love you, gainst the nature of love. Force ye. He seizes her. Sylvia. O heaven. Proteus. I'll force thee yield to my desire. Valentine. Comes forward. Ruffian. Let go that rude uncivil touch, thou friend of an ill fashion. Proteus. Valentine. Valentine. Thou common friend, that's without faith or love, for such is a friend now, treacherous man. Thou hast beguiled my hopes. Not but mine I could have persuaded me, now I dare not say I have one friend alive. Thou wouldst disprove me. Who should be trusted, when one's right hand is perjured to the bosom? Proteus. I am sorry I must never trust thee more, but count the world a stranger for thy sake. The private wound is deepest, O time most accursed, mongst all foes that a friend should be the worst. Proteus. My shame and guilt confounds me. Forgive me, Valentine. If hearty sorrow be a sufficient ransom for offense, I tender heard I do as truly suffer as error I did commit. Valentine. Then I am paid. And once again I do receive the honest, who by repentance is not satisfied is nor of heaven nor earth, for these are pleased, by penitence the eternal's wraths appeased, and that my love may appear plain and free, all that was mine in Sylvia I give thee. Julia. O me unhappy. Swoons. Proteus. Look to the boy. Valentine. Why boy? Why wag? How now? What's the matter? Look up, speak. Julia. O good sir, my master charged me to deliver a ring to Madam Sylvia, which out of my neglect was never done. Proteus. Where's that ring, boy? Julia. Here 'tis, This is it. Gives him a ring. Proteus. How, let me see. Why, this is the ring I gave to Julia. Julia. Oh, cry you mercy, sir. I have mistook. This is the ring you sent to Sylvia. Shows another ring. Proteus. But how camest thou by this ring? At my depart I gave this unto Julia. Julia. And Julia herself did give it me, and Julia herself have brought it hither. She reveals herself. Proteus. How? Julia? Julia. Behold her that gave aim to all thy oaths and entertained am deeply in her heart. How oft hast thou with perjury cleft the root? O Proteus, let this habit make thee blush. Be thou ashamed that I have took upon me such an immodest raiment, if shame live in a disguise of love. It is the lesser blot, modesty finds, women to change their shapes than men their minds. Proteus. Than men their minds. 'Tis true. O heaven, were man but constant, he were perfect, that one error fills him with faults, makes him run through all he sins. Inconstancy falls off ere it begins. What is in Sylvia's face, but I may spy more fresh in Julia's with a constant eye? Valentine. Come, come, a hand from either. Let me be blessed to make this happy close. 'Twere pity two such friends should be long foes. Proteus. Bear witness, heaven, I have my wish forever. Julia. And I mine. Enter outlaws with Duke and Thurio. Outlaws. A prize, a prize, a prize. Valentine. Forbear, forbear, I say. It is my lord the Duke. Your grace is welcome to a man disgraced. Banished Valentine. Duke. Sir Valentine. Thurio. Yonder is Sylvia, and Sylvia's mine. Valentine. Thurio, give back, or else embrace thy death. Come not within the measure of my wrath. Do not name Sylvia thine. If once again, Verona shall not hold thee here she stands. Take but possession of her with a touch. I dare thee but to breathe upon my love. Thurio. Sir Valentine, I care not for her. I hold him but a fool that will endanger his body for a girl that loves him not. I claim her not, and therefore she is thine. Duke. The more degenerate and base art thou to make such means for her as thou hast done, and leave her on such slight conditions. Now, by the honor of my ancestry, I do applaud thy spirit, Valentine, and think thee worthy of an empress' love. Know then, I here forget all former griefs, cancel all grudge, repeal thee home again, plead a new state in thy unrivaled merit, to which I thus subscribe. Sir Valentine, thou art a gentleman and well derived. Take thou thy Sylvia, for thou hast deserved her. Valentine. I thank your grace. The gift hath made me happy. I now beseech you, for your daughter's sake, to grant one boon that I shall ask of you. Duke. I grant it for thine own, whatever it be. Valentine. These banished men, that I have kept withal, are men endued with worthy qualities. Forgive them what they have committed here, and let them be recalled from their exile. They are reformed, civil, full of good, and fit for great employment, worthy lord. Duke. Thou hast prevailed. I pardon them in thee. Dispose of them as thou know'st their deserts. Come, let us go. We will include all jars with triumphs, mirth, and rare solemnity. Valentine. And as we walk along, I dare be bold with our discourse to make your grace to smile. What think you of this page, my lord? Duke. I think the boy hath grace in him. He blushes. Valentine. I warrant you, my lord, more grace than boy. Duke. What mean you by that saying? Valentine. Please you, I'll tell you as we pass along, that you will wonder what hath fortuned. Come, Proteus, 'tis your penance but to hear the story of your loves discovered. That done, our day of marriage shall be yours, one feast, one house, one mutual happiness. Exeunt. The two noble kinsmen. Contents. Act I. Prologue. Scene I. Athens, before a temple. Scene 2. Thebes, the court of the palace. Scene 3. Before the gates of Athens. Scene 4. A field before Thebes. Scene V. Another part of the same, more remote from Thebes. Act 2. Scene I. Athens. A garden, with a castle in the background. Scene 2. The prison. Scene 3. The country near Athens. Scene 4. Athens. A room in the prison. Scene V.An open place in Athens. Scene 6. Athens before the prison. Act 3. Scene I. A forest near Athens. Scene 2. Another part of the forest. Scene 3. The same part of the forest as in Scene I. Scene 4. Another part of the forest. Scene V. Another part of the forest. Scene 6. The same part of the forest as in Scene 3. Act 4. Scene I. Athens. A room in the prison. Scene 2. A room in the palace. Scene 3. A room in the prison. Act V. Scene I. Athens, before the temples of Mars, Venus, and Diana. Scene 2. Athens. A room in the prison. Scene 3. A part of the forest near Athens, and near the place appointed for the combat. Scene 4. The same, a block prepared. Epilogue. Dramatis Personae. Prologue. Arcite. The two noble kinsmen, cousins, Palamon, nephews of Creon, king of Thebes. Theseus, duke of Athens. Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, later Duchess of Athens. Amelia, sister of Hippolyta. Pirithous, friend to Theseus. Three queens, widows of the kings killed in laying siege to Thebes. The jailer of Theseus's prison, his daughter, in love with Palamon his brother. The WOER of the jailer's daughter, two friends of the jailer. A doctor. Artesius, an Athenian soldier. Valerius, a Theban woman, attending on Amelia. An Athenian gentleman. 6 knights, 3 accompanying Arcite. 3 Palamon. 6 countrymen, 1 dressed as a Bavian or baboon. Gerald, a schoolmaster. Eniel, a countrywoman. A tabor, a singing boy. A herald, a messenger, a servant. Epilogue. Hymen, god of weddings, lords, soldiers, for countrywomen, Fritz, Maudlin, Luce, and Barbary. Nymphs, attendants, maids, executioner, guard. Scene. Athens and the neighborhood, except in part of the first act, where it is Thebes and the neighborhood. Prologue. Flourish. Enter prologue. Prologue. New plays and maidenheads are near akin. Much followed both, for both much money Jun, if they stand sound and well in a good play, whose modest scenes blush on his marriage day and shake to lose his honor, is like her that after holy tie and first nights stir yet still is modesty, and still retains more of the maid, to sight, than husband's pains. We pray our play may be so, for I am sure it has a noble breeder and a pure, a learned, and a poet never went more famous yet, twixt Peel and Silver Trent. Chaucer, of all admired, the story gives, there, constant to eternity, it lives. If we let fall the nobleness of this, and the first sound this child hear be a hiss, how will it shake the bones of that good man and make him cry from underground, "Oh, fan from me the witless chaff of such a writer, that blasts my bays and my famed works makes lighter than Robin Hood." This is the fear we bring. For, to say truth, it were an endless thing and too ambitious to aspire to him, weak as we are, and almost breathless, swim in this deep water. Oh, but you hold out your helping hands, and we shall tack about in something due to save us. You shall hear scenes, though below his art, may yet appear worth 2 hours' travel, though his bones sweet sleep. Content to you, if this play do not keep a little dull time from us. We perceive our losses fall so thick, we must needs leave. Flourish. Exit. Act I. Scene I. Athens, before a temple. Enter Hymen with a torch burning. A boy, in a white robe before singing, and strewing flowers after Hymen. A nymph encompassed in her tresses, bearing a wheaten garland. Then Theseus between 2 other nymphs with wheaten chaplets on their heads. Then Hippolyta, the bride, led by Pirithous, and another holding a garland over her head, her tresses likewise hanging after her. Amelia, holding up her tray. Then Artesius and attendants. Music. The song. Roses, their sharp spines being gone, not royal in their smells alone, but in their hue. Maiden pinks of odor faint. Daisies smell less, yet most quaint and sweet time true. Primrose, first-born child of Ver, merry springtime's harbinger. With harebells dim, oxlips in their cradles growing, marigolds on deathbeds blowing, lark's heels trim. Strews flowers. All dear nature's children sweet lie, for bride and bridegroom's feet, blessing their scents. not an angel of the air. Bird melodious or bird fair is absent hence. The crow, the slandrouse cuckoo, nor the boding raven, nor chough whore, nor chattering pie, may on our bride house perch or sing, or with them any discord bring, but from it fly. Enter 3 queens in black, with veils stained, with imperial crowns. The first queen falls down at the foot of Theseus. The second falls down at the foot of Hippolyta. The third before Amelia. First queen, for pity's sake and true gentility's, hear and respect me. Second queen, for your mother's sake, and as you wish your womb may thrive with fair ones, hear and respect me. Third queen, now, for the love of him whom Jove hath marked the honor of your bed, and for the sake of clear virginity, be advocate for us and our distresses. This good deed shall raise you out o' the book of trespasses all you are set down there. Theseus, sad lady, rise. Hippolyta, stand up. Amelia, no knees to me. What woman I may stead that is distressed, does bind me to her. Theseus, what's your request? Deliver you for all. First queen, we are 3 queens whose sovereigns fell before the wrath of cruel Creon, who endure the beaks of ravens, talons of the kites, and pecks of crows, in the foul fields of Thebes. He will not suffer us to burn their bones, to earn their ashes, nor to take the offense of mortal loathsomeness from the blessed eye of holy Phoebus, but infects the winds with stench of our slain lords. O, pity, Duke, thou purger of the earth, draw thy feared sword that does good turns to the world. Give us the bones of our dead kings, that we may chapel them. And of thy boundless goodness take some note that for our crowned heads we have no roof save this, which is the lions and the bears, and vault to everything. Theseus, pray you, kneel not. I was transported with your speech and suffered your knees to wrong themselves. I have heard the fortunes of your dead lords, which gives me such lamenting as wakes my vengeance and revenge for King Capaneus was your lord, the day that he should marry you. At such a season as now it is with me, I met your groom by Mars's altar. You were that time fair. Not Juno's mantle fairer than your tresses, nor in more bounty spread her. Your wheaten wreath was then nor threshed nor blasted. Fortunate you dimpled her cheek with smiles. Hercules, our kinsman, then weaker than your eyes, laid by his club. He tumbled down upon his Nemean hide and swore his sinews thawed. O grief and time, fearful consumers, you will all devour. First queen, oh, I hope some god hath put his mercy in your manhood, whereto he'll infuse power, and press you forth our undertaker. Theseus, oh, no knees, none. Widow, unto the helmeted Bellona use them, and pray for me, your soldier. Troubled I am. Turns away. Second queen, honored Hippolyta, most dreaded Amazonian, that hast slain the scythe-tusked boar, that with thy arm, as strong as it is white, wast near to make the male to thy sex captive, but that this thy lord, born to uphold creation in that honor first nature styled it in, shrunk thee into the bound thou wast o'erflowing, at once subduing thy force and thy affection. Soldieress that equally canst poise sterness with pity, whom now I know hast much more power on him than ever he had on thee, who oust his strength and his love too, who is a servant for the tenor of thy speech, dear glass of ladies. Bid him that we, whom flaming war doth scorch, under the shadow of his sword may cool us. Require him he advance it o'er our heads. Speak tea in a woman's key, like such a woman as any of us 3. Weep ere you fail. Lend us a knee. But touch the ground for us no longer time than a dove's motion when the head's plucked off. Tell him if he eye to blood-sized field lay swollen, showing the sun his teeth, grinning at the moon, what you would do. Hippolyta, poor lady, say no more. I had as lief trace this good action with you as that whereto I am going, and never yet when I so willing way my lord is taken heart deep with your distress, let him consider. I'll speak anon. Third queen, oh, my petition was set down in ice, which by hot grief uncandied melts into drops. So sorrow, wanting form, is pressed with deeper matter. Amelia, pray, stand up. Your grief is written in your cheek. Third queen, oh woe, you cannot read it there through my tears, like wrinkled pebbles in a glassy stream. You may behold lady, alack. He that will all the treasure know o' earth must know the centre too. He that will fish for my least minnow, let him lead his line to catch one at my heart. Oh, pardon me. Extremity, that sharpens sundry wits, makes me a fool. Emilia, pray you say nothing, pray you. Who cannot feel nor see the rain, being in knows neither wet nor dry. If that you were the ground piece of some painter, I would by instruct me gainst a capital grief. Indeed, such heart-pierced demonstration, but alas, being a natural sister of our sex, your sorrow beats so ardently upon me that it shall make a counter-reflect gainst my brother's heart and warm it to some pity, though it were made of stow. Pray have good comfort. Theseus. Forward to the temple. Leave not out a jot o' to sacred ceremony. First Queen. Oh, this celebration will longer last and be more costly than your suppliant's war. Remember that your fame knolls in the ear o' the world. What you do quickly is not done rashly. Your first thought is more than others' labored meditance, you're premeditating more than their actions, but, O Jove, your actions, soon as they move, as ospreys do the fish, subdue before they touch. Think, dear Duke, think what beds our slain kings have. Second Queen. What griefs our beds, that our dear lords have none. Third Queen. None fit for th dead. Those that with cords, knives, drams, precipitants, weary of this world's light, have to themselves been death's most horrid agents. Human grace affords them dust and shadow. First Queen. But our lords lie blistering for the visitating sun, and were good kings when living. Theseus. It is true, and I will give you comfort to give your dead lords graves, the which to do must make some work with Creon. First Queen. And that work presents itself to the doing. Now 'twill take form. The heats are gone tomorrow. Then, bootless toil must recompense itself with its own sweat. Now he's secure. Not dreams we stand before your puissance, rinsing our holy begging in our eyes to make petition clear. Second Queen. Now you may take him, drunk with his victory. Third Queen. And his army full of bread and sloth. Theseus. Artesius, that best knowest how to draw out fit to this enterprise the primst for this proceeding, and the number to carry such a business. Fourth and levy our worthiest instruments, whilst we dispatch this grand act of our life, this daring deed of fate in wedlock. First Queen. Dowagers, take hands. Let us be widows to our woes. Delay commends us to a famishing hope. All the queens. Farewell. Second Queen. We come unseasonably, but when could grief cull forth, as unpaying judgment can, fits time for best solicitation? Theseus. Why, good ladies, this is a service whereto I am going, greater than any war. It more imports me than all the actions that I have foregone, or futurely can cope. First Queen. The more proclaiming, our suit shall be neglected when her arms, able to lock Jove from a synod, shall by warranting moonlight corslet thee. When her twinning cherries shall their sweetness fall upon thy tasteful lips, what wilt thou think of rotten kings or blubbered queens? What care for what thou feelst not? What thou feelst being able to make Mars spurn his drum? Oh, if thou couch but one night with her, every hour in will take hostage of thee for 100, and thou shalt remember nothing more than what that banquet bids thee to. Hippolyta, though much unlike, you should be so transported, as much sorry I should be such a suitor, yet I think, did I not, by abstaining of my joy, which breeds a deeper longing, cure their surfeit that craves a present medicine, I should pluck all ladies' scandal on me. Therefore, sir, she kneels, as I shall here make trial of my prayers, either presuming them to have some force, or sentencing for either vigor dumb. Prorogue this business we are going about, and hang your shield afore your heart, about that neck which is my fee, and which I freely lend to do these poor queens service. All queens. To Emilia. Oh, help now. Our cause cries for your knee. Emilia. To Theseus, kneeling. If you grant not my sister her petition in that force, with that celerity in nature, which she makes it in, from henceforth I'll not dare to ask you anything, nor be so hardy ever to take a husband. Theseus. Pray stand up. I am entreating of myself to do. They rise. That which you kneel to have me, Pirithous, lead on the bride. Get you and pray the gods for success and return. Omit not anything in the pretended celebration. Queens, follow your soldier, to Artesius. As before, hence you, and at the banks of Aulis meet us with the forces you can raise, where we shall find the moiety of a number for a business more bigger looked. Exit Artesius. To Hippolyta. Since that our theme is haste, I stamp this kiss upon thy current lip. Sweet, keep it as my token, set you forward, for I will see you gone. The wedding procession moves towards the temple. Farewell, my beauteous sister. Pirithous, keep the feast full. Bate not an hour on tea. Pirithous. Sir, I'll follow you at heels, the feast solemnity shall want till your return. Theseus. Cousin, I charge you, budge not from Athens. We shall be returning ere you can end this feast, of which I pray you make no abatement. Once more, farewell all. Exeunt all but Theseus and the queens. First Queen. Thus dost thou still make good the tongue, O world. Second Queen. An ernst to deity equal with Mars. Third Queen. If not above him, for thou, being but mortal, makest affections bend to godlike honors. They themselves, some say, groan under such a mastery. Theseus. As we are men, thus should we do. Being sensually subdued, we lose our human title good cheer, ladies. Now turn we towards your comforts. Flourish exeunt. Scene 2. Thebes, the court of the palace. Enter Palamon and Arcite. Arcite. Dear Palamon, dearer in love than blood and our prime cousin, yet unhardened in the crimes of nature, let us leave the city Thebes and the temptings in tea before we further sully our gloss of youth. And here to keep in abstinence we shame as in incontinence. For not to swim I in a current were almost to sink, at least to frustrate striving, and to follow the common stream, 'twould bring us to an eddy where we should turn or drown. If labor through, our gain but life and weakness. Palamon, your advice is cried up with example. What strange ruins, since first we went to school, may we perceive walking in Thebes. Scars and bare weeds the gain o to martialist, who did propound to his bold ends honor and golden ingots, which, though he won, he had not, and now flirted by peace for whom he fought. Who then shall offer to Mars's so scorned altar? I do bleed when such I meet, and wish great Juno would resume her ancient fit of jealousy to get the soldier work, that peace might purge for her repletion, and retain anew her charitable heart, now hard and harsher than strife or war could be. Arcite, are you not out? Meet you no ruin but the soldier in the cranks and turns of Thebes? You did begin as if you met decays of many kinds. Perceive you none that do arouse your pity but unconsidered soldier? Palamon, yes, I pity decays where'er I find them, but such most that, sweating in an honorable toil, are paid with ice to cool em. Arcite, 'tis not this. I did begin to speak of, this is virtue of no respect in Thebes. I spake of Thebes, how dangerous, if we will keep our honors, it is for our residing, where every evil hath a good color, where every seeming good's a certain evil, where not to be e'en jump as they are here were to be strangers, and such things to be mere monsters. Palamon, 'tis in our power, unless we fear that apes can tutor us, to be masters of our manners. What need I affect another's gait, which is not catching where there is faith, or to be fond upon another's way of speech, when by mine own eye may be reasonably conceived, save too, speaking it truly? Why am I bound by any generous bond to follow him follows his tailor, haply so long until the followed make pursuit? Or let me know why mine own barber is unblessed, with him my poor chin too, for 'tis not scissored just to such a favorite's glass? What canon is there that does command my rapier from my hip to dangle, tea in my hand, or to go tiptoe before the street be foul? Either I am the forehorse in the team, or I am none that draw insequent trace. These poor slight sores need not a plantain, that which rips my bosom almost to the hearts. Arcite, our uncle Creon. Palamon, he, a most unbounded tyrant, whose successes makes heaven unfeared and villainy assured beyond its power. There's nothing almost puts faith in a fever, and deifies alone voluble chance, who only attributes the faculties of other instruments to his own nerves and act, commands men's service, and what they win in boot and glory. One that fears not to do harm. Good, dares not let the blood of mine that's sibbed to him be sucked from me with leeches. Let them break and fall off me with that corruption. Our sight, clear-spirited cousin, let's leave his court, that we may nothing share of his loud infamy. For our milk will relish of the pasture, and we must be vile or disobedient. Not his kinsman in blood unless in quality. Palamon, nothing truer. I think the echoes of his shames have deafed the ears of heavenly justice. Widows' cries descend again into their throats, and have not due audience of the gods. Enter Valerius. Valerius, Valerius, the king calls for you. Yet be leaden-footed till his great rage be off him. Phoebus, when he broke his whipstock and exclaimed against the horses of the sun, but whispered to the loudness of his fury. Palamon, small winds shake him. But what's the matter? Valerius, Theseus, who where he threats appalls, hath sent deadly defiance to him and pronounces ruin to Thebes, who is at hand to seal the promise of his wrath. Arcite, let him approach. But that we fear the gods in him, he brings not a jot of terror to us, yet what man thirds his own worth? The case is each of ours. When that his actions dregged with mind assured, 'tis bad he goes about. Palamon, leave that unreasoned. Our services stand now for Thebes, not Creon. Yet to be neutral to him were dishonor, rebellious to oppose. Therefore we must with him stand to the mercy of our fate, who hath bounded our last minute. Arcite, so we must. To Valerius, is said this war's afoot? Or, it shall be, on fail of some condition? Valerius, 'tis in motion. The intelligence of state came in the instant with the defier. Palamon, let's to the king, who, were he a quarter carrier of that honor which his enemy come in, the blood we venture should be as for our health, which were not spent, rather laid out for purchase, but alas, our hands advanced before our hearts. What will the fall o' stroke do damage? Arcite, let the event, that never-erring arbitrator, tell us when we know all ourselves, and let us follow the becking of our chance. Exeunt. Scene 3, before the gates of Athens. Enter Pirithous, Hippolyta, and Emilia. Pirithous, no further. Hippolyta, sir, farewell. Repeat my wishes to our great lord, of whose success I dare not make any timorous question. Yet I wish him excess and overflow of power, and might be, to dure ill-dealing fortune, speed to him. Store never hurts good governors. Pirithous, though I know his ocean needs not my poor drops, yet they must yield their tribute there. Why, precious maid, those best affections that the heavens infuse in their best-tempered pieces keep enthroned in your dear heart. Emilia, thanks, sir, remember me. To our all-royal brother, for whose speed the great Bellona I'll solicit. And since in our terrene state petitions are not without gifts understood, I'll offer to her what I shall be advised she likes. Our hearts are in his army, in his tent. Hippolyta, in S bosom. We have been soldiers, and we cannot weep when our friends don their helms, or put to sea, or tell of babes broached on the lance, or women that have sod their infants in, and after eat them. The brine they wept at killing, and then if you stay to see of us such spinsters, we should hold you here forever. Pirithous, peace be to you, as I pursue this war, which shall be then beyond further requiring. Exit Pirithous. Emilia, how his longing follows his friend. Since his depart, his sports, though craving seriousness and skill, passed slightly his careless execution, where nor gain made him regard, or loss consider, but playing one business in his hand, another directing in his head, his mind nurse equal to these so differing twins. Have you observed him since our great lord departed? Hippolyta, with much labor, and I did love him for, they too have cabined in many as dangerous as poor a corner, peril and want contending. They have skiffed torrents whose roaring tyranny and power I the least of these was dreadful, and they have fought out together where death's self was lodged. Yet fate hath brought them off their knot of love, tied, weaved, entangled with so true, so long, and with a finger of so deep a cunning, may be outworn, never undone. I think Theseus cannot be umpire to himself, cleaving his conscience into twain and doing each side like justice, which he loves best. Emilia, doubtless. There is a best, and reason has no manners to say it is not you. I was acquainted once with a time when I enjoyed a playfellow. You were at wars when she the grave enriched, who made too proud the bed, took leave o' moon which then looked pale at parting, when our count was each 11. Hippolyta, 'twas Flavina. Emilia, yes. You talk of Pirithous and Theseus' love. Theirs has more ground, is more maturely seasoned, more buckled with strong judgment, and there needs the one if the other may be said to water their intertangled roots of love. But I, and she I sigh and spoke of, were things innocent, loved for we did, and like the elements that know not what nor why, yet do affect rare issues by their operance. Our souls did so to one another. What she liked was then of me approved, what not, condemned. No more arraignment. The flower that I would pluck and put between my breasts, oh, then but beginning to swell about the blossom, she would long till she had such another, and commit it to the like innocent cradle, where, phoenix-like, they died in perfume. On my head no toy but was her pattern. Her affections, pretty, though haply her careless wear, I followed for my most serious decking. Had mine ear stolen some new air, or at adventure hummed one from musical coinage, why, it was a note whereon her spirits would sojourn, rather, dwell on, and sing it in her slumbers, this rehearsal, which fure, innocent wots well, comes in like old importment's bastard, has this end, that the true love, tween maid and maid may be more than in sex individual. Hippolyta, you're out of breath, and this high-speeded pace is but to say that you shall never, like the maid Flavina, love any that's called man. Emilia, I am sure I shall not. Hippolyta, now, alack, weak sister, I must no more believe thee in this point, though in I know thou dost believe thyself, then I will trust a sickly appetite, that loathes even as it longs. But sure, my sister, if I were ripe for your persuasion, you have said enough to shake me from the arm of the all-noble Theseus, for whose fortunes I will now in and kneel, with great assurance that we, more than his Pirithous, possess the high throne in his heart. Emilia, I am not against your faith, yet I continue mine. Exeunt. Scene 4. A field before Thebes. Cornets, a battle struck within. Then a retreat, flourish, then enter Theseus, as victor, with a herald, other lords and soldiers. The three queens meet him and fall on their faces before him. First Queen, to thee no star be dark. Second Queen, both heaven and earth friend thee forever. Third Queen, all the good that may be wished upon thy head, I cry amin to thee. Theseus, impartial gods, who from the mounted heavens view us their mortal herd, behold who err and in their time, chastised, go and find out the bones of your dead lords and honor them with treble ceremony. Rather than a gap should be in their dear rights, we would supply but those we will depute which shall invest you in your dignities, and even each thing our haste does leave imperfect. So, adieu, and heaven's good eyes look on you. Exeunt queens. Enter a herald and soldiers bearing Palamon and Arcite. On hearses. What are those? Herald. Men of great quality, as may be judged by their appointment. Some of Thebes have told us they are sisters' children, nephews to the king. Theseus. By the helm of Mars, I saw them in the war, like to a pair of lions, smeared with prey, make lanes and troops aghast. I fixed my note constantly on them, for they were a mark worth a god's view. What prisoner was that told me when I inquired their names? Herald. Why leave? They're called Arcite and Palamon. Theseus. 'Tis right, those they are not dead? Herald. Nor in a state of life had they been taken when their last hurts were given. 'Twas possible they might have been recovered. Yet they breathe and have the name of men. Theseus. Then like men use them. The very lees of such, millions of rates exceed the wine of others. All our surgeons convent in their behoof. Our richest balms, rather than niggard waste their lives, concern us much more than Thebes is worth, rather than have freed of this plight, and in their mourning state, sound and at liberty, I would dead. But 40,000-fold we had rather have prisoners to us than death bear speedily from our kind heir, to them unkind, and minister what man to man may do, for our sake. More, since I have known frights, fury, friends' behests, love's provocations, zeal, a mistress' task, desire of liberty, a fever, madness, hath set a mark which nature could not reach to without some imposition. Sickness in will o'er wrestling strength in reason, for our love and great Apollo's mercy. All our best their best skill tender, lead into the city, where, having bound things scattered, we will post to Athens for our army. Flourish exeunt. Scene V. Another part of the same, more remote from Thebes. Music, enter the queens with the hearses of their knights, in a funeral solemnity, and see. Song. Urns and odors bring away. Vapors, sighs, darken the day. Our dole more deadly looks than dying. Bombs and gums and heavy cheers, sacred vials filled with tears, and clamors through the wild air flying. Come, all sad and solemn shows that are quick-eyed pleasure's foes. We convent naught else but woes. We convent naught else but woes. Third Queen. This funeral path brings to your household's grave. Joy seize on you again. Peace sleep with him. Second Queen. And this to yours. First Queen. Yours this way heavens lend. 1,000 differing ways to one sure end. Third Queen. This world's a city full of straying streets, and death's the marketplace where each one meets. Exeunt severally. Act 2. Scene I. Athens. A garden, with a castle in the background. Enter jailer and wooer. Jailer. I may depart with little while I live. Something I may cast to you, not much. Alas, the prison I keep, though it be for great ones, yet they seldom come. Before one salmon, you shall take a number of minnows. I am given out to be better lined than it can appear to me. Report is a true speaker. I would I were really that I am delivered to be merry. What I have, be it what it will, I will assure upon my daughter at the day of my death. Wooer. Sir, I demand no more than your own offer, and I will estate your daughter in what I have promised. Jailer. Well, we will talk more of this when the solemnity is past, but have you a full promise of her? When that shall be seen, I tender my consent. Enter the jailer's daughter, carrying rushes. Wooer. I have, sir, here she comes. Jailer. Your friend and I have chanced to name you here, upon the old business, but no more of that now. So soon as the court hurry is over, we will have an end of it. Meantime, look tenderly to the two prisoners. I can tell you they are princes. Daughter. These strewings are for their chamber. 'Tis pity they are in prison. And 'twere pity they should be out. I do think they have patience to make any adversity ashamed. The prison itself is proud of and they have all the world in their chamber. Jailer. They are famed to be a pair of absolute men. Daughter. By my troth, I think fame but stammers they stand a grice above the reach of report. Jailer. I heard them reported in the battle to be the only doers. Daughter. Nay, most likely, for they are noble sufferers. I marvel how they would have looked had they been victors, that with such a constant nobility enforce a freedom out of bondage, making misery their mirth and affliction a toy to jest at. Jailer. Do they so? Daughter. It seems to me they have no more sense of their captivity than I of ruling Athens. They eat well, look merrily, discourse of many things, but nothing of their own restraint and disasters, yet sometime a divided sigh, martyred as 'twere I to deliverance, will break from one of them, when the other presently gives it so sweet a rebuke that I could wish myself a sigh to be so chid, or at least a sire to be comforted. Wooer. I never saw him. Jailer. The Duke himself came privately in the night, and so did they. Enter Palamon and Arcite, above. What the reason of it is, I know not. Look, yonder they are. That's Arcite looks out. Daughter. No, sir, no, that's Palamon. Arcite is the lower of the twain. You may perceive a part of him. Jailer. Go to, leave your pointing. They would not make us their object out of their sight. Daughter. It is a holiday to look on them, lord, the difference of men. Exeunt. Scene 2. The prison. Enter Palamon and Arcite in prison. Palamon. How do you, noble cousin? Arcite. How do you, sir? Palamon. Why, strong enough to laugh at misery and bear the chance of war. Yet we are prisoners, I fear, forever, cousin. Arcite, I believe it, and to that destiny have patiently laid up my hour to come. Palamon, oh, cousin Arcite, where is Thebes now? Where is our noble country? Where are our friends and kindreds? Never more must we behold those comforts, never see the hardy youth strive for the games of honor, hung with the painted favors of their ladies, like tall ships under sail. Then start amongst and as an east wind leave all behind us, like lazy clouds, whilst Palamon and Arcite, even in the wagging of a wanton leg, outstripped the people's praises, won the garlands, ere they have time to wish ours ditto. Never shall we two exercise, like twins of honor, our arms again and feel our fiery horses like proud seas under us. Our good swords now, better the red-eyed god of war ne'er wore, ravished our sides, like age must run to rust and deck the temples of those gods that hate us. These hands shall never draw 'em out like lightning to blast whole armies more. Arcite, no, Palamon, those hopes are prisoners with us, here we are, and here the graces of our youths must wither like a too timely spring. Here age must find us and, which is heaviest, Palamon, unmarried. The sweet embraces of a loving wife, loaden with kisses, armed with thousand cupids, shall never clasp our necks. No issue know us, no figures of ourselves shall we e'er see, to glad our age, and like young eagles teach boldly to gaze against bright arms and say, remember what your fathers were and conquer. The fair-eyed maids shall weep our banishments, and in their songs curse ever-blinded fortune till she for shame see what a wrong she has done to youth and nature. This is all our world. We shall know nothing here but one another, hear nothing but the clock that tells our woes. The vine shall grow, but we shall never see it. Summer shall come, and with her all delights, but dead cold winter must inhabit here still. Palamon, 'tis too true, Arcite, to our Theban hounds that shook the aged forest with their echoes no more now must we hallow, no more shake our pointed javelins whilst the angry swine flies like a Parthian quiver from our rages, struck with our well-steeled darts, all valiant uses, the food and nourishment of noble minds, in us too here shall perish. We shall die, which is the curse of honor, lastly, children of grief and ignorance. Arcite, yet, cousin, even from the bottom of these miseries, from all that fortune can inflict upon us, I see two comforts rising, two mere blessings, if the gods please, to hold here a brave patience and the enjoying of our griefs together. Whilst Palamon is with me, let me perish if I think this our prison. Palamon, certainly, 'tis a main goodness, cousin, that our fortunes were twined together. 'Tis most true, two souls put in two noble bodies, let 'em suffer the gall of hazard, so they grow together, will never sink. They must not, say they could. A willing man dies sleeping and all's done. Arcite, shall we make worthy uses of this place that all men hate so much? Palamon, how, gentle cousin? Arcite, let's think this prison holy sanctuary, to keep us from corruption of worse men. We are young and yet desire the ways of honor, that liberty and common conversation, the poison of pure spirits, might like women, woo us to wander from what worthy blessing can be but our imaginations may make it ours. And here being thus together, we are an endless mind to one another. We are one another's wife, ever begetting new births of love. We are father, friends, acquaintance. We are, in one another, families. I am your heir, and you are mine. This place is our inheritance. No hard oppressor dare take this from us. Here with a little patience we shall live long and loving, and no surfeits seek us. The hand of war hurts none here, nor the seas swallow their youth. Were we at liberty, a wife might part us, lawfully or business. Quarrels consume us. Envy of ill men crave our acquaintance. I might sicken, cousin, where you should never know it, and so perish without your noble hand to close mine eyes, or prayers to the gods, 1,000 chances, were we from hence, would sever us. Palamon, you have made me, I thank you, cousin Arcite, almost wanton with my captivity. What a misery it is to live abroad and everywhere. 'Tis like a beast, methinks I find the court here, I am sure, a more content, And all those pleasures that woo the wills of men to vanity I see through now, and am sufficient to tell the world, 'tis but a gaudy shadow that old Time as he passes by takes with him. What had we been, old in the court of Creon, where sin is justice, lust and ignorance the virtues of the great ones? Cousin Arcite, had not the loving gods found this place for us, we had died as they do, ill old men, unwept, and had their epitaphs, the people's curses. Shall I say more? Arcite, I would hear you still. Palamon, ye shall. Is there record of any two that loved better than we do? Arcite? Arcite, sure, there cannot. Palamon, I do not think it possible our friendship should ever leave us. Arcite, till our deaths it cannot. Enter Emilia and her woman below. And after death our spirits shall be led to those that love eternally. Speak on, sir. Emilia, this garden has a world of pleasures in't. What flower is this? Woman, 'tis called Narcissus, madam. Emilia, that was a fair boy, certain, but a fool, to love himself were there not maids enough? Arcite, pray, forward. Palamon, yes. Emilia, or were they all hard-hearted? Woman, they could not be to one so fair. Emilia, thou wouldst not. Woman, I think I should not, madam. Emilia, that's a good wench. But take heed to your kindness, though. Woman, why, madam? Emilia, men are mad things. Arcite, will ye go forward, cousin? Emilia, canst not thou work such flowers in silk, wench? Woman, yes. Emilia, I'll have a gown full of and of these. This is a pretty color. Will t not do rarely upon a skirt, wench? Woman, dainty. Madam. Arcite, cousin, how do you, sir? Why, Palamon, Palamon, never till now I was in prison. Arcite, Arcite, why, what's the matter, man? Palamon, behold, and wonder. By heaven, she is a goddess. Arcite, ha, Palamon, do reverence, she is a goddess. Arcite, Emilia, of all flowers, methinks a rose is best. Woman, why, gentle madam? Emilia, it is the very emblem of a maid. For when the west wind courts her gently, how modestly she blows and paints the sun with her chaste blushes. When the north comes near her, rude and impatient, then, like chastity, she locks her beauties in her bud again, and leaves him to base briars. Woman, yet, good madam, sometimes her modesty will blow so far she falls for to a maid. If she have any honor, would be loath to take example by her. Emilia, thou art wanton. Arcite, she is wondrous fair. Palamon, she is all the beauty extant. Emilia, the sun grows high. Let's walk in, keep these flowers. We'll see how near art can come near their colors. I am wondrous merry-hearted, I could laugh now. Woman, I could lie down, I am sure. Emilia, and take one with you? Woman, that's as we bargain, madam. Emilia, well, agree then. Exian Emilia and woman. Palamon, what think you of this beauty? Arcite, 'tis a rare one. Palamon, is't but a rare one? Arcite, yes, a matchless beauty. Palamon, might not a man well lose himself and love her? Arcite, I cannot tell what you have done. I have beshrew mine eyes for't. Now I feel my shackles. Palamon, you love her, then? Arcite, who would not? Palamon, and desire her? Arcite, before my liberty. Palamon, I saw her first. Arcite, that's nothing. Palamon, but it shall be. Arcite, I saw her too. Palamon, yes, but you must not love her. Arcite, I will not, as you do, to worship her as she is heavenly and a blessed goddess. I love her as a woman, to enjoy her. So both may love. Palamon, you shall not love at all. Arcite, not love at all. Who shall deny me? Palamon, I that first saw her. I that took possession first with mine eye of all those beauties in her revealed to mankind. If thou lovest her, or entertainst a hope to blast my wishes, thou art a traitor, Arcite, and a fellow false as thy title to her friendship, blood, and all the ties between us. I disclaim if thou once think upon her. Arcite, yes, I love her. And if the lives of all my name lay on it, I must do so. I love her with my soul. If that will lose ye, farewell, Palamon. I say again, I love, and in loving her maintain I am as worthy and as free a lover, and have as just a title to her beauty, as any Palamon or any living. That is a man's son. Palamon, have I called thee friend? Arcite. Yes, and have found me so. Why are you moved thus? Let me deal coldly with you. Am not I part of your blood, part of your soul? You have told me that I was Palamon, and you were Arcite. Palamon. Yes, Arcite. Am not I liable to those affections, those joys, griefs, angers, fears, my friend shall suffer? Palamon. Ye may be. Arcite. Why then would you deal so cunningly, so strangely, so unlike a noble kinsman, to love alone? Speak truly. Do you think me unworthy of her sight? Palamon. No, but unjust. If thou pursue that sight, Arcite, because another first sees the enemy, shall I stand still and let mine honor down, and never charge? Palamon. Yes, if he be but one. Arcite. But say that one had rather combat me? Palamon. Let that one say so, and use thy freedom else, if thou pursuest her, be as that cursed man that hates his country, a branded villain. Arcite. You are mad. Palamon. I must be, till thou art worthy, Arcite. It concerns me, and in this madness, if I hazard thee and take thy life, I deal but truly. Arcite. Fie, sir. You play the child extremely. I will love her. I ought to do so, and I dare, and all this justly. Palamon. Oh, that now, thy false self and thy friend had but this fortune, to be 1 hour at liberty, and grasp our good swords in our hands. I would quickly teach thee what 'twere to filch affection from another. Thou art baser in it than a cutpurse. Put but thy head out of this window more, and, as I have a soul, I'll nail thy life to T. Arcite. Thou darest not, fool, thou canst not, thou art feeble. Put my head out? I'll throw my body out and leap the garden, when I see her next, and pitch between her arms, to anger thee. Enter jailer. Palamon. No more. The keeper's coming. I shall live to knock thy brains out with my shackles. Arcite. Do. Jailer. By your leave, gentlemen. Palamon. Now, honest keeper? Jailer. Lord Arcite, you must presently to the Duke. The cause I know not yet. Arcite. I am ready, keeper. Jailer. Prince Palamon, I must awhile bereave you of your fair cousin's company. Exeunt Arcite and Jailer. Palamon. And me too. Even when you please, of life da. Why is he sent for? It may be he shall marry her. He's goodly, and like enough the Duke hath taken notice both of his blood and body, but his falsehood. Why should a friend be treacherous? If that get him a wife so noble and so fair, let honest men ne'er love again. Once more I would but see this fair one, blessed garden and fruit and flowers more blessed that still blossom as her bright eyes shine on ye. Would I were, for all the fortune of my life hereafter, yon little tree, yon blooming apricot, how I would spread and fling my wanton arms in at her window. I would bring her fruit, fit for the gods to feed on. Youth and pleasure still as she tasted should be doubled on her. And if she be not heavenly, I would make her so near the gods in nature, they should fear her. Enter jailer. And then I am sure she would love me. How now? Keeper? Where's Arcite? Jailer. Banished, Prince Pirithous. Obtained his liberty, but never more upon his oath in life must he set foot upon this kingdom. Palamon. He's a blessed man. He shall see Thebes again, and call to arms the bold young men that, when he bids em charge, fall on like fire. Arcite shall have a fortune, if he dare make himself a worthy lover, yet in the field to strike a battle for her. And if he lose her then, he's a cold coward. How bravely may he bear himself to win her, if he be noble Arcite, 1,000 ways. Were I at liberty, I would do things of such a virtuous greatness that this lady, this blushing virgin, should take manhood to her and seek to ravish me. Jailer. My lord, for you. I have this charge to Palamon. To discharge my life? Jailer. No, but from this place to remove your lordship, the windows are too open. Palamon. Devils take him, that are so envious to me. Prithee, kill me. Jailer. And hang for't afterward. Palamon. By this good light, had I a sword I would kill thee. Jailer. Why, my lord? Palamon. Thou bringst such pelting, scurvy news continually. Thou art not worthy life, I will not go. Jailer. Indeed, you must, my lord. Palamon. May I see the garden? Jailer. No. Palamon. Then I am resolved, I will not go. Jailer. I must constrain you then, and, for you are dangerous, I'll clap more irons on you. Palamon. Do, good keeper. I'll shake him so, ye shall not sleep. I'll make you a new Morris, must I go? Jailer. There is no remedy. Palamon. Farewell, kind window. May rude wind never hurt thee. Oh, my lady, if ever thou hast felt what sorrow was, dream how I suffered. Come, now bury me. Exeunt Palamon and Jailer. Scene 3, the country near Athens. Enter Arcite. Arcite. Banish the kingdom? 'Tis a benefit, a mercy I must thank him for. But banish the free enjoying of that face I die for. Oh, 'twas a studied punishment, a death beyond imagination, such a vengeance that, were I old and wicked, all my sins could never pluck upon me. Palamon, thou hast the start now. Thou shalt stay and see her bright eyes break each morning gainst thy window and let in life into thee. Thou shalt feed upon the sweetness of a noble beauty that nature ne'er exceeded nor ne'er shall. Good gods, what happiness has Palamon! 20-1. He'll come to speak to her. And if she be as gentle as she's fair, I know she's his. He has a tongue will tame tempests and make the wild rocks wanton. Come what can come. The worst is death. I will not leave the kingdom. I know mine own is but a heap of ruins, and no redress there if I go. He has her. I am resolved another shape shall make me or end my fortunes. Either way I am happy. I'll see her and be near her, or no more. Enter 4 countrymen, and one with a garland before them. First countryman. My masters, I'll be there, that's certain. Second countryman. And I'll be there. Third countryman. And I. Fourth countryman. Why, then, have with you, boys, 'tis but a chiding. Let the plough play today. I'll tickle tea out of the jade's tails tomorrow. First countryman. I am sure. To have my wife as jealous as a turkey, but that's all one I'll go through. Let her mumble. Second countryman. Clap her aboard tomorrow night, and stow her, and all's made up again. Third countryman. I do but put a fescue in her fist, and you shall see her take a new lesson out and be a good wench. Do we all hold against the Maying? Fourth countryman. Hold? What should ail us? Third countryman. Arcas will be there. Second countryman. And Senois. And Ricas. And 3 better lads ne'er danced under green tree, and ye know what wenches, huh? But will the dainty Domini, the schoolmaster, keep touch, do you think? For he does all, ye know. Third countryman. He'll eat a hornbook ere he fail. Go to. The matter's too far driven between him and the tanner's daughter to let slip now, and she must see the duke, and she must dance too. Fourth countryman. Shall we be lusty? Second countryman. All the boys in Athens. Blow wind I to breach on it, and here I'll be, and there I'll be, for our town, and here again, and there again. Ha, boys, hey for the weavers. First countryman. This must be done, I woods. Fourth countryman. Oh, pardon me. Second countryman. By any means. Our thing of learning says so, where he himself will edify the duke most parlously in our behalfs. He's excellent, I woods. Bring him to the plains, his learning makes no cry. Third countryman. We'll see the sports, then every man to tackle. And, sweet companions, let's rehearse, by any means, before the ladies see us, and do sweetly, and God knows what may come on tea. Fourth countryman. Content. The sports once ended, we'll perform. Away, boys, and hold. Arcite. By your leaves, honest friends, pray you. Whither go you? Fourth countryman. Whither? Why, what a question's that? Arcite. Yes, 'tis a question. To me that know not. Third countryman. To the games, my friend. Second countryman. Where were you bred? You know it not. Arcite. Not far, sir. Are there such games today? First countryman. Yes, marry, are there? And such as you never saw. The Duke himself will be in person there. Arcite. What pastimes are they? Second countryman. Wrestling and running. 'Tis a pretty fellow. Third countryman. Thou wilt not go along? Arcite. Not yet, sir. Fourth countryman. Well, sir, take your own time, come, boys. First countryman. My mind misgives me. This fellow has a vengeance trick to hip. Mark how his body's made for tea. Second countryman. I'll be hanged, though, if he dare venture, hang him. Plum porridge. He wrestle? He roast eggs. Come, let's be gone, lads. Exeunt countryman. Arcite. This is an offered opportunity one durst not wish for. Well, I could have wrestled. The best men called it excellent, and run swifter than wind upon a field of corn, curling the wealthy ears, never flewed I'll venture, and in some poor disguise be there, who knows whether my brows may not be girt with garlands, and happiness prefer me to a place where I may ever dwell in sight of her? Exit Arcite. Scene 4. Athens. A room in the prison. Enter jailer's daughter alone. Daughter, why should I love this gentleman? 'Tis odds he never will affect me, I am base. My father the mean keeper of his prison, and he a prince, marry him is hopeless. To be his whore is witless out a pond. What pushes are we wenches driven to when 15 once has found us? First I saw him. I, seeing, thought he was a goodly man. He has as much to please a woman in him, if he pleased to bestow it so, as ever these eyes yet looked on. Next, I pitied him, and so would any young wench, O my conscience, that ever dreamed, or vowed her maidenhead to a young handsome man. Then I loved him, extremely loved him, infinitely loved him. And yet he had a cousin, fair as he too, but in my heart was Palamon. And there, Lord, what a coil he keeps! To hear him sing in an evening, what a heaven it is! And yet his songs are sad ones. Fairer spoken was never gentleman. When I come in to bring him water in a morning, first he bows his noble body, then salutes me thus. Fair, gentle maid, good morrow, may thy goodness get thee a happy husband. Once he kissed me. I loved my lips the better 10 days after. Would he would do so every day. He grieves much, and me as much to see his misery. What should I do to make him know I love him? For I would fain enjoy him, say I ventured to set him free? What says the law then? Thus much for law or kindred. I will do it, and this night or tomorrow he shall love me. Exit. Scene V. An open place in Athens. A short flourish of cornets and shouts within. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Pirithous, Emilia. Arcite in disguise as a countryman, with a garland, attendants, and others. Theseus. You have done worthily. I have not seen, since Hercules, a man of tougher sinews. Whatever you are, you run the best and wrestle, that these times can allow. Arcite. I am proud to please you. Theseus. What country bred you? Arcite. This, but far off, prince. Theseus. Are you a gentleman? Arcite. My father said so, and to those gentle uses gave me life. Theseus. Are you his heir? Arcite. His youngest, sir. Theseus. Your father. Sure is a happy sire then. What profess you? Arcite. A little of all noble qualities. I could have kept a hawk and well have hallowed to a deep cry of dogs. I dare not praise my feat in horsemanship, yet they that knew me would say it was my best piece. Last and greatest, I would be thought a soldier. Theseus. You are perfect. Pirithous. Upon my soul, a proper man. Emilia. He is so. Pirithous. How do you like him, lady? Hippolyta. I admire him. I have not seen so young a man so noble, if he say true, of his sort. Emilia. Believe. His mother was a wondrous handsome woman. His face, methinks, goes that way. Hippolyta. But his body and fiery mind illustrate a brave father. Pirithous. Mark how his virtue, like a hidden sun, breaks through his baser garments. Hippolyta. He's well got, sure. Theseus. What made you seek this place, sir? Arcite. Noble Theseus. to purchase name and do my ablest service to such a well-found wonder as thy worth. For only in thy court, of all the world, dwells fair-eyed honor. Pirithous. All his words are worthy. Theseus. Sir, we are much indebted to your travel, nor shall you lose your wished. Pirithous. Dispose of this fair gentleman. Pirithous. Thanks, Theseus. Whatever you are, you're mine, and I shall give you to a most noble service. To this lady, this bright young virgin. Pray, observe her goodness. You have honored her fair birthday with your virtues, and as your due, you're hers. Kiss her fair hand, sir. Arcite. Sir, you're a noble giver, dearest beauty. Thus let me seal my vowed faith. He kisses her hand. When your servant, your most unworthy creature, but offends you, command him die, he shall. Emilia. That were too cruel. If you deserve well, sir, I shall soon see to you're mine, and somewhat better than your rank I'll use you. Pirithous. I'll see you furnished, and because you say you are a horseman, I must needs entreat you this afternoon to ride, but 'tis a rough one. Arcite. I like him better, prince. I shall not then freeze in my saddle. Theseus. Sweet, you must be ready. And you, Emilia, and you, friend, and all, tomorrow by the sun, to do observance to flowery May, in Dian's wood. Wait well, sir, upon your mistress. Emily, I hope he shall not go afoot. Emilia. That were a shame, sir. While I have horses. Take your choice, and what you want at any time. Let me but know it. If you serve faithfully, I dare assure you you'll find a loving mistress. Arcite. If I do not, let me find that my father ever hated disgrace and blows. Theseus. Go lead the way. You have won it. It shall be so. You shall receive all dues fit for the honor you have won. 'Twere wrong else. Sister, beshrew my heart, you have a servant, that, if I were a woman, would be master. But you are wise. Emilia. I hope too wise for that, sir. Flourish exeunt. Scene 6. Athens, before the prison. Enter jailer's daughter alone. Daughter. Let all the dukes and all the devils roar. He is at liberty. I have ventured for him, and out I have brought him. To a little wood a mile hence I have sent him, where a cedar higher than all the rest spreads like a plain fast by a brook, and there he shall keep close till I provide him files and food. For yet his iron bracelets are not off. O love, what a stout-hearted child thou art! My father durst better have endured cold iron than done it. I love him beyond love and beyond reason, or wit, or safety. I have made him know it. I care not. I am desperate. If the law find me and then condemn me for some wenches, some honest-hearted maids, will sing my dirge and tell to memory my death was noble, dying almost a martyr. That way he takes. I purpose is my way too. Sure he cannot be so unmanly as to leave me here. If he do, maids will not so easily trust men again, and yet he has not thanked me for what I have done. No, not so much as kissed me, and that, methinks, is not so well. Nor scarcely could I persuade him to become a free man. He made such scruples of the wrong he did to me and to my father, yet I hope, when he considers more, this love of mine will take more root within him. Let him do what he will with me, so he use me kindly. For use me so he shall, or I'll proclaim him, and to his face, no. Man, that I'll presently provide him necessaries and pack my clothes up, and where there is a path of ground I'll venture. So he be with me, be why him. Like a shadow I'll ever dwell within this hour. The hubbub will be all o'er the prison. I am then kissing the man they look for. Farewell, father. Get many more such prisoners and such daughters, and shortly you may keep yourself now to him. Exit. Act 3. Scene I. A forest near Athens. Cornets in sundry places, noise and hallowing as people aiming. Enter Arcite alone. Arcite. The Duke has lost Hippolyta. Each took a several land. This is a solemn rite they owe bloomed May, and the Athenians pay it to heart of ceremony. O Queen Emilia, fresher than May, sweeter than her gold buttons on the boughs or all the enameled knacks out in mead or garden. Yeah, we challenge to the bank of any nymph that makes the stream seem flowers. Thou, O jewel o' the wood, o' the world, hast likewise blessed a pace with thy sole presence, I in thy rumination that I, poor man, might eftsoons come between and chop on some cold thought. Thrice blessed chance to drop on such a mistress, expectation most guiltless on. Tell me, O Lady Fortune, next after Emily my sovereign, how far I may be proud, she takes strong note of me, hath made me near her, and this beauteous morn, the primmest of all the year, presents me with a brace of horses. Two such steeds might well be by a pair of kings backed, in a field that their crowns titles tried. Alas, alas, poor cousin Palamon, poor prisoner, thou so little dream'st upon my fortune that thou think'st thyself the happier thing, to be so near Amelia. Me thou deem'st at Thebes, and therein wretched, although free. But if thou knew'st my mistress breathed on me, and that I eared her language, lived in her eye, O cuz, what passion would enclose thee? Enter Palamon as out of a bush, with his shackles. He bends his fist at our sight. Palamon, traitor kinsman, thou shouldst perceive my passion. If these signs of prisonment were off me, and this hand but owner of a sword, be why all oaths in one, I and the justice of my love would make thee a confessed traitor. O thou most perfidious that ever gently looked, the voidst of honor that e'er bore gentle token, falsest cousin that ever blood made kin. Call'st thou her thine? I'll prove it in my shackles, with these hands, void of appointment, that thou least, and art a very thief in love, a chaffy lord, nor worth the name of villain had I a sword, and these house clogs away. Arcite, dear cousin Palamon, Palamon, cousinor Arcite, give me language such as thou hast showed me feet. Arcite, not finding in the circuit of my breast any gross stuff to form me like your blazon holds me to this gentleness of answer. 'Tis your passion that thus mistakes, the which, to you being enemy, cannot to me be kind. Honor and honesty I cherish and depend on, howsoe'er you skip them in me, and with them, fair cuz, I'll maintain my proceedings. Pray be pleased to show in generous terms your griefs, since that your questions with your equal, who professes to clear his own way with the mind and sword of a true gentleman. Palamon, that thou durst. Arcite, Arcite, my cuz, you have been well advertised how much I dare. You've seen me use my sword against the advice of fear sure. Of another you would not hear me doubted, but your silence should break out, though I'd sanctuary. Palamon, sir, I have seen you move in such a place, which well might justify your manhood. You were called a good knight and a bold, but the whole week's not fair if any day it rain. Their valiant temper men lose when they incline to treachery, and then they fight like compelled bears, would fly were they not tied. Arcite, kinsman, you might as well speak this and act it in your glass as to his ear which now disdains you. Palamon, come up to me. Quit me of these cold gyves, give me a sword though it be rusty, and the charity of one meal lend me. Come before me then, a good sword in thy hand, and do but say that Emily is thine. I will forgive the trespass thou hast done me. Yea, my life, if then thou carry tea, and brave souls in shades that have died manly, which will seek of me some news from earth, they shall get none but this, that thou art brave and noble. Arcite, be content. Again betake you to your hawthorn house. With counsel of the night, I will be here with wholesome viands. These impediments will I file off. You shall have garments and perfumes to kill the smell. O to prison after, when you shall stretch yourself and say, but Arcite, I am in plight, there shall be at your choice both sword and armor. Palamon, O you heavens, dares any so noble bear a guilty business? None but only Arcite, therefore none but Arcite in this kind is so bold. Arcite, sweet Palamon, Palamon, I do embrace you and your offer. For your offer due, I only, sir. Your person, without hypocrisy, I may not wish more than my sword's edge on wind horns of cornets. Arcite, you hear the horns. Enter your music, lest this match between us be crossed ere met. Give me your hand. Farewell. I'll bring you every needful thing, I pray you. Take comfort and be strong. Palamon, pray hold your promise, and do the deed with a bent brow. Most certain you love me not. Be rough with me, and pour this oil out of your language. Be why this air. I could for each word give a cuff, my stomach not reconciled by reason. Arcite, plainly spoken. Yet pardon me hard language when I spur my horse. I chide him not. Content and anger in me have but one face. Wind horns. Hark, sir, they call. The scattered to the banquet, you must guess I have an office there. Palamon. Sir, your attendance cannot please heaven, and I know your office unjustly is achieved. Arcite. 'Tis a good title. I am persuaded, this question, sick between us, by bleeding must be cured. I am a suitor that to your sword you will bequeath this plea, and talk of it no more. Palamon. But this one word. You are going now to gaze upon my mistress, for, note you, mine she is? Arcite. Nay then. Palamon. Nay, pray you. You talk of feeding me to breed me strength. You are going now to look upon a sun that strengthens what it looks on. There you have a vantage o'er me, but enjoy tea till I may enforce my remedy. Farewell. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the forest. Enter jailer's daughter alone. Daughter. He has mistook the break I meant, is gone after his fancy, 'tis now well nigh morning. No matter. Would it were perpetual night, and darkness lord O world. Hark, 'tis a wolf. In me hath grief slain fear, and but for one thing, I care for nothing, and that's Palamon. I reck not if the wolves would jaw me. So he had this file. What if I hallowed for him? I cannot hallow that. If I hooped, what then? If he not answered, I should call a wolf, and do him but that service. I have heard strange howls this livelong night. Why may he not be they have made prey of him? He has no weapons. He cannot run. The jingling of his gyves might call fell things to listen, who have in them a sense to know a man unarmed and can smell where resistance is. I'll set it down he's torn to pieces. They howled many together, and then they fed on him. So much for that. Be bold to ring the bell. How stand I then? All's chaired when he is gone. No, I lie. My father's to be hanged for his escape. Myself to beg, if I prized life so much as to deny my act. But that I would not, should I try death by dozens. I am moped. Food took I none these 2 days. Sipped some water. I have not closed mine eyes save when my lids scoured off their brine. Alas, dissolve, my life. Let not my sense unsettle, lest I should drown, or stab, or hang myself. O state of nature, fail together in me, since thy best props are warped. So, which way now? The best way is the next way to a grave. Each errant step beside is torment. Lo, the moon is down, the crickets chirp, the screech owl calls in the dawn. All offices are done save what I fail in, but the point is this, an end, and that is all. Exit. Scene 3, the same part of the forest as in Scene I. Enter Arcite with meat, wine, and files. Arcite. I should be near the place. Ho, cousin Palamon. Palamon. From the bush. Arcite? Arcite. The same that I have brought you food and files. Come forth and fear not. Here's no Theseus. Enter Palamon. Palamon. Nor none so honest. Arcite. Arcite. That's no matter. We'll argue that hereafter come. Take courage. You shall not die thus beastly here, sir. Drink. I know you are faint. Then I'll talk further with you. Palamon. Arcite, thou mightst now poison me. Arcite. I might. But I must fear you first. Sit down and good now. No more of these vain parleys. Let us not, having our ancient reputation with us, make talk for fools and cowards. Though your health. Drinks. Palamon. Do. Arcite. Pray sit down, then, and let me entreat you, by all the honesty and honor in you, no mention of this woman. 'Twill disturb us. We shall have time enough. Palamon. Well, sir, I'll pledge you. Drinks. Arcite. Drink a good hearty draught. It breeds good blood, man. Do not you feel it thaw you? Palamon. Stay, I'll tell you. After a draught or 2 more. Arcite. Spare it not. The Duke has more. Cuz eat now. Palamon. Yes. Eats. Arcite. I am glad you have so good a stomach. Palamon. I am gladder I have so good meat to tea. Arcite. Is't not mad lodging here in the wild woods, cousin? Palamon. Yes, for them that have wild consciences. Arcite. How tastes your victuals? Your hunger needs no sauce, I see. Palamon. Not much. But if it did, yours is too tart, sweet cousin. What is this? Arcite. Venison. Palamon. 'Tis a lusty meat. Give me more wine here. Arcite. To the wenches we have known in our days. The Lord Steward's daughter, do you remember her? Arcite. After you, cuz. Palamon. She loved a black-haired man. Arcite. She did so. Well, sir? Palamon. And I have heard some call him Arcite and Arcite. Out with faith. Palamon. She met him in an arbor. What did she there, cuz? Pleo th virginals? Arcite. Something she did, sir. Palamon. Made her groan a month 4, t, or 2, or 3, or 10. Arcite. The marshal's sister. Had her share too, as I remember, cousin. Else there be tales abroad. You'll pledge her? Palamon. Yes. Arcite. A pretty brown wench, 'tis. There was a time when young men went a-hunting, and a wood, and a broad beach, and thereby hangs a tale. Hey-ho. Palamon. For Emily, upon my life. Fool, away with this strained mirth. I say again that sigh was breathed for Emily, base cousin. Darest thou break first? Arcite. You are wide. Palamon. By heaven and earth. There's nothing in the honest. Arcite. Then I'll leave you. You are a beast now. Palamon. As thou makest me, traitor. Arcite. There's all things needful, files and shirts and perfumes. I'll come again some 2 hours hence, and bring that shall quiet all. Palamon. A sword and armor? Arcite. Fear me not, you are now too foul. Farewell. Get off your trinkets. You shall want naught. Palamon. Sirrah. Arcite. I'll hear no more. Exit. Palamon. If he keep touch, he dies. 4 t. Exit. Scene 4. Another part of the forest. Enter jailer's daughter. Daughter. I am very cold, and all the stars are out too, the little stars and all, that look like aglets. The sun has seen my folly. Palamon. Alas, no. He's in heaven. Where am I now? Yonder's the sea, and there's a ship. How tea tumbles, and there's a rock lies watching under water. Now, it beats upon it. Now, there's a leak sprung, a sound one. How they cry. Run her before the wind. You'll lose all else. Up with a course or two and tack about, boys. Good night, good night. You're gone that I am very hungry. Would I could find a fine frog. He would tell me news from all parts o' the world. Then would I make a carrack of a cockle shell, and sail by east and northeast to the king of pygmies, for he tells fortunes rarely. Now my father, 20 to 1, is trussed up in a trice tomorrow morning. I'll say never a word. Sings. For I'll cut my green coat a foot above my knee, and I'll clip my yellow locks an inch below mine eye. Hey, Nonny, he's by me a white cut, forth for to ride, and I'll go seek him through the world that is so wide. Hey, Nonny, oh, for a prick now, like a nightingale, to put my breast against, I shall sleep like a top else. Exit. Scene V. Another part of the forest. Enter a schoolmaster and 5 countrymen, one dressed as a bavian. Schoolmaster. Fie. What tediosity and disinsanity is here among ye? Have my rudiments been labored so long with ye, milked unto ye, and by a figure, even the very plum broth and marrow of my understanding laid upon ye? And do you still cry where, and how, and wherefore? You most coarse frieze capacities, Eugene judgments, have I said, thus let be, and there let be, and then let be, and no man understand me? Pro deum, medius fideius, ye are all dunces. For why? Here stand I. Here the Duke comes. There are you, close in the thicket. The Duke appears. I meet him, and unto him I utter learned things and many figures. He hears and nods and hums, and then cries rare. And I go forward, t length I fling my cap up. Mark there. Then do you as once did Meleager and the boar, break comely out before him. Like true lovers, cast yourselves in a body decently and sweetly, by a figure, trace and turn, boys. First countryman. And sweetly we will do it, Master Gerald. Second countryman. Draw up the company. Where's the tabor? Third countryman. Why, Timothy, Tabor, here, my mad boys, have it ye. Schoolmaster, but I say, where's their women? Enter 5 countrywomen. 4th countryman, here's Frizz and Maudlin. 2nd countryman, and little Loose with the white legs, and bouncing Barbary. 1st countryman, and freckled Nell, that never failed her master. Schoolmaster, where be your ribbons, maids? Swim with your bodies, and carry it sweetly and deliverly, and now and then a favor and a frisk. Nell, let us alone, sir. Schoolmaster, where's the rest to music? 3rd countryman, dispersed, as you commanded. Schoolmaster, couple then, and see what's wanting. Where's the bavian? My friend, carry your tale without offense or scandal to the ladies, and be sure you tumble with audacity and manhood, and when you bark, do it with judgment. Bavian, yes, sir. Schoolmaster, quousque tandem? Here is a woman wanting. 4th countryman, we may go whistle. All the fat's eye fire. Schoolmaster, we have, as learned authors utter, washed a tile. We have been fatuous and labored vainly. 2nd countryman, this is that scornful piece, that scurvy Hilding, that gave her promise faithfully, she would be here, Cicely, the sempster's daughter. The next gloves that I give her shall be dogskin. Nay, and she fail me once. You can tell Arcas, she swore by wine and bread, she would not break. Schoolmaster, an eel and woman, a learned poet says, unless by thy tail and with thy teeth thou hold, will either fail. In manners this was false position. 1st countryman, a fire'll take her. Does she flinch now? 3rd countryman, what? Shall we determine, sir? Schoolmaster, nothing. Our business is become a nullity, yeah, and a woeful and a piteous nullity. 4th countryman, now, when the credit of our town lay on it, now to be frample, now to piss Odinettle, go thy ways. I'll remember thee, I'll fit thee. Enter jailer's daughter. Daughter, sings. The George Alo came from the south, from the coast of Barbary, and there he met with brave gallants of war, by 1, by 2, by 3. Well hailed, you jolly gallants, and whither now are you bound? Oh, let me have your company, till I come to the sound. There was 3 fools fell out about an howlet. The one said it was an owl, the other he said nay, the third he said it was a hawk, and her bells were cut away. 3rd countryman, there's a dainty mad woman, master, comes I Nick, as mad as a March hare. If we can get her dance, we are made again. I warrant her, she'll do the rarest gambols. 1st countryman, a mad woman? We are made, boys. Schoolmaster, and are you mad, good woman? Daughter, I would be sorry else. Give me your hand. Schoolmaster, why? Daughter, I can tell your fortune. You are a fool. Tell Tin I have posed him, Buzz. Friend, you must eat no white bread. If you do, your teeth will bleed extremely. Shall we dance? Ho? I know you. You're a tinker. Sirrah tinker. Stop no more holes but what you should. Schoolmaster, die bony. A tinker, damsel, daughter, or a conjurer. Raise me a devil now, and let him play capassa to bells and bones. Schoolmaster, go, take her, and fluently persuade her to a peace. Et opus exegi, quot nec Jovis ir, nec ignis. Strike up, and lead her in. 2nd countryman, come, lass, let's trip it. Daughter, I'll lead. 3rd countryman, do. Schoolmaster, persuasively and cunningly. Away, boys. I hear the horns, give me some meditation, and mark your cue. Exeunt all but schoolmaster. Pallas inspire me. Enter Theseus, Pirithous, Hippolyta, Emilia, and train. Theseus, this way the stag took. Schoolmaster, stay, and edify. Theseus, what have we here? Pirithous, some country sport, upon my life, sir. Theseus, well, sir, go forward. We will edify. Ladies, sit down, I will stay it. Schoolmaster, thou doughty duke, all hail, sweet ladies. Theseus, this is a cold beginning. Schoolmaster, if you but favor, our country pastime made is. We are a few of those collected here that ruder tongues distinguish villager. And to say verity, and not to fable, we are a merry rout, or else a rabble or company, or by a figure, chorus, that for thy dignity will dance a morris. And I that am the rectifier of all, by title pedagogus, that let fall the birch upon the breeches of the small ones, and humble with a ferula the tall ones, do here present this machine, or this frame. And, dainty Duke, whose doughty dismal fame from dis to Daedalus, from post to pillar, is blown abroad, help me, thy poor well-willer, and with thy twinkling eyes look right and straight upon this mighty moor, of mickle weight, is now comes in, which being glued together makes Morris, and the cause that we came hither, the body of our sport, of no small study. I first appear, though rude and raw and muddy, to speak before thy noble grace this tenor, at whose great feet I offer up my pinner. The next, the Lord of May and Lady Bright, the chambermaid and serving man, by night that seek out silent hanging. Then mine host and his fat spouse, that welcomes to their cost the galled traveller, and with a beckoning informs the tapster to inflame the reckoning. Then the beesteeding clown, and next the fool, the bavian with long tail and eke long tool, come multis aliis that make a dance, say I, and all shall presently advance. Theseus. I, by any means, dear Domini. Pirithous. Produce. Schoolmaster. Entreat, filii. Come forth and foot it. Music, enter the countrymen, countrywomen, and jailer's daughter. They perform a morris dance. Ladies, if we have been merry, and have pleased ye with a dairy, and a dairy, and a down, say the schoolmaster's no clown. Duke, if we have pleased thee too, and have done as good boys should do, give us but a tree or twain. For a maypole, and again, ere another year run out, we'll make thee laugh, and all this rout. Theseus. Take 20, Domini. How does my sweetheart? Hippolyta. Never so pleased, sir. Emilia. 'Twas an excellent dance, and, for a preface, I never heard a better. Theseus. Schoolmaster. I thank you. 1 cm all rewarded. Pirithous. And here's something to paint your pole withal. He gives money. Theseus. Now to our sports again. Schoolmaster. May the stag thou hunt'st stand long, and thy dogs be swift and strong. May they kill him without lets, and the ladies eat his dowsets. Exeunt Theseus, Pirithous, Hippolyta, Emilia, Arcite, and train, horns winded as they go out. Come, we are all made didique omnes. You have danced rarely, wenches. Exeunt. Scene 6, the same part of the forest as in Scene 3. Enter Palamon from the bush. Palamon. About this hour my cousin gave his faith to visit me again, and with him bring 2 swords and 2 good armors. If he fail, he's neither man nor soldier. When he left me, I did not think a week could have restored my lost strength to me. I was grown so low and crestfallen with my wants. I thank thee, Arcite. Thou art yet a fair foe, and I feel myself, with this refreshing, able once again to outdure danger. To delay it longer would make the world think, when it comes to hearing, that I lay fatting, like a swine to fight, and not a soldier. Therefore, this blessed morning shall be the last, and that sword he refuses, if it but hold, I kill him with, 'tis justice. So, love and fortune for me. Enter Arcite with armors and swords. Oh, good morrow. Arcite. Good morrow, noble kinsman. Palamon. I have put you to too much pains, sir. Arcite. That too much, fair cousin, is but a debt to honor, and my duty. Palamon. Would you were so in all, sir. I could wish ye as kind a kinsman as you force me find a beneficial foe, that my embraces might thank ye, not my blows. Arcite. I shall think either. Well done. A noble recompense. Palamon. Then I shall quit you. Arcite. Defy me in these fair terms, and you show more than a mistress to me, in no more anger, as you love anything that's honorable. We were not bred to talk, man. When we are armed and both upon our guards, then let our fury, like meeting of 2 tides, fly strongly from us. And then to whom the birthright of this beauty truly pertains, without upbraidings, scorns, despisings of our persons and such poutings, fitter for girls and schoolboys, will be seen. And quickly, yours or mine will, please you arm, sir? Or if you feel yourself not fitting yet and furnished with your old strength, I'll stay, cousin, and every day discourse you into health, as I am spared your person I am friends with, and I could wish I had not said I loved her, though I had died. But, loving such a lady and justifying my love, I must not fly from Palamon, our sight, thou art so brave an enemy, that no man but thy cousin's fit to kill thee. I am well and lusty, choose your arms. Arcite, choose you, sir. Palamon, wilt thou exceed in all, or dost thou do it to make me spare thee? Arcite, if you think so, cousin, you are deceived, for as I am a soldier, I will not spare you. Palamon, that's well said. Arcite, you'll find it. Palamon, then, as I am an honest man in love with all the justice of affection, I'll pay thee soundly. He chooses armor. This I'll take. Arcite, that's mine then. I'll arm you first. Palamon, do. Arcite begins arming him. Pray thee, tell me, cousin, where gotst thou this good armor? Arcite, 'tis the Duke's, and, to say true, I stole it. Do I pinch you? Palamon, no. Arcite, is not too heavy? Palamon, I have worn a lighter, but I shall make it serve. Arcite, I'll buckle close. Palamon, by any means. Arcite, you care not for a grand guard? Palamon, no, no, we'll use no horses. I perceive you would fain be at that fight. Arcite, I am indifferent. Palamon, faith, so am I. Good cousin, thrust the buckle through far enough. Arcite, I warrant you. Palamon, my casque now. Arcite, will you fight bare-armed? Palamon, we shall be the nimbler. Arcite, but use your gauntlets, though those are to least. Prithee take mine, good cousin. Palamon, thank you. Arcite, how do I look? Am I fallen much away? Arcite, faith, very little. Love has used you kindly. Palamon, I'll warrant thee. I'll strike home. Arcite, do, and spare not. I'll give you cause, sweet cousin. Palamon, now to you, sir. He begins to arm Arcite. Methinks this armor's very like that, Arcite, thou worst that day the 3 kings fell, but lighter. Arcite, that was a very good one. And that day, I well remember, you outdid me, cousin. I never saw such valor when you charged upon the left wing of the enemy. I spurred hard to come up, and under me I had a right good horse. Palamon, you had indeed. A bright bay, I remember. Arcite, yes, but all was vainly labored in me. You outwent me, nor could my wishes reach you, yet a little I did by imitation. Palamon, more by virtue. You are modest, cousin. Arcite, when I saw you charge first, methought I heard a dreadful clap of thunder break from the troop. Palamon, but still before that flew the lightning of your valor. Stay a little. Is not this piece too straight? Arcite, no, no, 'tis well. Palamon, I would have nothing hurt thee but my sword. A bruise would be dishonor. Arcite, now I am perfect. Palamon, stand off then. Arcite, take my sword. I hold it better. Palamon, I thank ye. No, keep it. Your life lies on it. Here's one. If it but hold, I ask no more. For all my hopes, my cause and honor guard me. Arcite, and me my love. They bow several ways, then advance and stand. Is there aught else to say? Palamon, this only, and no more. Thou art mine aunt's son, and that blood we desire to shed is mutual, in me thine, and in thee mine. My sword is in my hand, and if thou killest me, the gods and I forgive thee. If there be a place prepared for those that sleep in honor, I wish his weary soul that falls may win it. Fight bravely, cousin. Give me thy noble hand. Arcite, here, Palamon, this hand shall never more come near thee with such friendship. Palamon, I commend thee. Arcite, if I fall, curse me, and say I was a coward, for none but such dare die in these just trials. Once more farewell, my cousin. Palamon, farewell, Arcite. They fight, horns within they stand. Arcite, lo, cousin, lo, our folly has undone us. Palamon, why? Arcite, this is the Duke, a hunting, as I told you. If we be found, we are wretched. Oh, retire, for honor's sake and safety, presently into your bush again, sir. We shall find too many hours to die in, gentle cousin. If you be seen, you perish instantly for breaking prison, and I, if you reveal me, for my contempt, then all the world will scorn us, and say we had a noble difference, but base disposers of it. Palamon, no, no, cousin, I will no more be hidden, nor put off this great adventure to a second trial. I know your cunning, and I know your cause. He that faints now, shame take him. Put thyself upon thy present guard. Arcite, you are not mad? Palamon, or I will make to advantage of this hour mine own, and what to come shall threaten me I fear less than my fortune. No, weak cousin, I love Emilia, and in that I'll bury thee, and all crosses else. Arcite, then, come what can come. Thou shalt know, Palamon, I dare as well die, as discourse or sleep, only this fears me. The law will have the honor of our ends. Have it thy life. Palamon, look to thine own well. Arcite, they fight, horns within they stand. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Emilia, Pirithous, and train. Theseus, what ignorant and mad malicious traitors are you, that, gainst the tenor of my laws, are making battle, thus like knights appointed, without my leave, and officers of arms. By Castor, both shall die. Palamon, hold thy word. Theseus, we are certainly both traitors, both despisers of thee and of thy goodness. I am Palamon, that cannot love thee, he that broke thy prison. Think well what that deserves, and this is Arcite. A bolder traitor never trod thy ground, a falser ne'er seemed friend. This is the man was begged and banished. This is he contemns thee and what thou darest do. And in this disguise, against thine own edict, follows thy sister, that fortunate bright star, the fair Emilia, whose servant, if there be a right in seeing and first bequeathing of the soul to, justly I am, and which is more, dares think her his. This treachery, like a most trusty lover, I called him now to answer. If thou beest as thou art spoken, great and virtuous, the true decider of all injuries, say fight again, and thou shalt see me, Theseus, do such a justice thou thyself wilt envy. Then take my life. I'll woo thee to tea. Pirithous, O heaven, what more than man is this? Theseus, I have sworn. Arcite, we seek not thy breath of mercy. Theseus, 'tis to me a thing as soon to die as thee to say it, and no more moved, where this man calls me traitor. Let me say thus much. If in love be treason, in service of so excellent a beauty, as I love most, and in that faith will perish, as I have brought my life here to confirm it, as I have served her truest, worthiest, as I dare kill this cousin that denies it, so let me be most traitor, and you please me. For scorning thy edict, Duke, ask that lady why she is fair, and why her eyes command me stay here to love her. And if she say traitor, I am a villain fit to lie unburied. Palamon, thou shalt have pity of us both, O Theseus, if unto neither thou show mercy. Stop, as thou art just, thy noble ear against us. As thou art valiant, for thy cousin's soul, whose 12 strong labors crown his memory, let's die together at one instant, Duke. Only a little let him fall before me, that I may tell my soul he shall not have her. Theseus, I grant your wish, for, to say true, your cousin has 10 times more offended, for I gave him more mercy than you found, sir. Your offenses being no more than his, none here speak for him, for, ere the sun set, both shall sleep forever. Hippolyta, alas the pity, now or never, sister, speak. Not to be denied, that face of yours will bear the curses else of after ages for these lost cousins. Emilia, in my face, dear sister, I find no anger to em, nor no ruin. The misadventure of their own eyes kill em. Yet that I will be woman and have pity, my knees shall grow to the ground, but I'll get mercy. She kneels. Help me, dear sister. In a deed so virtuous the powers of all women will be with us. Most royal brother. Hippolyta, kneels. Sir, by our tie of marriage. Emilia, by your own spotless honor. Hippolyta, by that faith, that fair hand, and that honest heart you gave me. Emilia, by that you would have pity in another, by your own virtues infinite. Hippolyta, by valor, by all the chaste knights I have ever pleased you. Theseus, these are strange conjurings. Pirithous, nay then, I'll in too. Niels, by all our friendship, sir, by all our dangers, by all you love most, wars and this sweet lady. Emilia, by that you would have trembled to deny a blushing maid. Hippolyta, by your own eyes, by strength, in which you swore I went beyond all women, almost all men, and yet I yielded. Theseus, Pirithous, to crown all this, by your most noble soul, which cannot want due mercy, I beg first. Hippolyta, next, hear my prayers. Emilia, last, let me entreat, sir. Pirithous, for mercy. Hippolyta, mercy. Emilia, mercy on these princes. Theseus, ye make my faith real, say I felt compassion to him both. How would you place it? Emilia, Hippolyta, and Pirithous rise. Emilia, upon their lives, but with their banishments. Theseus, you are a right woman, sister. You have pity, but want the understanding where to use it. If you desire their lives, invent a way safer than banishment. Can these two live, and have the agony of love about them, and not kill one another? Every day they'd fight about you, hourly bring your honor in public question with their swords. Be wise, then, and here forget them. It concerns your credit and my oath equally. I have said they die. Better they fall by law than one another. But not my honor. Emilia, oh, my noble brother, that oath was rashly made, and in your anger. Your reason will not hold it, if such vows stand for express will. All the world must perish. Besides, I have another oath gainst yours, of more authority. I am sure more love, not made in passion neither, but good heed. Theseus, what is it, sister? Pirithous, urge it home, brave lady. Emilia, that you would ne'er deny me anything fit for my modest suit and your free granting. I tie you to your word now. If ye fail in think how you maim your honor. For now I am set a-begging, sir. I am deaf to all but your compassion. How their lives might breed the ruin of my name opinion. Shall anything that loves me perish for me? That were a cruel wisdom. Do men prune the straight young boughs that blush with thousand blossoms, because they may be rotten? O, Duke Theseus, the goodly mothers that have groaned for these, and all the longing maids that ever loved, if your vows stand, shall curse me and my beauty, and in their funeral songs for these two cousins despise my cruelty, and cry woe worth me, till I am nothing but the scorn of women. For heaven's sake, save their lives and banish him. Theseus, on what conditions? Emilia, swear him nevermore. To make me their contention, or to know me, to tread upon thy dukedom, and to be, wherever they shall travel, ever strangers to one another. Palamon, I'll be cut a pieces. Before I take this oath, forget I love her? Oh, all ye gods, despise me then. Thy banishment I not mislike, so we may fairly carry our swords and cause along. Else never trifle, but take our lives. Duped I must love, and will, and for that love must and dare kill this cousin on any peace the earth has. Theseus, will you, our sight, take these conditions? Palamon, he's a villain, then. Pirithous, these are men. Arcite, no, never. Duke, 'tis worse to me than begging to take my life so basely, though I think I never shall enjoy her. Yet I'll preserve the honor of affection, and die for her, make death a devil. Theseus, what may be done? For now I feel compassion. Pirithous, let it not fall again, sir. Theseus, say, Emilia, if one of them were dead, as one must, are you content to take the other to your husband? They cannot both enjoy you. They are princes as goodly as your own eyes, and as noble as ever fame yet spoke of. Look upon him, and, if you can love, end this difference. I give consent. Are you content too, princes? Both, with all our souls. Theseus, he that she refuses, must die, then. Both. Any death thou canst invent, Duke. Palamon, if I fall from that mouth, I fall with favor, and lovers yet unborn shall bless my ashes. Arcite, if she refuse me, yet my grave will wed me, and soldiers sing my epitaph. Theseus, make choice then. Emilia, I cannot, sir, they are both too excellent. For me, a hair shall never fall of these men. Hippolyta, what will become of him? Theseus, thus I ordain it, and by mine honor, once again, it stands, or both shall die, you shall both to your country, and each within this month, accompanied with 3 fair knights, appear again in this place, in which I'll plant a pyramid, and whether, before us that are here, can force his cousin by fair and knightly strength to touch the pillar, he shall enjoy her. Other lose his head, and all his friends, nor shall he grudge to fall, nor think he dies with interest in this lady. Will this content ye? Palamon, yes, here, cousin Arcite, I am friends again, till that hour. He offers his hand. Arcite, I embrace ye. Theseus, are you content, sister? Emilia, yes, I must, sir, else both miscarry. Theseus, come, shake hands again, then, and take heed, as you are gentlemen, this quarrel sleep till the hour prefixed, and hold your course. Palamon, we dare not fail thee, Theseus. They shake hands. Theseus, come, I'll give ye, now usage like to princes, and to friends. When ye return, who wins, I'll settle here. Who loses, yet I'll weep upon his bier. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Athens. A room in the prison. Enter jailer and his friend. Jailer, hear you no more? Was nothing said of me concerning the escape of Palamon? Good sir, remember. First friend, nothing that I heard. For I came home before the business was fully ended, yet I might perceive, ere I departed, a great likelihood of both their pardons. For Hippolyta and fair-eyed Emily, upon their knees, begged with such handsome pity that the Duke methought stood staggering whether he should follow his rash oath or the sweet compassion of those 2 ladies, and to second them, that truly noble prince, Pirithous, half his own heart, said in 2, that I hope all shall be well, neither heard I one question of your name or his scape. Jailer, pray heaven it hold so. Enter second friend. Second friend, be of good comfort, man. I bring you news, good news. Jailer, they are welcome. Second friend, Palamon has cleared you, and got your pardon, and discovered how and by whose means he escaped, which was your daughter's, whose pardon is procured too, and the prisoner, not to be held ungrateful to her goodness, has given a sum of money to her marriage, a large one, I'll assure you. Jailer, you are a good man, and ever bring good news. First friend, how was it ended? Second friend, why, as it should be. They that never begged but they prevailed had their suits fairly granted. The prisoners have their lives. First friend, I knew 'twould be so. Second friend, but there be new conditions, which you'll hear of at better time. Jailer, I hope they are good. Second friend, they are honorable. How good they'll prove, I know not. First friend, 'twill be known. Enter wooer. Wooer, alas, sir, where's your daughter? Jailer, why do you ask? Wooer, oh, sir, when did you see her? Second friend, how he looks. Jailer, this morning. Wooer, was she well? Was she in health, sir? When did she sleep? First friend, these are strange questions. Jailer, I do not think she was very well, for now you make me mind her. But this very day I asked her questions, and she answered me so far from what she was, so childishly, so sillily, as if she were a fool, an innocent, and I was very angry. But what of her, sir? Wooer, nothing but my pity. But you must know it, and as good by me as by another that less loves her. Jailer, well, sir? First friend, not right? Second friend, not well? Wooer, no, sir, not well. 'Tis too true, she is mad. First friend, it cannot be. Wooer, believe, you'll find it so. Jailer, I half suspected. What you have told me, the gods comfort her. Either this was her love to Palamon, or fear of my miscarrying on his scape, or both. Wooer, 'tis likely. Jailer, but why all this haste, sir? Wooer, I'll tell you quickly that S.I. late was angling in the great lake that lies behind the palace. From the far shore, thick set with reeds and sedges, as patiently I was attending sport, I heard a voice, a shrill one. And attentive, I gave my ear, when I might well perceive 'twas one that sung, and by the smallness of it a boy or woman. I then left my angle to his own skill, came near, but yet perceived not who made the sound. The rushes and the reeds had so encompassed it, I laid me down and listened to the words she sung. For then, through a small glade cut by the fishermen, I saw it was your daughter. Jailer. Pray, go on, sir. Wooer. She sung much, but no sense. Only I heard her repeat this often. Palamon is gone to Teawood to gather mulberries. I'll find him out tomorrow. First friend. Pretty soul. Wooer. His shackles will betray him. He'll be taken, and what shall I do then? I'll bring a bevy, 100 black-eyed maids that love as I do, with chaplets on their heads of daffodillies, with cherry lips and cheeks of damask roses, and all we'll dance an antic for the Duke and beg his pardon. Then she talked of you, sir, that you must lose your head tomorrow morning, and she must gather flowers to bury you, and see the house made handsome. Then she sung nothing but willow, 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 and between ever was Palamon, fair Palamon, and Palamon was a tall young man. The place was knee-deep where she sat, her careless tresses a wreath of bulrush rounded. About her stuck 1,000 fresh water-flowers of several colors, that methought she appeared like the fair nymph that feeds the lake with waters, or as Iris newly dropped down from heaven. Rings she made of rushes that grew by, and to him spoke the prettiest posies. Thus our true love's tied, this you may loose, not me, and many a one. And then she wept, and sung again, and sighed, and with the same breath smiled and kissed her hand. Second friend. Alas, what pity it is! Wooer. I made into her. She saw me, and straight sought the flood. I saved her and set her safe to land, when presently she slipped away, and to the city made with such a cry and swiftness that, believe me, she left me far behind her. 3 or 4 I saw from far off cross her. One of 'em I knew to be your brother. Where she stayed and fell, scarce to be got away, I left them with her, and hither came to tell you. Enter jailer's brother, jailer's daughter, and others. Here they are. Daughter. Sings. May you never more enjoy the light, and see. Is not this a fine song? Brother. Oh, a very fine one. Daughter. I can sing 20 more. Brother. I think you can. Daughter. Yes, truly can I can sing the broom and bonny robin. Are not you a tailor? Brother. Yes. Daughter. Where's my wedding gown? Brother. I'll bring it tomorrow. Daughter. Do, very rarely. I must be abroad else to call the maids and pay the minstrels, for I must lose my maidenhead by cocklight. 'Twill never thrive else. Sings. O fair, O sweet, and see. Brother. To jailer. You must e'en take it patiently. Jailer. 'Tis true. Daughter. Good Evan, good men. Pray, did you ever hear of one young Palamon? Jailer. Yes, wench, we know him. Daughter. Is not a fine young gentleman? Jailer. 'Tis love. Brother. By no means cross her. She is then distempered far worse than now she shows. First friend. Yes, he's a fine man. Daughter. Oh, is he so? You have a sister? First friend. Yes. Daughter. But she shall never have him, tell her so, for a trick that I know. You'd best look to her, for if she see him once, she's gone, she's done, and undone in an hour. All the young maids of our town are in love with him. But I laugh at 'em and let 'em all alone. Is not a wise course? First friend. Yes. Daughter. There is at least 200 now with child by him. There must be 4. Yet I keep close for all this, close as a cockle, and all these must be boys he has the trick on tea, and at 10 years old they must be all gelt for musicians and sing the wars of Theseus. Second friend. This is strange. Daughter. As ever you heard, but say nothing. First friend. No. Daughter. They come from all parts of the dukedom to him. I'll warrant ye, he had not so few last night as 20 to dispatch. He'll tickle tea up in 2 hours, if his hand be in. Jailer. She's lost. Past all cure. Brother. Heaven forbid, man. Daughter. Come hither. You are a wise man. First friend. Aside. Does she know him? Second friend. Aside. No, what she did. Daughter. You are master of a ship? Jailer. Yes. Daughter. Where's your compass? Jailer. Here. Daughter. Set it to th north. And now direct your course to wood, where Palamon lies longing for me for the tackling. Let me alone come, way, my heart's cheerly. All. Oh, oh, oh. 'Tis up, the wind's fair. Top the bowline. Out with the mainsail. Where's your whistle, master? Brother. Let's get her in. Jailer. Up to the top, boy. Brother. Where's the pilot? First friend. Here. Daughter. What canst thou? Second friend. A fair wood. Daughter. Bear for it, master tackabout. Sings. When Cynthia with her borrowed light, and see. Exeunt. Scene 2. A room in the palace. Enter Emilia alone, with 2 pictures. Emilia. Yet I may bind those wounds up, that must open and bleed to death for my sake, else I'll choose, and end their strife. Point 2. Such young handsome men shall never fall for me. Their weeping mothers, following the dead cold ashes of their sons, shall never curse my cruelty. Looks at one of the pictures. Good heaven, what a sweet face has Arcite! If wise nature, with all her best endowments, all those beauties she sows into the births of noble bodies, were here a mortal woman, and had in her the coy denials of young maids, yet doubtless she would run mad for this man. What an eye, of what a fiery sparkle and quick sweetness, has this young prince! Here Love himself sits smiling. Just such another wanton Ganymede set Jove afire with, and enforced the gods snatch up the goodly boy and set him by him. A shining constellation, what a brow, of what a spacious majesty, he carries, arched like the great-eyed Juno's, but far sweeter, smoother than Pelops' shoulder. Fame and honor, methinks, from hence, as from a promontory pointed in heaven, should clap their wings and sing to all the underworld the loves and fights of gods and such men near M. Looks at the other picture. Palamon is but his foil, to him a mere dull shadow. He's swart and meager, of an eye as heavy as if he had lost his mother. A still temper, no stirring in him, no alacrity. Of all this sprightly sharpness, not a smile. Yet these that we count errors may become him. Narcissus was a sad boy, but a heavenly. Oh, who can find the bent of woman's fancy? I am a fool. My reason is lost in me. I have no choice, and I have lied so lewdly that women ought to beat me. On my knees I ask thy pardon, Palamon. Thou art alone and only beautiful, and these the eyes, these the bright lamps of beauty, that command and threaten love. And what young maid dare cross them? What a bold gravity, and yet inviting, has this brown manly face. O love, this only from this hour is complexion, lie there. Arcite. She puts aside his picture. Thou art a changeling to him, a mere gypsy, and this the noble body I am sought. Utterly lost, why virgin's faith has fled me. For if my brother but even now had asked me whether I loved, I had run mad for Arcite. Now, if my sister, more for Palamon. Stand both together now, come ask me, brother. Alas, I know not. Ask me now, sweet sister. I may go look. What a mere child is fancy, that, having 2 fair gods of equal sweetness, cannot distinguish, but must cry for both. Enter a gentleman. Emilia. How now, sir? Gentleman. From the noble duke your brother, madam. I bring you news the knights are come. Emilia. To end the quarrel? Gentleman. Yes. Emilia. Would I might end first. What sins have I committed, chaste Diana, that my unspotted youth must now be soiled with blood of princes, and my chastity be made the altar where the lives of lovers, 2 greater and 2 better, never yet made mother's joy, must be the sacrifice to my unhappy beauty? Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Pirithous, and attendants. Theseus. Bring him in. Quickly, by any means. I long to see him. Your 2 contending lovers are returned, and with them their fair knights now, my fair sister. You must love one of them. Emilia. I had rather both, so neither for my sake should fall untimely. Theseus. Who saw him? Pirithous. I awhile. Gentlemen. And I. Enter messenger. Theseus. From whence come you, sir? Messenger. From the knights. Theseus. Pray, speak, you that have seen them, what they are. Messenger. I will, sir. And truly what I think points 6 braver spirits than these they have brought, if we judge by the outside. I never saw nor read of he that stands in the first place with our sight. By his seeming should be a stout man, by his face a prince, his very look so say him. His complexion nearer a brown than black, stern and yet noble, which shows him hardy, fearless, proud of dangers. The circles of his eyes show fire within him, and as a heated lion so he looks. His hair hangs long behind him, black and shining like raven's wings. His shoulders broad and strong, armed long and round, and on his thigh a sword hung by a curious baldric, when he frowns to seal his will with better, O my conscience, was never soldier's friend. Theseus, thou hast well described him. Pirithous, yet a great deal short, methinks, of him that's first with Palamon. Theseus, pray, speak him, friend. Pirithous, I guess he is a prince too, and if it may be, greater. For his show has all the ornament of honor in T. He's somewhat bigger than the knight he spoke of, but of a face far sweeter. His complexion is, as a ripe grape, ruddy, he is felt without doubt what he fights for, and so apter to make this cause his own in his face appears all the fair hopes of what he undertakes, and when he's angry, then a settled valor, not tainted with extremes, runs through his body and guides his arm to brave things, fear he cannot, he shows no. Such soft temper, his head's yellow, hard-haired and curled, thick-twined like ivy tods, not to undo with thunder in his face the livery of the warlike maid appears, pure red and white, for yet no beard has blessed him, and in his rolling eyes sits victory, as if she ever meant to crown his valor. His nose stands high, a character of honor. His red lips, after fights, are fit for ladies. Emilia, must these men die too? Pirithous, when he speaks, his tongue sounds like a trumpet, all his lineaments are as a man would wish strong and clean. He wears a well-steeled axe, the staff of gold, his age some 25. Messenger, there's another, a little man, but of a tough soul, seeming as great as any. Fairer promises in such a body, yet I never looked on. Pirithous, oh, he that's freckle-faced? Messenger, the same, my lord. Are they not sweet ones? Pirithous, yes, they are well. Messenger, thinks, being so few and well-disposed, they show great and fine art in nature. He's white-haired, not wanton white, but such a manly color next to an auburn. Tough and nimble set, which shows an active soul. His arms are brawny, lined with strong sinews. Till the shoulder-piece gently they swell, like women new conceived, which speaks him prone to labor, never fainting under the weight of arms. Stout-hearted still, but when he stirs, a tiger he's gray-eyed, which yields compassion where he conquers. Sharp to spy advantages, and where he finds he's swift to make his he does no wrongs, nor takes none, he's round-faced, and when he smiles he shows a lover, when he frowns a soldier. About his head he wears the winner's oak, and in it stuck the favor of his lady. His age some 6-30. In his hand he bears a charging staff embossed with silver. Theseus, are they all thus? Pirithous, they are all the sons of honor. Theseus, now, as I have a soul, I long to see him. Lady, you shall see men fight now. Hippolyta, I wish it, but not the cause, my lord, they would show bravely about the titles of 2 kingdoms. 'Tis pity love should be so tyrannous. Oh, my soft-hearted sister, what think you? Weep not till they weep blood, wench, it must be. Theseus, you have steeled with your beauty. Honored friend, to you I give the field. Pray order it fitting the persons that must use it. Pirithous, yes, sir. Theseus, come, I'll go visit, and I cannot stay. Their fame has fired me so, till they appear. Good friend, be royal. Pirithous, there shall want no bravery. Exeunt all but Emilia. Emilia, poor wench, go weep, for whosoever wins, loses a noble cousin for thy sins. Exit. Scene 3. A room in the prison. Enter jailer, wooer, and doctor. Doctor. Her distraction is more at some time of the moon than at other some, is it not? Jailer. She is continually in a harmless distemper, sleeps little, altogether without appetite, save often drinking, dreaming of another world and a better, and what broken piece of matter soe'er she's about, the name Palamon lards it, that she farces every business withal, fits it to every question. Enter jailer's daughter. Look where she comes. You shall perceive her behavior. Daughter. I have forgot it quite, the burden on T was down, and pinned by no worse man than Giraldo, Emilia's schoolmaster. He's as fantastical too, as ever he may go upon's legs, for in the next world will Dido see Palamon, and then will she be out of love with Aeneas. Doctor. What stuff's here? Poor soul. Jailer. Even thus all day long. Daughter. Now for this charm that I told you of. You must bring a piece of silver on the tip of your tongue, or no fairy, then if it be your chance to come where the blessed spirits are, there's a sight now. We maids that have our livers perished, cracked to pieces with love, we shall come there, and do nothing all day long but pick flowers with Proserpine, then will I make Palamon a nosegay. Then let him mark me, then. Doctor. How prettily she's amiss. Note her a little further. Daughter. Faith, I'll tell you. Sometime we go to barley break. We of the blessed, alas, 'tis a sore life they have other place. Such burning, frying, boiling, hissing, howling, chattering, cursing. Oh, they have shrewd measure. Take heed. If one be mad, or hang or drown themselves, thither they go. Jupiter bless us. And there shall we be put in a cauldron of lead and usurer's grease, amongst a whole million of cutpurses, and there boil like a gammon of bacon that will never be enough. Doctor. How are brain coins? Daughter. Lords and courtiers that have got maids with child, they are in this place. They shall stand in fire up to the navel and in ice up to the heart, and their offending part burns and the deceiving part freezes, I in troth, a very grievous punishment, as one would think. For such a trifle, believe me, one would marry a leprous which to be rid on I'll assure you. Doctor. How she continues this fancy. 'Tis not an engraft madness, but a most thick and profound melancholy. Daughter. To hear there a proud lady and a proud city wife howl together. I were a beast and I'd call it good sport. One cries, oh, this smoke. Other, this fire. One cries, oh, that ever I did it behind the arras, and then howls. Other curses a suing fellow in her garden house. Sings, I will be true, my stars, my fate, and see. Exit jailer's daughter. Jailer. What think you of her, sir? Doctor. I think she has a perturbed mind, which I cannot minister to. Jailer. Alas, what then? Doctor. Understand you she ever affected any man ere she beheld Palamon? Jailer. I was once, sir, in great hope she had fixed her liking on this gentleman, my friend. Wooer. I did think so too, and would account I had a great pennorth on't, to give half my state, that both she and I at this present stood unfeignedly on the same terms. Doctor. That intemperate surfeit of her eye hath distempered the other senses, they may return and settle again to execute their preordained faculties. But they are now in a most extravagant vagary, this you must do. Confine her to a place where the light may rather seem to steal in than be permitted. Take upon you, young sir, her friend, the name of Palamon. Say you come to eat with her, and to commune of love, this will catch her attention, for this her mind beats upon. Other objects that are inserted. Tween her mind and I become the pranks and friskins of her madness. Sing to her such green songs of love as she says Palamon hath sung in prison. Come to her stuck in as sweet flowers as the season is mistress of, and thereto make an addition of some other compounded odors which are grateful to the sense. All this shall become Palamon, for Palamon can sing, and Palamon is sweet, and every good thing. Desire to eat with her, carve her, drink to her, and still among intermingle your petition of grace and acceptance into her favor. Learn what maids have been her companions and playfears, and let them repair to her with Palamon in their mouths, and appear with tokens, as if they suggested for him it is a falsehood she is in, which is with falsehoods to be combated. This may bring her to eat, to sleep, and reduce what's now out of square in her into their former law and regiment. I have seen it approved, how many times I know not, but to make the number more I have great hope in this I will, between the passages of this project, come in with my appliance, let us put it in execution and hasten the success, which, doubt not, will bring forth comfort. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Athens, before the temples of Mars, Venus, and Diana. Flourish, enter Theseus, Pirithous, Hippolyta, and attendants. Theseus. Now let him enter, and before the gods tender their holy prayers, let the temples burn bright with sacred fires, and the altars and hallowed clouds commend their swelling incense to those above us, let no dew be wanting. They have a noble work in hand, will honor the very powers that love him. Pirithous. Sir, they enter. Enter Palamon and Arcite and their knights. Theseus. You valiant and strong-hearted enemies, you royal German foes, that this day come to blow that nearness out that flames between ye. Lay by your anger for an hour and, dove-like, before the holy altars of your helpers, the all-feared gods, bow down your stubborn bodies. Your ire is more than mortal, so your help be, and as the gods regard ye, fight with justice. I'll leave you to your prayers, and betwixt ye I part my wishes. Pirithous. Honor crown the worthiest. Exeunt Theseus and his train. Palamon. The glass is running now that cannot finish till one of us expire, think you but thus, that were there aught in me which strove to show mine enemy in this business, were one eye against another, arm oppressed by arm, I would destroy a offender, cause, I would though parcel of myself, then from this gather how I should tender you. Arcite. I am in labor, to push your name, your ancient love, our kindred out of my memory, and I'd self-same place to seat something I would confound. So hoist we the sails that must these vessels port, even where the heavenly limiter pleases. Palamon. You speak well. Before I turn, let me embrace thee, cousin. This I shall never do again. Arcite. One farewell. Palamon. Why, let it be so, farewell, cuz. Arcite. Farewell, sir. Exeunt Palamon and his knights. Knights, kinsmen, lovers, my sacrifices, true worshippers of Mars, whose spirit in you expels the seeds of fear and apprehension which still is father of it. Go with me before the God of our profession, there require of him the hearts of lions and the breath of tigers, the fierceness too, the speed also, to go on, Else wish we to be snails, you know my prize must be dragged out of blood. Force and great feet must put my garland on, where she sticks, the queen of flowers our intercession, then, must be to him that makes the camp a cistern brimmed with the blood of men, give me your aid, and bend your spirits towards him. They advance to the altar of Mars, fall on their faces before it, and then kneel. Thou mighty one, that with thy power hast turned green Neptune into purple, whose approach comets pre-warn, whose havoc in vast field unearthed skulls proclaim, whose breath blows down the teeming Ceres' foison, who dost pluck with hand armipotent from forth blue clouds the massone turrets, that both makest and breakst the stony girths of cities. Me thy pupil, youngest follower of thy drum, instruct this day with military skill, that to thy laud I may advance my streamer, and by thee be styled. The Lord O to-day give me, great Mars, some token of thy pleasure. Here they fall on their faces as formerly, and there is heard clanging of armor, with a short thunder, as the burst of a battle, whereupon they all rise and bow to the altar. O great corrector of enormous times, shaker of o'errank states, thou grand decider of dusty and old titles, that healst with blood the earth when it is sick, and cursed the world, O depleracy of people. I do take thy signs auspiciously, and in thy name to my design march boldly. Let us go. Exeunt. Enter Palamon and his knights, with the former observance. Palamon. Our stars must glister with new fire, or be today extinct. Our argument is love, which, if the goddess of it grant, she gives victory to, then blend your spirits with mine. You whose free nobleness do make my cause your personal hazard. So the goddess Venus commend we are proceeding, and implore her power unto our party. Here they kneel as formerly. Hail, sovereign queen of secrets, who hast power to call the fiercest tyrant from his rage and weep unto a girl, that hast the might even with an eye-glance to choke Mars's drum and turn the alarm to whispers, that canst make a cripple flourish with his crutch and cure him before Apollo, that mayst force the king to be his subject's vassal and induce stale gravity to dance the polled bachelor, whose youth, like wanton boys through bonfires, have skipped thy flame, at 70 thou canst catch, and make him, to the scorn of his hoarse throat, abuse young lays of love. What godlike power hast thou not power upon? To Phoebus thou add'st flames hotter than his. The heavenly fires did scorch his mortal son. Thine him, the huntress, all moist and cold, some say, began to throw her bow away and sigh, Take to thy grace me, thy vowed soldier, who do bear thy yoke as 'twere a wreath of roses, yet is heavier than lead itself, stings more than nettles. I have never been foul-mouthed against thy law, ne'er revealed secret, for I knew none. Would not, had I kenned all that were that I never practiced upon man's wife, nor would the libels read of liberal wits, I never at great feasts sought to betray a beauty, but have blushed at simpering sirs that did I have been harsh to large confessors, and have hotly asked them if they had mothers. I had one, a woman, and women, 'twere they wronged. I knew a man of 80 winters. This I told them, who a lass of 14 bride. 'Twas thy power to put life into dust. The aged cramp had screwed his square foot round. The gout had knit his fingers into knots. Torturing convulsions from his globy eyes had almost drawn their spheres, that what was life in him seemed torture. This anatomy had by his young fair fear a boy, and I believed it was his, for she swore it was, and who would not believe her? Brief, I am to those that prate and have done, no companion. To those that boast and have not, a defier. To those that would and cannot, a rejoicer. Yea, him I do not love that tells close offices the foulest way, nor names concealments in the boldest language, such a one I am, and vow that lover never yet made sigh truer than I do. Oh, then, most soft sweet goddess, give me the victory of this question, which is true love's merit, and bless me with a sign of thy great pleasure. Here music is heard. Doves are seen to flutter, they fall again upon their faces, then on their knees. O thou that from 11 to 90 reign'st in mortal bosoms, whose chase is this world and we in herds thy game, I give thee thanks for this fair token, which being laid unto mine innocent true heart, arms in assurance my body to this business. Let us rise and bow before the goddess. They rise and bow. Time comes on. Exeunt. Still music of recorders. Enter Amelia in white, her hair about her shoulders, wearing a wheaten wreath. Point one in white holding up her train, her hair stuck with flowers. Point one before her carrying a silver hind, in which is conveyed incense and sweet odors, which being set upon the altar of Diana, her maids standing aloof, she sets fire to it. Then they curtsy and kneel. Amelia, O sacred, shadowy, cold, and constant queen, abandoner of revels, mute contemplative, sweet, solitary, white as chaste and pure as wind-fanned snow, who to thy female knights allow'st no more blood than will make a blush, which is their order's robe, I hear, thy priest, am humbled for thine altered, oh, vouchsafe with that thy rare green eye, which never yet beheld thing maculate, look on thy virgin, and, sacred silver mistress, lend thine ear, which ne'er heard scurrile term, into whose port ne'er entered wanton sound, to my petition, seasoned with holy fear. This is my last of vestal office. I am bride-habited but maiden-hearted. A husband I have pointed, but do not know him. Out of two I should choose one, and pray for his success. But I am guiltless of election of mine eyes. Were I to lose one, they are equal precious. I could doom neither. That which perished should go to T unsentenced. Therefore, most modest queen, he of the two pretenders that best loves me and has the truest title in T, let him take off my wheaten garland, or else grant the file and quality I hold I may continue in thy band. Here the hind vanishes under the altar, and in the place ascends a rose tree, having one rose upon it. See what our general of ebbs and flows out from the bowels of her holy altar with sacred act advances, but one rose. If well inspired, this battle shall confound both these brave knights, and I, a virgin flower, must grow alone, unplucked. Here is heard a sudden twang of instruments, and the rose falls from the tree. The flower is fallen, the tree descends. O mistress, thou here dischargest me, I shall be gathered. I think so, but I know not thine own will. Unclasp thy mystery. I hope she's pleased. Her signs were gracious. They curtsy and exeunt. Scene 2. Athens. A room in the prison. Enter doctor, jailer, and wooer in the habit of Palamon. Doctor: has this advice I told you done any good upon her? Wooer: oh, very much. The maids that kept her company have half persuaded her that I am Palamon. Within this half hour she came smiling to me, and asked me what I would eat, and when I would kiss her. I told her, presently, and kissed her twice. Doctor: 'twas well done. 20 times had been far better, for there the cure lies mainly. Wooer: then she told me she would watch with me tonight, for well she knew what hour my fit would take me. Doctor: let her do so, and when your fit comes, fit her home, and presently. Wooer: she would have me sing. Doctor: you did so? Wooer: no. Doctor: 'twas very ill done then. You should observe her every way. Wooer: alas, I have no voice, sir, to confirm her that way. Doctor: that's all one, if ye make a noise. If she entreat again, do anything. Lie with her, if she ask you. Jailer: hoa there. Doctor: doctor: yes, in the way of cure. Jailer: but first, by your leave, ith way of honesty. Doctor: that's but a niceness. Ne'er cast your child away for honesty. Cure her first this way. Then if she will be honest, she has the path before her. Jailer: thank ye, doctor. Doctor: pray, bring her in, and let's see how she is. Jailer: I will, and tell her. Her Palamon stays for her, but, doctor, methinks you are I to wrong still. Exit jailer. Doctor: go, go. You fathers are fine fools, her honesty? And we should give her physic till we find that. Wooer: why, do you think she is not honest, sir? Doctor: how old is she? Wooer: she's 18. Doctor: she may be, but that's all one. 'Tis nothing to our purpose. Whatever her father says, if you perceive her mood inclining that way that I spoke of, videlicet, the way of flesh. You have me? Wooer: yes, very well, sir. Doctor: please her appetite, and do at home. It cures her, ipso facto, the melancholy humor that infects her. Wooer: I am of your mind, doctor. Enter jailer, jailer's daughter, and maid. Doctor: you'll find it so. She comes, pray, humor her. Jailer: come, your love Palamon stays for you, child, and has done this long hour, to visit you. Daughter: I thank him for his gentle patience. He's a kind gentleman, and I am much bound to him. Did you ne'er see the horse he gave me? Jailer: yes. Daughter: how do you like him? Jailer: he's a very fair one. Daughter: you never saw him dance? Jailer: no. Daughter: I have often. He dances very finely, very comely, and for a jig, come cut and long tail to him, he turns ye like a top. Jailer: that's fine, indeed. Daughter: he'll dance the Morris 20 mile an hour, and that will founder the best hobby horse if I have any skill in all the parish, and gallops to the tune of Light O Love. What think you of this horse? Jailer: having these virtues, I think he might be brought to play at tennis. Daughter: alas, that's nothing. Jailer: can he write and read too? Daughter: a very fair hand, and casts himself to accounts of all his hay and provender. That hostler must rise betime that cousins him. You know the chestnut mare the Duke has? Jailer: very well. Daughter: she is horribly in love with him, poor beast, but he is like his master, coy and scornful. Jailer: what dowry has she? Daughter: some 200 bottles, and 20 strike of oats, but he'll ne'er have her. He lisps and's neighing, able to entice a miller's mare. He'll be the death of her. Doctor: what stuff she utters. Jailer: make curtsy, here your love comes. Enter wooer and doctor come forward. Wooer: pretty soul, how do ye? That's a fine maid. There's a curtsy. Daughter: yours to command I to way of honesty. How far is now to tando to world, My masters. Doctor. Why? A day's journey. Wench. Daughter. Will you go with me? Wooer. What shall we do there? Wench. Daughter. Why? Play at stool ball. What is there else to do? Wooer. I am content, if we shall keep our wedding there. Daughter. 'Tis true. For there, I will assure you, we shall find some blind priest for the purpose, that will venture to marry us, for here they are nice and foolish. Besides, my father must be hanged tomorrow, and that would be a blot-eyed business. Are not you Palamon? Wooer. Do not you know me? Daughter. Yes, but you care not for me. I have nothing but this poor petticoat, and 2 coarse smocks. Wooer. That's all one. I will have you. Daughter. Will you surely? Wooer. Taking her hand. Yes, by this fair hand, will I. Daughter. Will to bed, then. Wooer. E'en when you will. Kisses her. Daughter. Rubs off the kiss. Oh, sir, you would fain be nibbling. Wooer. Why do you rub my kiss off? Daughter. 'Tis a sweet one, and will perfume me finely against the wedding. Is not this your cousin Arcite? She indicates the doctor. Doctor. Yes, sweetheart, and I am glad my cousin Palamon has made so fair a choice. Daughter. Do you think he'll have me? Doctor. Yes, without doubt. Daughter. Do you think so too? Jailer. Yes. Daughter. We shall have many children. To Doctor. Lord, how you're grown. My Palamon, I hope, will grow too, finely. Now he's at liberty, alas, poor chicken. He was kept down with hard meat and ill lodging. But I'll kiss him up again. Enter a messenger. Messenger. What do you hear? You will lose the noblest sight that e'er was seen. Jailer. Are they field? Messenger. They are. You bear a charge thereto. Jailer. I'll away straight. I must e'en leave you here. Doctor. Nay, we'll go with you. I will not lose the sight. Jailer. How did you like her? Doctor. I'll warrant you, within these 3 or 4 days, I'll make her right again. You must not from her, but still preserve her in this way. Wooer. I will. Doctor. Let's get her in. Wooer. Come, sweet. We'll go to dinner, and then we'll play at cards. Daughter. And shall we kiss too? Wooer. 100 times. Daughter. And 20. Wooer. I, and 20. Daughter. And then we'll sleep together. Doctor. Take her offer. Wooer. Yes, marry, will we. Daughter. But you shall not hurt me. Wooer. I will not, sweet. Daughter. If you do, love, I'll cry. Exeunt. Scene 3. A part of the forest near Athens, and near the place appointed for the combat. Flourish, enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Emilia, Pirithous, and some attendants. Emilia. I'll no step further. Pirithous. Will you lose this sight? Emilia. I had rather see a wren hawk at a fly than this decision. Every blow that falls threats a brave life. Each stroke laments the place whereon it falls, and sounds more like a bell than blade. I will stay here. It is enough my hearing shall be punished with what shall happen, gainst the which there is no deafing, but to hear. Not taint mine eye with dread sights it may shun. Pirithous. Sir, my good lord, your sister will know further. Theseus. Oh, she must. She shall see deeds of honor in their kind, which sometimes show well. Penciled nature now shall make and act the story. The belief both sealed with eye and ear, you must be present. You are the victor's meed, the price and garland to crown the question's title. Emilia. Pardon me. If I were there, I'd wink. Theseus. You must be there. This trial is as 'twere I night, and you the only star to shine. Emilia. I am extinct. There is but envy in that light which shows the one the other darkness, whichever was the dam of horror, who does stand accursed of many mortal millions, may even now, by casting her black mantle over both, that neither could find other, get herself some part of a good name, and many a murder set off whereto she's guilty. Hippolyta. You must go. Emilia. In faith, I will not. Theseus. Why? The knights must kindle their valor at your eye. No, of this war you are the treasure, and must needs be by to give the service pay. Emilia. Sir, pardon me. The title of a kingdom may be tried out of itself. Theseus. Well, then, at your pleasure. Those that remain with you could wish their office to any of their enemies. Hippolyta, farewell, sister. I am like to know your husband for yourself by some small start of time. He whom the gods do of the two know best, I pray them he be made your lot. Exeunt all but Emilia. Emilia, our sight is gently visaged, yet his eye is like an engine bent, or a sharp weapon in a soft sheath. Mercy and manly courage are bedfellows in his visage. Palamon has a most menacing aspect. His brow is graved, and seems to bury what it frowns on. Yet sometimes 'tis not so, but alters to the quality of his thoughts. Long time his eye will dwell upon his object. Melancholy becomes him nobly. So does our sight's mirth. But Palamon's sadness is a kind of mirth, so mingled as if mirth did make him sad, and sadness merry, those darker humors that stick misbecomingly on others, on them live in fair dwelling. Cornets trumpet sound as to a charge. Hark how yon spurs to spirit do incite the princes to their proof. Arcite may win me, and yet may Palamon wound Arcite to the spoiling of his figure. Oh, what pity enough for such a chance! If I were by, I might do hurt, for they would glance their eyes towards my seat, and in that motion might omit a ward or forfeit an offence which crave that very time. It is much better I am not there. Cornets, a great cry and noise within, crying, Ah, Palamon! Oh, better never born, than minister to such harm. Enter servant. What is the chance? Servant. The cries, Ah, Palamon! Emilia. Then he has won, 'twas ever likely. He looked all grace and success, and he is doubtless the primmest of men. I prithee run and tell me how it goes. Shout and cornets, crying, Ah, Palamon! Servant. Still, Palamon. Emilia. Run and inquire. Exit servant. Poor servant, thou hast lost. Upon my right side still I wore thy picture. Palamon's on the left. Why so? I know not. I had no end in t else. Chance would have it so. On the sinister side the heart lies. Palamon had the best boding chance. Another cry and shout within, and cornets. This burst of clamor is sure to combat. Enter servant. Servant. They said that Palamon had Arcite's body within an inch o' the pyramid, that the cry was general, Ah, Palamon. But anon, assistants made a brave redemption, and the two bold titlers at this instant are hand to hand at it. Emilia. Were they metamorphosed? Both into one. Oh, why? There were no woman worth so composed a man. Their single share, their nobleness peculiar to them, gives the prejudice of disparity, values shortness, to any lady breathing. Cornets, cry within, Arcite. Arcite. More exulting? Palamon still? Servant. Nay, now the sound is Arcite. Emilia. I prithee, lay attention to the cry. Set both thine ears to business. Cornets. A great shout and cry, Arcite, victory. Servant. The cry is, Arcite, and victory. Hark, Arcite, victory. The combat's consummation is proclaimed by the wind instruments. Emilia. Half-sight saw that Arcite was no babe. God's lid, his richness and costliness of spirit looked through him. It could no more be hid in him than fire and flax, than humble banks can go to law with waters. That drift winds forced to raging, I did think good Palamon would miscarry. Yet I knew not why I did think so. Our reasons are not prophets when oft our fancies are, they are coming off. Alas, poor Palamon! Cornets, enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Pirithous, Arcite is victor, and attendants. Theseus. Lo, where our sister is in expectation, yet quaking and unsettled. Fairest Emily, the gods by their divine arbitrament have given you this night. He is a good one as ever struck at head. Give me your hands. Receive you her, you him. Be plighted with a love that grows as you decay. Arcite. Emily. To buy you, I have lost what's dearest to me, save what is bought, and yet I purchase cheaply, as I do rate your value. Theseus. O loved sister! He speaks now of as brave a knight as e'er did spur a noble steed. Surely the gods would have him die a bachelor, lest his race should show a world too godlike. His behavior so charmed me that methought Alcides was to him a sow of lead. If I could praise each part of him to all I have spoke, Your Arcite did not lose by t, for he that was thus good encountered yet his better. I have heard two emulous Philomels beat the ear o' night with their contentious throats, now one the higher, anon the other, then again the first, and by outbreasted, that the sense could not be judged between. So it fared good space between these kinsmen, till heavens did make hardly one the winner. Wear the garland with joy that you have won, for the subdued, give them our present justice, since I know their lives but pinch let it here be done. The scene's not for our seeing, go we hence right joyful, with some sorrowed, arm your prize. I know you will not lose her to Hippolyta. I see one eye of yours conceives a tear, the which it will deliver. Flourish. Emilia, is this winning? O all you heavenly powers, where is your mercy? But that your wills have said it must be so, and charge me live to comfort this unfriended, this miserable prince, that cuts away a life more worthy from him than all women, I should and would die too. Hippolyta, infinite pity, that four such eyes should be so fixed on one that two must needs be blind for t. Theseus, so it is. Exeunt. Scene 4. The same, a block prepared. Enter Palamon and his knights pinioned, jailer, executioner, and guard. Palamon, there's many a man alive that hath outlived the love o' te people. Yea, I to self-same state stands many a father with his child. Some comfort we have by so considering, we expire, and not without men's pity. To live still, have their good wishes. We prevent the loathsome misery of age, beguile the gout and rheum that in lag hours attend for grey approachers. We come towards the gods young and unwhoppered, not halting under crimes many and stale, that sure shall please the gods sooner than such. To give us nectar with for we are more clear spirits, why, dear kinsmen, whose lives for this poor comfort are laid down, you have sold too cheap. First night, what ending could be? Of more content? O'er us the victors have fortune, whose title is as momentary, as to us death is certain. A grain of honor they not o'erweigh us. Second night, let us bid farewell, and with our patience anger tottering fortune, who at her certainst reels. Third night, come, who begins? Palamon, e'en he that led you to this banquet shall taste to you all the. Aha, my friend, your gentle daughter gave me freedom once. You'll see 'tis done now forever. Pray, how does she? I heard she was not well. Her kind of ill gave me some sorrow. Jailer, sir, she's well restored, and to be married shortly. Palamon, by my short life, I am most glad on't. 'Tis the latest thing I shall be glad of. Prithee, tell her so. Commend me to her, and, to piece her portion, tender her this. Gives him his purse. First night, nay, let's be offerers all. Second night, is it a maid? Palamon, verily, I think so. A right good creature, more to me deserving than I can quite or speak of. All nights, commend us to her. They give their purses. Jailer, the gods requite you all, and make her thankful. Palamon, adieu, and let my life be now as short as my leave-taking. Lays his head on the block. First night, led, courageous cousin. Second and third night, we'll follow cheerfully. A great noise within crying, run, save, hold. Enter in haste a messenger. Messenger, hold, hold, oh hold, hold, hold. Enter Pirithous in haste. Pirithous, hold, ho. It is a cursed haste you made if you have done so quickly. Noble Palamon, the gods will show their glory in a life that thou art yet to lead. Palamon, can that be? When Venus, I have said, is false. How do things fare? Pirithous, arise, great sir, and give the tidings ear that are most dearly sweet and bitter. Palamon, what, hath waked us from our dream? Pirithous, list then your cousin, mounted upon a steed that Emily did first bestow on him, a black one, owing not a hairworth of white, which some will say weakens his price, and many will not by his goodness with this note, which superstition here finds allowance. On this horse is Arcite trotting the stones of Athens, which the Calkins did rather tell than trample. For the horse would make his length a mile, if 't pleased his rider to put pride in him. He thus went counting the flinty pavement, dancing, as 'twere, to the music his own hooves made. For, as they say, from iron came music's origin. What envious flint, cold as old Saturn, and like him possessed with fire malevolent, darted a spark, or what fierce sulphur else, to this end made, I comment not. The hot horse, hot as fire, took toy at this and fell to what disorder his power could give his will. Bounds, comes on end, forgets school doing, being therein trained and of kind managed, pig-like he whines at the sharp rowel, which he frets at rather than any jot obeys, seeks all foul means of boitrouse and rough jadry to disseat his lord that kept it bravely when not served, when neither curb would crack, girth break, nor differing plunges disroot his rider whence he grew, but that he kept him 'tween his legs, on his hind hoofs on end he stands. That Arcite's legs, being higher than his head, seemed with strange art to hang, his victor's wreath even then fell off his head, and presently backward the jade comes o'er, and his full poise becomes the rider's load, yet is he living, but such a vessel 'tis that floats but for the surge that next approaches. He much desires to have some speech with you. Lo, he appears. Enter Theseus, Hippolyta, Emilia, Arcite in a chair. Palamon, O miserable end of our alliance! The gods are mighty. Arcite, if thy heart, thy worthy, manly heart, be yet unbroken, give me thy last words. I am Palamon, one that yet loves thee dying. Arcite, take Emilia, and with her all the world's joy reach thy hand. Farewell, I have told my last hour. I was false, yet never treacherous. Forgive me, cousin. One kiss from fair Emilia. Emilia kisses. Arcite, 'tis done. Take her. I die. Palamon, thy brave soul seek Elysium. Arcite dies. Emilia, I'll close thine eyes. Prince, blessed souls be with thee. Thou art a right good man, and, while I live, this day I give to tears. Palamon, and I to honor. Theseus, in this place first you fought. E'en very here I sundered you. Acknowledge to the gods our thanks that you are living. His part is played, and, though it were too short, he did it well. Your day is lengthened, and the blissful dew of heaven does arose you. The powerful Venus well hath graced her altar, and given you your love. Our master Mars hath vouched his oracle, and to Arcite gave the grace of the contention. The deities have showed due justice. Bear this hence, Palamon, O cousin, that we should things desire, which do cost us the loss of our desire. That naught could buy dear love, but loss of dear love. Arcite's body is carried out. Theseus, never fortune did play a subtler game. The conquered triumphs, the victor has the loss. Yet in the passage the gods have been most equal. Palamon, your kinsman hath confessed the right owed lady did lie in you, for you first saw her and even then proclaimed your fancy. He restored her as your stolen jewel and desired your spirit to send him hence forgiven. The gods my justice take from my hand, and they themselves become the executioner. Lead your lady off and call your lovers from the stage of death, whom I adopt my friends. A day or two let us look sadly, and give grace unto the funeral of Arcite, in whose end the visages of bridegrooms will put on and smile with Palamon, for whom an hour, but 1 hour since, I was as dearly sorry as glad of Arcite, and am now as glad as for him sorry. O you heavenly charmers, what things you make of us! For what we lack we laugh, for what we have are sorry, still are children in some kind. Let us be thankful for that which is, and with you leave dispute that are above our question. Let's go off and bear us like the time. Flourish. Exeunt. Epilogue. Enter Epilogue. Epilogue. I would now ask ye how you like the play, but, as it is with schoolboys, cannot say. I am cruel fearful. Pray yet, stay a while, and let me look upon why it and O man smile. Then it goes hard, I see, he that has loved a young handsome wench, then, show his face. 'Tis strange if none be here. And if he will, against his conscience let him hiss, and kill our market. 'Tis in vain, I see, to stay ye. Have it the worst can come. Then, now what say ye? And yet mistake me not. I am not bold. We have no such cause if the tale we have told, for 'tis no other. Any way content ye, for to that honest purpose it was meant ye. We have our end, and you shall have ere long, I dare say, many a better. To prolong your old loves to us, we, and all our might, rest at your service, gentlemen, good night. Flourish exit. Finis. The Winter's Tale. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Cecilia. An antechamber in Leontes' palace. Scene 2. The same. A room of state in the palace. Act 2. Scene I. Cecilia. A room in the palace. Scene 2. The same. The outer room of a prison. Scene 3. The same. A room in the palace. Act 3. Scene I. Cecilia. A street in some town. Scene 2. The same. A court of justice. Scene 3. Bohemia. A desert country near the sea. Act 4. Scene I. Prologue. Scene 2. Bohemia. A room in the palace of Polixenes. Scene 3. The same. A road near the shepherd's cottage. Scene 4. The same. A shepherd's cottage. Act V. Scene I. Cecilia. A room in the palace of Leontes. Scene 2. The same before the palace. Scene 3. The same. A room in Paulina's house. Dramatis Personae. Leontes, king of Sicilia. Mamilius, his son. Camillo, Sicilian lord. Antigonus, Sicilian lord. Cleomenes, Sicilian lord. Dion, Sicilian lord. Polixenes, king of Bohemia. Florizel, his son. Archidamus, a Bohemian lord. An old shepherd, reputed father of Perdita clown, his son. Autolycus, a rogue. A mariner. A jailer. Servant to the old shepherd. Other Sicilian lords. Sicilian gentlemen. Officers of a court of judicature. Hermione, queen to Leontes. Perdita, daughter to Leontes and Hermione Paulina, wife to Antigonus. Emilia, a lady attending on the Queen Mopsa, shepherdess. Dorcas, shepherdess. Other ladies, attending on the queen. Lords, ladies, and attendants. Satyrs for a dance. Shepherds, shepherdesses, guards, and sea. Time, as chorus. Scene, sometimes in Sicilia, sometimes in Bohemia. Act I. Scene I. Cecilia. An antechamber in Leontes' palace. Enter Camillo and Archidamus. Archidamus. If you shall chance, Camillo, to visit Bohemia, on the like occasion whereon my services are now on foot, you shall see, as I have said, great difference betwixt our Bohemia and your Sicilia. Camillo. I think this coming summer the king of Sicilia means to pay Bohemia the visitation which he justly owes him. Archidamus. Wherein our entertainment shall shame us, we will be justified in our loves. For indeed, Camillo, beseech you. Archidamus. Verily, I speak it in the freedom of my knowledge. We cannot with such magnificence, and so rare. I know not what to say. We will give you sleepy drinks, that your senses, unintelligent of our insufficience, may, though they cannot praise us, as little accuse us. Camillo. You pay a great deal too dear for what's given freely. Archidamus. Believe me, I speak as my understanding instructs me, and as mine honesty puts it to utterance. Camillo. Cecilia cannot show himself overkind to Bohemia. They were trained together in their childhoods, and there rooted betwixt them then such an affection which cannot choose but branch now, since their more mature dignities and royal necessities made separation of their society. Their encounters, though not personal, have been royally attorneyed with interchange of gifts, letters, loving embassies, that they have seemed to be together, though absent, shook hands as over a vast, and embraced as it were from the ends of opposed winds. The heavens continue their loves. Archidamus. I think there is not in the world either malice or matter to alter it. You have an unspeakable comfort of your young prince Mamielius. It is a gentleman of the greatest promise that ever came into my note. Camillo. I very well agree with you in the hopes of him. It is a gallant child. One that indeed physics the subject, makes old hearts fresh. They that went on crutches ere he was born desire yet their life to see him a man. Archidamus. Would they else be content to die? Camillo. Yes, if there were no other excuse why they should desire to live. Archidamus. If the king had no son, they would desire to live on crutches till he had one. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. A room of state in the palace. Enter Leontes, Polixenes, Hermione, Mamilius, Camillo, and attendants. Polixenes. 9 changes of the watery star hath been the shepherd's note since we have left our throne without a burden. Time as long again would be filled up, my brother, with our thanks. And yet we should, for perpetuity, go hence in debt. And therefore, like a cipher, yet standing in rich place, I multiply with one we thank you many thousands more that go before it. Leontes, stay your thanks a while, and pay them when you part. Polixenes, sir, that's tomorrow. I am questioned by my fears of what may chance or breed upon our absence, that may blow no sneaping winds at home, to make us say this is put forth too truly. Besides, I have stayed to tire your royalty. Leontes, we are tougher, brother, than you can put us to tea. Polixenes, no longer stay. Leontes, 1 sevennight longer. Polixenes, very sooth, tomorrow. Leontes, we'll part the time between us then, and in that I'll no gainsaying. Polixenes, press me not, beseech you. So, there is no tongue that moves, none world, so soon as yours, could win me. So it should now. Were there necessity in your request, although 'twere needful I denied it, why affairs do even drag me homeward, which to hinder were, in your love a whip to me, my stay to you a charge and trouble, to save both, farewell, our brother. Leontes, tongue-tied, our queen? Speak you. Hermione, I had thought, sir, to have held my peace until you had drawn oaths from him not to stab you, sir. Charge him too coldly, tell him you are sure all in Bohemia's well. This satisfaction the bygone day proclaimed, say this to him, he's beat from his best ward. Leontes, well said, Hermione. Hermione, to tell he longs to see his son were strong. But let him say so then, and let him go, but let him swear so, and he shall not stay. We'll thwack him hence with distaffs. To Polixenes, yet of your royal presence I'll adventure the borrow of a week, when at Bohemia you take my lord. I'll give him my commission to let him there a month behind the jest prefixed force parting. Yet, good deed, Leontes, I love thee not a jar of to clock behind what lady she her lord you'll stay? Polixenes, no, madam. Hermione, nay, but you will? Polixenes, I may not, verily. Hermione, verily. You put me off with limber vows, but I, though you would seek to unsphere the stars with oaths, should yet say, sir, no going. Verily, you shall not go. A lady's verily is as potent as a lord's. Will go yet? Force me to keep you as a prisoner, not like a guest. So you shall pay your fees when you depart, and save your thanks. How say you? My prisoner or my guest? By your dread verily, one of them you shall be. Polixenes, your guest then, madam. To be your prisoner should import offending, which is for me less easy to commit than you to punish. Hermione, not your jailer then, but your kind hostess come. I'll question you of my lord's tricks and yours when you were boys. You were pretty lordings then. Polixenes, we were, fair queen, 2 lads that thought there was no more behind but such a day tomorrow as today, and to be boy eternal. Hermione, was not my lord the verier wag otes too? Polixenes, we were as twinned lambs that did frisk eye to sun and bleat the one at other. What we chonged was innocence for innocence. We knew not the doctrine of ill-doing, nor dreamed that any did, had we pursued that life, and our weak spirits ne'er been higher reared with stronger blood. We should have answered heaven boldly, not guilty. The imposition cleared hereditary ours. Hermione, by this we gather, you have tripped since. Polixenes, O my most sacred lady, temptations have since then been born to us, for in those unfledged days was my wife a girl. Your precious self had then not crossed the eyes of my young playfellow. Hermione, grace to boot. Of this make no conclusion, lest you say your queen and I are devils. Yet go on. To offenses we have made you do we'll answer, if you first shinned with us, and that with us you did continue fault, and that you slipped not with any but with us. Leontes, is he won yet? Hermione, he'll stay, my lord. Leontes, at my request he would not. Hermione, my dearest, thou never spokest to better purpose. Hermione, never? Leontes, never but once. Hermione, what? Have I twice said well? When was't before? I prithee tell me, cram s with praise, and make s as fat as tame things. One good deed dying tongueless slaughters 1,000 waiting upon that. Our praises are our wages, you may ride s with one soft kiss 1,000 furlongs air with spur we heat an acre, but to the goal. My last good deed was to entreat his stay. What was my first? It has an elder sister, or I mistake you. Oh, would her name were Grace! But once before I spoke to the purpose. When? Nay, let me have't, I long. Leontes. Why, that was when 3 crabbed months had soured themselves to death, ere I could make thee open thy white hand and clap thyself my love. Then didst thou utter, I am yours for ever. Hermione. 'Tis Grace indeed. Why, lo you now, I have spoke to the purpose twice. The one for ever earned a royal husband, other for some while a friend, giving her hand to Polixenes. Leontes. Aside. Too hot, too hot. To mingle friendship far is mingling bloods. I have tremor cordis on me, and my heart dances, but not for joy. Not joy this entertainment may a free face put on, derive a liberty from hardiness, from bounty, fertile bosom, and well become the agent. T may, I grant. But to be paddling palms and pinching fingers, as now they are, and making practised smiles as in a looking-glass, and then to sigh, as 'twere the mort odidirado, that is entertainment my bosom likes not, nor my brows. Mamilius, art thou my boy? Mamilius. Ay, my good lord. Leontes. I fex. Why, that's my bawcock, what? Hast smutched thy nose? They say it is a copy out of mine. Come, captain, we must be neat. Not neat, but cleanly, captain. And yet the steer, the heifer, and the calf are all called neat, still virginaling. Upon his palm. How now, you wanton calf? Art thou my calf? Mamilius. Yes, if you will, my lord. Leontes. Thou want'st a rough pash and the shoots that I have to be full like me. Yet they say we are almost as like as eggs. Women say so, that will say anything, but were they false as orda-wide blacks, as wind, as waters, false as dice are to be wished by one that fixes no bourne twixt his and mine. Yet were it true to say this boy were like me, come, Sir Page, look on me with your welkin eye, sweet villain. Most dearest, my collop, can thy dam mate be? Affection, thy intention stabs the centre. Thou dost make possible things not so held, communicatst with dreams. How can this be? With what's unreal thou coactive art and fellowst nothing. Then 'tis very credent thou mayst co-join with something. And thou dost, and that beyond commission, and I find it, and that to the infection of my brains and hardening of my brows. Polixenes. What means Cecilia? Hermione. He something seems unsettled. Polixenes. How, my lord? What cheer? How is't with you, best brother? Hermione. You look as if you held a brow of much distraction. Are you immoved, my lord? Leontes. No, in good earnest. How sometimes nature will betray its folly, its tenderness, and make itself a pastime to harder bosoms. Looking on the lines of my boy's face, methoughts I did recoil 23 years, and saw myself unbreeched, in my green velvet coat, my dagger muzzled lest it should bite its master, and so prove, as ornaments oft do, too dangerous. How like, methought, I then was to this colonel, this squash, this gentleman mine honest friend. Will you take eggs for money? Mamilius. No, my lord, I'll fight. Leontes. You will? Why? Happy man B.S. Dole. My brother, are you so fond of your young prince as we do seem to be of ours? Polixenes. If at home, sir. He's all my exercise, my mirth, my matter. Now my sworn friend, and then mine enemy, my parasite, my soldier, statesman, all. He makes a July's day short as December, and with his varying childness cures in me thoughts that would thick my blood. Leontes. So stands this squire. Offict with me that we two will walk, my lord, and leave you to your graver steps. Hermione. How thou lov'st us show in our brother's welcome. Let what is dear in Sicily be cheap. Next to thyself and my young rover, he's a parent to my heart. Hermione. If you would seek us, we are yours. I the garden, shall us attend you there? Leontes. To your own bents dispose you. You'll be found, be you beneath the sky. aside. I am angling now, though you perceive me not how I give line. Go to, go to. How she holds up the neb, the bill to him, and arms her with the boldness of a wife to her allowing husband. Exeunt Polixenes, Hermione, and attendants. Gone already, inch thick, knee deep, o'er head and ears a forked one. Go, play, boy, play thy mother plays and I play too, but so distract apart, whose issue will hiss me to my grave. Contempt and clamor will be my knell. Go, play, boy, play there have been, or I am much deceived, cuckolds ere now, and many a man there is, even at this present, now while I speak this, holds his wife by arm, that little thinks she has been slewed in absence, and his pond fished by his next neighbor, by Sir Smile. His neighbor nay, there's comfort in tea, whiles other men have gates, and those gates opened as mine, against their will, should all despair that hath revolted wives, the 10th of mankind would hang themselves, physic for there's none. It is a bawdy planet, that will strike where 'tis predominant, and 'tis powerful, think it, from east, west, north, and south, be it concluded. No barricado for a belly. Note, it will let in and out the enemy with bag and baggage. Many thousand of us have the disease and feel't not. How now, boy? Mamilius. I am like you, they say. Leontes. Why, that's some comfort. What? Camillo there? Camillo. Ay, my good lord. Leontes. Go play Mamilius. Thou art an honest man. Exit Mamilius. Camillo. This great sir will yet stay longer. Camillo. You had much ado to make his anchor hold. When you cast out, it still came home. Leontes. Didst note it? Camillo. He would not stay at your petitions. Made his business more material. Leontes. Didst perceive it? Aside. They're here with me already. Whispering, rounding, Cecilia is a so forth. 'Tis far gone when I shall gust at last. How came't, Camillo, that he did stay? Camillo. At the good queen's entreaty. Leontes. At the queen's beat. Good should be pertinent, but so it is not. Was this taken by any understanding pate but thine? For thy conceit is soaking, will draw in more than the common blocks, not noted, is't, but of the finer natures? By some severals of headpiece extraordinary? Lower messes perchance are to this business purblind? Say, Camillo. Business, my lord? I think most understand Bohemia stays here longer. Leontes. Huh? Camillo. Stays here longer. Leontes. Aye, but why? Camillo. To satisfy your highness, and the entreaties of our most gracious mistress. Leontes. Satisfy? The entreaties of your mistress? Satisfy? Let that suffice. I have trusted thee, Camillo, with all the nearest things to my heart, as well my chamber counsels, wherein, priest-like, thou hast cleansed my bosom. I from thee departed thy penitent reformed, but we have been deceived in thy integrity, deceived in that which seems so. Camillo. Be it forbid, my lord. Leontes. To bide upon't. Thou art not honest, or if thou inclinst that way, thou art a coward, which hawks his honesty behind, restraining from course required. Or else thou must be counted a servant grafted in my serious trust, and therein negligent. Or else a fool that sayest a game played home, the rich stake drawn, and taxed it all for jest. Camillo. My gracious lord, I may be negligent, foolish, and fearful. In every one of these no man is free, but that his negligence, his folly, fear, among the infinite doings of the world, sometime puts forth in your affairs, my lord. If ever I were wilful negligent, it was my folly. If industriously I played the fool, it was my negligence, not weighing well the end. If ever fearful to do a thing, where I the issue doubted, whereof the execution did cry out against the non-performance, 'twas a fear which oft affects the wisest. These, my lord, are such allowed infirmities that honesty is never free of. But, beseech your grace, be plainer with me. Let me know my trespass by its own visage. If I then deny it, 'tis none of mine. Leontes. Ha, not you seen, Camillo? But that's past doubt. You have, or your eyeglass is thicker than a cuckold's horn, or heard. For, to a vision so apparent, rumor cannot be mute, or thought. For cogitation resides not in that man that does not think. My wife is slippery? If thou wilt confess, or else be impudently negative, to have nor eyes nor ears nor thought, then say my wife's a hobby horse, deserves a name as rank as any flaxwench that puts to before her troth plight, sate and justified. Camillo, I would not be a stander by to hear my sovereign mistress clouded so, without my present vengeance taken. Shrew my heart, you never spoke what did become you less than this, which to reiterate were sin as deep as that, though true. Leontes, is whispering nothing? Is leaning cheek to cheek? Is meeting noses? Kissing with inside lip? Stopping the career of laughter with a sigh? A note infallible of breaking honesty? Horsing foot on foot? Skulking in corners? Wishing clocks more swift? Hours? Minutes? Noon? Midnight? And all eyes blind with the pin and web, but there's only, that would unseen be wicked? Is this nothing? Why, then the world and all that's in't is nothing. The covering sky is nothing, Bohemia nothing. My wife is nothing, nor nothing have these nothings, if this be nothing. Camillo, good my lord, be cured of this diseased opinion, and betimes, for 'tis most dangerous. Leontes, say it be, 'tis true. Camillo, no, no, my lord. Leontes, it is, you lie, you lie. I say thou least, Camillo, and I hate thee, pronounce thee a gross lout, a mindless slave, or else a hovering temporizer that canst with thine eyes at once see good and evil. Inclining to them both, were my wife's liver infected as her life, she would not live the running of one glass. Camillo, who does infect her? Leontes, why, he that wears her like her medal, hanging about his neck, Bohemia, who, if I had servants true about me, that bear eyes to see alike mine honor as their profits, their own particular thrifts, they would do that which should undo more doing. I, and thou, his cupbearer, whom I from meaner form have benched and reared to worship, who may see plainly as heaven sees earth and earth sees heaven, how I am galled, mightst bespice a cup, to give mine enemy a lasting wink, which draught to me were cordial. Camillo, sir, my lord, I could do this, and that with no rash potion, but with a lingering dram, that should not work maliciously like poison, but I cannot believe this crack to be in my dread mistress, so sovereignly being honorable. I have loved thee. Leontes, make that thy question and go rot. Dost think I am so muddy, so unsettled, to appoint myself in this vexation? Sully the purity and whiteness of my sheets, which to preserve is sleep, which being spotted as goads, thorns, nettles, tails of wasps, give scandal to the blood owed a prince, my son, who I do think is mine, and love is mine. Without ripe moving to't, would I do this? Could man so blench? Camillo, I must believe you, sir. I do, and will fetch off Bohemia for't. Provided that, when he's removed, your highness will take again your queen as yours at first, even for your son's sake, and thereby for sealing the injury of tongues and courts and kingdoms known and allied to yours. Leontes, thou dost advise me, even so as I mine own course have set down. I'll give no blemish to her honor, none. Camillo, my lord, go then, and with a countenance as clear as friendship wears at feasts, keep with Bohemia and with your queen. I am his cupbearer. If from me he have wholesome beverage, account me not your servant. Leontes, this is all. Do't, and thou hast the one half of my heart. Do't not, thou splitst thine own. Camillo, I'll do't, my lord. Leontes, I will seem friendly, as thou hast advised me. Exit. Camillo, O miserable lady! But, for me, what case stand I in? I must be the poisoner of good Polixenes, and my ground to do't is the obedience to a master. One who, in rebellion with himself, will have all that are his so to, who do this deed, promotion follows. If I could find example of thousands that had struck anointed kings and flourished after, I'd not do't, but since nor brass, nor stone, nor parchment, bears not one, let villainy itself forswear't, I must forsake the court, to do't or no, is certain to me a breakneck happy star reign now. Here comes Bohemia. Enter Polixenes. Polixenes, this is strange, methinks. My favor here begins to warp, not speak. Good day, Camillo. Camillo. Hail, most royal sir. Polixenes. What is the news, court? Camillo. None rare, my lord. Polixenes. The king hath on him such a countenance as he had lost some province, and a region loved as he loves himself. Even now I met him with customary compliment, when he, wafting his eyes to the contrary, and falling a lip of much contempt, speeds from me, and so leaves me to consider what is breeding that changes thus his manners. Camillo. I dare not know, my lord. Polixenes. How dare not? Do not? Do you know, and dare not? Be intelligent to me? 'Tis thereabouts. For, to yourself, what you do know, you must, and cannot say you dare not. Good Camillo. Your chonged complexions are to me a mirror which shows me mine chonged too. For I must be a party in this alteration, finding myself thus altered with. Camillo. There is a sickness, which puts some of us in distemper, but I cannot name the disease, and it is caught of you that yet are well. Polixenes. How caught of me? Make me not sighted like the basilisk. I have looked on thousands who have sped the better by my regard, but killed none so. Camillo. As you are certainly a gentleman, thereto clerk-like, experienced, which no less adorns our gentry than our parents' noble names, in whose success we are gentle, I beseech you, if you know aught which does behove my knowledge thereof to be informed, imprison not in ignorant concealment. Camillo. I may not answer. Polixenes. A sickness caught of me, and yet I well? I must be answered. Dost thou hear, Camillo, I conjure thee, by all the parts of man which honor does acknowledge, whereof the least is not this suit of mine, that thou declare what incidency thou dost guess of harm is creeping toward me. How far off, how near? Which way to be prevented if to be? If not, how best to bear it? Camillo. Sir, I will tell you. Since I am charged in honor, and by him that I think honorable, therefore mark my counsel, which must be even as swiftly followed as I mean to utter it, or both yourself and me cry lost, and so good night. Polixenes. On, good Camillo. Camillo. I am appointed him to murder you. Polixenes. By whom, Camillo? Camillo. By the king. Polixenes. For what? Camillo. He thinks, nay, with all confidence he swears, as he had seent or been an instrument to vice you to it, that you have touched his queen forbiddenly. Polixenes. Oh, then my best blood turn to an infected jelly, and my name be yocked with his that did betray the best. Turn then my freshest reputation to a savor that may strike the dullest nostril where I arrive, and my approach be shunned, nay, hated too, worse than the greatest infection that e'er was heard or read. Camillo. Swear his thought over. By each particular star in heaven and by all their influences, you may as well forbid the sea for to obey the moon as or by oath remove or counsel shake the fabric of his folly, whose foundation is pilled upon his faith, and will continue the standing of his body. Polixenes. How should this grow? Camillo. I know not, but I am sure 'tis safer to avoid what's grown than question how 'tis born. If therefore you dare trust my honesty, that lies enclosed in this trunk, which you shall bear along impawned, away tonight. Your followers I will whisper to the business, and will by twos and threes, at several posterns, clear them out a city for myself. I'll put my fortunes to your service, which are here by this discovery lost. Be ye not uncertain, for, by the honor of my parents, I have uttered truth, which if you seek to prove, I dare not stand by. Nor shall you be safer than one condemned by the king's own mouth, thereon his execution sworn. Polixenes. I do believe thee. I saw his heart in face. Give me thy hand. Be pilot to me, and thy places shall still neighbor mine. My ships are ready, and my people did expect my hence departure 2 days ago. This jealousy is for a precious creature. As she's rare, must it be great, and as his person's mighty, must it be violent. And as he does conceive he is dishonored by a man which ever professed to him, why, his revenges must in that be made more bitter. Fear o'ershads me. Good expedition be my friend, and comfort the gracious queen, part of his theme, but nothing of his ill-timed suspicion. Come, Camillo, I will respect thee as a father if thou bear'st my life off hence. Let us avoid. Camillo. It is in mine authority to command the keys of all the posterns. Please your highness to take the urgent hour come, sir, away. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Cecilia. A room in the palace. Enter Hermione, Mamillius, and ladies. Hermione. Take the boy to you. He so troubles me, 'tis past enduring. First Lady. Come, my gracious lord. Shall I be your playfellow? Mamillius. No, I'll none of you. First Lady. Why, my sweet lord? Mamillius. You'll kiss me hard, and speak to me as if I were a baby still that I love you better. Second Lady. And why so, my lord? Mamillius. Not for because. Your brows are blacker. Yet black brows, they say, become some women best, so that there be not too much hair there, but in a semicircle or a half-moon made with a pin. Second Lady. Who taught this? Mamillius. I learned it out of women's faces. Pray now, what color are your eyebrows? First Lady. Blue, my lord. Mamillius. Nay, that's a mocked. I have seen a lady's nose that has been blue, but not her eyebrows. First Lady. Hark ye, the queen your mother rounds apace. We shall present our services to a fine new prince one of these days, and then you'd wanton with us, if we would have you. Second Lady. She is spread of late into a goodly bulk. Good time encounter her. Hermione. What wisdom stirs amongst you? Come, sir. Now I am for you again. Pray you sit by us, and tell us a tale. Mamillius. Merry or sad shalt be. Hermione. As merry as you will. Mamillius. A sad tale's best for winter. I have one of sprites and goblins. Hermione. Let's have that, good sir. Come on. Sit down, come on, and do your best to fright me with your sprites. You're powerful at it. Mamillius. There was a man? Hermione. Nay, come. Sit down then on. Mamillius. Dwelt by a churchyard, I will tell it softly. Yond crickets shall not hear it. Hermione. Come on then, and give me in mine ear. Enter Leontes, Antigonus, lords and guards. Leontes. Was he met there? His train? Camilla with him? First Lord. Behind the tuft of pines I met them. Never saw I men scour so on their way. I wide them even to their ships. Leontes. How blessed am I, in my just censure, in my true opinion. Alack, for lesser knowledge. How accursed in being so blessed. There may be in the cup a spider steeped, and one may drink, depart, and yet partake no venom, for his knowledge is not infected. But if one present the abhorred ingredient to his eye, make known how he hath drunk, he cracks his gorge, his sides, with violent hefts. I have drunk, and seen the spider. Camillo was his help in this, his pander. There is a plot against my life, my crown. All's true that is mistrusted. That false villain whom I employed was pre-employed by him. He has discovered my design, and I remain a pinched thing. Yeah, a very trick for them to play at will. How came the postern so easily open? First Lord. By his great authority, which often hath no less prevailed than so on your command. Leontes. I know too well. Give me the boy. I am glad you did not nurse him. Though he does bear some signs of me, yet you have too much blood in him. Hermione. What is this? Sport? Leontes. Bear the boy hence. He shall not come about her. Away with him, and let her sport herself with that she's big with. For 'tis Polixenes has made thee swell thus. Exit Mamillius, with some of the guards. Hermione. But I'd say he had not, and I'll be sworn you would believe my saying. How are you learned, nay ward? Leontes. You, my lords. Look on her, mark her well. That be ye but about to say, she is a goodly lady, and the justice of your hearts will thereto add. 'Tis pity she's not honest honorable. Praise her but for this her without door form, which on my faith deserves high speech, and straight the shrug, the hum or ha, these petty brands that calumny doth use. Oh, I am out, that mercy does. For calumny will sear virtue itself. These shrugs, these hums and ha's, when you have said she's goodly, come between, ere you can set, she's honest. But be it known, from him that has most cause to grieve it should be, she's an adulteress. Hermione. Should a villain say so? The most replenished villain in the world, he were as much more villain. You, my lord, do but mistake. Leontes, you have mistook, my lady. Polixenes for Leontes, thou thing, which I'll not call a creature of thy place, lest barbarism, making me the precedent, should a like language used to all degrees, and mannerly distinguishment leave out betwixt the prince and beggar. I have said she's an adulteress. I have said with whom. More, she's a traitor, and Camillo is a federary with her, and one that knows what she should shame to know herself, but with her most vile principle, that she's a bed-swerver, even as bad as those that vulgars give bolds titles. I, and privy to this their late escape. Hermione. No, by my life. Privy to none of this. How will this grieve you, when you shall come to clearer knowledge, that you thus have published me? Gentle my lord, you scarce can write me throughly then, to say you did mistake. Leontes. Know if I mistake. In those foundations which I build upon, the centre is not big enough to bear a schoolboy's top. Away with her to prison. He who shall speak for her is afar off guilty, but that he speaks. Hermione. There's some ill planet reigns. I must be patient till the heavens look with an aspect more favorable, good my lords. I am not prone to weeping, as our sex commonly are, the want of which vain do perchance shall dry your pities, but I have that honorable grief eloded here which burns worse than tears drown. Beseech you all, my lords, with thoughts so qualified as your charities shall best instruct you, measure me, and so the kings will be performed. Leontes. Shall I be heard? Hermione. Who is that goes with me? Beseech your highness my women may be with me, for you see my plight requires oh not weep, good fools. There is no cause. When you shall know your mistress has deserved prison, then abound in tears as I come out. This action I now go on is for my better grace. Adieu, my lord. I never wished to see you sorry. Now I trust one shall why women, come, you have leave. Leontes. Go, do our bidding hence. Exeunt queen and ladies with guards. First Lord. Beseech your highness, call the queen again. Antigonus. Be certain what you do, sir, lest your justice prove violence, in the which three great ones suffer, yourself, your queen, your son. First Lord. For her, my lord, I dare my life lay down and will do't, sir, please you to accept it, that the queen is spotless eyes of heaven and to you. I mean in this which you accuse her. Antigonus. If it prove she's otherwise, I'll keep my stables where I lodge my wife. I'll go in couples with her. Then when I feel and see her no further trust her. For every inch of woman in the world, every dram of woman's flesh, is false, if she be. Leontes. Hold your peaces. First Lord. Good my lord. Antigonus. It is for you we speak, not for ourselves. You are abused, and by some putteron that will be damned for't. Would I knew the villain, I would land damn him. Be she honor flawed. I have 3 daughters. The eldest is 11. The second and the third, 9 and some 5. If this prove true, they'll pay for't by mine honor. I'll geld 'em all. 14 they shall not see, to bring false generations. They are co-heirs, and I had rather glib myself than they should not produce fair issue. Leontes. Cease, no more. You smell this business with a sense as cold as is a dead man's nose. But I do see't and feel't, as you feel doing thus, and see with all the instruments that feel. Antigonus. If it be so, we need no grave to bury honesty. There's not a grain of it the face to sweeten of the whole dungy earth. Leontes. What? Lack I credit? First Lord. I had rather you did lack than I, my lord, upon this ground. And more it would content me to have her honor true than your suspicion, be blamed for't how you might. Leontes. Why, what need we commune with you of this, but rather follow our forceful instigation? Our prerogative calls not your counsels, but our natural goodness imparts this, which if you, or stupefied or seeming so in skill, cannot or will not relish a truth, like us, inform yourselves we need no more of your advice. The matter, the loss, the gain, the ordering on't, is all properly ours. Antigonus. And I wish, my liege, you had only in your silent judgment tried it, without more overture. Leontes. How could that be? Either thou art most ignorant by age, or thou wert born a fool. Camillo's flight, added to their familiarity, which was as gross as ever touched conjecture, that lacked sight only, not for approbation but only seeing, all other circumstances made up to deed, doth push on this proceeding. Yet, for a greater confirmation, for in an act of this importance, 'twere most piteous to be wild. I have dispatched in post to sacred Delphos, to Apollo's temple, Cleomenes and Dion, whom you know of stuffed sufficiency. Now from the oracle they will bring all, whose spiritual counsel shall stop or spur me. Have I done well? First Lord. Well done, my lord. Leontes, though I am satisfied, and need no more than what I know, yet shall the oracle give rest to the minds of others, such as he whose ignorant credulity will not come up to the truth. O have we thought it good from our free person she should be confined, lest that the treachery of the two fled hence be left her to perform. Come, follow us. We are to speak in public, for this business will raise us all. Antigonus. Aside. To laughter, as I take it, if the good truth were known. Exeunt. Scene 2 of the same, the outer room of a prison. Enter Paulina, a gentleman and attendants. Paulina, the keeper of the prison, call to him. Let him have knowledge who I am. Exit the gentleman. Good lady, no court in Europe is too good for thee. What dost thou then in prison? Enter gentleman with the jailer. Now, good sir, you know me, do you not? Jailer. For a worthy lady, and one whom much I honor. Paulina. Pray you then, conduct me to the queen. Jailer. I may not, madam. To the contrary, I have express commandment. Paulina. Here's ado, to lock up honesty and honor from access of gentle visitors. Is lawful, pray you, to see her women? Any of them? Emilia? Jailer. So please you, madam, to put apart these your attendants, I shall bring Emilia forth. Paulina. I pray now, call her. Withdraw yourselves. Exeunt gentlemen and attendants. Jailer. And madam, I must be present at your conference. Paulina. Well, be't so, prithee. Exit jailer. Here's such ado to make no stain as passes coloring. Re-enter jailer with Emilia. Dear gentlewoman, how fares our gracious lady? Emilia. As well as one so great and so forlorn may hold together. On her frights and griefs, which never tender lady hath borne greater, she is, something before her time, delivered. Paulina. A boy. Emilia. A daughter, and a goodly babe lusty and like to live. The queen receives much comfort in tea. Says my poor prisoner, I am as innocent as you. Paulina. I dare be sworn. These dangerous unsafe loons the king, beshrew them. He must be told on't, and he shall. The office becomes a woman best I'll take upon me. If I prove honey-mouthed, let my tongue blister, and never to my red-looked anger be the trumpet any more. Pray you, Emilia, commend my best obedience to the queen. If she dares trust me with her little babe, I'll shout the king, and undertake to be her advocate to the louds. We do not know how he may soften at the sight o' the child. The silence often of pure innocence persuades, when speaking fails. Emilia. Most worthy madam, your honor and your goodness is so evident, that your free undertaking cannot miss a thriving issue. There is no lady living so meet for this great errand. Please your ladyship to visit the next room. I'll presently acquaint the queen of your most noble offer, who but today hammered of this design, but durst not tempt a minister of honor, lest she should be denied. Paulina. Tell her, Emilia, I'll use that tongue I have. If wit flow from as boldness from my bosom, let not be doubted I shall do good. Emilia. Now be you blessed for it. I'll to the queen. Please you come something nearer. Jailer. Madam, if please the queen to send the babe, I know not what I shall incur to pass it, having no warrant. Paulina. You need not fear it, sir. This child was prisoner to the womb, and is, by law and process of great nature thence freed and enfranchised. Not a party to the anger of the king, nor guilty of, if any be, the trespass of the queen. Jailer. I do believe it. Paulina. Do not you fear. Upon mine honor, I will stand betwixt you and danger. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same. A room in the palace. Enter Leontes, Antigonus, lords, and other attendants. Leontes. Nor night nor day no rest. It is but weakness to bear the matter thus, mere weakness, if the cause were not in being. Part o' the cause, she'd adulteress. For the harlot king is quite beyond mine arm, out of the blank and level of my brain, plot proof, but she I can hook to me, say that she were gone, given to the fire. A moiety of my rest might come to me again. Who's there? First attendant. My lord. Leontes. How does the boy? First attendant. He took good rest tonight. 'Tis hopped his sickness is discharged. Leontes. To see his nobleness. Conceiving the dishonor of his mother. He straight declined, drooped, took it deeply, fastened and fixed the shame on't in himself, threw off his spirit, his appetite, his sleep, and downright languished. Leave me solely. Go, see how he fares. Exit first attendant. Fie. No thought of him. The very thought of my revenges that way recoil upon me. In himself too mighty, and in his parties, his alliance, let him be, until a time may serve for present vengeance. Take it on her. Camillo and Polixenes laugh at me. Make their pastime at my sorrow. They should not laugh if I could reach them, nor shall she, within my power. Enter Paulina carrying a baby, with Antigonus, lords and servants. First Lord. You must not enter. Paulina. Nay, rather, good my lords, be second to me. Fear you his tyrannous passion more, alas, than the queen's life? A gracious, innocent soul, more free than he is jealous. Antigonus. That's enough. Servant. Madam, he hath not slept tonight. Commanded none should come at him. Paulina. Not so hot, good sir. I come to bring him sleep, 'tis such as you, that creep like shadows by him, and do sigh at each his needless heavings. Such as you nourish the cause of his awaking. I do come with words as medicinal as true, honest as either, to purge him of that humor that presses him from sleep. Leontes. What noise there? Ho? Paulina. No noise, my lord, but needful conference about some gossips for your highness. Leontes. How? Away with that audacious lady. Antigonus. I charge thee that she should not come about me. I knew she would. Antigonus. I told her so, my lord. On your displeasure's peril and on mine, she should not visit you. Leontes. What, canst not rule her? Paulina. From all dishonesty he can die in this, unless he take the course that you have done. Commit me for committing honor. Trust it, he shall not rule me. Antigonus. Lie you now, you hear. When she will take the rein I let her run, but she'll not stumble. Paulina. Good my liege, I come. And, I beseech you hear me, who professes myself your loyal servant, your physician, your most obedient counselor. Yet that dares less appear so, in comforting your evils, than such as most seem yours. I say I come from your good queen. Leontes. Good queen. Paulina. Good queen, my lord, good queen. I say, good queen, and would by combat make her good. So were I a man, the worst about you. Leontes. Force her hints. Paulina. Let him that makes but trifles of his eyes first hand me. On mine own accord I'll off. But first I'll do my errand. The good queen, for she is good, hath brought you forth a daughter. Here 'tis, commends it to your blessing. Laying down the child. Leontes. Out. A mankind which, hence with her, out o' door. A most intelligencing bawd. Paulina. Not so. I am as ignorant in that as you in so entitling me, and no less honest than you are mad. Which is enough, I'll warrant, as this world goes, to pass for honest. Leontes. Traitors. Will you not push her out? To Antigonus. Give her the bastard, thou dotard. Thou art woman-tiered, unroosted by thy dame partlet here. Take up the bastard, take up, I say. Give to thy crone. Paulina. Forever. Unvenerable be thy hands, if thou taxed up the princess by that forced baseness which he has put upon. Leontes. He dreads his wife. Paulina. So I would you did. Then 'twere past all doubt you'd call your children yours. Leontes. A nest of traitors. Antigonus. I am none, by this good light. Paulina. Nor I, nor any. But one that's here, and that's himself, for he the sacred honor of himself, his queens, his hopeful sons, his babes, betrays to slander. whose sting is sharper than the sword's, and will not, for, as the case now stands, it is a curse he cannot be compelled to't, once remove the root of his opinion, which is rotten as ever oak or stone was sound. Leontes, a cowlat, of boundless tongue, who late hath beat her husband, and now baits me. This brat is none of mine. It is the issue of Polixenes. Hence with it, and together with the dam commit them to the fire. Paulina, it is yours. And, might we lay the old proverb to your charge, so like you 'tis the worst. Behold, my lords, although the print be little, the whole matter and copy of the father. Eye, nose, lip, the trick of frown his forehead, nay, the valley, the pretty dimples of his chin and cheek, his smiles, the very mold and frame of hand, nail, finger, and thou, good goddess Nature, which hast made it so like to him that got it, if thou hast the ordering of the mind too, mongst all colors no yellow in tea, lest she suspect, as he does, her children not her husband's. Leontes, a gross hag, and Lazel, thou art worthy to be hanged that wilt not stay her tongue. Antigonus, hang all the husbands. That cannot do that feat. You'll leave yourself hardly one subject. Leontes, once more, take her hints. Paulina, a most unworthy and unnatural lord can do no more. Leontes, I'll have thee burnt. Paulina, I care not. It is an heretic that makes the fire, not she which burns in. I'll not call you tyrant, but this most cruel usage of your queen, not able to produce more accusation than your own weak-hinged fancy, something savors of tyranny, and will ignoble make you, yea, scandalous to the world. Leontes, on your allegiance, out of the chamber with her. Were I a tyrant, where were her life? She durst not call me so. If she did know me, one dot away with her. Paulina, I pray you, do not push me. I'll be gone. Look to your babe, my lord. 'Tis yours. Jove send her a better guiding spirit. What needs these hands? You that are thus so tender o'er his follies, will never do him good, not one of you. So farewell. We are gone. Exit. Leontes, thou, traitor, hast set on thy wife to this. My child? Away with even thou, that hast a heart so tender o'er it, take it hence, and see it instantly consumed with fire. Even thou, and none but thou, take it up straight. Within this hour bring me word 'tis done, and by good testimony, or I'll seize thy life, with that thou else call'st thine. If thou refuse and wilt encounter with my wrath, say so. The bastard brains with these my proper hands shall I dash out. Go, take it to the fire, for thou set'st on thy wife. Antigonus, I did not, sir. These lords, my noble fellows, if they please, can clear me in tea. Lords, we can. My royal liege, he is not guilty of her coming hither. Leontes, you're liars all. First Lord, beseech your highness, give us better credit. We have always truly served you, and beseech so to esteem of us, and on our knees we beg, as recompense of our dear services past and to come, that you do change this purpose, which being so horrible, so bloody, must lead on to some foul issue. We all kneel. Leontes, I am a feather for each wind that blows. Shall I live on to see this bastard kneel and call me father? Better burn it now than curse it then, but be it. Let it live. It shall not neither. To Antigonus. You, sir, come you hither. You that have been so tenderly officious with Lady Marjorie, your midwife, there, to save this bastard's life? For 'tis a bastard. So sure as this beard's gray, what will you adventure to save this brat's life? Antigonus. Anything, my lord, that my ability may undergo, and nobleness impose. At least thus much. I'll pawn the little blood which I have left to save the innocent. Anything possible. Leontes, it shall be possible. Swear by this sword thou wilt perform my bidding. Antigonus, I will, my lord. Leontes, mark, and perform it, sayest thou? For the fail of any point in't shall not only be death to thyself, but to thy lewd-tongued wife, whom for this time we pardon. We enjoin thee, as thou art liegeman to us, that thou carry this female bastard hence, and that thou bear it to some remote and desert place, quite out of our dominions, and that there thou leave it without more mercy, to its own protection in favor of the climate, as by strange fortune it came to us. I do in justice charge thee, on thy soul's peril and thy body's torture, that thou commend it strangely to some place where chance may nurse or end it. Take it up. Antigonus. I swear to do this, though a present death had been more merciful. Come on, poor babe. Some powerful spirit instruct the kites and ravens to be thy nurses. Wolves and bears, they say, casting their savageness aside, have done like offices of pity. Sir, be prosperous in more than this deed does require, and blessing against this cruelty. Fight on thy side, poor thing, condemned to loss. Exit with the child. Leontes. No, I'll not rear another's issue. Enter a servant. Servant. Please your highness, posts. From those you sent to the oracle are come an hour since. Cleomenes and Dion, being well arrived from Delphos, are both landed, hasting to the court. First Lord. So please you, sir, their speed hath been beyond account. Leontes. 23 days. They have been absent, 'tis good speed. Foretells the great Apollo suddenly will have the truth of this appear. Prepare you, lords. Summon a session, that we may arraign our most disloyal lady. For, as she hath been publicly accused, so shall she have a just and open trial while she lives. My heart will be a burden to me. Leave me, and think upon my bidding. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. A street in some town. Enter Cleomenes and Dion. Cleomenes. The climate's delicate, the air most sweet, fertile the isle, the temple much surpassing the common praise it bears. Dion. I shall report, for most it caught me, the celestial habits, methinks I so should term them, and the reverence of the grave wearers. Oh, the sacrifice! How ceremonious, solemn, and unearthly! It was I offering. Cleomenes. But of all, the burst, and the ear-deafening voice, O to oracle, kin to Jove's thunder, so surprised my sense that I was nothing. Dion. If the event, O journey, prove as successful to the queen, O, beat so, as it hath been to us rare, pleasant, speedy, the time is worth the use on't. Cleomenes. Great Apollo, turn all to best. These proclamations, so forcing faults upon Hermione, I little like. Dion. The violent carriage of it will clear or end the business. When the oracle, thus by Apollo's great divine sealed up, shall the contents discover, something rare even then will rush to knowledge. Go, fresh horses, and gracious be the issue. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. A court of justice. Enter Leontes. Lords and officers appear, properly seated. Leontes. This sessions, to our great grief we pronounce, even pushes gainst our heart. The party tried the daughter of a king, our wife, and one of us too much beloved. Let us be cleared of being tyrannous, since we so openly proceed in justice, which shall have due course, even to the guilt or the purgation. Produce the prisoner. Officer. It is his highness' pleasure that the queen appear in person here in court. Silence. Hermione is brought and guarded, Paulina and ladies attending. Leontes. Read the indictment. Officer. Reads. Hermione, queen to the worthy Leontes, king of Sicilia, thou art here accused and arraigned of high treason, in committing adultery with Polixenes, king of Bohemia, and conspiring with Camillo to take away the life of our sovereign lord the king, thy royal husband. The pretense whereof being by circumstances partly laid open, thou, Hermione, contrary to the faith and allegiance of a true subject, didst counsel and aid them, for their better safety, to fly away by night. Hermione. Since what I am to say must be but that which contradicts my accusation, and the testimony on my part no other but what comes from myself, it shall scarce boot me to say, not guilty. Mine integrity, being counted falsehood, shall, as I express it, be so received. But thus, if powers divine behold our human actions as they do, I doubt not, then, but innocence shall make false accusation blush, and tyranny tremble at patience. You, my lord, best know, who least will seem to do so. My past life hath been as continent, as chaste, as true, as I am now unhappy, which is more than history can pattern, though devised and played to take spectators. For behold me, a fellow of the royal bed, which a moiety of the throne, a great king's daughter, the mother to a hopeful prince, here standing to prate and talk for life and honor, for who pleased to come and hear for life. I prize it as I weigh grief, which I would spare for honor. 'Tis a derivative from me to mine, and only that I stand. For did I appeal to your own conscience, sir, before Polixenes came to your court, how I was in your grace, how merited to be so. Since he came, with what encounter so uncurrent I have strained to appear thus. If one jot beyond the bound of honor, or in act or will that way inclining, hardened be the hearts of all that hear me, and my nearest of kin cry fie upon my grave. Leontes, I ne'er heard yet that any of these bolder vices wanted less impudence to gainsay what they did than to perform it first. Hermione, that's true enough, though 'tis a saying, sir, not due to me. Leontes, you will not own it. Hermione, more than mistress of, which comes to me in name of fault, I must not at all acknowledge for Polixenes, with whom I am accused. I do confess I loved him as in honor he required, with such a kind of love as might become a lady like me, with a love even such, so and no other as yourself commanded, which not to have done, I think had been in me both disobedience and ingratitude to you and toward your friend, whose love had spoke, ever since it could speak, from an infant, freely, that it was yours now for conspiracy. I know not how it tastes, though it be dished for me to try how. All I know of it is that Camillo was an honest man, and why he left your court, the gods themselves, wotting no more than I, are ignorant. Leontes, you knew of his departure, as you know what you have undertime to do in his absence. Hermione, sir, you speak a language that I understand not. My life stands in the level of your dreams, which I'll lay down. Leontes, your actions are my dreams. You had a bastard by Polixenes, and I but dreamed you were past all shame. Those of your fact are so past all truth, which to deny concerns more than avails. For as thy brat hath been cast out, like to itself, no father owning it, which is, indeed, more criminal in thee than it, so thou shalt feel our justice, in whose easiest passage look for no less than death. Hermione, sir, spare your threats. The bug which you would fright me with, I seek. To me can life be no commodity. The crown and comfort of my life, your favor, I do give lost, for I do feel it gone, but know not how it went down. Why second joy and first fruits of my body, from his presence I am barred, like one infectious. Why third comfort, starred most unluckily, is from my breast, the innocent milk in its most innocent mouth, howled out to murder. Myself on every post proclaimed a strumpet, with a modest hatred the child-bed privilege denied, which longs to women of all fashion. Lastly, hurried here to this place, I'd open air, before I have got strength of limit. Now, my liege, tell me what blessings I have here alive, that I should fear to die. Therefore proceed. But yet hear this. Mistake me not. No life, I prize it not a straw, but for mine honor which I would free, if I shall be condemned upon surmises, all proofs sleeping else but what your jealousies awake. I tell you, 'tis rigor, and not law your honors all. I do refer me to the oracle. Apollo be my judge. First Lord, this your request is altogether just. Therefore bring forth, and in Apollo's name, his oracle. Exeunt certain officers. Hermione, the Emperor of Russia was my father. Oh, that he were alive, and here beholding his daughter's trial, that he did but see the flatness of my misery, yet with eyes of pity, not revenge. Enter officers with Cleomenes and Dion. Officer, you here shall swear upon this sword of justice, that you, Cleomenes and Dion, have been both at Delphos, and from thence have brought this sealed-up oracle, by the hand delivered of great Apollo's priest, and that since then you have not dared to break the holy seal, nor read the secrets in't. Cleomenes, Dion, all this we swear. Leontes, break up the seals and read. Officer, reads. Hermione is chaste, Polixenes blameless, Camillo a true subject, Leontes a jealous tyrant, his innocent babe truly begotten, and the king shall live without an heir, if that which is lost be not found. Lords, Now blessed be the great Apollo. Hermione. Praised. Leontes. Hast thou read truth? Officer. Aye, my lord, even so, as it is here set down. Leontes. There is no truth at all, I'd oracle. The sessions shall proceed. This is mere falsehood. Enter a servant hastily. Servant. My lord the king. The king. Leontes. What is the business? Servant. O sir, I shall be hated to report it. The prince your son, with mere conceit and fear of the queen's speed, is gone. Leontes. How? Gone? Servant. Is dead. Leontes. Apollo's angry, and the heavens themselves do strike at my injustice. Hermione faints. How now there? Paulina. This news is mortal to the queen. Look down and see what death is doing. Leontes. Take her hints. Her heart is but o'ercharged. She will recover. I have too much believed mine own suspicion. Beseech you tenderly apply to her some remedies for life. Exeunt Paulina and ladies with Hermione. Apollo, pardon my great profaneness gainst thine oracle. I'll reconcile me to Polixenes, new woo my queen, recall the good Camillo, whom I proclaim a man of truth, of mercy. For, being transported by my jealousies to bloody thoughts and to revenge, I chose Camillo for the minister to poison my friend Polixenes, which had been done, but that the good mind of Camillo tardied my swift command, though I with death and with reward did threaten and encourage him, not doing it and being done he, most humane and filled with honor, to my kingly guest, unclasped my practice, quit his fortunes here, which you knew great, and to the certain hazard of all incertainties himself commended, no richer than his honor, how he glisters thorough my rust, and how his piety does my deeds make the blacker. Enter Paulina. Paulina. Woe the while. Oh, cut my lace, lest my heart, cracking it, break too. First Lord. What fit is this, good lady? Paulina. What studied torments, tyrant, hast for me? What wheels? Racks? Fires? What flaying? Boiling in leads or oils? What old or newer torture must I receive, whose every word deserves to taste of thy most worst? Thy tyranny, together working with thy jealousies, fancies too weak for boys, too green and idle for girls of 9. Oh, think what they have done, and then run mad indeed, stark mad. For all thy bygone fooleries were but spices of it. That thou betrayedst the Polixenes, 'twas nothing. That did but show thee of a fool, inconstant and damnable ingrateful. Nor was't much thou wouldst have poisoned good Camillo's honor, to have him kill a king. Poor trespasses more monstrous standing by, whereof I reckon the casting forth to crows thy baby daughter, to be or none or little, though a devil would have shed water out of fire ere done. Nor is directly laid to thee the death of the young prince, whose honorable thoughts, high for one so tender, cleft the heart that could conceive a gross and foolish sire blemished his gracious dam. This is not, no, laid to thy answer, but the last, O lords, when I have said, cry woe. The queen, the sweetest, dearest creature's dead, and vengeance for it not dropped down yet. First Lord. The higher powers forbid. Paulina. I say she's dead. I'll swear't if word nor oath prevail not, go and see. If you can bring tincture or luster, in her lip, her eye, heat outwardly or breath within, I'll serve you as I would do the gods, but, O thou tyrant, do not repent these things, for they are heavier than all thy woes can stir. Therefore betake thee to nothing but despair, 1,000 knees 10,000 years together, naked, fasting, upon a barren mountain, and still winter and storm perpetual, could not move the gods to look that way thou wert. Leontes. Go on, go on. Thou canst not speak too much. I have deserved all tongues to talk their bitterest. First Lord. Say no more. Howe'er the business goes, you have made fault-eyed boldness of your speech. Paulina. I am sorry for t. All faults I make, when I shall come to know them, I do repent, alas. I have showed too much the rashness of a woman. He is touched. To the noble heart, what's gone and what's past help, should be past grief, though not receive affliction at my petition. I beseech you, rather let me be punished, that have minded you of what you should forget now, Good my liege, sir, royal sir, forgive a foolish woman. The love I bore your queen, lo, fool again. I'll speak of her no more, nor of your children. I'll not remember you of my own lord, who is lost too. Take your patience to you, and I'll say nothing. Leontes, thou didst speak, but well, when most the truth, which I receive much better than to be pitied of thee, prithee, bring me to the dead bodies of my queen and son. One grave shall be for both, upon them shall the causes of their death appear, unto our shame perpetual. Once a day I'll visit the chapel where they lie, and tears shed there shall be my recreation. So long as nature will bear up with this exercise, so long I daily vow to use it. Come, and lead me to these sorrows. Exeunt. Scene 3, Bohemia. A desert country near the sea. Enter Antigonus with the child and a mariner. Antigonus. Thou art perfect, then. Our ship hath touched upon the deserts of Bohemia? Mariner. I, my lord, in fear. We have landed in ill time. The skies look grimly, and threaten present blusters. I in my conscience. The heavens with that we have in hand are angry, and frown upon us. Antigonus. Their sacred wills be done. Go, get aboard. Look to thy bark. I'll not be long before I call upon thee. Mariner. Make your best haste, and go not too far to land. 'Tis like to be loud weather. Besides, this place is famous for the creatures of prey that keep upon tea. Antigonus. Go thou away. I'll follow instantly. Mariner. I am glad at heart to be so rid o' to business. Exit. Antigonus. Come, poor babe. I have heard, but not believed, the spirits of the dead may walk again. If such thing be, thy mother appeared to me last night. For ne'er was dream so like a waking. To me comes a creature, sometimes her head on one side, some another. I never saw a vessel of like sorrow, so filled and so becoming. In pure white robes like very sanctity, she did approach my cabin where I lay. Thrice bowed before me, and gasping to begin some speech, her eyes became two spouts, the fury spent. Anon did this break from her. Good Antigonus, since fate, against thy better disposition, hath made thy person for the thrower out of my poor babe, according to thine oath, places remote enough are in Bohemia. There weep, and leave it crying, and, for the babe is counted lost for ever. Perdita, I prithee call't, for this ungentle business, put on thee by my lord. Thou ne'er shalt see thy wife Paulina more. And so, with shrieks, she melted into air affrighted much. I did in time collect myself and thought this was so, and no slumber dreams are toys. Yet for this once, superstitiously, I will be squared by this. I do believe Hermione hath suffered death, and that Apollo would, this being indeed the issue of King Polixenes, it should here be laid, either for life or death, upon the earth of its right father. Blossom, speed thee well. There lie, and there thy character. There these, laying down the child and a bundle, which may, if fortune please, both breed thee, pretty, and still rest thine. The storm begins. Poor wretch, that for thy mother's fault art thus exposed to loss and what may follow. Weep I cannot, but my heart bleeds, and most accursed am I to be by oath enjoined to this farewell. The day frowns more and more. Thou'rt like to have a lullaby too rough. I never saw the heavens so dim by day, a savage clamor. Well, may I get aboard? This is the chase. I am gone forever. Exit, pursued by a bear. Enter an old shepherd. Shepherd, I would there were no age between 10 and 23, or that youth would sleep out the rest. For there is nothing in the between but getting wenches with child, wronging the ancientry, stealing, fighting. Hark you now, would any but these boiled brains of 19 and 22 hunt this weather? They have scared away 2 of my best sheep, which I fear the wolf will sooner find than the master. If anywhere I have them, 'tis by the seaside, browsing of ivy. Good luck, and tea be thy will. What have we here? Taking up the child. Mercy on us, a bairn, a very pretty bairn. A boy or a child, I wonder? A pretty one. A very pretty one, sure. Some scape, though I am not bookish, yet I can read waiting gentlewoman in the scape. This has been some stair work, some trunk work, some behind door work. They were warmer that got this than the poor thing is here. I'll take it up for pity. Yet I'll tarry till my son come. He hallooed, but even now woho-hoa. Enter clown. Clown. Hello, Loa. Shepherd. What, art so near? If thou wilt see a thing to talk on when thou art dead and rotten, come hither, what ailst thou, man? Clown. I have seen two such sights, by sea and by land. But I am not to say it is a sea, for it is now the sky. Betwixt the firmament and it, you cannot thrust a bodkin's point. Shepherd. Why, boy, how is it? Clown. I would you did but see how it chafes, how it rages, how it takes up the shore. But that's not to the point, Ditto. The most piteous cry of the poor souls. Sometimes to see him, and not to see him, now the ship boring the moon with her mainmast, and anon swallowed with yest and froth, as you'd thrust a cork into a hogshead, and then for the land service, to see how the bear tore out his shoulder bone, how he cried to me for help, and said his name was Antigonus, a nobleman, but to make an end of the ship, to see how the sea flap-dragoned it. But first, how the poor souls roared and the sea mocked them, and how the poor gentleman roared, and the bear mocked him, both roaring louder than the sea or weather. Shepherd. Name of mercy, when was this, boy? Clown. Now that I have not winked since I saw these sights. The men are not yet cold under water, nor the bear half dined on the gentleman. He's at it now. Shepherd. Would I had been by to have helped the old man. Clown. I would you had been by the ship's side, to have helped her. There your charity would have lacked footing. Shepherd. Heavy matters, heavy matters. But look thee here, boy, now bless thyself. Thou met'st with things dying, I with things newborn. Here's a sight for thee, look thee, a bearing cloth for a squire's child. Look thee here. Take up, boy. Open dot so. Let's see it was told me I should be rich by the fairies. This is some changeling. Open dot what's within, boy? Clown. You're a made old man. If the sins of your youth are forgiven you, you're well to live gold. All gold. Shepherd. This is fairy gold, boy, and 'twill prove sewed up with it. Keep it close. Home, home. The next way we are lucky, boy, and to be so still requires nothing but secrecy. Let my sheep go. Come, good boy, the next way home. Clown. Go you the next way with your findings. I'll go see if the bear be gone from the gentleman, and how much he hath eaten. They are never cursed but when they are hungry. If there be any of him left, I'll bury it. Shepherd. That's a good deed, if thou mayest discern by that which is left of him what he is. Fetch me to this sight of him. Clown. Marry will I, and you shall help to put him I ground. Shepherd. 'Tis a lucky day, boy, and we'll do good deeds on tea. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Enter time. The chorus. Time. I that please some, try all, both joy and terror of good and bad, that makes and unfolds error. Now take upon me, in the name of time, to use my wings. Impute it not a crime to me or my swift passage, that I slide o'er 16 years, and leave the growth untried of that wide gap, since it is in my power to o'erthrow law, and in one self-born hour to plant and o'erwhelm custom. Let me pass the same I am, ere ancient'st order was, or what is now received, eyewitness to the times that brought them in. So shall I do to the freshest things now reigning, and make stale the glistering of this present. As my tale now seems to it, your patience this allowing, I turn my glass, and give my scene such growing as you had slept between Leontes, leaving the effects of his fond jealousies, so grieving that he shuts up himself. Imagine me, gentle spectators, that I now may be in fair Bohemia, and remember well, I mentioned a son, things which Florizel I now name to you, and with speed so pace to speak of Perdita, now grown in grace equal with wondering, what of her ensues I list not prophesy. But let time's news be known when 'tis brought forth a shepherd's daughter, and what to her adheres, which follows after, is to argument of time. Of this allow, if ever you have spent time worse ere now. If never, yet that time himself doth say he wishes earnestly you never may. Exit. Scene 2. Bohemia. A room in the palace of Polixenes. Enter Polixenes and Camillo. Polixenes. I pray thee, good Camillo, be no more importunate. 'Tis a sickness denying thee anything, a death to grant this. Camillo. It is 15 years since I saw my country, though I have for the most part been aired abroad. I desire to lay my bones there. Besides, the penitent king, my master, hath sent for me, to whose feeling sorrows I might be some allay, or I o'erween to think so, which is another spur to my departure. Polixenes, as thou lovest me, Camillo, wipe not out the rest of thy services by leaving me now. The need I have of thee, thine own goodness hath made. Better not to have had thee than thus to want thee. Thou, having made me businesses which none without thee can sufficiently manage, must either stay to execute them thyself, or take away with thee the very services thou hast done, which if I have not enough considered, as too much I cannot. To be more thankful to thee shall be my study, and my profit. Therein the heaping friendships of that fatal country. Cecilia, prithee speak no more, whose very naming punishes me with the remembrance of that penitent, as thou callest him, and reconciled king, my brother, whose loss of his most precious queen and children are even now to be afresh lamented. Say to me, when sawest thou the Prince Florizel, my son? Kings are no less unhappy, their issue not being gracious, than they are in losing them when they have approved their virtues. Camillo, sir, it is 3 days since I saw the prince. What his happier affairs may be, are to me unknown, but I have missingly noted he is of late much retired from court, and is less frequent to his princely exercises than formerly he hath appeared. Polixenes, I have considered so much, Camillo, and with some care, so far that I have eyes under my service which look upon his removedness, from whom I have this intelligence, that he is seldom from the house of a most homely shepherd, a man, they say, that from very nothing, and beyond the imagination of his neighbors, is grown into an unspeakable estate. Camillo, I have heard, sir, of such a man, who hath a daughter of most rare note. The report of her is extended more than can be thought to begin from such a cottage. Polixenes, that's likewise part of my intelligence. But, I fear, the angle that plucks our son thither, thou shalt accompany us to the place, where we will, not appearing what we are, have some question with the shepherd, from whose simplicity I think it not uneasy to get the cause of my son's resort thither. Prithee, be my present partner in this business, and lay aside the thoughts of Cecilia. Camillo, I willingly obey your command. Polixenes, my best Camillo, we must disguise ourselves. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same road near the shepherd's cottage. Enter Autolycus, singing. Autolycus, when daffodils begin to peer, with hay, the doxy over the dale, why, then comes in the sweet oat the year, for the red blood reigns in the winter's pale, the white sheep bleaching on the hedge, with hay, the sweet birds, oh, how they sing, doth set my pugging tooth on edge, for a quart of ale is a dish for a king. The lark, that tiralira chants, with hay, the thrush and the jay, are summer songs for me and my aunts, while we lie tumbling in the hay. I have served Prince Florizel, and in my time wore 3 pile, but now I am out of service. But shall I go mourn for that, my dear? The pale moon shines by night, and when I wander here and there, I then do most go right. If tinkers may have leave to live, and bear the so-skin budget, then my account I well may give, and in the stocks avouch it. My traffic is sheets. When the kite builds, look to lesser linen. Why father named me Autolycus, who being, I as am, littered under Mercury, was likewise a snapper-up of unconsidered trifles. With dye and drab I purchased this caparison, and my revenue is the silly cheek. Gallows and knock are too powerful on the highway. Beating and hanging are terrors to me for the life to come. I sleep out the thought of it. A prize. Enter clown. Clown, let me see. Every laven weather tods. Every tod yields pound and odd shilling. 1,500 shorn. What comes the wool to? Autolycus, aside. If the springe hold, the cock's mine. Clown, I cannot do't without counters. Let me see. What am I to buy for our sheep-shearing feast? 3 pound of sugar, 5 pound of currants, rice. What will this sister of mine do with rice? But my father hath made her mistress of the feast, and she lays it on. She hath made me 24 nosegays for the shearers, 3-man songmen all, and very good ones. But they are most of them means and bases, but one Puritan amongst them, and he sings psalms to hornpipes. I must have saffron to color the warden pies. Mace, dates, none, that's out of my note. Nutmegs, 7. A race or two of ginger, but that I may beg. 4 pound of prunes, and as many of raisins on. Autolycus, groveling on the ground. Oh, that ever I was born. Clown, I'd name of me. Autolycus, oh, help me, help me. Pluck but off these rags, and then, death, death. Clown, alack, poor soul, thou hast need of more rags to lay on thee, rather than have these off. Autolycus, O sir, the loathsomeness of them offends me more than the stripes I have received, which are mighty ones and millions. Clown, alas, poor man, a million of beating may come to a great matter. Autolycus, I am robbed, sir, and beaten. My money and apparel ta'en from me, and these detestable things put upon me. Clown, what, by a horseman or a footman? Autolycus, a footman, sweet sir, a footman. Clown, indeed, he should be a footman by the garments he has left with thee. If this be a horseman's coat, it hath seen very hot service. Lend me thy hand, I'll help thee. Come, lend me thy hand. Helping him up. Autolycus, oh, good sir, tenderly, oh. Clown, alas, poor soul. Autolycus, oh, good sir, softly, good sir. I fear, sir, my shoulder blade is out. Clown, how now? Can't stand? Autolycus, softly, dear sir. Picks his pocket. Good sir, softly, you done me a charitable office. Clown, dost lack any money? I have a little money for thee. Autolycus, no, good sweet sir. No, I beseech you, sir. I have a kinsman not past 3/4 of a mile hence, unto whom I was going. I shall there have money or anything I want. Offer me no money, I pray you. That kills my heart. Clown, what manner of fellow was he that robbed you? Autolycus, a fellow, sir, that I have known to go about with troll my dames. I knew him once a servant of the prince. I cannot tell, good sir, for which of his virtues it was, but he was certainly whipped out of the court. Clown, his vices, you would say. There's no virtue whipped out of the court, they cherish it to make it stay there, and yet it will no more but abide. Autolycus, vices, I would say. Sir, I know this man well. He hath been since an 8-bearer, then a process server, a bailiff, then he compassed a motion of the prodigal son, and married a tinker's wife within a mile where my land and living lies. And, having flown over many knavish professions, he settled only in rogue. Some call him Autolycus. Clown, out upon him, prig, for my life, prig. He haunts wakes, fairs, and bear-baitings. Autolycus, very true, sir. That's the rogue that put me into this apparel. Clown, not a more cowardly rogue in all Bohemia. If you had but looked big and spit at him, he'd have run. Autolycus, I must confess to you, sir, I am no fighter. I am false of heart that way, and that he knew, I warrant him. Clown, how do you now? Autolycus, sweet sir, much better than I was. I can stand and walk. I will even take my leave of you and pace softly towards my kinsman's. Clown, shall I bring thee on the way? Autolycus, no, good face, sir. No, sweet sir. Clown, then fare thee well. I must go buy spices for our sheep shearing. Autolycus, prosper you, sweet sir. Exit. Clown, your purse is not hot enough to purchase your spice. I'll be with you at your sheep shearing too. If I make not this cheat bring out another, and the shearers prove sheep, let me be unrolled, and my name put in the book of virtue. Sings, jog on, the footpathway, and merrily hint the stile. A merry heart goes all the day, your sad tires in a mile. Exit. Scene forward, the same at a shepherd's cottage. Enter Florizel and Perdita. Florizel, these your unusual weeds to each part of you do give a life. No shepherdess, but Flora peering in April's front. This your sheep shearing is as a meeting of the petty gods, and you the queen on tea. Perdita, sir, my gracious lord, to chide at your extremes it not becomes me. Oh, pardon that I name them. Your high self, the gracious Mark Odeland, you have obscured with a swain's wearing, and me, poor lowly maid, most goddess-like pranked up, but that our feasts in every mess have folly, and the feeders digest it with a custom. I should blush to see you so atterred. Swoon, I think, to show myself a glass. Florizel, I bless the time, when my good falcon made her flight across thy father's ground. Perdita, now Jove afford you cause. To me the difference forges dread. Your greatness hath not been us to fear. Even now I tremble to think your father, by some accident, should pass this way, as you did. Oh, the fates! How would he look to see his work, so noble, vilely bound up? What would he say? Or how should I, in these my borrowed flaunts, behold the sternness of his presence? Florizel, apprehend. Nothing but jollity, the gods themselves, humbling their deities to love, have taken the shapes of beasts upon them. Jupiter became a bull and bellowed, the green Neptune a ram and bleated, and the fire-robbed god, golden Apollo, a poor humble swain. As I seem now, their transformations were never for a piece of beauty rarer, nor in a way so chaste, since my desires run not before mine honor, nor my lusts burn hotter than my faith. Perdita, oh, but, sir, your resolution cannot hold when 'tis opposed, as it must be, by the power of the king. One of these two must be necessities, which then will speak, that you must change this purpose, or I my life. Florizel, thou dearest Perdita, with these forked thoughts, I prithee, darken not the mirth o' de feast. Or I'll be thine, my fair, or not my father's, for I cannot be mine own, nor anything to any, if I be not thine. For this I am most constant, though destiny say no. Be merry, gentle. Strangle such thoughts as these with anything that you behold the while your guests are coming. Lift up your countenance, as it were the day of celebration of that nuptial which we two have sworn shall come. Perdita, O Lady Fortune, stand you auspicious. Florizel, see, your guests approach. Address yourself to entertain them sprightly, and let's be red with mirth. Enter shepherd with Polixenes and Camillo, disguised, clown, Mopsa, Dorcas with others. Shepherd, fie, daughter. When my old wife lived, upon this day she was both pantler, butler, cook, both dame and servant. Welcomed all, served all, would sing her song and dance her turn. Now here at upper end o' de table, now I to middle, on his shoulder and his. Her face o' fire with labor, and the thing she took to quench it she would to each one sip. You are retired, as if you were a feasted one, and not the hostess of the meeting. Pray you, bid these unknown friends to us welcome, for it is a way to make us better friends, more known. Come, quench your blushes, and present yourself that which you are. Mistress o' feast, come on, and bid us welcome to your sheep-shearing, as your good flock shall prosper. Perdita, to Polixenes, sir, welcome. It is my father's will I should take on me the hostess-ship o' the day. To Camillo, you're welcome, sir. Give me those flowers there, Dorcas, reverend sirs, for you there's rosemary and rue. These keep seeming and savor all the winter long. Grace and remembrance be to you both, and welcome to our shearing. Polixenes, shepherdess, a fair one are you. Will you fit our ages with flowers of winter? Perdita, sir, the year growing ancient, not yet on summer's death, nor on the birth of trembling winter. The fairest flowers o' its season are our carnations and streaked gillivores, which some call nature's bastards. Of that kind our rustic gardens barren, and I care not to get slips of them. Polixenes, wherefore, gentle maiden, do you neglect them? Perdita, for I have heard it said, there is an art which, in their piedness, shares with great creating nature. Polixenes, say there be. Yet nature is made better by no mean, but nature makes that mean so. Over that art which you say adds to nature, is an art that nature makes. You see, sweet maid, we marry a gentler scion to the wildest stock, and make conceive a bark of baser kind by bud of nobler race. This is an art which does mend nature, change it rather, but the art itself is nature. Perdita, so it is. Polixenes, then make your garden rich in gillivores, and do not call them bastards. Perdita, I'll not put the dibble in earth to set one slip of them. No more than, were I painted, I would wish this youth should say, 'twere well, and only therefore desire to breed by me. Here's flowers for you. Hot lavender, mints, savory, marjoram, the marigold, that goes to bed with 'tis sun, and with him rises weeping. These are flowers of middle summer, and I think they are given to men of middle-aged. You're very welcome. Camillo, I should leave grazing, were I of your flock, and only live by gazing. Perdita, out alas! You'd be so lean that blasts of January would blow you through and through. To Florizel, now, my fairest friend, I would I had some flowers o' to spring, that might become your time of day, and yours, that wear upon your virgin branches yet your maidenheads growing, O Proserpina, from the flowers now that, fright, thou lett'st fall from Dis's wagon. Daffodils, that come before the swallow dares, and take the winds of March with beauty. Violets dim, but sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes or Cytherea's breath. Pale primroses, that die unmarried ere they can behold bright Phoebus in his strength, a malady most incident to maids. Bold oxlips and the crown imperial. Lilies of all kinds, the flower de luce being one these I lack, to make you garlands of, and my sweet friend, to strew him o'er and o'er. Florizel, what, like a course? Perdita, no, like a bank for love to lie and play on. Not like a course, or if, not to be buried, but quick, and in mine arms come, take your flowers. Methinks I play as I have seen them do in Whitsun pastorals. Sure this robe of mine does change my disposition. Florizel, what you do, still betters what is done when you speak, sweet. I'd have you do it ever when you sing. I'd have you buy and sell so give alms, pray so. And, for the ordering your affairs, to sing them too when you do dance, I wish you a wave that you might ever do nothing but that, move still so, and own no other function each your doing, so singular in each particular, crowns what you are doing in the present deeds, that all your acts are queens. Perdita, O Doricles, your praises are too large, but that your youth, and the true blood which peeps fairly through do plainly give you out an unstained shepherd. With wisdom I might fear. My Doricles, you wooed me the false way. Florizel, I think you have as little skill to fear as I have purpose to put you to, but come, our dance, I pray. Your hand, my Perdita, O turtles pair that never mean to part. Perdita, I'll swear for him. Polixenes, this is the prettiest low-born lass that ever ran on the greensward. Nothing she does or seems but smacks of something greater than herself, too noble for this place. Camillo, he tells her something. That makes her blood look out good sooth. She is the queen of curds and cream. Clown, come on, strike up. Dorcas, Mopsa must be your mistress. Mary, garlic, to mend her kissing with. Mopsa, now in good time. Clown, not a word, a word. We stand upon our manners. Come, strike up. Music, hear a dance of shepherds and shepherdesses. Polixenes, pray, good shepherd, what fair swain is this which dances with your daughter? Shepherd, they call him Doricles, and boasts himself to have a worthy feeding, but I have it upon his own report, and I believe it. He looks like sooth, he says he loves my daughter. I think so too. For never gaz the moon upon the water as hills stand and read, as 'twere, my daughter's eyes, and, to be plain, I think there is not half a kiss to choose who loves another best. Polixenes, she dances featly. Shepherd, so she does anything, though I report it that should be silent. If young Doricles do light upon her, she shall bring him that which he not dreams of. Enter a servant. Servant, O master, if you did but hear the peddler at the door, you would never dance again after a tabor and pipe. No, the bagpipe could not move you. He sings several tunes faster than you'll tell money. He utters them as he had eaten ballads, and all men's ears grew to his tunes. Clown, he could never come better. He shall come, and I love a ballad, but even too well, if it be doleful matter merrily set down, or a very pleasant thing indeed and sung lamentably. Servant, he hath songs for man or woman of all sizes. No milliner can so fit his customers with gloves. He has the prettiest love songs for maids, so without bawdry, which is strange. With such delicate burdens of dildos and fadings, jump her and thump her. And where some stretch-mouthed rascal would, as it were, mean mischief and break a foul gap into the matter, he makes the maid to answer, whoop, do me no harm, good man. Puts him off, slights him with whoop, do me no harm, good man. Polixenes. This is a brave fellow. Clown. Believe me, thou talkest of an admirable conceited fellow. Has he any unbraided wares? Servant. He hath ribbons of all the colors I rainbow. Points, more than all the lawyers in Bohemia can learnedly handle, though they come to him by de gross. Inkless, caddises, cambrics, lawns. Why, he sings 'em over as they were gods or goddesses. You would think a smock were a she-angel. He so chanced to the sleeve hand and the work about the square on T. Clown. Prithee bring him in, and let him approach singing. Perdita. Forewarn him that he use no scurrilous words in tunes. Exit servant. Clown. You have of these pedlas that have more in them than you'd think, sister. Perdita. Ay, good brother, or go about a think. Enter Autolycus, singing. Autolycus. Lawn as white as driven snow, cypress black as air was crow, gloves as sweet as damask roses, masks for faces and for noses, bugle bracelet, necklace amber, perfume for a lady's chamber, golden coifs and stomachers, for my lads to give their dears, pins and poking sticks of steel, what maids lack from head to heel. Come buy of me, come buy, buy lads, or else your lasses cry. Come buy. Clown. If I were not in love with Mopsa, thou shouldst take no money of me. But being enthralled as I am, it will also be the bondage of certain ribbons and gloves. Mopsa. I was promised them against the feast, but they come not too late now. Dorcas. He hath promised you more than that, or there be liars. Mopsa. He hath paid you all he promised you, maybe he has paid you more, which will shame you to give him again. Clown. Is there no manners left among maids? Will they wear their plackets where they should bear their faces? Is there not milking time, when you are going to bed, or kiln-hole, to whistle of these secrets, but you must be tittle-tattling before all our guests? 'Tis well they are whispering clamor your tongues, and not a word more. Mopsa. I have done come. You promised me a tawdry lace and a pair of sweet gloves. Clown. Have I not told thee how I was cozened by the way and lost all my money? Autolycus. And indeed, sir, there are cozeners abroad. Therefore it behoves men to be wary. Clown. Fear not thou, man, thou shalt lose nothing here. Autolycus. I hope so, sir, for I have about me many parcels of charge. Clown. What hast here? Ballads? Mopsa. Pray now, by some I love a ballad in print a life, for then we are sure they are true. Autolycus. Here's one to a very doleful tune, how a usurer's wife was brought to bed of 20 money bags at a burden, and how she longed to eat adders' heads and toads carbonadoed. Mopsa. Is it true, think you? Autolycus. Very true, and but a month old. Dorcas. Bless me for marrying a usurer. Autolycus. Here's the midwife's name to't, one Mistress Tailporter, and 5 or 6 honest wives that were present. Why should I carry lies abroad? Mopsa. Pray you now, buy it. Clown. Come on, lay it by, and let's first see more ballads that we'll buy the other things anon. Autolycus. Here's another ballad, of a fish that appeared upon the coast on Wednesday, the fourscore of April, 40,000 fathom above water, and sung this ballad against the hard hearts of maids. It was thought she was a woman, and was turned into a cold fish, for she would not exchange flesh with one that loved her. The ballad is very pitiful and is true. Dorcas. Is it true too, think you? Autolycus. 5 justices' hands at it, and witnesses more than my pack will hold. Clown. Lay it by too. Another. Autolycus. This is a merry ballad, but a very pretty one. Mopsa. Let's have some merry ones. Autolycus. Why, this is a passing merry one, and goes to the tune of 2 maids wooing a man. There's scarce a maid westward but she sings it. 'Tis in request, I can tell you. Mopsa. We can both sing it. If thou wilt bear a part, thou shalt hear. 'Tis in 3 parts. Dorcas. We had the tune on a month ago. Autolycus. I can bear my part. You must know 'tis my occupation. Have at it with you. Song. Autolycus. Get you hence, for I must go where it fits not you to know. Dorcas. Whither? Mopsa. Oh, whither? Dorcas. Whither? Mopsa. It becomes thy oath full well. Thou to me thy secrets tell. Dorcas. Me too. Let me go thither. Mopsa. or thou goest to th grange or mill. Dorcas. If to either, thou dost ill. Autolycus. Neither. Dorcas. What? Neither. Autolycus. Neither. Dorcas. Thou hast sworn my love to be. Mopsa. Thou hast sworn it more to me. Then whither goest? Say, whither? Clown. We'll have this song out anon by ourselves, and why father and the gentleman are in sad talk, and will not trouble them. Come, bring away thy pack after me. Wenches, I'll buy for you both. Peddler, let's have the first choice. Follow me, girls. Exit with Dorcas and Mopsa. Autolycus. Aside. And you shall pay well for him. Song. Will you buy any tape? Or lace for your cape? My dainty duck. My dear, eh? Any silk, any thread, any toys for your head? Of the noosed and fenced wear, eh? Come to the peddler. Money's a meddler. That doth utter all men's wear, eh? Exit. Enter servant. Servant. Master, there is 3 carters, 3 shepherds, 3 neatherds, 3 swineherds, that have made themselves all men of hair. They call themselves Southers, and they have dance which the wenches say is a gallimaufry of gambles, because they are not in tea. But they themselves are o' the mind, if it be not too rough for some that know little but bowling, it will please plentifully. Shepherd. Away. Will none on tea here has been too much homely foolery already. I know, sir, we weary you. Polixenes. You weary those that refresh us. Pray, let's see these 4 threes of herdsmen. Servant. 1-3 of them, by their own report, sir, hath danced before the king. And not the worst of the 3, but jumps 12 foot and a half by t square. Shepherd. Leave your prating. Since these good men are pleased, let them come in, but quickly now. Servant. Why, they stay at door, sir. Exit. Enter 12 rustics, habited like satyrs, they dance, and then exeunt. Polixenes. O father, you'll know more of that hereafter. To Camillo. Is it not too far gone? 'Tis time to part them. He's simple and tells much. To Florizel. How now, fair shepherd? Your heart is full of something that does take your mind from feasting. Sooth, when I was young and handed love as you do, I was wont to load my she with knacks. I would have ransacked the peddler's silken treasury and have poured it to her acceptance. You have let him go, and nothing martade with him, if your last interpretation should abuse, and call this your lack of love or bounty, you were straight for a reply, at least if you make a care of happy holding her. Florizel. Old sir, I know. She prizes not such trifles as these are. The gifts she looks for me are packed and locked up in my heart, which I have given already, but not delivered. Oh, hear me breathe my life before this ancient sir, who, it should seem, hath sometime loved. I take thy hand. This hand, as soft as dove's down and as white as it, or Ethiopian's tooth, or the fan snow that's bolted by northern blasts twice o'er. Polixenes. What follows this? How prettily the young swain seems to wash the hand was fair before. I have put you out, but to your protestation, let me hear what you profess. Florizel. Do, and be witness to. Polixenes. And this my neighbor, too? Florizel. And he, and more than he and men, the earth, the heavens, and all. That were I crowned the most imperial monarch, thereof most worthy, were I the fairest youth that ever made I swerve, had force and knowledge more than was ever man's, I would not prize them without her love. For her employ them all, commend them and condemn them to her service, or to their own perdition. Polixenes. Fairly offered. Camillo. This shows a sound affection. Shepherd. But my daughter, say you the like to him? Perdita. I cannot speak. So well, nothing so well. No, nor mean better. By the pattern of mine own thoughts I cut out the purity of his. Shepherd. Take hands, a bargain. And friends unknown, you shall bear witness to't. I give my daughter to him, and will make her portion equal his. Florizel. Oh, that must be. I virtue of your daughter. One being dead, I shall have more than you can dream of yet. Enough then for your wonder, but come on, contract us for these witnesses. Shepherd. Come, your hand, and daughter, yours. Polixenes. Soft, swain, a while, beseech you. Have you a father? Florizel. I have, But what of him? Polixenes. Knows he of this? Florizel. He neither does nor shall. Polixenes. Methinks a father is at the nuptial of his son a guest that best becomes the table. Pray you once more, is not your father grown incapable of reasonable affairs? Is he not stupid with age and altering rooms? Can he speak? Hear? No man from man? Dispute his own estate? Lies he not bedrid? And again does nothing but what he did being childish? Florizel. No, good sir. He has his health, and ampler strength indeed than most have of his age. Polixenes. By my white beard, you offer him, if this be so, a wrong something unfilial. Reason my son should choose himself a wife, but as good reason the father, all whose joy is nothing else but fair posterity, should hold some counsel in such a business. Florizel. I yield all this, but for some other reasons, my grave sir, which 'tis not fit you know, I not acquaint my father of this business. Polixenes. Let him know t. Florizel. He shall not. Polixenes. Prithee let him. Florizel. No, he must not. Shepherd. Let him, my son. He shall not need to grieve at knowing of thy choice. Florizel. Come, come, he must not. Mark our contract. Polixenes. Discovering himself. Mark your divorce, young sir, whom son I dare not call. Thou art too base to be acknowledged. Thou a scepter's heir, that thus affects a sheep-hook. Thou, old traitor, I am sorry that, by hanging thee, I can but shorten thy life 1 week, and thou, fresh piece of excellent witchcraft, whom of force must know the royal fool thou copst with. Shepherd. Oh, my heart. Polixenes. I'll have thy beauty scratched with briars and made more homely than thy state, for thee, fond boy, if I may ever know thou dost but sigh that thou no more shalt see this knack, as never I mean thou shalt, we'll bar thee from succession. Not hold thee of our blood, no, not our kin, far than Deucalion off. Mark thou my words. Follow us to the court, thou churl, for this time, though full of our displeasure, yet we free thee from the dead blow of it, and you, enchantment, worthy enough a herdsman. Yea, him too that makes himself, but for our honor therein, unworthy thee, if ever henceforth thou these rural latches to his entrance open, or hoop his body more with thy embraces, I will devise a death as cruel for thee as thou art tender to tea. Exit. Perdita. Even here undone, I was not much afeard, for once or twice I was about to speak, and tell him plainly the self-same sun that shines upon his court hides not his visage from our cottage, but looks on alike, to Florizel. Will't please you, sir, be gone? I told you what would come of this. Beseech you, of your own state take care. This dream of mine, being now awake, I'll queen it no inch farther, but milk my ewes and weep. Camillo. Why, how now, father? Speak ere thou deest. Shepherd. I cannot speak, nor think, nor dare to know that which I know. O sir, you have undone a man of force or 3, that thought to fill his grave in quiet. Yea, to die upon the bed my father died, to lie close by his honest bones. But now some hangman must put on my shroud and lay me where no priest shovels in dust. O cursed wretch, that knewst this was the prince, and wouldst adventure to mingle faith with him. Undone, undone. If I might die within this hour, I have lived to die when I desire. Exit. Florizel. Why look you so upon me? I am but sorry, not afeard, delayed, but nothing altred. What I was, I am. More straining on for plucking back, not following my leash unwillingly. Camillo. Gracious my lord, you know your father's temper. At this time he will allow no speech, which I do guess you do not purpose to him, and as hardly will he endure your sight as yet, I fear. Then, till the fury of his highness settle, come not before him. Florizel. I not purpose it. I think Camillo? Camillo. Even he, my lord. Perdita. How often have I told you 'twould be thus? How often said my dignity would last but till 'twere known? Florizel. It cannot fail but by the violation of my faith, and then let nature crush the sides, O earth, together, and mar the seeds within. Lift up thy looks. From my succession wipe me, father. I am heir to my affection. Camillo. Be advist. Florizel. I am, and by my fancy, if my reason will thereto be obedient, I have reason. If not, my senses, better pleased with madness, do bid it welcome. Camillo. This is desperate, sir. Florizel. So call it. But it does fulfill my vow. I needs must think it honesty, Camillo, not for Bohemia, nor the pomp that may be thereat gleaned. For all the sun sees, or the close earth wombs, or the profound seas hides in unknown fathoms, will I break my oath to this my fair beloved. Therefore, I pray you, as you have ever been my father's honored friend, when he shall miss me, as, in faith, I mean not to see him any more, cast your good counsels upon his passion. Let myself and fortune tug for the time to come, this you may know, and so deliver. I am put to sea with her whom here I cannot hold on shore. And most opportune to her need, I have a vessel rides fast by, but not prepared for this design. What course I mean to hold shall nothing benefit your knowledge, nor concern me the reporting. Camillo. O my lord, I would your spirit were easier for advice, or stronger for your need. Florizel. Hark, Perdita. Takes her aside. To Camillo. I'll hear you by and by. Camillo. He's irremovable. Resolved for flight, now were I happy if his going I could frame to serve my turn. Save him from danger, do him love and honor, purchase the sight again of dear Cecilia and that unhappy king, my master, whom I so much thirst to see. Florizel. Now, good Camillo, I am so fraught with curious business that I leave out ceremony. Camillo. Sir, I think you have heard of my poor services. I love that I have borne your father. Florizel. Very nobly have you deserved. It is my father's music to speak your deeds, not little of his care to have them recompensed as thought on. Camillo. Well, my lord, if you may please to think I love the king, and through him, what's nearest to him, which is your gracious self, embrace but my direction. If your more ponderous and settled project may suffer alteration, on mine honor, I'll point you where you shall have such receiving as shall become your highness, where you may enjoy your mistress, from the whom, I see, there's no disjunction to be made, but by, as heavens forfend, your ruin marry her, and with my best endeavors in your absence your discontenting father strive to qualify, and bring him up to liking. Florizel. How, Camillo, may this, almost a miracle, be done? That I may call thee something more than man, and after that trust to thee. Camillo. Have you thought on a place whereto you'll go? Florizel. Not any yet. But as the unthought on accident is guilty to what we wildly do, so we profess ourselves to be the slaves of chance, and flies of every wind that blows. Camillo. Then list to me. This follows if you will not change your purpose, but undergo this flight, make for Cecilia, and there present yourself and your fair princess, for so, I see, she must be, for Leontes. She shall be habited as it becomes the partner of your bed. Methinks I see Leontes opening his free arms and weeping his welcomes forth. Asks thee, the son, forgiveness, as 'twere I to father's person, kisses the hands of your fresh princess. O'er and o'er divides him, twixt his unkindness and his kindness. One he chides to hell, and bids the other grow faster than thought or time. Florizel. Worthy Camillo, what color for my visitation shall I hold up before him? Camillo. Sent by the king your father. To greet him and to give him comforts, sir, the manner of your bearing towards him, with what you, as from your father, shall deliver, things known betwixt us three, I'll write you down, the which shall point you forth at every sitting what you must say, that he shall not perceive, but that you have your father's bosom there, and speak his very heart. Florizel. I am bound to you. There is some sap in this. Camillo. A course more promising than a wild dedication of yourselves to unpathed waters, undreamed shores, most certain to miseries enough. No hope to help you, but as you shake off one to take another. Nothing so certain as your anchors, who do their best office if they can but stay you where you'll be loath to be besides. You know prosperity's the very bond of love, whose fresh complexion and whose heart together affliction alters. Perdita. One of these is true. I think affliction may subdue the cheek, but not take in the mind. Camillo. Say you so? There shall not at your father's house. these 7 years be born another such. Florizel, my good Camillo, she is as forward of her breeding as she is I rear our birth. Camillo, I cannot say 'tis pity. She lacks instructions, for she seems a mistress to most that teach. Perdita, your pardon, sir, for this? I'll blush you thanks. Florizel, my prettiest Perdita, but, oh, the thorns we stand upon. Camillo, preserver of my father, now of me, the medicine of our house, how shall we do? We are not furnished like Bohemia's son, nor shall appear in Sicilia. Camillo, my lord, fear none of this. I think you know my fortunes do all lie there. It shall be so my care to have you royally appointed, as if the scene you play were mine. For instance, sir, that you may know you shall not want one word. They talk aside. Enter Autolycus. Autolycus, ha ha, what a fool honesty is, and trust, his sworn brother, a very simple gentleman. I have sold all my trumpery, not a counterfeit stone, not a ribbon, glass, pomander, brooch, table book, ballad, knife, tape, glove, shoe tie, bracelet, horn ring, to keep my pack from fasting. They throng who should buy first, as if my trinkets had been hallowed and brought a benediction to the buyer. By which means I saw whose purse was best in picture, and what I saw, to my good use I remembered. Why, clown, who wants but something to be a reasonable man, grew so in love with the wench's song, that he would not stir his pettitoes till he had both tune and words, which so drew the rest of the herd to me that all their other senses stuck in ears. You might have pinched a placket, it was senseless. 'Twas nothing to geld a codpiece of a purse. I would have filed keys off that hung in chains. No hearing, no feeling, but my sir's song, and admiring the nothing of it, so that in this time of lethargy I picked and cut most of their festival purses, and had not the old man come in with a hubbub against his daughter and the king's son, and scared my chuffs from the chaff, I had not left a purse alive in the whole army. Camillo, Florizel, and Perdita come forward. Camillo, nay, but my letters, by this means being there so soon as you arrive, shall clear that doubt. Florizel, and those that you'll procure from King Leontes? Camillo, shall satisfy your father. Perdita, happy be you. All that you speak shows fair. Camillo, seeing Autolycus, who have we here? We'll make an instrument of this. Omit nothing may give us aid. Autolycus, aside. If they have overheard me now, why, hanging. Camillo, how now, good fellow? Why shakest thou so? Fear not, man. Here's no harm intended to thee. Autolycus, I am a poor fellow, sir. Camillo, why, be so still. Here's nobody will steal that from thee. Yet, for the outside of thy poverty we must make an exchange. Therefore disgace thee instantly. Thou must think there's a necessity in't, and change garments with this gentleman. Though the pennyworth on his side be the worst, yet hold thee, there's some boot. Giving money. Autolycus, I am a poor fellow, sir. Aside? I know you well enough. Camillo, nay, prithee dispatch. The gentleman is half flayed already. Autolycus, are you in earnest, sir? Aside. I smell the trick on't. Florizel, dispatch, I prithee. Autolycus, indeed, I have had earnest, but I cannot with conscience take it. Camillo, unbuckle, unbuckle. Florizel and Autolycus exchange garments. Fortunate mistress, let my prophecy come home to you. You must retire yourself into some covert, take your sweetheart's hat and pluck it o'er your brows, muffle your face, dismantle you. And as you can, disliken the truth of your own seeming, that you may, for I do fear eyes over, to shipboard get undescried. Perdita, I see the play so lies, that I must bear a part. Camillo, no remedy. Have you done there? Florizel, should I now meet my father, he would not call me son. Camillo, nay, you shall have no hat. Giving it to Perdita. Come, lady, come, farewell, my friend. Autolycus, adieu, sir. Florizel, O Perdita, what have we twain forgot? Pray you a word. They converse apart. Camillo, aside. What I do next shall be to tell the king of this escape, and whither they are bound. Wherein my hope is I shall so prevail to force him after, in whose company I shall review Cecilia, for whose sight I have a woman's longing. Florizel, fortune speed us. Thus we set on, Camillo, to the seaside. Camillo, the swifter speed the better. Exeunt Florizel, Perdita, and Camillo. Autolycus, I understand the business. I hear it, though have an open ear, a quick eye, and a nimble hand, is necessary for a cut purse. A good nose is requisite also, to smell out work for the other senses. I see this is the time that the unjust man doth thrive. What an exchange had this been without boot! What a boot is here with this exchange! Sure the gods do this year connive at us, and we may do anything extempore. The prince himself is about a piece of iniquity, stealing away from his father with his clog at his heels. If I thought it were a piece of honesty to acquaint the king withal, I would not do't. I hold it the more knavery to conceal it, and therein am I constant to my profession. Enter clown and shepherd. Aside, aside. Here is more matter for a hot brain. Every lane's end, every shop, church, session, hanging, yields a careful man work. Clown. See, what a man you are now. There is no other way but to tell the king. She's a changeling, and none of your flesh and blood. Shepherd. Nay, but hear me. Clown. Nay, but hear me. Shepherd. Go to, then. Clown. She being none of your flesh and blood. Your flesh and blood has not offended the king, and so your flesh and blood is not to be punished by him. Show those things you found about her, those secret things, all but what she has with her. This being done, let the law go whistle, I warrant you. Shepherd. I will tell the king all, every word, yeah, and his son's pranks too, who, I may say, is no honest man neither to his father nor to me, to go about to make me the king's brother-in-law. Clown. Indeed, brother-in-law was the farthest off you could have been to him, and then your blood had been the dearer by I know how much an ounce. Autolycus. Aside. Very wisely, puppies. Shepherd. Well, let us to the king. There is that in this fardel will make him scratch his beard. Autolycus. Aside. I know not what impediment this complaint may be to the flight of my master. Clown. Pray heartily he be at palace. Autolycus. Aside. Though I am not naturally honest, I am so sometimes by chance. Let me pocket up my peddler's excrement. Takes off his false beard. How now? Rustics. Whither are you bound? Shepherd. To the palace, and it like your worship. Autolycus. Your affairs there. What, with whom, the condition of that fardel, the place of your dwelling, your names, your ages, of what having, breeding, and anything that is fitting to be known? Discover. Clown. We are but plain fellows, sir. Autolycus. A lie. You are rough and hairy, let me have no lying. It becomes none but tradesmen, and they often give us soldiers the lie. But we pay them for it with stamped coin, not stabbing steel. Therefore they do not give us the lie. Clown. Your worship had like to have given us one, if you had not taken yourself with the manner. Shepherd. Are you a courtier? An tea like you, sir? Autolycus. Whether it like me or no, I am a courtier. Sayest thou not the air of the court in these enfoldings? Hath not my gait in it the measure of the court? Receives not thy nose court odor from me? Reflect I not on thy baseness court contempt? Think'st thou, for that I insinuate, or tose from thee thy business, I am therefore no courtier? I am courtier capapi, and one that will either push on or pluck back thy business there, whereupon I command thee to open thy affair. Shepherd. My business, sir, is to the king. Autolycus. What advocate hast thou to him? Shepherd. I know not. An tea like you. Clown. Advocate's the court word for a pheasant. Say you have none. Shepherd. None, sir. I have no pheasant, cock nor hen. Autolycus. How blessed are we that are not simple men. Yet nature might have made me as these are, therefore I will not disdain. Clown. This cannot be but a great courtier. Shepherd. His garments are rich, but he wears them not handsomely. Clown. He seems to be the more noble in being fantastical. A great man, I'll warrant. I know by the picking on's teeth. Autolycus. The fardel there? What's I de fardel? Wherefore that box? Shepherd. Sir, There lies such secrets in this fardel and box which none must know but the king, and which he shall know within this hour, if I may come to dispeech of him. Autolycus. Age, thou hast lost thy labor. Shepherd. Why, sir? Autolycus. The king is not at the palace. He is gone aboard a new ship to purge melancholy and air himself. For, if thou beest capable of things serious, thou must know the king is full of grief. Shepherd. So, 'tis said, sir, about his son, that should have married a shepherd's daughter. Autolycus. If that shepherd be not in hand fast, let him fly, the curses he shall have, the tortures he shall feel, will break the back of man, the heart of monster. Clown. Think you so, sir? Autolycus. Not he alone shall suffer what wit can make heavy and vengeance bitter, but those that are germane to him, though removed 50 times, shall all come under the hangman. Which, though it be great pity, yet it is necessary an old sheep-whistling rogue, a ram-tinder, to offer to have his daughter come into grace. Some say he shall be stoned, but that death is too soft for him. Say I, draw our throne into a sheepcote. All deaths are too few, the sharpest too easy. Clown. Has the old man e'er a son, sir? Do you hear? And he like you, sir? Autolycus. He has a son, who shall be flayed alive, then nointed over with honey, set on the head of a wasp's nest, then stand till he be 3/4 and a dram dead, then recovered again with aquavitae or some other hot infusion. Then, raw as he is, and in the hottest day prognostication proclaims, shall he be set against a brick wall, the sun looking with a southward eye upon him, where he is to behold him with flies blown to death. But what talk we of these traitorly rascals, whose miseries are to be smiled at, their offenses being so capital? Tell me, for you seem to be honest plain men, what you have to the king being something gently considered. I'll bring you where he is aboard, tender your persons to his presence, whisper him in your behalfs, and if it be in man besides the king to effect your suits, here is man shall do it. Clown. He seems to be of great authority. Close with him, give him gold, and though authority be a stubborn bear, yet he is oft led by the nose with gold. Show the inside of your purse to the outside of his hand, and no more ado remember, stoned and flayed alive. Shepherd. And t please you, sir, to undertake the business for us, here is that gold I have, I'll make it as much more, and leave this young man in pawn till I bring it you. Autolycus. After I have done what I promised? Shepherd. Aye, sir. Autolycus. Well, give me the moiety. Are you a party in this business? Clown. In some sort, sir, but though my case be a pitiful one, I hope I shall not be flayed out of it. Autolycus. Oh, that's the case of the shepherd's son, hang him. He'll be made an example. Clown. Comfort, good comfort. We must to the king and show our strange sights. He must know, 'tis none of your daughter nor my sister. We are gone else, sir. I will give you as much as this old man does when the business is performed, and remain, as he says, your pawn till it be brought you. Autolycus. I will trust you. Walk before toward the seaside. Go on the right hand. I will but look upon the hedge and follow you. Clown. We are blessed in this man, as I may say, even blessed. Shepherd. Let's before, as he bids us, he was provided to do us good. Exeunt shepherd and clown. Autolycus. If I had a mind to be honest, I see fortune would not suffer me. She drops booties in my mouth. I am courted now with a double occasion. Gold, and a means to do the prince my master good, which who knows how that may turn back to my advancement. I will bring these 2 moles, these blind ones, aboard him, if he think it fit to shore them again, and that the complaint they have to the king concerns him nothing. Let him call me rogue for being so far officious. For I am proof against that title, and what shame else belongs to him will I present them, there may be matter in it. Exit. Act V. Scene I. Cecilia. A room in the palace of Leontes. Enter Leontes, Cleomenes, Dion, Paulina, and others. Cleomenes. Sir, you have done enough, and have performed a saint-like sorrow. No fault could you make which you have not redeemed. Indeed, paid down more penitence than done trespass. At the last, do as the heavens have done, forget your evil. With them, forgive yourself. Leontes. Whilst I remember, her and her virtues, I cannot forget my blemishes in them, and so still think of the wrong I did myself, which was so much that ereless it hath made my kingdom, and destroyed the sweetest companion that e'er man bred his hopes out of. Paulina, true, too true, my lord. If, one by one, you wedded all the world, or from the all that are took something good, to make a perfect woman, she you killed would be unparalleled. Leontes, I think so. Killed. She I killed. I did so, but thou strict'st me sorely to say I did. It is as bitter upon thy tongue as in my thought. Now, good now, say so but seldom. Clemenes, not at all, good lady. You might have spoken 1,000 things that would have done the time more benefit and gracked your kindness better. Paulina, you are one of those. Would have him wed again. Dion, if you would not so, you pity not the state, nor the remembrance of his most sovereign name. Consider little what dangers, by his highness fail of issue, may drop upon his kingdom, and devour in certain lookers-on, what were more holy than to rejoice the former queen as well? What holier than, for royalty's repair, for present comfort, and for future good, to bless the bed of majesty again with a sweet fellow to tea? Paulina, there is none worthy. Respecting her that's gone besides, the gods will have fulfilled their secret purposes. For has not the divine Apollo said, is he not the tenor of his oracle, that King Leontes shall not have an heir till his lost child be found? Which that it shall, is all as monstrous to our human reason as my Antigonus to break his grave and come again to me, who, on my life, did perish with the infant. 'Tis your counsel, my lord, should to the heavens be contrary, oppose against their wills. To Leontes, care not for issue. The crown will find an heir. Great Alexander left his to the worthiest, so his successor was like to be the best. Leontes, good Paulina, who hast the memory of Hermione, I know, in honor, oh that ever I had squared me to thy counsel. Then, even now, I might have looked upon my queen's full eyes, have taken treasure from her lips, Paulina, and left them, more rich for what they yielded. Leontes, thou speakst truth. No more such wives, therefore, no wife. One worse and better ust, would make her sainted spirit again possess her corpse, and on this stage, where we offenders now appear, soul-vexed and begin, why to me? Paulina, had she such power? She had just cause. Leontes, she had, and would incense me. To murder her I married. Paulina, I should so. Were I the ghost that walked, I'd bid you mark her eye, and tell me for what dull part in you chose her. Then I'd shriek, that even your ears should rift to hear me, and the words that followed should be remember mine. Leontes, stars, stars, and all eyes else dead coals. Fear thou no wife. I'll have no wife. Paulina, Paulina, will you swear never to marry but by my free leave? Leontes, never, Paulina, so be blessed my spirit. Paulina, then, good my lords, bear witness to his oath. Clemenes, you tempt him overmuch. Paulina, unless another, as like Hermione as is her picture, affront his eye. Clemenes, good madam. Paulina, I have done. Yet, if my lord will marry, if you will, sir, no remedy but you will, give me the office to choose you a queen. She shall not be so young as was your former, but she shall be such as walked your first queen's ghost. It should take joy to see her in your arms. Leontes, my true Paulina, we shall not marry till thou bidst us. Paulina, that shall be when your first queen's again in breath. Never till then. Enter a servant. Servant, one that gives out himself Prince Florizel, son of Polixenes, with his princess, she the fairest I have yet beheld, desires access to your high presence. Leontes, what with him? He comes not, like to his father's greatness. His approach, so out of circumstance and sudden, tells us 'tis not a visitation frammed, but forked by need and accident. What train? Servant, but few, and those but mean. Leontes, his princess, say you, with him? Servant, I, the most peerless piece of earth, I think, that ere the sun shone bright on. Paulina, O Hermione, as every present time doth boast itself above a better gone, so must thy grave give way to what's seen now. Sir, you yourself have said and writ so, but your writing now is colder than that theme. She had not been, nor was not to be equalled. Thus your verse flowed with her beauty once. 'Tis shrewdly ebbed, to say you have seen a better. Servant, pardon, madam, the one I have almost forgot, your pardon. The other, when she has obtained your eye, will have your tongue too. This is a creature, would she begin a sect, might quench the zeal of all professors else, make proselytes of who she but bid follow. Paulina, how? Not women? Servant, women will love her that she is a woman more worth than any man. Men, that she is the rarest of all women. Leontes, go, Cleomenes, yourself, assisted with your honored friends, bring them to our embracement. Exeunt Cleomenes and others. Still, 'tis strange, he thus should steal upon us. Paulina, had our prince, jewel of children, seen this hour, he had paired well with this lord. There was not full a month between their births. Leontes, prithee no more. Cease. Thou know'st he dies to me again when talked of. Sure, when I shall see this gentleman, thy speeches will bring me to consider that which may unfurnish me of reason. They are come. Enter Florizel, Perdita, Cleomenes, and others. Your mother was most true to wedlock, prince, for she did print your royal father off, conceiving you were I but 21. Your father's image is so hid in you, his very air, that I should call you brother, as I did him, and speak of something wildly by us performed before, most dearly welcome. And your fair princess, goddess, oh alas! I lost a couple that, twixt heaven and earth, might thus have stood, begetting wonder, as you, gracious couple, do. And then I lost all mine own folly, the society, amity too, of your brave father, whom, though bearing misery, I desire my life once more to look on him. Florizel, by his command, have I here touched Cecilia, and from him give you all greetings that a king, at friend, can send his brother. And but infirmity, which waits upon worn times, hath something seized his wished ability. He had himself the lands and waters twixt your throne and his measured, to look upon you. Whom he loves, he bade me say so, more than all the scepters and those that bear them living. Leontes, O my brother, good gentleman, the wrongs I have done thee stir afresh within me, and these thy offices, so rarely kind, are as interpreters of my behindhand slackness. Welcome hither, as is the spring to the earth, and hath he too exposed this paragon to the fearful usage, at least ungentle, of the dreadful Neptune, to greet a man not worth her pains, much less the adventure of her person? Florizel, good my lord, she came from Libya. Leontes, where the warlike Smalus, that noble honored lord, is feared and loved? Florizel, most royal sir, from thence, from him whose daughter his tears proclaimed his parting with her. Thence, a prosperous south wind friendly, we have crossed, to execute the charge my father gave me for visiting your highness. My best train I have from your Sicilian shores dismissed, who for Bohemia bend, to signify not only my success in Libya, sir, but my arrival and my wife's, in safety here, where we are. Leontes, the blessed gods, purge all infection from our air, whilst you do climate here. You have a holy father, a graceful gentleman, against whose person, so sacred as it is, I have done sin, for which the heavens, taking angry note, have left me issueless, and your father's blessed, as he from heaven merits it, with you, worthy his goodness. What might I have been, might I a son and daughter now have looked on, such goodly things as you? Enter a lord. Lord, most noble sir, that which I shall report will bear no credit, were not the proof so nigh. Please you, great sir, Bohemia greets you from himself by me, desires you to attach his son, who has, his dignity and duty both cast off, fled from his father, from his hopes, and with a shepherd's daughter. Leontes, where's Bohemia? Speak, Lord. Here in your city. I now came from him. I speak amazedly, and it becomes my marvel and my message. To your court whiles he was hastening. In the chase, it seems, of this fair couple. Meets he on the way the father of this seeming lady and her brother, having both their country quitted with this young prince. Florizel. Camillo has betrayed me, whose honor and whose honesty till now endured all weathers. Lord, lay tis so to his charge. He's with the king your father. Leontes. Who? Camillo? Lord. Camillo, sir. I spake with him. Who now has these poor men in question, never saw I wretches so quake. They kneel, they kiss the earth, forswear themselves as often as they speak. Bohemia stops his ears, and threatens them with divers deaths in death. Perdita, O my poor father, the heavens set spies upon us, will not have our contract celebrated. Leontes, you are married? Florizel, we are not, sir, nor are we like to be. The stars, I see, will kiss the valleys first, the odds for high and lows alike. Leontes, my lord, is this the daughter of a king? Florizel, she is, when once she is my wife. Leontes, that once, I see by your good father's speed, will come on very slowly. I am sorry, most sorry, you have broken from his liking, where you were tied in duty, and as sorry your choice is not so rich in worth as beauty, that you might well enjoy her. Florizel, dear, look up. Though fortune, visible an enemy, should chase us with my father, power no jot hath she to change our loves. Beseech you, sir, remember since you owed no more to time than I do now. With thought of such affections, step forth mine advocate. Iti your request my father will grant precious things as trifles. Leontes, would he do so, I'd beg your precious mistress, which he counts but a trifle. Paulina, sir, my liege, your eye hath too much youth in t. Not a month for your queen died. She was more worth such gazes than what you look on now. Leontes, I thought of her, even in these looks I made. To Florizel, but your petition is yet unanswered. I will to your father. Your honor not o'erthrown by your desires, I am friend to them and you, upon which errand I now go toward him. Therefore follow me, and mark what way I make come, good my lord. Exeunt. Scene 2 not the same before the palace. Enter Autolycus and a gentleman. Autolycus, beseech you, sir, were you present at this relation? First Gentleman, I was by at the opening of the fardel, heard the old shepherd deliver the manner how he found it. Whereupon, after a little amazedness, we were all commanded out of the chamber. Only this, methought I heard the shepherd say he found the child. Autolycus, I would most gladly know the issue of it. First Gentleman, I make a broken delivery of the business, but the changes I perceived in the king and Camillo were very notes of admiration. They seemed almost, with staring on one another, to tear the cases of their eyes. There was speech in their dumbness, language in their very gesture. They looked as they had heard of a world ransomed, or one destroyed. A notable passion of wonder appeared in them. But the wisest beholder, that knew no more but seeing could not say if the importance were joy or sorrow, but in the extremity of the one, it must needs be. Here comes a gentleman that happily knows more. Enter a gentleman. The news, Rogero? Second Gentleman, nothing but bonfires. The oracle is fulfilled. The king's daughter is found. Such a deal of wonder is broken out within this hour that ballad-makers cannot be able to express it. Here comes the Lady Paulina's steward. He can deliver you more. Enter a third gentleman. How goes it now, sir? This news, which is called true, is so like an old tale that the verity of it is in strong suspicion. Has the king found his heir? Third Gentleman, most true. If ever truth were pregnant by circumstance, that which you hear you'll swear you see. There is such unity in the proofs, the mantle of Queen Hermione's, her jewel about the neck of it, the letters of Antigonus found with it, which they know to be his character, the majesty of the creature in resemblance of the mother, the affection of nobleness which nature shows above her breeding, and many other evidences proclaim her with all certainty to be the king's daughter. Did you see the meeting of the two kings? Second Gentleman, no. Third Gentleman, then you have lost a sight which was to be seen, cannot be spoken of. There might you have beheld one joy crown another, so and in such manner that it seemed sorrow wept to take leave of them. For their joy waded in tears, there was casting up of eyes, holding up of hands, with countenance of such distraction that they were to be known by garment, not by favor our king, being ready to leap out of himself for joy of his found daughter, as if that joy were now become a loss, cries, "Oh, thy mother, thy mother," then asks Bohemia forgiveness, then embraces his son-in-law, then again worries he his daughter with clipping her. Now he thanks the old shepherd, which stands by like a weather-bitten conduit of many kings' reigns. I never heard of such another encounter, which lames report to follow it, and undoes description to do it. Second gentleman. What, pray you, became of Antigonus, that carried hence the child? Third gentleman. Like an old tale still, which will have matter to rehearse, though credit be asleep and not an ear open, he was torn to pieces with a bear. This avouches the shepherd's son, who is not only his innocence, which seems much to justify him, but a handkerchief and rings of his that Paulina knows. First gentleman. What became of his bark and his followers? Third gentleman. Wrecked the same instant of their master's death, and in the view of the shepherd, so that all the instruments which aided to expose the child were even then lost when it was found. But oh, the noble combat that, twixt joy and sorrow, was fought in Paulina. She had one eye declined for the loss of her husband, another elevated that the oracle was fulfilled. She lifted the princess from the earth, and so locks her in embracing, as if she would pin her to her heart, that she might no more be in danger of losing. First gentleman. The dignity of this act was worth the audience of kings and princes, for by such was it acted. Third gentleman. One of the prettiest touches of all, and that which angled for mine eyes, caught the water, though not the fish, was, when at the relation of the queen's death, with the manner how she came to it bravely confessed and lamented by the king, how attentiveness wounded his daughter, till, from one sign of dolour to another, she did, with an alas, I would fain say, bleed tears, for I am sure my heart wept blood, who was most marble their changed colour, some swooned, all sorrowed. If all the world could have seen it, the woe had been universal. First gentleman. Are they returned to the court? Third gentleman. No. The princess, hearing of her mother's statue, which is in the keeping of Paulina, a piece many years in doing and now newly performed by that rare Italian master, Julio Romano, who, had he himself eternity, and could put breath into his work, would beguile nature of her custom, so perfectly he is her ape. He so near to Hermione hath done Hermione that they say one would speak to her and stand in hope of answer. Thither with all greediness of affection are they gone, and there they intend to sup. Second gentleman. I thought she had some great matter there in hand, for she hath privately twice or thrice a day, ever since the death of Hermione, visited that removed house. Shall we thither, and with our company piece the rejoicing? First gentleman. Who would be thence that has the benefit of access? Every wink of an eye some new grace will be born. Our absence makes us unthrifty to our knowledge. Let's along. Exeunt gentlemen. Autolycus. Now, had I not the dash of my former life in me, would preferment drop on my head, I brought the old man and his son aboard the prince, told him I heard them talk of a fardel and I know not what, but he at that time over fond of the shepherd's daughter. So he then took her to be, who began to be much seasick, and himself little better, extremity of weather continuing. This mystery remained undiscovered, but 'tis all one to me. For had I been the finder out of this secret, it would not have relished among my other discredits. Enter shepherd and clown. Here come those I have done good to against my will, and already appearing in the blossoms of their fortune. Shepherd. Come, boy. I am past more children, but thy sons and daughters will be all gentlemen born. Clown. You are well met, sir. You denied to fight with me this other day, because I was no gentleman born. See you these clothes? Say you see them not, and think me still no gentleman born. You were best say these robes are not gentleman born. Give me the lie, do, and try whether I am not now a gentleman born. Autolycus. I know you are now, sir, a gentleman born. Clown. Aye, and have been so any time these 4 hours. Shepherd. And so have I, boy. Clown. So you have, but I was a gentleman born before my father. For the king's son took me by the hand and called me brother, and then the 2 kings called my father brother, and then the prince, my brother, and the princess, my sister, called my father father, and so we wept, and there was the first gentleman-like tears that ever we shed. Shepherd, we may live, son, to shed many more. Clown, aye, or else 'twere hard luck, being in so preposterous a state as we are. Autolycus, I humbly beseech you, sir, to pardon me all the faults I have committed to your worship, and to give me your good report to the prince my master. Shepherd, prithee, son, do, for we must be gentle, now we are gentlemen. Clown, thou wilt amend thy life? Autolycus, aye, and it like your good worship. Clown, give me thy hand. I will swear to the prince thou art as honest a true fellow as any is in Bohemia. Shepherd, you may say it, but not swear it. Clown, not swear it, now I am a gentleman? Let boors and franklins say it, I'll swear it. Shepherd, how if it be false, son? Clown, if it be ne'er so false, a true gentleman may swear it in the behalf of his friend, and I'll swear to the prince thou art a tall fellow of thy hands, and that thou wilt not be drunk. But I know thou art no tall fellow of thy hands, and that thou wilt be drunk. But I'll swear it, and I would thou wouldst be a tall fellow of thy hands. Autolycus, I will prove so, sir, to my power. Clown, I, by any means, prove a tall fellow. If I do not wonder how thou darest venture to be drunk, not being a tall fellow, trust me not. Hark, the kings and the princes are kindred, are going to see the queen's picture. Come, follow us. We'll be thy good masters. Exeunt. Scene 3, the same room in Paulina's house. Enter Leontes, Polixenes, Florizel, Perdita, Camillo, Paulina, lords and attendants. Leontes, O grave and good Paulina, the great comfort that I have had of thee. Paulina, what, sovereign sir? I did not well, I meant well all my services you have paid home, but that you have vouchsafed, with your crowned brother and these your contracted heirs of your kingdoms, my poor house to visit, it is a surplus of your grace which never my life may last to answer. Leontes, O Paulina, we honor you with trouble, but we came to see the statue of our queen. Your gallery have we passed through, not without much content and many singularities. But we saw not that which my daughter came to look upon, the statue of her mother. Paulina, as she lived peerless, so her dead likeness, I do well believe, excels whatever yet you looked upon or hand of man hath done. Therefore I keep it lonely, apart, but here it is. Prepare to see the life as lively mocked as ever still sleep mocked death. Behold, and say, 'tis well. Paulina undraws a curtain, and discovers Hermione standing as a statue. I like your silence, it the more shows off your wonder. But yet speak first you, my liege. Comes it not something near? Leontes, her natural posture. Chide me, dear stone, that I may say indeed thou art Hermione. Or rather, thou art she in thy not chiding. For she was as tender as infancy and grace, but yet, Paulina, Hermione was not so much wrinkled, nothing so aged as this seems. Polixenes, oh, not by much. Paulina, so much the more our carver's excellence, which lets go by some 16 years and makes her as she lived now. Leontes, as now she might have done, so much to my good comfort as it is now piercing to my soul. Oh, thus she stood, even with such life of majesty, warm life, as now it coldly stands, when first I wooed her. I am ashamed. Does not the stone rebuke me for being more stone than it? O royal peace, there's magic in thy majesty, which has my evils conjured to remembrance, and from thy admiring daughter took the spirits, standing like stone with thee. Perdita, and give me leave, and do not say 'tis superstition, that I kneel, and then implore her blessing. Lady, dear queen, that ended when I but began. Give me that hand of yours to kiss. Paulina, oh, patience. The statue is but newly fixed, the color's not dry. Camillo, my lord, your sorrow was too sore laid on, which 16 winters cannot blow away. So many summers dry, scarce any joy did ever so long live. No sorrow but killed itself much sooner. Polixenes, dear my brother, let him that was the cause of this have power to take off so much grief from you, as he will peace up in himself. Paulina, indeed, my lord, if I had thought the sight of my poor image would thus have wrought you, for the stone is mine, I'd not have showed it. Leontes, do not draw the curtain. Paulina, no longer shall you gaze on't, lest your fancy may think anon it moves. Leontes, let be, let be. Would I were dead, but that methinks already. What was he that did make it? See, my lord, would you not deem it breathed? And that those veins did verily bear blood? Polixenes, masterly done. The very life seems warm upon her lip. Leontes, the fixture of her eye has motion in t, as we are mocked with art. Paulina, I'll draw the curtain. My lord's almost so far transported that he'll think anon it lives. Leontes, O sweet Paulina, make me to think so 20 years together. No settled senses of the world can match the pleasure of that madness, let t alone. Paulina, I am sorry, sir, I have thus far stirred you, but I could afflict you further. Leontes, do, Paulina, for this affliction has a taste as sweet as any cordial comfort. Still methinks there is an air comes from her. What fine chisel could ever yet cut breath? Let no man mock me, for I will kiss her. Paulina, good my lord, forbear. The ruddiness upon her lip is wet. You'll mar it if you kiss it. Stain your own with oily painting. Shall I draw the curtain? Leontes, no, not these 20 years. Perdita, so long could I stand by, a looker on. Paulina, either forbear, quit presently the chapel, or resolve you for more amazement. If you can behold it, I'll make the statue move indeed, descend, and take you by the hand, but then you'll think, which I protest against, I am assisted by wicked powers. Leontes, what you can make her do, I am content to look on. What to speak, I am content to hear. For 'tis as easy to make her speak as move. Paulina, it is required. You do awake your faith, then all stand still. Or those that think it is unlawful business I am about, let them depart. Leontes, proceed. No foot shall stir. Paulina, music, awake her. Strike. Music, 'tis time. Descend. Be stone no more. Approach. Strike all that look upon with marvel come. I'll fill your grave up. Stir. Nay, come away. Bequeath to death your numbness, for from him dear life redeems you. You perceive she stirs. Hermione comes down from the pedestal. Start not. Her actions shall be holy as you hear my spell is lawful, though not shun her until you see her die again. For then you kill her double. Nay, present your hand. When she was young you wooed her. Now in age is she become the suitor? Leontes, embracing her. Oh, she's warm. If this be magic, let it be an art lawful as eating. Polixenes, she embraces him. Camillo, she hangs about his neck. If she pertain to life, let her speak too. Polixenes, aye, and make it manifest where she has lived, or how stole in from the dead. Paulina, that she is living, were it but told you, should be hooted at like an old tale, but it appears she lives, though yet she speak not. Mark a little while. Please you to interpose. Fair madam, kneel and pray your mother's blessing. Turn, good lady, our Perdita is found. Presenting Perdita, who kneels to Hermione. Hermione, you gods, look down, and from your sacred vials pour your graces upon my daughter's head. Tell me, mine own, where hast thou been preserved? Where lived? How found thy father's court? For thou shalt hear that I, knowing by Paulina that the oracle gave hope thou wast in being, have preserved myself to see the issue. Paulina, there's time enough for that, lest they desire upon this push to trouble your joys with like relation. Go together, you precious winners all. Your exultation partake to everyone that I, an old turtle, will wing me to some withered bough, and there my mate, that's never to be found again, lament till I am lost. Leontes, O peace, Paulina, thou shouldst a husband take by my consent, as I by thine a wife. This is a match and made between us by vows thou hast found mine. But how is to be questioned? For I saw her, as I thought, dead, and have in vain said many a prayer upon her grave. I'll not seek far, for him, I partly know his mind, to find thee an honorable husband. Come, Camillo, and take her by the hand, whose worth and honesty is richly noted, and here justified by us, a pair of kings. Let's from this place. What? Look upon my brother. both your pardons, that ere I put between your holy looks my ill suspicion, this your son-in-law, and son unto the king, whom heaven's directing, is troth-plight to your daughter good Paulina, lead us from hence, where we may leisurely each one demand, and answer to his part performed in this wide gap of time, since first we were dissevered, hastily lead away. Exeunt. A lover's complaint. From off a hill whose concave womb reworded a plaintful story from a sistering vale, my spirits to attend this double voice accorded, and down I laid to list the sad-tun tale. Ere long espied a fickle maid full pale, tearing of papers, breaking rings a-twain, storming her world with sorrow's wind and rain. Upon her head a plaited hive of straw, which fortified her visage from the sun, whereon the thought might think sometime it saw the carcass of a beauty spent and done. Time had not scythed all that youth begun, nor youth all quit, but spite of heaven's fell rage some beauty peeped through lattice of seared age. Oft did she heave her napkin to her eyne, which on it had conceited characters, laundering the silken figures in the brine that seasoned woe had pelleted in tears, and often reading what contents it bears, as often shrieking undistinguished woe, in clamors of all size, both high and low. Sometimes her lavelled eyes their carriage ride, as they did battery to the spheres intend. Sometime diverted their poor balls are tied to the orbed earth. Sometimes they do extend their view right on. Anon their gazes lend to every place at once, and nowhere fixed, the mind and sight distractedly commixed. Her hair, nor loose nor tied in formal plait, proclaimed in her a careless hand of pride. For some untucked descended her sheaved hat, hanging her pale and pined cheek beside. Some in her threaden fillet still did bide, and, true to bondage, would not break from thence, though slackly braided in loose negligence. 1,000 favors from a maund she drew, of amber, crystal, and of beaded jet, which one by one she in a river threw, upon whose weeping margent she was set, like usury applying wet to wet, or monarch's hands, that lets not bounty fall where want cries, some, but where excess begs, all. Of folded schedules had she many a one, which she perused, sight, tore and gave the flood. Cracked many a ring of posied gold and bone, bidding them find their sepulchres in mud. Found yet mo letters sadly pinned in blood, with slided silk, feet and affectedly enswathed, and sealed to curious secrecy. These often bathed she in her fluxive eyes, and often kissed, and often gave to tear. Cried, O false blood, thou register of lies, what unapproved witness dost thou bear? Ink would have seemed more black and damned here. This said, in top of rage the lines she rents, big discontent so breaking their contents. A reverend man that grazed his cattle nigh, sometime a blusterer, that the ruffle knew of court, of city, and had let go by the swiftest hours observed as they flew, towards this afflicted fancy fastly drew, and, privileged by age, desires to know in brief the grounds and motives of her woe. So slides he down upon his grained bat, and comely distant sits he by her side, when he again desires her, being sat, her grievance with his hearing to divide. If that from him there may be aught applied which may her suffering ecstasy assuage, 'tis promised in the charity of age. Father, she says, though in me you behold the injury of many a blasting hour, let it not tell your judgment I am old. Not age, but sorrow, over me hath power. I might as yet have been a spreading flower, fresh to myself, if I had self-applied love to myself, and to no love beside. But woe is me! Too early I attended a youthful suit. It was to gain my grace. O one by nature's outward so commended, that maiden's eyes stuck over all his face, love lacked a dwelling and made him her place. And when in his fair parts she did abide, she was new elodiged and newly deified. His browny locks did hang in crooked curls, and every light occasion of the wind upon his lips their silken parcels hurls. What's sweet to do will aptly find. Each eye that saw him did enchant the mind. For on his visage was in little drawn, what largeness thinks in paradise was sawn. Small show of man was yet upon his chin. His phoenix down began but to appear, like unshorn velvet, on that termless skin, whose bare outbragged the web it seemed to wear, yet showed his visage by that cost more dear. and nice affections wavering stood in doubt if best were as it was, or best without. His qualities were beauteous as his form, for maiden-tongued he was, and thereof free. Yet if men envied him, was he such a storm as oft, twixt May and April is to see, when winds breathe sweet, unruly though they be. His rudeness, so with his authorized youth, did livery falseness in a pride of truth. Well could he ride, and often men would say that horse his mettle from his rider takes, proud of subjection, noble by the sway. What rounds, what bounds, what course, what stop he makes! And controversy hence a question takes, whether the horse by him became his deed, or he his manage by the well-doing steed. But quickly on this side the verdict went, his real habitude gave life and grace to appertainings and to ornament, accomplished in himself, not in his case. All aids, themselves made fairer by their place, came for additions. Yet their purpose trim piqued not his grace, but were all gracked by him. So on the tip of his subduing tongue all kind of arguments and question deep, all replication prompt and reason strong. For his advantage still did wake and sleep, to make the weeper laugh, the laugher weep. He had the dialect and different skill, catching all passions in his craft of will, that he did in the general bosom reign of young, of old, and sexes both enchanted, to dwell with him in thoughts, or to remain in personal duty, following where he haunted, consents bewitched, ere he desire, have granted and dialogued for him what he would say, asked their own wills, and made their wills obey. Many there were that did his picture get to serve their eyes, and in it put their mind, like fools that into imagination set the goodly objects which abroad they find of lands and mansions, theirs in thought assigned, and laboring in mo pleasures to bestow them, than the true gouty landlord which doth owe them. So many have, that never touched his hand, sweetly suppositoried them mistress of his heart. My woeful self that did in freedom stand, and was my own fee simple, not in part, what with his art in youth and youth in art, through my affections and his charmed power, reserved the stalk and gave him all my flower. Yet did I not, as some my equals did, demand of him, nor being desired yielded, finding myself in honor so forbid, with safest distance I mine honor shielded. Experience for me many bulwarks builded of proofs new bleeding, which remained the foil of this false jewel, and his amorous spoil. But whoever shunned by precedent the destined ill she must herself essay, or forced examples, gainst her own content, to put the bypassed perils in her way. Counsel may stop a while what will not stay. For when we rage, advice is often seen by blunting us to make our wills more keen. Nor gives it satisfaction to our blood, that we must curb it upon others' proof, to be forebode the sweets that seem so good, for fear of harms that preach in our behoof. O appetite, from judgment stand aloof. The one a palate hath that needs will taste, though reason weep and cry, it is thy last. For further I could say, this man's untrue, and knew the patterns of his foul beguiling. Heard where his plants in others' orchards grew, saw how deceits were gilded in his smiling. Knew vows were ever brokers to defiling. Thought characters and words merely but art, and bastards of his foul adulterate heart. And long upon these terms I held my city, till thus he gone besiege me, gentle maid, have of my suffering youth some feeling pity, and be not of my holy vows afraid. That's to ye sworn, to none was ever said, for feasts of love I have been called unto, till now did ne'er invite, nor never woo. All my offenses that abroad you see are errors of the blood, none of the mind. Love made them not. With acture they may be, where neither party is nor true nor kind. They sought their shame that so their shame did find, and so much less of shame in me remains, by how much of me their reproach contains. Among the many that mine eyes have seen, not one whose flame my heart so much as warmed, or my affection put to its smallest teen, or any of my leisures ever charmed. Harm have I done to them, but ne'er was harmed. Kept hearts and liveries, but mine own was free, and reigned commanding in his monarchy. Look here what tributes wounded fancies sent me, of pallid pearls and rubies red as blood, figuring that they their passions likewise lent me of grief and blushes, aptly understood in bloodless white and the encrimsoned mood. effects of terror and dear modesty, encamped in hearts, but fighting outwardly. And lo, behold these talents of their hair, with twisted metal amorously impleached. I have received from many a several fair, their kind acceptance weepingly beseeched, with annexions of fair gems enriched, and deep-brained sonnets that did amplify each stone's dear nature, worth, and quality. The diamond, why 'twas beautiful and hard, whereto his invest properties did tend. The deep green emerald, in whose fresh regard weak sights their sickly radiance do amend. The heaven-hued sapphire and the opal blend with objects manifold. Each several stone, with wit well blazoned smilled, or made some moan. Lo, all these trophies of affections hot, of pensived and subdued desires the tender, nature hath charged me that I hoard them not, but yield them up where I myself must render, that is, to you, my origin and ender. For these of force must your oblations be, since I their altar, you impatron me. O then advance of yours that phraseless hand, whose white weighs down the airy scale of praise. Take all these similes to your own command, hallowed with sighs that burning lungs did raise. What me, your minister for you, obeys, works under you, and to your audit comes their distract parcels in combined sums. Lo, this device was sent me from a nun, or sister sanctified of holiest note, which late her noble suit in court did shun, whose rarest havings made the blossoms dote. For she was sought by spirits of richest coat, but kept cold distance, and did thence remove, to spend her living in eternal love. But oh, my sweet, what labor is to leave the thing we have not, mastering what not strives, planing the place which did no form receive, playing patient sports in unconstrained gyves, she that her fame so to herself contrives, the scars of battle scaped by the flight, and makes her absence valiant, not her might. Oh, pardon me, in that my boast is true, the accident which brought me to her eye, upon the moment did her force subdue, and now she would the caged cloister fly. Religious love put out religion's eye. Not to be tempted would she be immured, and now to tempt all liberty procured. How mighty then you are! Oh, hear me tell. The broken bosoms that to me belong have emptied all their fountains in my well, and mine I pour your ocean all among. I strong o'er them, and you o'er me being strong, must for your victory us all congest, as compound love to physic your cold breast. My parts had power to charm a sacred nun, who, disciplined and dieted in grace, believed her eyes when they t'assail begun, all vows and consecrations giving place. O most potential love, vow, bond, nor space, in thee hath neither sting, knot, nor confine, for thou art all and all things else are thine. When thou impressest, what are precepts worth of stale example? When thou wilt inflame, how coldly those impediments stand forth, of wealth, of filial fear, law, kindred, fame. Love's arms are peace, gainst rule, gainst sense, gainst shame and sweetens. In the suffering pangs it bears, the aloes of all forces, shocks and fears. Now all these hearts that do on mine depend, feeling it break, with bleeding groans they pine, and supplicant their sighs to your extend, to leave the battery that you make gainst mine, lending soft audience to my sweet design, and credent soul to that strong bonded oath, that shall prefer and undertake my troth. This said, his watery eyes he did dismount, whose sights till then were levelled on my face. Each cheek a river running from a fount with brinish current downward flowed apace. Oh, how the channel to the stream gave grace, who, glazed with crystal gate, the glowing roses that flame through water which their hue encloses. O Father, what a hell of witchcraft lies in the small orb of one particular tear! But with the inundation of the eyes, what rocky heart to water will not wear? What breast so cold that is not warmed here? O cleft effect, cold modesty, hot wrath, both fire from hence and chill extincture hath. For lo, his passion, but an art of craft, even there resolved my reason into tears. There my white stole of chastity I daft, shook off my sober guards, and civil fears, appear to him as he to me appears, all melting, though our drops this difference bore. His poisoned me, and mine did him restore. In him a plenitude of subtle matter, applied to caudals, all strange forms receives, of burning blushes, or of weeping water, or swooning paleness. And he takes and leaves, in either's aptness, as it best deceives, to blush at speeches rank, to weep at woes, or to turn white and swoon at tragic shows. That not a heart which in his level came could 'scape the hail of his all-hurting aim, showing fair nature is both kind and tame, and veiled in them, did win whom he would maim. Against the thing he sought he would exclaim. When he most burned in heart-wished luxury, he preached pure maid, and praised cold chastity. Thus merely with the garment of a grace, the naked and concealed fiend he covered, that to an experient gave the tempter place, which, like a cherubin, above them hovered. Who, young and simple, would not be so lovered? I fell, and yet do question make what I should do again for such a sake. Oh, that infected moisture of his eye! Oh, that false fire which in his cheek so glowed! Oh, that forked thunder from his heart did fly! Oh, that sad breath his spongy lungs bestowed! Oh, all that borrowed motion, seeming ode, would yet again betray the fore-betrayed, and new pervert a reconciled maid. The passionate pilgrim. When my love swears that she is made of truth, I do believe her, though I know she lies, that she might think me some untutored youth, unskilful in the world's false forgeries. Thus vainly thinking that she thinks me young, although I know my years be past the best, I smiling credit her false-speaking tongue, outfacing faults in love with love's ill rest. But wherefore says my love that she is young? And wherefore say not I that I am old? Oh, love's best habit is a soothing tongue, and age, in love, loves not to have years told. Therefore, I'll lie with love and love with me, since that our faults in love thus smothered be. Two loves I have, of comfort and despair, that like two spirits do suggest me still. My better angel is a man right fair, my worser spirit a woman colored ill. To win me soon to hell, my female evil tempteth my better angel from my side, and would corrupt my saint to be a devil, wooing his purity with her fair pride. And whether that my angel be turned fiend, suspect I may, yet not directly tell. For being both to me, both to each friend, I guess one angel in another's hell. The truth I shall not know, but live in doubt, till my bad angel fire my good one out. 3. Did not the heavenly rhetoric of thine eye, gainst whom the world could not hold argument, persuade my heart to this false perjury? Vows for thee broke deserve not punishment. A woman I forswore, but I will prove, thou being a goddess, I forswore not thee. My vow was earthly, thou a heavenly love. Thy grace being gained cures all disgrace in me. My vow was breath, and breath a vapor is. Then, thou fair sun, that on this earth doth shine, exhale this vapor vow. In thee it is. If broken then, it is no fault of mine. If by me broke, what fool is not so wise to break an oath, to win a paradise? 4. Sweet Cytherea, sitting by a brook with young Adonis, lovely, fresh and green, did court the lad with many a lovely look, such looks as none could look but beauty's queen. She told him stories to delight his ear. She showed him favors to allure his eye. To win his heart, she touched him here and there. Touches so soft still conquer chastity. But whether unripe years did want conceit, or he refused to take her figured proffer, the tender nibbler would not touch the bait, but smile and jest at every gentle offer. Then fell she on her back, fair queen, and toward. He rose and ran away. Ah, fool too froward! If love make me forsworn, how shall I swear to love? Oh, never faith could hold, if not to beauty vowed. Though to myself forsworn, to thee I'll constant prove. Those thoughts, to me like oaks, to thee like osiers bowed. Study his bias leaves, and makes his book thine eyes, where all those pleasures live that art can comprehend. If knowledge be the mark, to know thee shall suffice. Well learned is that tongue that well can thee commend, all ignorant that soul that sees thee without wonder, which is to me some praise, that I thy parts admire. Thine eye Jove's lightning seems, thy voice his dreadful thunder, which, not to anger bent, is music and sweet fire. Celestial as thou art, oh do not love that wrong, to sing heaven's praise with such an earthly tongue. 6. Scarce had the sun dried up the dewy morn, and scarce the herd gone to the hedge for shade, when Cytherea, all in love forlorn, a longing tarriance for Adonis made under an osier growing by a brook where Adon used to cool his spleen. Hot was the day, she hotter that did look for his approach, that often there had been. Anon he comes and throws his mantle by, and stood stark naked on the brook's green brim. The sun looked on the world with glorious eye, yet not so wistly as this queen on him. He, spying her, bounced in, whereas he stood. O Jove, quoth she, why was not I a flood? 7. Fair is my love, but not so fair as fickle, mild as a dove, but neither true nor trusty, brighter than glass, and yet, as glass is, brittle, softer than wax, and yet, as iron, rusty. A lily pale, with damask dye to grace her, none fairer, nor none falser to deface her. Her lips to mine how often hath she joined, between each kiss her oaths of true love swearing. How many tales to please me hath she coined, dreading my love, the loss thereof still fearing. Yet in the midst of all her pure protestings, her faith, her oaths, her tears, and all were jestings. She burnt with love, as straw with fire flammeth. She burnt out love, as soon as straw outburneth. She framed the love, and yet she foiled the framing. She bade love last, and yet she fell a-turning. Was this a lover, or a lecher whether? Bad in the best, though excellent in neither. 8. If music and sweet poetry agree, as they must needs, the sister and the brother, then must the love be great twixt thee and me, because thou lov'st the one and I the other. Dowland to thee is dear, whose heavenly touch upon the lute doth ravish human sense. Spenser to me, whose deep conceit is such as passing all conceit, needs no defense. Thou lov'st to hear the sweet melodious sound that Phoebus' lute, the queen of music, makes, and I in deep delight am chiefly drowned when as himself to singing he betakes. One God is God of both, as poets feign. One night loves both, and both in thee remain. 9. Fair was the morn when the fair queen of love, paler for sorrow than her milk-white dove, for Adon's sake, a youngster proud and wild. Her stand she takes upon a steep up hill. Anon Adonis comes with horn and hounds. She, silly queen, with more than love's goodwill, forbade the boy he should not pass those grounds. Once, quoth she, did I see a fair sweet youth here in these brakes, deep wounded with a boar, deep in the thigh, a spectacle of ruth. See in my thigh, quoth she, here was the sore. She showed hers. He saw more wounds than one, and blushing fled, and left her all alone. X. Sweet rose, fair flower, untimely plucked, soon vaded, plucked in the bud and vaded in the spring. Bright orient pearl, alack, too timely shaded. Fair creature, killed too soon by death's sharp sting. Like a green plum that hangs upon a tree, and falls, through wind, before the fall should be. I weep for thee, and yet no cause I have. For why thou left'st me nothing in thy will, and yet thou left'st me more than I did crave. For why I craved nothing of thee still. Oh yes, dear friend, I pardon crave of thee, thy discontent thou didst bequeath to me. 11. Venus, with young Adonis sitting by her under a myrtle shade, began to woo him. She told the youngling how god Mars did try her, and as he fell to her, she fell to him. Even thus, quoth she, the warlike god embracked me, and then she clipped Adonis in her arms. Even thus, quoth she, the warlike god unlaced me, as if the boy should use like loving charms. Even thus, quoth she, he seized on my lips, and with her lips on his did act the seizure. And as she fetched breath, away he skips, and would not take her meaning nor her pleasure. Ah, that I had my lady at this bay, to kiss and clip me till I run away. 12. Crabbed age and youth cannot live together. Youth is full of pleasance, age is full of care. Youth like summer morn, age like winter weather. Youth like summer brave, age like winter bear. Youth is full of sport, age's breath is short. Youth is nimble, age is lame. Youth is hot and bold, Age is weak and cold. Youth is wild, and age is tame. Age, I do abhor thee. Youth, I do adore thee. Oh, my love is young. Age, I do defy thee. Oh, sweet shepherd, hie thee, for methinks thou stay'st too long. 13. Beauty is but a vain and doubtful good, a shining gloss that vadeth suddenly, a flower that dies when first it gins to bud, a brittle glass that's broken presently, a doubtful good, a gloss, a glass, a flower, lost, vaded, broken, dead within an hour. And as goods lost are seld or never found, as vaded gloss no rubbing will refresh, as flowers dead lie withered on the ground, as broken glass no cement can redress, so beauty blemished once, forever's lost, in spite of physic, painting, pain, and cost. 14. Good night, good rest, neither be my share. She bade good night that kept my rest away, and daft me to a cabin hanged with care, to descant on the doubts of my decay. Farewell, quoth she, and come again tomorrow. Farewell I could not, for I supped with sorrow. Yet at my parting sweetly did she smile, in scorn or friendship, nil I const her whether. T may be, she joyed to jest at my exile, T may be, again to make me wander thither. Wander, a word for shadows like myself, as take the pain, but cannot pluck the pelf. Lord, how mine eyes throw gazes to the east! My heart doth charge the watch, the morning rise doth sight each moving sense from idle rest. Not daring trust the office of mine eyes, while Philomela sits and sings, I sit and mark, and wish her lays were tuned like the lark. For she doth welcome daylight with her ditty, and drives away dark dreaming night. The night so packed, I post unto my pretty. Heart hath his hope and eyes their wished sight. Sorrow chung to solace, solace mixed with sorrow. For why, she sight, and bade me come tomorrow. Were I with her, the night would post too soon. But now are minutes added to the hours. To spite me now, each minute seems a moon. Yet not for me, shines sun to succor flowers. Pack night, peep day, good day, of night now borrow. Short, night, tonight, and length thyself tomorrow. 15. It was a lording's daughter, the fairest one of three, that liked of her master as well might be, till looking on an Englishman, the fairest that I could see, her fancy fell a-turning. Long was the combat doubtful, that love with love did fight, to leave the master loveless, or kill the gallant knight. To put in practice either, alas, it was a spite unto the silly damsel. But one must be refused. More mickle was the pain, that nothing could be used to turn them both to gain. For of the two the trusty knight was wounded with disdain. Alas, she could not help it. Thus art with arms contending was victor of the day, which by a gift of learning did bear the maid away. Then lullaby, the learned man hath got the lady gay. For now my song is ended. 16. On a day, alack the day, love, whose month was ever May, spied a blossom passing fair, playing in the wanton air. Through the velvet leaves the wind, all unseen, gone passage find, that the lover, sick to death, wished himself the heaven's breath. Ere, quoth he, thy cheeks may blow. Ere, would I might triumph so. But, alas, my hand hath sworn, ne'er to pluck thee from thy thorn. Vow, alack, for youth unmeet, youth, so apt to pluck a sweet. Thou for whom Jove would swear Juno but an Ethiop were, and deny himself for Jove, turning mortal for thy love. 17. My flocks feed not, my ewes breed not, my rams speed not, all is Amos. Love is dying, faith's defying, heart's denying, causer of this. All my merry jigs are quite forgot, all my lady's love is lost. God, what? Where her faith was firmly fixed in love, there a nay is placked without remove. One silly cross wrought all my loss. O frowning fortune, cursed fickle dame! For now I see inconstancy, more in women than in men remain. In black mourn I, all fears scorn I, love hath forlorn me, living in thrall. Heart is bleeding, all help needing, O cruel speeding, fraught with gall. My shepherd's pipe can sound no deal. My weather's bell rings doleful knell. My curtal dog that wont to have played, plays not at all, but seems afraid. With sighs so deep procures to weep, in howling wise, to see my doleful plight. How sighs resound through heartless ground, like 1,000 vanquished men in bloody fight. Clear wells spring not, sweet birds sing not, green plants bring not forth their dye. Herd stands weeping, flocks all sleeping, nymphs black peeping fearfully. All our pleasure known to us poor swains, all our merry meetings on the plains, all our evening sport from us is fled. All our love is lost, for love is dead. Farewell, sweet love, thy like ne'er was for a sweet content, the cause of all my woe. Poor Corydon must live alone. Other help for him I see that there is none. 18. Whenas thine eye hath chose the dame, and stalled the deer that thou shouldst strike, let reason rule things worthy blame, as well as fancy, partial might. Take counsel of some wiser head, neither too young nor yet unwed. And when thou comest thy tale to tell, smooth not thy tongue with filed talk, lest she some subtle practice smell. A cripple soon can find a halt. But plainly say thou lov'st her well, and set her person forth to sail. What though her frowning brows be bent, her cloudy looks will calm ere night, and then too late she will repent, that thus dissembled her delight, and twice desire, ere it be day, that which with scorn she put away. What though she strive to try her strength, and ban and brawl, and say thee nay, her feeble force will yield at length, when craft hath taught her thus to say. Had women been so strong as men, in faith, you had not had it then, and to her will frame all thy ways. Spare not to spend, and chiefly there where thy desert may merit praise, by ringing in thy lady's ear. The strongest castle, tower, and town, the golden bullet beats it down. Serve always with assured trust, and in thy suit be humble true. Unless thy lady prove unjust, press never thou to choose anew. When time shall serve, be thou not slack to proffer, though she put thee back. The wiles and guiles that women work, dissembled with an outward show, the tricks and toys that in them lurk, the cock that treads them shall not know. Have you not heard it said full oft, a woman's nay doth stand for naught? Think women still to strive with men, to sin and never for to saint. There is no heaven, by holy then, when time with age shall them addant, where kisses all the joys in bed, one woman would another wed. But soft, enough, too much, I fear lest that my mistress hear my song. She will not stick to round me on to ear, to teach my tongue to be so long. Yet will she blush, here be it said, to hear her secrets so bewrayed. 19. Live with me and be my love, and we will all the pleasures prove that hills and valleys, dales and fields, and all the craggy mountains yield. There will we sit upon the rocks, and see the shepherds feed their flocks, by shallow rivers, by whose falls melodious birds sing madrigals. There will I make thee a bed of roses, with 1,000 fragrant posies, a cap of flowers, and a kirtle embroidered all with leaves of myrtle, a belt of straw and ivy buds, with coral clasps and amber studs. And if these pleasures may thee move, then live with me and be my love. Love's answer: if that the world and love were young, and truth in every shepherd's tongue, these pretty pleasures might me move to live with thee and be thy love. XX. As it fell upon a day, in the merry month of May, sitting in a pleasant shade, which a grove of myrtles made, beasts did leap and birds did sing, trees did grow and plants did spring, everything did banish moan, save the nightingale alone. She, poor bird, as all forlorn, leaned her breast up till a thorn, and there sung the doleful ditty, that to hear it was great pity. Fie, 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 now would she cry, teru, teru, by and by, that to hear her so complain, scarce I could from tears refrain, for her griefs so lively shone made me think upon mine own. Ah, thought I, thou mourn'st in vain, none takes pity on thy pain. Senseless trees, they cannot hear thee, ruthless bears, they will not cheer thee. King Pandion, he is dead, all thy friends are lapped in lead, all thy fellow birds do sing, careless of thy sorrowing, whilst as fickle fortune smiled, thou and I were both beguiled. Everyone that flatters thee is no friend in misery. Words are easy, like the wind. Faithful friends are hard to find. Every man will be thy friend, whilst thou hast wherewith to spend. But if store of crowns be scant, no man will supply thy want. If that one be prodigal, bountiful they will him call, and with such like flattering, pity, but he were a king. If he be addict to vice, quickly him they will entice. If to women he be bent, they have at commandment. But if fortune once do frown, then farewell his great renown. They that fawned on him before, use his company no more. He that is thy friend indeed, he will help thee in thy need. If thou sorrow, he will weep. If thou wake, he cannot sleep. Thus of every grief in heart, he with thee doth bear a part. These are certain signs to know faithful friend from flattering foe. The phoenix and the turtle. Let the bird of loudest lay on the sole Arabian tree, herald sad and trumpet be, to whose sound chaste wings obey. But thou shrieking harbinger, foul precurrer of the fiend, augur of the fever's end, to this troop come thou not near. From this session interdict every fowl of tyrant wing, save the eagle, feathered king. Keep the obsequies so strict. Let the priest in surplice white, that defunctive music can be the death-divining swan, lest the requiem lack his right. And thou treble-dated crow, that thy sable gender makest, with the breath thou givest and taxed, mongst our mourners shalt thou go. Here the anthem doth commence. Love and constancy is dead. Phoenix and the turtle fled, in a mutual flame from hence. So they loved, as love in twain had the essence but in one. Two distincts, division none. Number therein love was slain. Hearts remote, yet not asunder. Distance and no space was seen twixt this turtle and his queen, but in them it were a wonder. So between them love did shine, that the turtle saw his right, flaming in the phoenix' sight. Either was the other's mine. Property was thus appalled, that the self was not the same. Single nature's double name, neither two nor one was called. Reason, in itself confounded, saw division grow together. To themselves yet either neither, simple were so well compounded, that it cried, how true a twain seemeth this concordant one. Love hath reason, reason none, if what parts can so remain. Whereupon it made this threne, to the phoenix and the dove, co-supremes and stars of love, as chorus to their tragic scene. Threnos, beauty, truth, and rarity, grace in all simplicity, here enclosed in cinders lie. Death is now the phoenix' nest, and the turtle's loyal breast to eternity doth rest, leaving no posterity. 'Twas not their infirmity, it was married chastity. Truth may seem, but cannot be. Beauty brag, but 'tis not she. Truth and beauty buried be. To this urn let those repair that are either true or fair. For these dead birds sigh a prayer. The rape of Lucrece, to the right honorable Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton, and Baron of Titchfield. The love I dedicate to your lordship is without end, whereof this pamphlet without beginning is but a superfluous moiety. The warrant I have of your honorable disposition, not the worth of my untutored lines, makes it assured of acceptance. What I have done is yours. What I have to do is yours. Being part in all I have, devoted yours, were my worth greater, my duty would show greater. Meantime, as it is bound to your lordship, to whom I wish long life, still lengthened with all happiness. Your lordship's in all duty. William Shakespeare. The argument. Lucius Tarquinius, for his excessive pride surnamed Superbus, after he had caused his own father-in-law, Servius Tullius, to be cruelly murdered, and, contrary to the Roman laws and customs, not requiring or staying for the people's suffrages, had possessed himself of the kingdom, went, accompanied with his sons and other noblemen of Rome, to besiege Ardea, during which siege the principal men of the army meeting one evening at the tent of Sextus Tarquinius, the king's son, in their discourses. After supper, everyone commended the virtues of his own wife, among whom Collatinus extolled the incomparable chastity of his wife Lucretia. In that pleasant humor they all posted to Rome, and intending, by their secret and sudden arrival, to make trial of that which everyone had before avouched, only Collatinus finds his wife, though it were late in the night, spinning amongst her maids. The other ladies were all found dancing and revelling, or in several disports, whereupon the nobleman yielded Collatinus the victory, and his wife the famed oddity that time Sextus Tarquinius being inflamed with Lucrece beauty, yet smothering his passions for the present, departed with the rest back to the camp, from whence he shortly after privily withdrew himself, and was, according to his estate, royally entertained and lodged by Lucrece at Collatium. The same night he treacherously stealeth into her chamber, violently ravished her, and early in the morning speedeth away. Lucrece, in this lamentable plight, hastily dispatched messengers, one to Rome for her father, another to the camp for Collatine. They came, the one accompanied with Junius Brutus, the other with Publius Valerius, and finding Lucrece attired in mourning habit, demanded the cause of her sorrow. She, first taking an oath of them for her revenge, revealed the actor and whole manner of his dealing, and withal suddenly stabbed herself, which done, with one consent they all vowed to root out the whole hated family of the Tarquins. And bearing the dead body to Rome, Brutus acquainted the people with the doer and manner of the vile deed, with a bitter invective against the tyranny of the king, wherewith the people were so moved, that with one consent and a general acclamation the Tarquins were all exiled, and the state government changed from kings to consuls. From the besieged Ardea all in post, borne by the trustless wings of false desire, lust-breathed Tarquin leaves the Roman host, and to Collatium bears the lightless fire, which in pale embers hid, lurks to aspire and girdle with embracing flames the waist of Collatine's fair love, Lucrece the chaste. Haply that name of chaste unhappily set this baitless edge on his keen appetite, when Collatine unwisely did not let to praise the clear unmatched red and white which triumphed in that sky of his delight, where mortal stars as bright as heaven's beauties, with pure aspects did him peculiar duties. For he the night before, in Tarquin's tent unlocked the treasure of his happy state. What priceless wealth the heavens had him lent in the possession of his beauteous mate, reckoning his fortune at such high proud rate that kings might be espoused to more fame, but king nor peer to such a peerless dame. O happiness enjoyed but of a few, and if possessed, as soon decayed and done, as is the morning's silver melting dew against the golden splendor of the sun. An expired date, cancelled ere well begun. Honor and beauty in the owner's arms are weakly fortressed from a world of harms. Beauty itself doth of itself persuade the eyes of men without an orator. What needeth then apologies be made, to set forth that which is so singular? Or why is Collatine the publisher of that rich jewel he should keep unknown from thievish ears, because it is his own? Perchance his boast of Lucrece sovereignty suggested this proud issue of a king. For by our ears our hearts oft tainted be. Perchance that envy of so rich a thing, braving compare, disdainfully did sting his high-pitched thoughts, that meaner men should vaunt that golden hap which their superiors want. But some untimely thought did instigate his all too timeless speed, if none of those. His honor, his affairs, his friends, his state, neglected all, with swift intent he goes to quench the coal which in his liver glows. O rash false heat, wrapped in repentant cold, thy hasty spring still blasts and ne'er grows old. When at Collatium this false lord arrived, well was he welcomed by the Roman dame, within whose face beauty and virtue strived which of them both should underprop her fame. When virtue bragged, beauty would blush for shame. When beauty boasted blushes, in despite virtue would stain that o'er with silver white. But beauty, in that white intituled from Venus' doves, doth challenge that fair field. Then virtue claims from beauty beauty's red, which virtue gave the golden age to gild their silver cheeks, and called it then their shield, teaching them thus to use it in the fight, when shame assailed, the red should fence the white. This heraldry in Lucrece face was seen, argued by beauty's red and virtue's white. Of either's color was the other queen, proving from world's minority their right. Yet their ambition makes them still to fight, the sovereignty of either being so great, that oft they interchange each other's seat. Their silent war of lilies and of roses, which Tarquin viewed in her fair face's field, in their pure ranks his traitor eye encloses, where, lest between them both it should be killed, The coward captive vanquished doth yield to those two armies that would let him go rather than triumph in so false a foe. Now thinks he that her husband's shallow tongue, the niggard prodigal that praised her so, in that high task hath done her beauty wrong, which far exceeds his barren skill to show. Therefore that praise which Collatine doth owe enchanted Tarquin answers with surmise, in silent wonder of still gazing eyes. This earthly saint, adored by this devil, little suspecteth the false worshipper. For unstained thoughts do seldom dream on evil, birds never limed no secret bush's fear. So guiltless, she securely gives good cheer and reverend welcome to her princely guest, whose inward ill no outward harm expressed. For that he colored with his high estate, hiding base sin in pleats of majesty, that nothing in him seemed inordinate, save sometime too much wonder of his eye, which, having all could not satisfy. But, poorly rich, so wanteth in his store that, cloyed with much, he pinneth still for more. But she, that never coped with stranger eyes, could pick no meaning from their parling looks, nor read the subtle shining secrecies writ in the glassy margins of such books. She touched no unknown baits, nor feared no hooks, nor could she moralize his wanton sight, more than his eyes were open to the light. He stories to her ears her husband's fame, won in the fields of fruitful Italy, and decks with praises Collatine's high name, made glorious by his manly chivalry with bruised arms and wreaths of victory. Her joy with heaved-up hand she doth express, and wordless, so greets heaven for his success. Far from the purpose of his coming thither, he makes excuses for his being there. No cloudy show of stormy blustering weather doth yet in his fair welkin once appear, till sable night, mother of dread and fear, upon the world dim darkness doth display, and in her vaulty prison stows the day. For then is Tarquin brought unto his bed, intending weariness with heavy sprite. For after supper long he questioned with modest Lucrece, and wore out the night. Now leaden slumber with life's strength doth fight, and every one to rest themselves betake, save thieves and cares and troubled minds that wake. As one of which doth Tarquin lie revolving the sundry dangers of his will's obtaining, yet ever to obtain his will resolving, though weak-built hopes persuade him to abstaining. Despair to gain doth traffic oft for gaining, and when great treasure is the meed proposed, though death be adjunct, there's no death supposed. Those that much covet are with gain so fond for what they have not, that which they possess they scatter and unloose it from their bond. And so, by hoping more, they have but less, or, gaining more, the profit of excess is but to surfeit and such griefs sustain, that they prove bankrupt in this poor rich gain. The aim of all is but to nurse the life with honor, wealth, and ease, in waning age. And in this aim there is such thwarting strife that one for all or all for one we gauge. As life for honor in fell battles rage, honor for wealth, and oft that wealth doth cost the death of all, and altogether lost. So that in venturing ill we leave to be the things we are, for that which we expect, and this ambitious foul infirmity, in having much, torments us with defect of that we have, then we do neglect the thing we have, and, all for want of wit, make something nothing by augmenting it. Such hazard now must doting Tarquin make, pawning his honor to obtain his lust, and for himself he must forsake. Then where is truth, if there be no self-trust? When shall he think to find a stranger just, when he himself confounds, betrays to slanderous tongues and wretched hateful days? Now stole upon the time the dead of night, when heavy sleep had closed up mortal eyes. No comfortable star did lend his light, no noise but owls and wolves' death-boding cries. Now serves the season that they may surprise the silly lambs, pure thoughts are dead and still, while lust and murder wake to stain and kill. And now this lustful lord leaped from his bed, throwing his mantle rudely o'er his arm, is madly tossed between desire and dread. To one sweetly flatters, the other feareth harm. But honest fear, bewitched with lust's foul charm, doth too oft betake him to retire, beaten away by brain-sick rude desire. His falchion on a flint he softly smitteth, that from the cold stone sparks of fire do fly, whereat a waxen torch forthwith he lighteth, which must be lodestar to his lustful eye, and to the flame thus speaks advisedly, As from this cold flint I enforce this fire, so Lucrece must I force to my desire. Here pale with fear he doth premeditate the dangers of his loathsome enterprise, and in his inward mind he doth debate what following sorrow may on this arise. Then looking scornfully, he doth despise his naked armor of still slaughtered lust, and justly thus controls his thoughts unjust. Fair torch, burn out thy light, and lend it not to darken her whose light excelleth thine. And die, unhallowed thoughts, before you blot with your uncleanness that which is divine. Offer pure incense to so pure a shrine. Let fair humanity abhor the deed that spots and stains love's modest snow-white weed. O shame to knighthood and to shining arms! O foul dishonor to my household's grave! O impious act including all foul harms! A martial man to be soft fancy's slave. True valor still a true respect should have. Then my digression is so vile, so base, that it will live engraven in my face. Yea, though I die, the scandal will survive, and be an eyesore in my golden coat. Some loathsome dash the herald will contrive, to cipher me how fondly I did dote, that my posterity, shamed with the note, shall curse my bones, and hold it for no sin to wish that I their father had not been. What win I if I gain the thing I seek? A dream, a breath, a froth of fleeting joy. Who buys a minute's mirth to wail a week, or sells eternity to get a toy? For one sweet grape who will the vine destroy? Or what fond beggar, but to touch the crown, would with the scepter straight be strucken down? If Collatinus dream of my intent, will he not wake, and in a desperate rage post hither, this vile purpose to prevent? This siege that hath engirt his marriage, this blur to youth, this sorrow to the sage, this dying virtue, this surviving shame, whose crime will bear an ever-during blame. Oh, what excuse can my invention make when thou shalt charge me with so black a deed? Will not my tongue be mute, my frail joints shake, mine eyes forego their light, my false heart bleed? The guilt being great, the fear doth still exceed, and extreme fear can neither fight nor fly, but coward-like with trembling terror die. Had Collatinus killed my son or sire, or lain in ambush to betray my life, or were he not my dear friend, this desire might have excuse to work upon his wife, as in revenge or quital of such strife. But as he is my kinsman, my dear friend, the shame and fault finds no excuse nor end. Shameful it is, aye, if the fact be known. Hateful it is, there is no hate in loving. I'll beg her love, but she is not her own. The worst is but denial and reproving. My will is strong, past reason's weak removing. Who fears a sentence, or an old man's saw shall by a painted cloth be kept in awe. Thus, graceless, holds he disputation tween frozen conscience and hot-burning will, and with good thoughts makes dispensation, urging the worser sense for vantage still, which in a moment doth confound and kill all pure effects, and doth so far proceed that what is vile shows like a virtuous deed. Quoth he, she took me kindly by the hand, and gazed for tidings in my eager eyes, fearing some hard news from the warlike band where her beloved Collatinus lies. Oh, how her fear did make her color rise! First red as roses that on lawn we lay, then white as lawn, the roses took away. And how her hand, in my hand being locked, forced it to tremble with her loyal fear, which struck her sad, and then it faster rocked, until her husband's welfare she did hear. Whereat she smiled with so sweet a cheer that had Narcissus seen her as she stood, self-love had never drowned him in the flood. Why hunt I then for color or excuses? All orators are dumb when beauty pleadeth. Poor wretches have remorse and poor abuses. Love thrives not in the heart that shadows dreadeth. Affection is my captain, and he leadeth. And when his gaudy banner is displayed, the coward fights and will not be dismayed. Then, childish fear, avaunt, debating, die. Respect and reason wait on wrinkled age. My heart shall never countermand mine eye. Sad pause and deep regard beseems the sage. My part is youth, and beats these from the stage. Desire my pilot is, beauty my prize. Then who fears sinking where such treasure lies? As corn o'ergrown by weeds, so heedful fear is almost choked by unresisted lust. Away he steals with opening, listening ear, full of foul hope and full of fond mistrust, both which, as servitors to the unjust, so cross him with their opposite persuasion that now he vows a league and now invasion. Within his thought her heavenly image sits, and in the self-same seat sits Collatine. That eye which looks on her confounds his wits, that eye which him beholds as more divine, unto a view so false will not incline, but with a pure appeal seeks to the heart, which once corrupted takes the worser part, and therein heartens up his servile powers, who, flattered by their leaders' jocund show, stuff up his lust, as minutes fill up hours, and as their captain, so their pride doth grow, paying more slavish tribute than they owe. By reprobate desire thus madly led, the Roman lord marcheth to Lucrece's bed. The locks between her chamber and his will, each one by him enforced, retires his ward. But, as they open, they all rate his ill, which drives the creeping thief to some regard. The threshold grates the door to have him heard. Night-wandering weasels shriek to see him there. They fright him, yet he still pursues his fear. As each unwilling portal yields him way, through little vents and crannies of the place the wind wars with his torch, to make him stay, and blows the smoke of it into his face, extinguishing his conduct in this case. But his hot heart, which fond desire doth scorch, puffs forth another wind that fires the torch. And being lighted, by the light he spies Lucretia's glove, wherein her needle sticks. He takes it from the rushes where it lies, and griping it, the needle his finger pricks, as who should say, "This glove to wanton tricks is not inured, return again in haste. Thou sayest our mistress' ornaments are chaste." But all these poor forbiddings could not stay him. He in the worst sense construes their denial. The doors, the wind, the glove that did delay him, he takes for accidental things of trial, or as those bars which stop the hourly dial, who with a lingering stay his course doth let, till every minute pays the hour his debt. So, quoth he, these lets attend the time, like little frosts that sometime threat the spring, to add a more rejoicing to the prime, and give the sneaped birds more cause to sing. Pain pays the income of each precious thing. Huge rocks, high winds, strong pirates, shelves and sands the merchant fears, ere rich at home he lands. Now is he come unto the chamber door that shuts him from the heaven of his thought, which with a yielding latch, and with no more, hath barred him from the blessed thing he sought. So from himself impiety hath wrought, that for his prey to pray he doth begin, as if the heavens should countenance his sin. But in the midst of his unfruitful prayer, having solicited the eternal power that his foul thoughts might compass his fair fare, and they would stand auspicious to the hour, even there he starts, quoth he, I must deflower. The powers to whom I pray abhor this fact, how can they then assist me in the act? Then love and fortune be my gods, my guide. My will is backed with resolution. Thoughts are but dreams till their effects be tried. The blackest sin is cleared with absolution. Against love's fire fears frost hath dissolution. The eye of heaven is out, and misty night covers the shame that follows sweet delight. This said, his guilty hand plucked up the latch, and with his knee the door he opens wide. The dove sleeps fast that this night owl will catch. Thus treason works ere traitors be espied. Who sees the lurking serpent steps aside. But she, sound sleeping, fearing no such thing, lies at the mercy of his mortal sting. Into the chamber wickedly he stalks, and gazeth on her yet unstained bed. The curtains being close, about he walks, rolling his greedy eyeballs in his head. By their high treason is his heart misled, which gives the watchword to his hand full soon to draw the cloud that hides the silver moon. Look as the fair and fiery pointed sun, rushing from forth a cloud, bereaves our sight. Even so, the curtain drawn, his eyes begun to wink, being blinded with a greater light. Whether it is that she reflects so bright, that dazzleth them, or else some shame supposed. But blind they are, and keep themselves enclosed. Oh, had they in that darksome prison died, then had they seen the period of their ill. Then Collatine again by Lucrece, side in his clear bed, might have reposed still. But they must ope this blessed league to kill. and holy-thoughted Lucrece to their sight must sell her joy, her life, her world's delight. Her lily hand her rosy cheek lies under, cozening the pillow of a lawful kiss. Who, therefore angry, seems to part in sunder, swelling on either side to want his bliss, between whose hills her head entombed is, where like a virtuous monument she lies, to be admired of lewd unhallowed eyes. Without the bed her other fair hand was on the green coverlet, whose perfect white showed like an April daisy on the grass, with pearly sweat resembling dew of night. Her eyes, like marigolds, had sheathed their light, and canopied in darkness sweetly lay, till they might open to adorn the day. Her hair, like golden threads, played with her breath. O modest wantons, wanton modesty, showing life's triumph in the map of death, and death's dim look in life's mortality. Each in her sleep themselves so beautify, as if between them twain there were no strife, but that life lived in death and death in life. Her breasts like ivory globes circled with blue, a pair of maiden worlds unconquered, save of their lord no bearing yoke they knew, and him by oath they truly honored. These worlds in Tarquin new ambition bred, who, like a foul usurper, went about from this fair throne to heave the owner out. What could he see but mightily he noted? What did he note but strongly he desired? What he beheld, on that he firmly doted, and in his will his willful eye he tired. With more than admiration he admired her azure veins, her alabaster skin, her coral lips, her snow-white dimpled chin. As the grim lion fawneth o'er his prey, sharp hunger by the conquest satisfied, so o'er this sleeping soul doth Tarquin stay, his rage of lust by grazing qualified, slaked, not suppressed. For standing by her side, his eye, which late this mutiny restrains, unto a greater uproar tempts his veins. And they, like straggling slaves for pillage fighting, obdurate vassals fell exploits effecting, in bloody death and ravishment delighting, nor children's tears nor mothers' groans respecting, swell in their pride, the onset still expecting. Anon his beating heart, alarum striking, gives the hot charge and bids them do their liking. His drumming heart cheers up his burning eye, his eye commends the leading to his hand. His hand, as proud of such a dignity, smoking with pride, marched on to make his stand on her bare breast, the heart of all her land, whose ranks of blue veins, as his hand did scale, left their round turrets destitute and pale. They, mustering to the quiet cabinet where their dear governess and lady lies, do tell her she is dreadfully beset, and fright her with confusion of their cries. She, much amazed, breaks ope her locked-up eyes, who, peeping forth this tumult to behold, are by his flaming torch dimmed and controlled. Imagine her as one in dead of night from forth dull sleep by dreadful fancy waking, that thinks she hath beheld some ghastly sprite, whose grim aspect sets every joint a-shaking. What terror 'tis! But she, in worser taking, from sleep disturbed, heedfully doth view the sight which makes supposed terror true. Wrapped and confounded in 1,000 fears, like to a new-killed bird she trembling lies. She dares not look. Yet, winking, there appears quick-shifting antics, ugly in her eyes. Such shadows are the weak brain's forgeries, who, angry that the eyes fly from their lights, in darkness daunts them with more dreadful sights. His hand, that yet remains upon her breast, rude ram, to batter such an ivory wall, may feel her heart, poor citizen, distressed, wounding itself to death, rise up and fall, beating her bulk, that his hand shakes withal. This moves in him more rage and lesser pity, to make the breach and enter this sweet city. First, like a trumpet doth his tongue begin to sound a parley to his heartless foe, who o'er the white sheet peers her whiter chin, the reason of this rash alarm to know, which he by dumb demeanor seeks to show. But she with vehement prayers urgeth still under what color he commits this ill. Thus he replies, the color in thy face, that even for anger makes the lily pale, and the red rose blush at her own disgrace, shall plead for me and tell my loving tale. Under that color am I come to scale thy never-conquered fort. The fault is thine, for those thine eyes betray thee unto mine. Thus I forestall thee, if thou mean to chide, Thy beauty hath ensnared thee to this night, where thou with patience must my will abide, my will that marks thee for my earth's delight, which I to conquer sought with all my might. But as reproof and reason beat it dead, by thy bright beauty was it newly bred. I see what crosses my attempt will bring. I know what thorns the growing rose defends. I think the honey guarded with a sting. All this beforehand counsel comprehends. But will is deaf, and hears no heedful friends. Only he hath an eye to gaze on beauty, and dotes on what he looks, 'gainst law or duty. I have debated, even in my soul, what wrong, what shame, what sorrow I shall breed. But nothing can affection's course control, or stop the headlong fury of his speed. I know repentant tears ensue the deed, reproach, disdain, and deadly enmity. Yet strike I to embrace mine infamy. This said, he shakes aloft his Roman blade, which, like a falcon towering in the skies, coucheth the fowl below with his wings shade, whose crooked beak threats, if he mount he dies. So under his insulting falchion lies harmless Lucretia, marking what he tells with trembling fear, as fowl hear falcon's bells. Lucrece, quoth he, this night I must enjoy thee. If thou deny, then force must work my way, for in thy bed I purpose to destroy thee. That done, some worthless slave of thine I'll slay, to kill thine honor with thy life's decay. And in thy dead arms do I mean to place him, swearing I slew him, seeing thee embrace him. So thy surviving husband shall remain the scornful mark of every open eye. Thy kinsmen hang their heads at this disdain, thy issue blurred with nameless bastardy. And thou, the author of their obloquy, shalt have thy trespass cited up in rhymes and sung by children in succeeding times. But if thou yield, I rest thy secret friend. The fault unknown is as a thought unacted. A little harm done to a great good end for lawful policy remains enacted. The poison is simple sometimes is compacted in a pure compound. Being so applied, his venom in effect is purified. Then, for thy husband and thy children's sake, tender my suit, bequeath not to their lot the shame that from them no device can take, the blemish that will never be forgot, worse than a slavish wipe or birth hour's blot. For marks descried in men's nativity are nature's faults, not their own infamy. Here with a cockatrice, dead killing eye he rouseth up himself and makes a pause, while she, the picture of pure piety, like a white hind under the gripe's sharp claws, pleads in a wilderness where are no laws. To the rough beast that knows no gentle right, nor aught obeys but his foul appetite. But when a black-faced cloud the world doth threat, in his dim misty aspiring mountains hiding, from earth's dark womb some gentle gust doth get, which blows these pitchy vapors from their biding, hindering their present fall by this dividing. So his unhallowed haste her words delays, and moody Pluto winks while Orpheus plays. Yet, foul night-waking cat, he doth but dally, while in his hold-fast foot the weak mouse panteth. Her sad behavior feeds his vulture folly, a swallowing gulf that even in plenty wanteth. His ear her prayers admits, but his heart granteth no penetrable entrance to her plaining. Tears harden lust, though marble wherewith raining. Her pity-pleading eyes are sadly fixed in the remorseless wrinkles of his face. Her modest eloquence with sighs is mixed, which to her oratory adds more grace. She puts the period often from his place, and midst the sentence, so her accent breaks that twice she doth begin ere once she speaks. She conjures him by high almighty Jove, by knighthood, gentry, and sweet friendship's oath, by her untimely tears, her husband's love, by holy human law, and common troth, by heaven and earth, and all the power of both, that to his borrowed bed he make retire, and stoop to honor, not to foul desire. Quoth she, reward not hospitality with such black payment as thou hast pretended. Mud not the fountain that gave drink to thee, mar not the thing that cannot be amended. End thy ill aim before the shoot be ended. He is no woodman that doth bend his bow to strike a poor unseasonable doe. My husband is thy friend. For his sake spare me. Thyself art mighty. For thine own sake leave me. Myself a weakling, do not then ensnare me. Thou look'st not like deceit. Do not deceive me. My sighs, like whirlwinds, labor hence to heave thee. If ever man were moved with woman's moans, be moved with my tears, my sighs, my groans, all which together, like a troubled ocean, beat at thy rocky and rack-threatening heart, to soften it with their continual motion. For stones dissolved to water do convert. Oh, if no harder than a stone thou art, melt at my tears and be compassionate. Soft pity enters at an iron gate. In Tarquin's likeness I did entertain thee. Hast thou put on his shape to do him shame? To all the host of heaven I complain me, thou wrong'st his honor, wound'st his princely name. Thou art not what thou seem'st, and if the same, thou seem'st not what thou art, a god, a king. For kings like gods should govern everything. How will thy shame be seated in thine age, when thus thy vices bud before thy spring? If in thy hope thou darest do such outrage, what darest thou not when once thou art a king? Oh, be remembered, no outrageous thing from vassal actors can be wiped away. Then kings' misdeeds cannot be hid in clay. This deed will make thee only loved for fear, but happy monarchs still are feared for love. With foul offenders thou perforce must bear, when they in thee the like offences prove. If but for fear of this, thou will remove. For princes are the glass, the school, the book, where subjects' eyes do learn, do read, do look. And wilt thou be the school where lust shall learn? Must he in thee read lectures of such shame? Wilt thou be glass, wherein it shall discern authority for sin, warrant for blame, to privilege dishonor in thy name? Thou back'st reproach against long-living laud, and mak'st fair reputation but a bawd. Hast thou command? By him that gave it thee, from a pure heart command thy rebel will. Draw not thy sword to guard iniquity, for it was lent thee all that brood to kill. Thy princely office how canst thou fulfill, when, patterned by thy fault, foul sin may say he learned to sin, and thou didst teach the way? Think but how vile a spectacle it were to view thy present trespass in another. Men's faults do seldom to themselves appear. Their own transgressions partially they smother. This guilt would seem death-worthy in thy brother. Oh, how are they wrapped in with infamies that from their own misdeeds askance their eyes? To thee, my heaved-up hands appeal, not to seducing lust, thy rash relier. I sue for exiled majesty's repeal. Let him return, and flattering thoughts retire. His true respect will prison false desire, and wipe the dim mist from thy doting eyne, that thou shalt see thy state and pity mine. Have done, quoth he, my uncontrolled tide turns not, but swells the higher by this let. Small lights are soon blown out, huge fires abide, and with the wind in greater fury fret. The petty streams that pay a daily debt to their salt sovereign, with their fresh falls haste add to his flow, but alter not his taste. Thou art, quoth she, a sea, a sovereign king, and lo, there falls into thy boundless flood black lust, dishonor, shame, misgoverning, who seek to stain the ocean of thy blood. If all these petty ills shall change thy good, thy sea within a puddle's womb is hearsed, and not the puddle in thy sea dispersed. So shall these slaves be king, and thou their slave. Thou nobly base, they basely dignified. Thou their fair life, and they thy fouler grave. Thou loathed in their shame, they in thy pride. The lesser thing should not the greater hide. The cedar stoops not to the base shrub's foot, but low shrubs wither at the cedar's root. So let thy thoughts, low vassals to thy state. No more, quoth he, by heaven, I will not hear thee. Yield to my loved, if not, enforced hate, instead of love's coy touch, shall rudely tear thee. That done, despitefully I mean to bear thee unto the base bed of some rascal groom, to be thy partner in this shameful doom. This said, he sets his foot upon the light, for light and lust are deadly enemies. Shame folded up in blind concealing night, when most unseen, then most doth tyrannize. The wolf hath seized his prey, the poor lamb cries, till with her own white fleece her voice controlled entombs her outcry in her lips' sweet fold. For with the nightly linen that she wears he pins her piteous clamors in her head, cooling his hot face in the chastest tears that ever modest eyes with sorrow shed. Oh, that prone lust should stain so pure a bed! The spots whereof could weeping purify, her tears should drop on them perpetually. But she hath lost a dearer thing than life, and he hath won what he would lose again. This forced league doth force a further strife. This momentary joy breeds months of pain. This hot desire converts to cold disdain. Pure chastity is rifled of her store, and lust, the thief, far poorer than before. Look as the full-fed hound or gorged hawk, unapt for tender smell or speedy flight, make slow pursuit, or altogether balk the prey wherein by nature they delight. So surfeit-taking Tarquin fares this night. His taste delicious, in digestion souring, devours his will, that lived by foul devouring. O deeper sin than bottomless conceit can comprehend in still imagination. Drunken desire must vomit his receipt, ere he can see his own abomination. While lust is in his pride, no exclamation can curb his heat or rein his rash desire, till, like a jade, self will himself doth tire. And then with lank and lean discolored cheek, with heavy eye, knit brow, and strengthless pace, feeble desire, all recreant, poor, and meek, like to a bankrupt beggar wails his case. The flesh being proud, desire doth fight with grace, for there it revels, and when that decays, the guilty rebel for remission prays. So fares it with this faultful lord of Rome, who this accomplishment so hotly chased. For now against himself he sounds this doom, that through the length of times he stands disgraced. Besides, his soul's fair temple is defaced, to whose weak ruins muster troops of cares, to ask the spotted princess how she fares. She says her subjects with foul insurrection have battered down her consecrated wall, and by their mortal fault brought in subjection her immortality, and made her thrall to living death and pain perpetual, which in her prescience she controlled still, but her foresight could not forestall their will. E'en in this thought through the dark night he stealeth, a captive victor that hath lost in gain, bearing away the wound that nothing healeth, the scar that will, despite of cure, remain, leaving his spoil perplexed in greater pain. She bears the load of lust he left behind, and he the burden of a guilty mind. He like a thievish dog creeps sadly thence, she like a wearied lamb lies panting there. He scowls and hates himself for his offense. She, desperate, with her nails her flesh doth tear. He faintly flies, sweating with guilty fear. She stays, exclaiming on the direful night. He runs, and chides his vanished, loathed delight. He thence departs a heavy convertite. She there remains a hopeless castaway. He in his speed looks for the morning light. She prays she never may behold the day. For day, quoth she, night's scapes doth open lay, and my true eyes have never practiced how to cloak offences with a cunning brow. They think not but that every eye can see the same disgrace which they themselves behold, and therefore would they still in darkness be, to have their unseen sin remain untold. For they their guilt with weeping will unfold and grave, like water that doth eat and steal, upon my cheeks what helpless shame I feel. Here she exclaims against repose and rest, and bids her eyes hereafter still be blind. She wakes her heart by beating on her breast, and bids it leap from thence, where it may find some purer chest, to close so pure a mind. Frantic with grief thus breathes, she forth her spite against the unseen secrecy of night. O comfort-killing night, image of hell, dim register and notary of shame, black stage for tragedies and murders fell, vast sin-concealing chaos, nurse of blame, blind muffled bawd, dark harbor for defame, grim cave of death, whispering conspirator with close-tongued treason and the ravisher. O hateful, vaporous, and foggy night, since thou art guilty of my cureless crime, muster thy mists to meet the eastern light, make war against proportioned course of time. Or if thou wilt permit the sun to climb his wonted height, yet ere he go to bed, knit poisonous clouds about his golden head, with rotten damps ravish the morning air. Let their exhaled unwholesome breaths make sick the life of purity, the supreme fair, ere he arrive his weary noontide prick. And let thy misty vapors march so thick, that in their smoky ranks his smothered light may set at noon and make perpetual night. Were Tarquin night, as he is but night's child, the silver-shining queen he would disdain. Her twinkling handmaids too, by him defiled, through night's black bosom should not peep again. So should I have co-partners in my pain, and fellowship in woe doth woe assuage, as palmers' chat makes short their pilgrimage. Where now I have no one to blush with me, to cross their arms and hang their heads with mine, to mask their brows and hide their infamy. But I alone must sit and pine, seasoning the earth with showers of silver brine, mingling my talk with tears, my grief with groans, poor wasting monuments of lasting moans. O night, thou furnace of foul reeking smoke, let not the jealous day behold that face which underneath thy black all-hiding cloak immodesty lies martyred with disgrace. Keep still possession of thy gloomy place, that all the faults which in thy reign are made may likewise be sepulchred in thy shade. Make me not object to the telltale day. The light will show charactered in my brow the story of sweet chastity's decay, the impious breach of holy wedlock vow. Yea, the illiterate, that know not how to cipher what is writ in learned books, will quote my loathsome trespass in my looks. The nurse, to still her child, will tell my story and fright her crying babe with Tarquin's name. The orator, to deck his oratory, will couple my reproach to Tarquin's shame. Feast-finding minstrels, tuning my defame, will tie the hearers to attend each line. How Tarquin wronged me, I Collatine. Let my good name, that senseless reputation, for Collatine's dear love, be kept unspotted. If that be made a theme for disputation, the branches of another root are rotted, and undeserved reproach to him allotted that is as clear from this addent of mine as I, ere this, was pure to Collatine. O unseen shame, invisible disgrace! O unfelt sore, crest wounding, private scar! Reproach is stamped in Collatinus' face, and Tarquin's I may read the emote afar. How he in peace is wounded, not in war. Alas, how many bear such shameful blows, which not themselves, but he that gives them knows. If, Collatine, thine honor lay in me, from me by strong assault it is bereft. My honey lost, and I, a drone-like bee, have no perfection of my summer left, but robbed and ransacked by injurious theft. In thy weak hive a wandering wasp hath crept, and sucked the honey which thy chaste bee kept. Yet am I guilty of thy honor's wrack. Yet for thy honor did I entertain him. Coming from thee, I could not put him back, for it had been dishonor to disdain him. Besides, of weariness he did complain him, and talked of virtue, O unlooked for evil, when virtue is profaned in such a devil. Why should the worm intrude the maiden bud? Or hateful cuckoos hatch in sparrows' nests? Or toads infect fair founts with venom mud? Or tyrant folly lurk in gentle breasts? Or kings be breakers of their own behests? But no perfection is so absolute that some impurity doth not pollute. The aged man that coffers up his gold is plagued with cramps, and gouts and painful fits, and scarce hath eyes his treasure to behold. But like still pining Tantalus he sits, and useless barns the harvest of his wits, having no other pleasure of his gain but torment that it cannot cure his pain. So then he hath it when he cannot use it, and leaves it to be mastered by his young, who in their pride do presently abuse it. Their father was too weak, and they too strong, to hold their cursed blessed fortune long. The sweets we wish for turn to loathed sours even in the moment that we call them ours. Unruly blasts wait on the tender spring. Unwholesome weeds take root with precious flowers. The adder hisses where the sweet birds sing. What virtue breeds iniquity devours. We have no good that we can say is ours, but ill annexed opportunity. Or kills his life, or else his quality. O opportunity, thy guilt is great. 'Tis thou that executes the traitor's treason. Thou set'st the wolf where he the lamb may get. Whoever plots the sin, thou point'st the season. 'Tis thou that spurn'st at right, at law, at reason. And in thy shady cell, where none may spy him, sits sin, to seize the souls that wander by him. Thou mak'st the vestal violate her oath. Thou blow'st the fire when temperance is thawed. Thou smother'st honesty, thou murder'st troth, thou foul abettor, thou notorious bawd. Thou plantest scandal and displacest laud. Thou ravisher, thou traitor, thou false thief. Thy honey turns to gall, thy joy to grief. Thy secret pleasure turns to open shame. thy private feasting to a public fast, thy smoothing titles to a ragged name, thy sugared tongue to bitter wormwood taste. Thy violent vanities can never last. How comes it then, vile opportunity, being so bad, such numbers seek for thee? When wilt thou be the humble suppliant's friend, and bring him where his suit may be obtained? When wilt thou sort in our great strifes to end, or free that soul which wretchedness hath chained? Give physic to the sick, ease to the pained? The poor, lame, blind, halt, creep, cry out for thee, but they ne'er meet with opportunity. The patient dies while the physician sleeps. The orphan pines while the oppressor feeds. Justice is feasting while the widow weeps. Advice is sporting while infection breeds. Thou grant'st no time for charitable deeds. Wrath, envy, treason, rape, and murder's rages, thy heinous hours wait on them as their pages. When truth and virtue have to do with thee, 1,000 crosses keep them from thy aid. They buy thy help, but sin ne'er gives a fee. He gratis comes, and thou art well apaid as well to hear as grant what he hath said. My Collatine would else have come to me when Tarquin did, but he was stayed by thee. Guilty thou art of murder and of theft, guilty of perjury and subornation, guilty of treason, forgery, and shift, guilty of incest, that abomination. An accessory by thine inclination to all sins past and all that are to come, from the creation to the general doom. Misshapen time, copsemate of ugly night, swift subtle post, carrier of grisly care, eater of youth, false slave to false delight, base watch of woes, sin's packhorse, virtue's snare. Thou nursest all and murderest all that are. Oh, hear me then, injurious, shifting time. Be guilty of my death, since of my crime. Why hath thy servant, opportunity, betrayed the hours thou gav'st me to repose, cancelled my fortunes, and enchained me to endless date of never-ending woes? Time's office is to find the hate of foes, to eat up errors by opinion bred, not spend the dowry of a lawful bed. Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood and bring truth to light, to stamp the seal of time in aged things, to wake the morn and sentinel the night, to wrong the wronger till he render right, to ruinate proud buildings with thy hours, and smear with dust their glittering golden towers, to fill with wormholes stately monuments, to feed oblivion with decay of things, to blot old books and alter their contents, to pluck the quills from ancient ravens' wings, to dry the old oak's sap and cherish springs, to spoil antiquities of hammered steel, and turn the giddy round of fortune's wheel, to show the beldam daughters of her daughter, to make the child a man, the man a child, to slay the tiger that doth live by slaughter, to tame the unicorn and lion wild, to mock the subtle in themselves beguiled, to cheer the plowman with increaseful crops, and waste huge stones with little water drops. Why work'st thou mischief in thy pilgrimage, unless thou couldst return to make amends? One poor retiring minute in an age would purchase thee 1,000 friends, lending him wit that to bad debtors lends. Oh, this dread night, wouldst thou 1 hour come back, I could prevent this storm and shun thy wrack. Thou ceaseless lackey to eternity, with some mischance cross Tarquin in his flight, devise extremes beyond extremity, to make him curse this cursed crimeful night. Let ghastly shadows his lewd eyes affright, and the dire thought of his committed evil shape every bush a hideous, shapeless devil. Disturb his hours of rest with restless trances, afflict him in his bed with bedrid groans. Let their beck hance him pitiful mischances, to make him moan, but pity not his moans. Stone him with hardened hearts harder than stones, and let mild women to him lose their mildness, wilder to him than tigers in their wildness. Let him have time to tear his curled hair, let him have time against himself to rave, let him have time of time's help to despair, let him have time to live a loathed slave, let him have time a beggar's orts to crave, and time to see one that by alms doth live disdain to him disdained scraps to give. Let him have time to see his friends his foes, and merry fools to mock at him resort. Let him have time to mark how slow time goes in time of sorrow, and how swift and short his time of folly and his time of sport, and ever let his unrecalling crime have time to wail the abusing of his time. O time, thou tutor both to good and bad, teach me to curse him that thou taught'st this ill. At his own shadow let the thief run mad, himself seek every hour to kill. Such wretched hands such wretched blood should spill, for who so base would such an office have as slanderous death's man to so base a slave? The baser is he, coming from a king, to shame his hope with deeds degenerate. The mightier man, the mightier is the thing that makes him honored or begets him hate, for greatest scandal waits on greatest state. The moon being clouded presently is mist, but little stars may hide them when they list. The crow may bathe his coal-black wings in mire, and unperceived fly with the filth away. But if the like the snow-white swan desire, the stain upon his silver down will stay. Poor grooms are sightless night, king's glorious day. Gnats are unnoted wheresoe'er they fly, but eagles gazed upon with every eye. Out, idle words, servants to shallow fools, unprofitable sounds, weak arbitrators. Busy yourselves in skill-contending schools. Debate where leisure serves with dull debaters. To trembling clients be you mediators. For me, I force not argument a straw, since that my case is past the help of law. In vain I rail at opportunity, at time, at Tarquin and uncheerful night. In vain I cavil with mine infamy, in vain I spurn at my confirmed despite. This helpless smoke of words doth me no right. The remedy indeed to do me good is to let forth my foul defiled blood. Poor hand, why quiverest thou at this decree? Honor thyself to rid me of this shame, for if I die, my honor lives in thee, but if I live, thou liv'st in my defame. Since thou couldst not defend thy loyal dame, and wast afeard to scratch her wicked foe, kill both thyself and her for yielding so. This said, from her betumbled couch she starteth, to find some desperate instrument of death. But this no slaughterhouse no tool imparteth to make more vent for passage of her breath, which, thronging through her lips, so vanisheth as smoke from Etna, that in air consumes, or that which from discharged cannon fumes. In vain, quoth she, I live, and seek in vain some happy mean to end a hapless life. I feared by Tarquin's falchion to be slain, yet for the self-same purpose seek a knife. But when I feared I was a loyal wife, so am I now. Oh no, that cannot be. Of that true type hath Tarquin rifled me. Oh, that is gone for which I sought to live, and therefore now I need not fear to die. To clear this spot by death, at least I give a badge of fame to slander's livery, a dying life to living infamy. Poor helpless help, the treasure stolen away, to burn the guiltless casket where it lay. Well, well, dear Collatine, thou shalt not know the stained taste of violated troth. I will not wrong thy true affection so, to flatter thee with an infringed oath. This bastard Graf shall never come to growth. He shall not boast who did thy stock pollute that thou art doting father of his fruit. Nor shall he smile at thee in secret thought, nor laugh with his companions at thy state. But thou shalt know thy interest was not bought basely with gold, but stolen from forth thy gate. For me, I am the mistress of my fate, and with my trespass never will dispense, till life to death acquit my forced offense. I will not poison thee with my adent, nor fold my fault in cleanly coined excuses. My sable ground of sin I will not paint, to hide the truth of this false night's abuses. My tongue shall utter all. Mine eyes, like sluices, as from a mountain spring that feeds a dale, shall gush pure streams to purge my impure tale. By this, lamenting Philomel had ended the well-tuned warble of her nightly sorrow, and solemn night with slow sad gait descended to ugly hell. When, lo, the blushing Moro lends light to all fair eyes that light will borrow. But cloudy Lucrece shames herself to see, and therefore still in night would cloistered be. Revealing day through every cranny spies, and seems to point her out where she sits weeping, to whom she sobbing speaks. O eye of eyes, why priest thou through my window? Leave thy peeping, mock with thy tickling beams eyes that are sleeping. Brand not my forehead with thy piercing light, for day hath naught to do what's done by night. Thus cavils she with everything she sees. True grief is fond and testy as a child, who wayward once, his mood with naught agrees. Old woes, not infant sorrows, bear them mild. Continuance tames the one. The other wild, like an unpracticed swimmer plunging still with too much labor drowns for want of skill. So she, deep drenched in a sea of care, holds disputation with each thing she views, and to herself all sorrow doth compare. No object but her passion's strength renews, and as one shifts, another strait ensues. Sometime her grief is dumb and hath no words. Sometime 'tis mad and too much talk affords. The little birds that tune their morning's joy make her moans mad with their sweet melody. For mirth doth search the bottom of annoy. Sad souls are slain in merry company. Grief best is pleased with grief's society. True sorrow then is feelingly sufficed when with like semblance it is sympathized. 'Tis double death to drown in ken of shore. He 10 times pines that pines beholding food. To see the salve doth make the wound ache more. Great grief grieves most at that would do it good. Deep woes roll forward like a gentle flood, who, being stopped, the bounding banks o'erflows. Grief dallied with nor law nor limit knows. You mocking birds, quoth she, your tunes entomb within your hollow swelling feathered breasts, and in my hearing be you mute and dumb. My restless discord loves no stops nor rests. A woeful hostess brooks not merry guests. Relish your nimble notes to pleasing ears. Distress likes dumps when time is kept with tears. Come, Philomel, that sink'st of ravishment, make thy sad grove in my dishevelled hair. As the dank earth weeps at thy languishment, so I at each sad strain will strain a tear, and with deep groans the diapason bear. For burden-wise I'll hum on Tarquin still, while thou on Tyrus descants better skill. And whiles against a thorn thou bear'st thy part to keep thy sharp woes waking. Wretched I, to imitate thee well, against my heart will fix a sharp knife to affright mine eye, who if it wink shall thereon fall and die. These means, as frets upon an instrument, shall tune our heartstrings to true languishment. And for, poor bird, thou sink'st not in the day, as shaming any eye should thee behold. Some dark deep desert seated from the way, that knows not parching heat nor freezing cold, will we find out, and there we will unfold to creatures stern sad tunes to change their kinds. Since men prove beasts, let beasts bear gentle minds, as the poor fright deer that stands at gaze, wildly determining which way to fly, or one encompassed with a winding maze, that cannot tread the way out readily. So with herself is she in mutiny, to live or die which of the twain were better, when life is shamed and death reproaches debtor. To kill myself, quoth she, alack, what were it? But with my body my poor soul's pollution? They that lose half with greater patience bear it, than they whose whole is swallowed in confusion. That mother tries a merciless conclusion who, having 2 sweet babes, when death takes one, will slay the other, and be nurse to none. My body or my soul, which was the dearer, when the one pure, the other made divine, whose love of either to myself was nearer, when both were kept for heaven and collatine? I me, the bark pilled from the lofty pine, his leaves will wither and his sap decay. So must my soul, her bark being pilled away. Her house is sacked, her quiet interrupted, her mansion battered by the enemy, her sacred temple spotted, spoiled, corrupted, grossly ingirt with daring infamy. Then let it not be called impiety, if in this blemished fort I make some hole through which I may convey this troubled soul. Yet die I will not till my collatine have heard the cause of my untimely death, that he may vow, in that sad hour of mine, revenge on him that made me stop my breath. My stained blood to Tarquin I'll bequeath, which by him tainted shall for him be spent, and as his due writ in my testament. My honor I'll bequeath unto the knife that wounds my body so dishonored. 'Tis honor to deprive dishonored life. The one will live, the other being dead. So of shame's ashes shall my fame be bred, for in my death I murder shameful scorn. My shame so dead, mine honor is new born. Dear Lord, of that dear jewel I have lost, what legacy shall I bequeath to thee? My resolution, love, shall be thy boast, by whose example thou revenged mayst be. How Tarquin must be used, read it in me. Myself, thy friend, will kill myself, thy foe, and for my sake serve thou false Tarquin so. This brief abridgment of my will I make. my soul and body to the skies and ground. My resolution, husband, do thou take. Mine honor be the knife's that makes my wound. My shame be his that did my fame confound. And all my fame that lives dispersed be to those that live and think no shame of me. Thou, Collatine, shalt oversee this will. How was I overseen that thou shalt see it? My blood shall wash the slander of mine ill. My life's foul deed my life's fair end shall free it. Faint not, faint heart, but stoutly say, so be it. Yield to my hand shall conquer thee. Thou dead, both die, and both shall victors be. This plot of death when sadly she had laid, and wiped the brinish pearl from her bright eyes, with untuned tongue she hoarsely called her maid, whose swift obedience to her mistress hies. For fleet-winged duty with thought's feathers flies. Poor Lucrece, cheeks unto her maid seem so as winter meads when sun doth melt their snow. Her mistress she doth give demure good morrow, with soft slow tongue, true mark of modesty, and sorts a sad look to her lady's sorrow. For why her face wore sorrow's livery, but durst not ask of her audaciously why her 2 sons were cloud eclipsed so, nor why her fair cheeks overwashed with woe. But as the earth doth weep, the sun being set, each flower moistened like a melting eye, even so the maid with swelling drops, gone wet her circled eyne, enforced by sympathy of those fair suns set in her mistress' sky, who in a salt-waved ocean quench their light, which makes the maid weep like the dewy night. A pretty while these pretty creatures stand, like ivory conduits coral cisterns filling. One justly weeps, the other takes in hand no cause, but company, of her drops spilling. Their gentle sex to weep are often willing, grieving themselves to guess at others' smarts, and then they drown their eyes or break their hearts. For men have marble, women waxen, minds, and therefore are they formed as marble will. The weak oppressed, the impression of strange kinds is formed in them by force, by fraud, or skill. Then call them not the authors of their ill, no more than wax shall be accounted evil, wherein is stamped the semblance of a devil. Their smoothness, like a goodly champagne plain, lays open all the little worms that creep. In men, as in a rough-grown grove, remain cave-keeping evils that obscurely sleep. Through crystal walls each little mote will peep. Though men can cover crimes with bold stern looks, poor women's faces are their own false books. No man inveigh against the withered flower, but chide rough winter that the flower hath killed. Not that devoured, but that which doth devour, is worthy blamed. Oh, let it not be hilled poor women's faults, that they are so fulfilled with men's abuses. Those proud lords, to blame, make weak-made women tenants to their shame. The precedent whereof in Lucrece view, assailed by night with circumstances strong of present death, and shame that might ensue by that her death, to do her husband wrong. Such danger to resistance did belong. The dying fear through all her body spread, and who cannot abuse a body dead? By this, mild patience bid fair Lucrece speak to the poor counterfeit of her complaining. My girl, quoth she, on what occasion break those tears from thee, that down thy cheeks are raining? If thou dost weep for grief of my sustaining, no, gentle wench, it small avails my mood. If tears could help, mine own would do me good. But tell me, girl, when went? And there she stayed till after a deep groan, Tarquin from hence? Madam, ere I was up, replied the maid, the more to blame my sluggard negligence. Yet with the fault I thus far can dispense. Myself was stirring ere the break of day, and ere I rose, was Tarquin gone away. But, lady, if your maid may be so bold, she would request to know your heaviness. O peace, quoth Lucrece, if it should be told, the repetition cannot make it less. For more it is than I can well express, and that deep torture may be called a hell, when more is felt than one hath power to tell. Go, get me hither paper, ink, and pen. Yet save that labor, for I have them here. What should I say? One of my husband's men bid thou be ready by and by to bear a letter to my lord, my love, my dear. Bid him with speed prepare to carry it. The cause craves haste, and it will soon be writ. Her maid is gone, and she prepares to write, first hovering o'er the paper with her quill. Conceit and grief and eager combat fight. What wit sets down is blotted straight with will. This is too curious good, this blunt and ill. Much like a press of people at a door, throng her inventions, which shall go before. At last she thus begins. Thou worthy lord of that unworthy wife that greeteth thee, health to thy person. Next vouchsafe tea afford, if ever, love, thy Lucrece thou wilt see, some present speed to come and visit me. So I commend me from our house in grief. My woes are tedious, though my words are brief. Here folds she up the tenor of her woe, her certain sorrow writ uncertainly. By this short schedule Collatine may know her grief, but not her grief's true quality. She dares not thereof make discovery, lest he should hold it her own gross abuse, ere she with blood had stained her stained excuse. Besides, the life and feeling of her passion she hoards, to spend when he is by to hear her. When sighs and groans and tears may grace the fashion of her disgrace, the better so to clear her from that suspicion which the world might bear her. To shun this blot, she would not blot the letter with words, till action might become them better. To see sad sights moves more than hear them told, for then the eye interprets to the ear the heavy motion that it doth behold, when every part a part of woe doth bear. 'Tis but a part of sorrow that we hear. Deep sounds make lesser noise than shallow fords, and sorrow ebbs, being blown with wind of words. Her letter now is sealed, and on it writ at Ardea to my lord with more than haste. The post attends, and she delivers it, charging the sour-faced groom to hie as fast as lagging fowls before the northern blast. Speed more than speed, but dull and slow she deems. Extremely still urgeth such extremes. The homely villain curtsies to her low, and blushing on her with a steadfast eye, receives the scroll without or yea or no, and forth with bashful innocence doth hie. But they whose guilt within their bosoms lie imagine every eye beholds their blame, for Lucrece thought he blushed to see her shame, when, silly groom, God wot, it was defect of spirit, life, and bold audacity. Such harmless creatures have a true respect to talk and deeds, while others saucily promise more speed, but do it leisurely. Even so this pattern of the worn-out age pawned honest looks, but laid no words to gauge. His kindled duty kindled her mistrust, that two red fires in both their faces blazed. She thought he blushed, as knowing Tarquin's lust, and blushing with him, wistly on him gazed. Her earnest eye did make him more amazed. The more she saw the blood his cheeks replenish, the more she thought he spied in her some blemish. But long she thinks till he return again, and yet the duteous vassal scarce is gone. The weary time she cannot entertain, for now 'tis stale to sigh, to weep, to groan. So woe hath wearied woe, moan tired moan, that she her plaints a little while doth stay, pausing for means to mourn some newer way. At last she calls to mind where hangs a piece of skilful painting, made for Priam's Troy, before the which is drawn the power of Greece, for Helen's raped the city to destroy, threatening cloud-kissing Ilion with annoy, which the conceited painter drew so proud, as heaven, it seemed, to kiss the turrets bowed. 1,000 lamentable objects there, in scorn of nature, art gave lifeless life. Many a dry drop seemed a weeping tear, shed for the slaughtered husband by the wife. The red blood reeked to show the painter's strife. The dying eyes gleamed forth their ashy lights, like dying coals burnt out in tedious nights. There might you see the laboring pioneer begrimed with sweat and smeared all with dust. And from the towers of Troy there would appear the very eyes of men through loopholes thrust, gazing upon the Greeks with little lust. Such sweet observance in this work was had, that one might see those far-off eyes look sad. In great commanders' grace and majesty you might behold, triumphing in their faces. In youth, quick bearing and dexterity, and here and there the painter interlaces pale cowards marching on with trembling paces, which heartless peasants did so well resemble, that one would swear he saw them quake and tremble. In Ajax and Ulysses, oh, what art of physiognomy might one behold! The face of either ciphered either's heart, their face their manners most expressly told. In Ajax eyes blunt rage and rigor rolled, But the mild glance that sly Ulysses lent showed deep regard and smiling government. Their pleading might you see grave Nestor stand, as 'twere encouraging the Greeks to fight, making such sober action with his hand that it beguiled attention, charmed the sight. In speech, it seemed, his beard, all silver white, wagged up and down, and from his lips did fly thin winding breath, which purled up to the sky. About him were a press of gaping faces, which seemed to swallow up his sound advice, all jointly listening, but with several graces, as if some mermaid did their ears entice. Some high, some low, the painter was so nice. The scalps of many, almost hid behind, to jump up higher seemed to mock the mind. Here one man's hand leaned on another's head, his nose being shadowed by his neighbor's ear. Here one being thronged bears back, all bolin and red. Another smothered seems to pelt and swear, and in their rage such signs of rage they bear as, but for loss of Nestor's golden words, it seemed they would debate with angry swords. For much imaginary work was there, conceit deceitful, so compact, so kind, that for Achilles' image stood his spear griped in an armed hand. Himself, behind, was left unseen, save to the eye of mind. A hand, a foot, a face, a leg, a head, stood for the whole to be imagined. And from the walls of strong besieged Troy, when their brave hope, bold Hector, marched to field, stood many Trojan mothers, sharing joy to see their youthful sons bright weapons wield. And to their hope they such odd action yield that through their light joy seemed to appear, like bright things stained, a kind of heavy fear. And from the strand of Dardan, where they fought, to Samoi's reedy banks the red blood ran, whose waves to imitate the battle sought with swelling ridges, and their ranks began to break upon the galled shore, and then retire again till, meeting greater ranks, they join, and shoot their foam at Samoi's banks. To this well-painted piece is Lucrece come, to find a face where all distress is stilled. Many she sees where cares have carved some, but none where all distress and dolour dwelled, till she despairing Hecuba beheld, staring on Priam's wounds with her old eyes, which bleeding under Pyrrhus' proud foot lies. In her the painter had anatomized time's ruin, beauty's rack, and grim care's reign. Her cheeks with chops and wrinkles were disguised, of what she was no semblance did remain. Her blue blood, changed to black in every vein, wanting the spring that those shrunk pipes had fed, showed life imprisoned in a body dead. On this sad shadow Lucrece spins her eyes, and shapes her sorrow to the beldame's woes, who nothing wants to answer her but cries and bitter words to ban her cruel foes. The painter was no god to lend her those, and therefore Lucrece swears he did her wrong, to give her so much grief, and not a tongue. Poor instrument, quoth she, without a sound, I'll tune thy woes with my lamenting tongue, and drop sweet balm in Priam's painted wound, and rail on Pyrrhus that hath done him wrong, and with my tears quench Troy that burns so long, and with my knife scratch out the angry eyes of all the Greeks that are thine enemies. Show me the strumpet that began this stir, that with my nails her beauty I may tear. Thy heat of lust, fond Paris, did incur this load of wrath that burning Troy doth bear. Thy eye kindled the fire that burneth here, and here in Troy, for trespass of thine eye, the sire, the son, the dame, and daughter die. Why should the private pleasure of some one become the public plague of many mo? Let sin, alone committed, light alone upon his head that hath transgressed so. Let guiltless souls be freed from guilty woe. For one's offense why should so many fall, to plague a private sin in general? Lo, here weeps Hecuba, here Priam dies, here manly Hector faints, here Troilus swoons. Here friend by friend in bloody channel lies, and friend to friend gives unadvised wounds, and one man's lust these many lives confounds. Had doting Priam checked his son's desire, Troy had been bright with fame and not with fire. Here feelingly she weeps Troy's painted woes, for sorrow, like a heavy hanging bell, once set on ringing, with his own weight goes. Then little strength rings out the doleful knell. So Lucrece set a work, sad tales doth tell to penciled pensiveness and colored sorrow. She lends them words, and she their looks doth borrow. She throws her eyes about the painting round, and who she finds forlorn she doth lament. At last she sees a wretched image bound, that piteous looks to Phrygian shepherds lent. His face, though full of cares, yet showed content. Onward to Troy with the blunt swains he goes, so mild, that patience seemed to scorn his woes. In him the painter labored with his skill to hide deceit and give the harmless show an humble gait, calm looks, eyes wailing still, a brow unbent that seemed to welcome woe, cheeks neither red nor pale, but mingled so that blushing red no guilty instance gave, nor ashy pale the fear that false hearts have. But, like a constant and confirmed devil, he entertained a show so seeming just, and therein so ensconced his secret evil, that jealousy itself could not mistrust false creeping craft and perjury should thrust into so bright a day such black-faced storms, or blot with hell-born sin such saint-like forms. The well-skilled workman this mild image drew for perjured Sinon, whose enchanting story the credulous old Priam after slew, whose words like wildfire burnt the shining glory of rich-built Ilion, that the skies were sorry, and little stars shot from their fixed places, when their glass fell wherein they viewed their faces. This picture she advisedly perused, and chid the painter for his wondrous skill, saying some shape in Sinon's was abused. So fair a form lodged not a mind so ill. And still on him she gazed, and gazing still, such signs of truth in his plain face she spied, that she concludes the picture was belied. It cannot be, quoth she, that so much guile, she would have said, can lurk in such a look, but Tarquin's shape came in her mind the while, and from her tongue can lurk from cannot, took. It cannot be, she in that sense forsook, and turned it thus. It cannot be, I find, but such a face should bear a wicked mind. For even as subtle Sinon here is painted, so sober sad, so weary, and so mild, as if with grief or travail he had fainted, to me came Tarquin armed too, beguiled with outward honesty, but yet defiled with inward vice. As Priam him did cherish, so did I Tarquin. So my Troy did perish. Look, look, how listening Priam wets his eyes, to see those borrowed tears that Sinon sheds. Priam, why art thou old and yet not wise? For every tear he falls a Trojan bleeds. His eye drops fire, no water thence proceeds. Those round clear pearls of his that move thy pity are balls of quenchless fire to burn thy city. Such devils steal effects from lightless hell. For Sinon in his fire doth quake with cold, and in that cold hot burning fire doth dwell. These contraries such unity do hold, only to flatter fools and make them bold. So Priam's trust false Sinon's tears doth flatter, that he finds means to burn his Troy with water. Here, all enraged, such passion her assails, that patience is quite beaten from her breast. She tears the senseless Sinon with her nails, comparing him to that unhappy guest whose deed hath made herself detest. At last she smilingly with this gives o'er. Fool, fool, quoth she, his wounds will not be sore. Thus ebbs and flows the current of her sorrow, and time doth weary time with her complaining. She looks for night, and then she longs for morrow, and both she thinks too long with her remaining. Short time seems long in sorrow's sharp sustaining. Though woe be heavy, yet it seldom sleeps, and they that watch see time how slow it creeps, which all this time hath overslipped her thought, that she with painted images hath spent, being from the feeling of her own grief brought by deep surmise of others' detriment, losing her woes in shows of discontent. It easeth some, though none it ever cured, to think their dolour others have endured. But now the mindful messenger, come back, brings home his lord in other company, who finds his Lucrece clad in mourning black, and round about her tear-distained eye blue circles streamed, like rainbows in the sky. These watergalls in her dim element foretell new storms to those already spent, which when her sad beholding husband saw, amazedly in her sad face he stares. Her eyes, though sod in tears, looked red and raw, her lively color killed with deadly cares. He hath no power to ask her how she fares. Both stood like old acquaintance in a trance, met far from home, wondering each other's chance. At last he takes her by the bloodless hand, and thus begins. What uncouth ill event hath thee befallen, that thou dost trembling stand? Sweet love, what spite hath thy fair colour spent? Why art thou thus attired in discontent? Unmask, dear, dear, this moody heaviness, and tell thy grief, that we may give redress. 3 times with sighs she gives her sorrow fire, ere once she can discharge one word of woe. At length addressed to answer his desire, she modestly prepares to let them know her honor is ta'en prisoner by the foe, while Collatine and his consorted lords with sad attention long to hear her words. And now this pale swan in her watery nest begins the sad dirge of her certain ending. Few words, quoth she, shall fit the trespass best, where no excuse can give the fault amending. In me more woes than words are now depending, and my laments would be drawn out too long, to tell them all with one poor tired tongue. Then be this all the task it hath to say. Dear husband, in the interest of thy bed a stranger came, and on that pillow lay where thou wast wont to rest thy weary head. And what wrong else may be imagined by foul enforcement might be done to me, from that, alas, thy Lucrece is not free. For in the dreadful dead of dark midnight, with shining falchion in my chamber came a creeping creature with a flaming light, and softly cried, Awake, thou Roman dame, and entertain my love. Else lasting shame on thee and thine this night I will inflict, if thou my love's desire do contradict. For some hard-favored groom of thine, quoth he, unless thou yoke thy liking to my will, I'll murder straight, and then I'll slaughter thee and swear I found you where you did fulfill the loathsome act of lust, and so did kill the lechers in their deed. This act will be my fame and thy perpetual infamy. With this, I did begin to start and cry, and then against my heart he sets his sword, swearing, unless I took all patiently, I should not live to speak another word. So should my shame still rest upon record, and never be forgot in mighty Rome the adulterate death of Lucrece and her groom. Mine enemy was strong, my poor self weak, and far the weaker with so strong a fear. My bloody judge forbade my tongue to speak. No rightful plea might plead for justice there. His scarlet lust came evidence to swear that my poor beauty had purloined his eyes, and when the judge is robbed, the prisoner dies. Oh, teach me how to make mine own excuse, or at the least, this refuge let me find. Though my gross blood be stained with this abuse, immaculate and spotless is my mind. That was not forced, that never was inclined to accessory yieldings, but still pure doth in her poisoned closet yet endure. Lo, here the hopeless merchant of this loss, with head declined and voice dammed up with woe, with sad set eyes and wretched arms across, from lips new waxen pale begins to blow the grief away that stops his answer so. But wretched as he is, he strives in vain. What he breathes out his breath drinks up again. As through an arch the violent roaring tide outruns the eye that doth behold his haste. Yet in the eddy boundeth in his pride back to the strait that forced him on so fast. In rage sent out, recalled in rage, being past. Even so his sighs, his sorrows make a saw, to push grief on, and back the same grief draw. Which speechless woe of his poor she attendeth, and his untimely frenzy thus awaketh. Dear Lord, thy sorrow to my sorrow lendeth another power. No flood by raining slaketh. My woe too sensible thy passion mocketh, more feeling painful, let it then suffice to drown one woe, one pair of weeping eyes. And for my sake, when I might charm thee so, for she that was thy Lucrece, now attend me. Be suddenly revenged on my foe, thine, mine, his own. Suppose thou dost defend me from what is past, the help that thou shalt lend me comes all too late. Yet let the traitor die, for sparing justice feeds iniquity. But ere I name him, you fair lords, quoth she, speaking to those that came with Collatine, shall plight your honorable faiths to me, with swift pursuit to venge this wrong of mine. For 'tis a meritorious fare designed to chase injustice with revengeful arms. Knights, by their oaths, should right poor ladies' harms. At this request, with noble disposition each present lord began to promise aid, as bound in knighthood to her imposition, longing to hear the hateful foe bewrayed. But she, that yet her sad task hath not said, the protestation stops. Oh, speak, quoth she, How may this forced stain be wiped from me? What is the quality of my offense, being constrained with dreadful circumstance? May my pure mind with the foul act dispense, my low-declined honor to advance? May any terms acquit me from this chance? The poisoned fountain clears itself again, and why not I from this compelled stain? With this, they all at once began to say, her body's stain her mind untainted clears, while with a joyless smile she turns away the face, that map which deep impression bears of hard misfortune, carved in it with tears. No, no, quoth she, no dame, hereafter living by my excuse shall claim excuses giving. Here with a sigh, as if her heart would break, she throws forth Tarquin's name. He, she says, but more than he her poor tongue could not speak, till after many accents and delays, untimely breathings, sick and short essays, she utters this. He, fair lords, 'tis he that guides this hand to give this wound to me. Even here she sheathed in her harmless breast a harmful knife, that thence her soul unsheathed. That blow did bail it from the deep unrest of that polluted prison where it breathed. Her contrite sighs unto the clouds bequeathed her winged sprite, and through her wounds doth fly life's lasting date from cancelled destiny. Stone still, astonished with this deadly deed, stood Collatine and all his lordly crew, till Lucrece, father that beholds her bleed, himself on her self-slaughtered body threw, and from the purple fountain Brutus drew the murderous knife, and as it left the place, her blood, in poor revenge, held it in chase, and bubbling from her breast, it doth divide in two slow rivers, that the crimson blood circles her body in on every side, who, like a late-sacked island, vastly stood bare and unpeopled in this fearful flood. Some of her blood still pure and red remained, and some looked black, and that false Tarquin stained. About the mourning and congealed face of that black blood a watery wriggle goes, which seems to weep upon the tainted place. And ever since, as pitying Lucrece woes, corrupted blood some watery token shows, and blood untainted still doth red abide, blushing at that which is so putrefied. Daughter, dear daughter, old Lucretius cries, that life was mine which thou hast here deprived. If in the child the father's image lies, where shall I live now Lucrece is unlived? Thou wast not to this end from me derived. If children predecease progenitors, we are their offspring, and they none of ours. Poor broken glass, I often did behold in thy sweet semblance my old age new born, but now that fair fresh mirror, dim and old, shows me a bare-boned death by time outworn. Oh, from thy cheeks my image thou hast torn, and shivered all the beauty of my glass, that I no more can see what once I was. O time, cease thou thy course and last no longer, if they surcease to be that should survive. Shall rotten death make conquest of the stronger, and leave the faltering feeble souls alive? The old bees die, the young possess their hive. Then live, sweet Lucrece, live again and see thy father die, and not thy father thee. By this starts Collatine as from a dream, and bids Lucretius give his sorrow place. And then in key-cold Lucrece bleeding stream he falls, and bathes the pale fear in his face, and counterfeits to die with her a space, till manly shame bids him possess his breath, and live to be revenged on her death. The deep vexation of his inward soul hath served a dumb arrest upon his tongue, who, mad that sorrow should his use control, or keep him from heart-easing words so long, begins to talk. But through his lips do throng weak words, so thick come in his poor heart's aid that no man could distinguish what he said. Yet sometime Tarquin was pronounced plain, but through his teeth, as if the name he tore. This windy tempest, till it blow up rain, held back his sorrow's tide, to make it more. At last it rains, and busy winds give o'er. Then son and father weep with equal strife who should weep most, for daughter or for wife. The one doth call her his, the other his, yet neither may possess the claim they lay. The father says, she's mine. Oh, mine she is, replies her husband, do not take away my sorrow's interest. Let no mourner say he weeps for she was only mine, and only must be wailed by Collatine. Oh, quoth Lucretius, I did give that life which she too early and too late hath spilled. Woe, woe, Quoth Collatine, she was my wife, I owed her, and 'tis mine that she hath killed. My daughter and my wife with clamors filled the dispersed air, who, holding Lucrece' life, answered their cries, my daughter and my wife. Brutus, who plucked the knife from Lucrece' side, seeing such emulation in their woe, began to clothe his wit in state and pride, burying in Lucrece, wound his follies show. He with the Romans was esteemed, so as silly jeering idiots are with kings, for sportive words and uttering foolish things. But now he throws that shallow habit by, wherein deep policy did him disguise, and armed his long-hid wits advisedly, to check the tears in Collatinus' eyes. Thou wronged lord of Rome, quoth he, arise. Let my unsound self, supposed a fool, now set thy long-experienced wit to school. Why, Collatine, is woe the cure for woe? Do wounds help wounds, or grief help grievous deeds? Is it revenge to give thyself a blow for his foul act by whom thy fair wife bleeds? Such childish humor from weak minds proceeds. Thy wretched wife mistook the matter so, to slay herself, that should have slain her foe. Courageous Roman, do not steep thy heart in such relenting dew of lamentations, but kneel with me, and help to bear thy part to rouse our Roman gods with invocations, that they will suffer these abominations, since Rome herself in them doth stand disgraced, by our strong arms from forth her fair streets chased. Now, by the Capitol that we adore, and by this chaste blood so unjustly stained, by heaven's fair sun that breeds the fat earth's store, by all our country rights in Rome maintained, and by chaste Lucrece, soul that late complained her wrongs to us, and by this bloody knife, we will revenge the death of this true wife. This said, he struck his hand upon his breast, and kissed the fatal knife, to end his vow, and to his protestation urged the rest, who, wondering at him, did his words allow. Then jointly to the ground their knees they bow, and that deep vow which Brutus made before, he doth again repeat, and that they swore. When they had sworn to this advised doom, they did conclude to bear dead Lucrece thence, to show her bleeding body thorough Rome, and so to publish Tarquin's foul offense. Which being done with speedy diligence, the Romans plausibly did give consent to Tarquin's everlasting banishment. Venus and Adonis. Villia miriter vulgus. Mihi Flavus Apollo Pocula Castalia plena ministret aqua. To the right honorable Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton, and Baron of Titchfield. Right honorable, I know not how I shall offend in dedicating my unpolished lines to your lordship, nor how the world will censure me for choosing so strong a prop to support so weak a burthen. Only, if your honor seem but pleased, I account myself highly praised, and vow to take advantage of all idle hours, till I have honored you with some graver labor. But if the first heir of my invention prove deformed, I shall be sorry it had so noble a godfather, and never after ere so barren a land. For fear it yield me still so bad a harvest, I leave it to your honorable survey, and your honor to your heart's content, which I wish may always answer your own wish and the world's hopeful expectation. Your honors in all duty. William Shakespeare. Venus and Adonis. Even as the sun with purple-colored face had ta'en his last leave of the weeping morn, rose-cheeked Adonis hied him to the chase. Hunting he loved, but love he laughed to scorn. For sick-thoughted Venus makes a main unto him, and like a bold effacete suitor gins to woo him. Thrice fairer than myself, thus she began. The field's chief flower, sweet above compare 8 stain to all nymphs, more lovely than a man, more white and red than doves or roses are. Nature that made thee, with herself at strife, saith that the world hath ending with thy life. 12. Vouchsafe, thou wonder, to alight thy steed, and rein his proud head to the saddle-bow. If thou wilt deign this favor, for thy meed 1,000 honey secrets shalt thou know. 16. Here come and sit, where never serpent hisses, and being set, I'll smother thee with kisses, and yet not cloy thy lips with loathed satiety, but rather famish them amid their plenty. 20. Making them red and pale, with fresh variety. 10 kisses short is one long is 20. A summer's day will seem an hour but short, being wasted in such time-beguiling sport. 24. With this she seizeth on his sweating palm, the precedent of pith and livelihood, and trembling in her passion, calls it balm, earth's sovereign salve to do a goddess good. 28 Being so enragged, desire doth lend her force courageously to pluck him from his horse. Over one arm the lusty coursers rein, under her other was the tender boy 32 who blushed and pouted in a dull disdain, with leaden appetite, unapt to toy. She red and hot as coals of glowing fire, he red for shame, but frosty in desire. 36 The studded bridle on a ragged bough nimbly she fastens. Oh, how quick is love! The steed is stalled up, and even now to tie the rider she begins to prove. 40 Backward she pushed him, as she would be thrust, and governed him in strength, though not in lust. So soon was she along, as he was down, each leaning on their elbows and their hips. 44 Now doth she stroke his cheek, now doth he frown, and gins to chide, but soon she stops his lips and kissing speaks, with lustful language broken, if thou wilt chide, thy lips shall never open. 48 He burns with bashful shame, she with her tears doth quench the maiden burning of his cheeks. Then with her windy sighs and golden hairs to fan and blow them dry again, she seeks. 52 He saith she is immodest, blames her miss. What follows more, she murders with a kiss. Even as an empty eagle, sharp by fast, tires with her beak on feathers, flesh and bone. 56 Shaking her wings, devouring all in haste, till either gorge be stuffed or prey be gone. Even so she kissed his brow, his cheek, his chin, and where she ends she doth anew begin. 60 Forked to content, but never to obey, panting he lies and breatheth in her face. She feedeth on the steam, as on a prey, and calls it heavenly moisture, air of grace. 64 Wishing her cheeks were gardens full of flowers, so they were dewed with such distilling showers. Look how a bird lies tangled in a net, so fastened in her arms Adonis lies. 68 Pure shame and odd resistance made him fret, which bred more beauty in his angry eyes. Rain added to a river that is rank perforce will force it overflow the bank. 72 Still she entreats, and prettily entreats, for to a pretty ear she tunes her tale. Still is he sullen, still he lures and frets, twixt crimson shame and anger ashy pale. 76 Being red she loves him best, and being white, her best is bettered with a more delight. Look how he can, she cannot choose but love, and by her fair immortal hand she swears 80 from his soft bosom never to remove, till he take truce with her contending tears, which long have reigned, making her cheeks all wet, and one sweet kiss shall pay this countless debt. Upon this promise did he raise his chin. 85 Like a dive dapper peering through a wave, who, being looked on, ducks as quickly in. So offers he to give what she did crave. 88 But when her lips were ready for his pay, he winks, and turns his lips another way. Never did passenger in summer's heat more thirst for drink than she for this good turn. 92 Her help she sees, but help she cannot get. She bathes in water, yet her fire must burn. Oh, pity, gone she cry, flint-hearted boy, 'tis but a kiss I beg. Why art thou coy? 96 I have been wooed as I entreat thee now, even by the stern and direful god of war, whose sinewy neck in battle ne'er did bow, who conquers where he comes in every jar. 100 Yet hath he been my captive and my slave, and begged for that which thou unasked shalt have. Over my altars hath he hung his lance, his battered shield, his uncontrolled crest. 104 And for my sake hath learned to sport and dance, to toy, to wanton, dally, smile and jest, scorning his churlish drum and ensign red, making my arms his field, his tent my bed. 108 Thus he that overrolled I overswayed, leading him prisoner in a red rose chain. Strong-tempered steel his stronger strength obeyed, yet was he servile to my coy disdain. 112 O be not proud, nor brag not of thy might, for mastering her that foiled the god of fight. Touch but my lips with those fair lips of thine, though mine be not so fair, yet are they red. 116 The kiss shall be thine own as well as mine. What seest thou in the ground? Hold up thy head, look in mine eyeballs, there thy beauty lies. Then why not lips on lips, since eyes in eyes? 120 Art thou ashamed to kiss? Then wink again, and I will wink. So shall the day seem night. Love keeps his revels where there are but twain. Be bold to play, our sport is not in sight. 124 These blue-veined violets whereon we lean never can blab, nor know not what we mean. The tender spring upon thy tempting lip. 127 shows thee unripe. Yet mayst thou well be tasted, make use of time, let not advantage slip. Beauty within itself should not be wasted, fair flowers that are not gathered in their prime rot, and consume themselves in little time. 132 Were I hard-favored, foul, or wrinkled old, ill-nurtured, crooked, churlish, harsh in voice, o'erworn, despised, rheumatic and cold, thick-sighted, barren, lean and lacking juice. 136 Then mightst thou pause, for then I were not for thee. But having no defects, why dost abhor me? Thou canst not see one wrinkle in my brow. 139 Mine eyes are gray and bright, and quick in turning. My beauty as the spring doth yearly grow. My flesh is soft and plump, my marrow burning. My smooth moist hand, were it with thy hand felt, would in thy palm dissolve, or seem to melt. 144 Bid me discourse, I will enchant thine ear, or like a fairy, trip upon the green, or like a nymph, with long dishevelled hair, dance on the sands, and yet no footing seen. 148 Love is a spirit all compact of fire, not gross to sink, but light, and will aspire. Witness this primrose bank whereon I live. 151 These forceless flowers like sturdy trees support me. Two strengthless doves will draw me through the sky, from morn till night, even where I list to sport me. Is love so light, sweet boy, and may it be that thou shouldst think it heavy unto thee? 156 Is thine own heart to thine own face affected? Can thy right hand seize love upon thy left? Then woo thyself, be of thyself rejected, steal thine own freedom, and complain on theft. 160 Narcissus so himself forsook, and died to kiss his shadow in the brook. Torches are made to light, jewels to wear, dainties to taste, fresh beauty for the use. 164 Herbs for their smell, and sappy plants to bear. Things growing to themselves are growth's abuse, seeds spring from seeds, and beauty breedeth beauty. Thou wast begot. To get it is thy duty. 168 Upon the earth's increase why shouldst thou feed, unless the earth with thy increase be fed? By law of nature thou art bound to breed, that thine may live when thou thyself art dead. 172 And so in spite of death thou dost survive, in that thy likeness still is left alive. By this the love-sick queen began to sweat, for where they lay the shadow had forsook them. 176 And Titan, tired in the midday heat, with burning eye did hotly overlook them, wishing Adonis had his team to guide, so he were like him, and by Venus' side. 180 And now Adonis with a lazy sprite, and with a heavy, dark, disliking eye, his lowering brows o'erwhelming his fair sight, like misty vapors when they blot the sky. 184 Souring his cheeks, cries, Fie, no more of love. The sun doth burn my face, I must remove, me, quoth Venus, young and so unkind. What bare excuses makest thou to be gone? 188 I'll sigh celestial breath, whose gentle wind shall cool the heat of this descending sun. I'll make a shadow for thee of my hairs. If they burn too, I'll quench them with my tears. 192 The sun that shines from heaven shines but warm, and lo I lie between that sun and thee. The heat I have from thence doth little harm, thine eye darts forth the fire that burneth me. 196 And were I not immortal, life were done, between this heavenly and earthly sun. Art thou obdurate, flinty, hard as steel? Nay, more than flint, for stone at rain relenteth. 200 Art thou a woman's son, and canst not feel what 'tis to love? How want of love tormenteth? O had thy mother borne so hard a mind, she had not brought forth thee, but died unkind. 204 What am I that thou shouldst contemn me this? Or what great danger dwells upon my suit? What were thy lips the worse for one poor kiss? Speak, fair, but speak fair words, or else be mute. 208 Give me one kiss, I'll give it thee again, and one for interest, if thou wilt have twain. Fie, lifeless picture, cold and senseless stone, well-painted idol, image dull and dead, 212 Statue contenting but the eye alone, thing like a man, but of no woman bred. Thou art no man, though of a man's complexion, for men will kiss even by their own direction. 2:16. This said, impatience chokes her pleading tongue, and swelling passion doth provoke a pause. Red cheeks and fiery eyes blaze forth her wrong. Being judge in love, she cannot right her cause. 2:20. And now she weeps, and now she fain would speak, and now her sobs do her intendments break. Sometimes she shakes her head, and then his hand, now gazeth she on him, now on the ground. 2:24. Sometimes her arms enfold him like a band. She would, he will not in her arms be bound, and when from thence he struggles to be gone, she locks her lily fingers one in one. 2:28. Fondling, she saith, since I have hemmed thee here within the circuit of this ivory pale, I'll be a park, and thou shalt be my deer. Feed where thou wilt, on mountain or in dale. 2:32. Graze on my lips, and if those hills be dry, stray lower, where the pleasant fountains lie. Within this limit is relief enough. Sweet bottom grass and high delightful plain. 2:36. Round rising hillocks, breaks obscure and rough, to shelter thee from tempest and from rain. Then be my dear, since I am such a park. 2:39. No dog shall rouse thee, though 1,000 bark. At this Adonis smiles as in disdain, that in each cheek appears a pretty dimple. Love made those hollows. If himself were slain, he might be buried in a tomb so simple. 2:44. Foreknowing well, if there he came to lie, why there love lived, and there he could not die. These lovely caves, these round enchanting pits, opened their mouths to swallow Venus liking. 2:48. Being mad before, how doth she now for wits? Struck dead at first, what needs a second striking? Poor queen of love, in thine own law forlorn, to love a cheek that smiles at thee in scorn. 2:52. Now which way shall she turn? What shall she say? Her words are done, her woes the more increasing. The time is spent, her object will away, and from her twining arms doth urge releasing. 2:56. Pity, she cries, some favor, some remorse. Away he springs, and hasteth to his horse. But lo, from forth a copse that neighbors by, a breeding jennet, lusty, young, and proud. 2:60. Adonis tramping courser doth espy, and forth she rushes, snorts and neighs aloud. The strong-necked steed, being tied unto a tree, breaketh his rein, and to her straight goes he. 2:64. Imperiously he leaps, he neighs, he bounds, and now his woven girths he breaks asunder. The bearing earth with his hard hoof he wounds, whose hollow womb resounds like heaven's thunder. The iron bit he crusheth 'tween his teeth. 2:69. Controlling what he was controlled with. His ears up-pricked, his braided hanging mane upon his compassed crest now stand on end. 2:72. His nostrils drink the air, and forth again, as from a furnace, vapors doth he send. His eye, which scornfully glisters like fire, shows his hot courage and his high desire. 2:76. Sometime he trots, as if he told the steps, with gentle majesty and modest pride. Anon he rears upright, curvets and leaps, as who should say, lo, thus my strength is tried. And this I do to captivate the eye. 2:81. Of the fair breeder that is standing by, what recketh he his rider's angry stir, his flattering holla, or his stand, I say? 2:84. What cares he now for curb or pricking spur, for rich caparisons or trappings gay? He sees his love, and nothing else he sees, for nothing else with his proud sight agrees. 2:88. Look, when a painter would surpass the life, in limning out a well-proportioned steed, his art with nature's workmanship at strife, as if the dead the living should exceed. 2:92. So did this horse excel a common one, in shape, in courage, color, pace, and bone. Round-hoofed, short-jointed, fetlock shag and long, broad breast, full eye, small head, and nostril wide, high crest, short ears, straight legs and passing strong, thin mane, thick tail, broad buttock, tender hide. Look, what a horse should have he did not lack, save a proud rider on so proud a back. 300. Sometimes he scuds far off, and there he stares. Anon he starts at stirring of a feather. To bid the wind abase he now prepares, and where he run or fly they know not whether. 304. For through his mane and tail the high wind sings, fanning the hairs, who wave like feathered wings. He looks upon his love, and neighs unto her. She answers him as if she knew his mind, 308 being proud, as females are, to see him woo her. She puts on outward strangeness, seems unkind, spurns at his love and scorns the heat he feels, beating his kind embracements with her heels. 312. Then like a melancholy malcontent, he veils his tail that like a falling plume, cool shadow to his melting buttock lent. He stamps and bites the poor flies in his fume. 316. His love, perceiving how he was enragged, grew kinder, and his fury was aswagged. His testy master goeth about to take him, when lo the unbacked breeder, full of fear, 320 jealous of catching, swiftly doth forsake him, with her the horse, and left Adonis there. As they were mad, unto the wood they hie them, outstripping crows that strive to overfly them. 324. All swoln with chafing, down Adonis sits, banning his boisterous and unruly beast. And now the happy season once more fits that lovesick love by pleading may be blessed. 328. For lovers say, the heart hath treble wrong, when it is barred the aidance of the tongue. An oven that is stopped, or river stayed, burneth more hotly, swelleth with more rage. 332. So of concealed sorrow may be said, free vent of words love's fire doth assuage. But when the heart's attorney once is mute, the client breaks, as desperate in his suit. 336. He sees her coming, and begins to glow, even as a dying coal revives with wind, and with his bonnet hides his angry brow, looks on the dull earth with disturbed mind. 340. Taking no notice that she is so nigh, for all askance he holds her in his eye. Oh, what a sight it was, wistly to view how she came stealing to the wayward boy. 344. To note the fighting conflict of her hue, how white and red each other did destroy. But now her cheek was pale, and by it flashed forth fire, as lightning from the sky. 348. Now was she just before him as he sat, and like a lowly lover down she kneels. With one fair hand she heaveth up his hat, her other tender hand his fair cheek feels. 352. His tenderer cheek receives her soft hand's print, as apt as new-fallen snow takes any dint. Oh, what a war of looks was then between them, her eyes petitioners to his eyes suing. 356. His eyes saw her eyes, as they had not seen them, her eyes wooed still, his eyes disdained the wooing. And all this dumb play had his acts made plain with tears, which, chorus-like, her eyes did rain. Full gently now she takes him by the hand. 361. A lily prisoned in a jail of snow, or ivory in an alabaster band. So white a friend ingirts so white a foe. 364. This beauteous combat, willful and unwilling, showed like two silver doves that sit a-billing. Once more the engine of her thoughts began. O fairest mover on this mortal round. 368. Would thou wert as I am, and I a man, my heart all whole as thine, thy heart my wound. For one sweet look thy help I would assure thee, though nothing but my body's bane would cure thee. Give me my hand, saith he, why dost thou feel it? Give me my heart, saith she, and thou shalt have it. O give it me, lest thy hard heart do steal it, and being steeled, soft sighs can never grave it. 376. Then love's deep groans I never shall regard, because Adonis' heart hath made mine hard. For shame, he cries, let go, and let me go. My day's delight is past. My horse is gone. 380. And 'tis your fault I am bereft him so. I pray you hence, and leave me here alone. For all my mind, my thought, my busy care, is how to get my palfrey from the mare. 384. Thus she replies, thy palfrey as he should, welcomes the warm approach of sweet desire. Affection is a coal that must be cooled, else suffered, it will set the heart on fire. 388. The sea hath bounds, but deep desire hath none. Therefore no marvel though thy horse be gone. How like a jade he stood tied to the tree, servilely mastered with a leathern rein. 392. But when he saw his love, his youth's fair fee, he held such petty bondage in disdain, throwing the base thong from his bending crest, enfranchising his mouth, his back, his breast. 396. Who sees his true love in her naked bed, teaching the sheets a whiter hue than white, but when his glutton eye so full hath fed, his other agents aim at like delight. For 100 who is so faint that dare not be so bold to touch the fire, the weather being cold. Let me excuse thy courser, gentle boy, and learn of him. I heartily beseech thee for 04 to take advantage on presented joy, though I were dumb, yet his proceedings teach thee. O learn to love, the lesson is but plain, and once made perfect, never lost again. 408. I know not love, quoth he, nor will not know it, unless it be a bore, and then I chase it. 'Tis much to borrow, and I will not owe it. My love to love is love, but to disgrace it. For I have heard, it is a life in death, that laughs and weeps, and all but with a breath. Who wears a garment shapeless and unfinished? Who plucks the bud before one leaf put forth? For 16, if springing things be any jot diminished, they wither in their prime, prove nothing worth. The colt that's backed and burdened being young, loseth his pride, and never waxeth strong. 420. You hurt my hand with ringing, let us part, and leave this idle theme, this bootless chat. Remove your siege from my unyielding heart, to love's alarms it will not ope the gate. For 24, dismiss your vows, your feigned tears, your flattery. For where a heart is hard they make no battery. What? Canst thou talk? Quoth she. Hast thou a tongue? Oh, would thou hadst not, or I had no hearing. For 28, thy mermaid's voice hath done me double wrong. I had my load before, now pressed with bearing. Melodious discord, heavenly tune, harsh sounding, ears deep sweet music, and heart's deep sore wounding. Had I no eyes but ears, my ears would love. 433, that inward beauty and invisible. Or were I deaf, thy outward parts would move each part in me that were but sensible. For 36, though neither eyes nor ears, to hear nor see, yet should I be in love by touching thee. Say that the sense of feeling were bereft me, and that I could not see, nor hear, nor touch. For 40, and nothing but the very smell were left me. Yet would my love to thee be still as much. For from the stillatory of thy face excelling comes breath perfumed, that breedeth love by smelling. But oh, what banquet wert thou to the taste, for 45, being nurse and feeder of the other 4. Would they not wish the feast might ever last, and bid suspicion double lock the door, lest jealousy, that sour unwelcome guest, should by his stealing and disturb the feast? For 48. Once more the ruby-colored portal opened, which to his speech did honey passage yield. 452. Like a red morn that ever yet betokened wrack to the seaman, tempest to the field, sorrow to shepherds, woe unto the birds, gusts and foul flaws to herdmen, and to herds. 456. This ill presage advisedly she marketh, even as the wind is hushed before it raineth, or as the wolf doth grin before he barketh, or as the berry breaks before it staineth. For 60, or like the deadly bullet of a gun, his meaning struck her ere his words begun, and at his look she flatly falleth down. For looks kill love, and love by looks reviveth. For 64, a smile recurs the wounding of a frown, but blessed bankrout, that by love so thriveth. The silly boy, believing she is dead, claps her pale cheek, till clapping makes it red. 468. And all amazed break off his late intent, for sharply he did think to reprehend her, which cunning love did wittily prevent. Fair fall the wit that can so well defend her. For 72, for on the grass she lies as she were slain, till his breath breatheth life in her again. He wrings her nose, he strikes her on the cheeks, he bends her fingers, holds her pulses hard. For 76, he chafes her lips. 1,000 ways he seeks to mend the hurt that his unkindness marred. He kisses her, and she, by her good will, will never rise, so he will kiss her still. 480. The night of sorrow now is turned to day. Her 2 blue windows faintly she upheveth, like the fair sun when in his fresh array he cheers the morn, and all the world relieveth. For 84, and as the bright sun glorifies the sky, so is her face illumined with her eye, whose beams upon his hairless face are fixed, as if from thence they borrowed all their shine. 488, were never 4 such lamps together mixed, had not his clouded with his brows repine. But hers, which through the crystal tears gave light, shone like the moon in water seen by night. 492. Oh, where am I? Quoth she, in earth or heaven, or in the ocean drenched, or in the fire? What hour is this? Or morn, or weary even? Do I delight to die, or life desire? For 96, but now I lived, and life was death's annoy. But now I died, and death was lively joy. O thou didst kill me once again. Thy eyes' shrewd tutor, that hard heart of thine, 500 hath taught them scornful tricks and such disdain, that they have murdered this poor heart of mine. And these mine eyes, true leaders to their queen, but for thy piteous lips no more had seen. 504. Long may they kiss each other for this cure. Oh, never let their crimson liveries wear, and as they last, their verdure still endure, to drive infection from the dangerous year 508, that the stargazers, having writ on death, may say, the plague is banished by thy breath. Pure lips, sweet seals in my soft lips imprinted, what bargains may I make, still to be sealing? 512. To sell myself I can be well contented, so thou wilt buy and pay and use good dealing. Which purchase if thou make, for fear of slips, set thy seal manual on my wax-red lips. 516. 1,000 kisses buys my heart from me, and pay them at thy leisure, one by one. What is 1,000 touches unto thee? Are they not quickly told and quickly gone? 520. Say, for non-payment that the debt should double, is 2,000 kisses such a trouble? Fair queen, quoth he, if any love you owe me, measure my strangeness with my unripe years. 524. Before I know myself, seek not to know me. No fisher but the ungrown fry forbears. The mellow plum doth fall, the green sticks fast, or being early plucked, is sour to taste. 528. Look, the world's comforter, with weary gait his day's hot task hath ended in the west. The owl, night's herald, shrieks, 'tis very late. The sheep are gone to fold, birds to their nest. 532. And coal-black clouds that shadow heaven's light do summon us to part and bid good night. Now let me say good night, and so say you. If you will say so, you shall have a kiss. 536. Good night, quoth she, and ere he says adieu, the honey fee of parting tendered is. Her arms do lend his neck a sweet embrace. Incorporate then they seem, face grows to face. 540. Till breathless he disjoined, and backward drew the heavenly moisture, that sweet coral mouth, whose precious taste her thirsty lips well knew, whereon they surfeit, yet complain on drouth. 544. He with her plenty pressed, she faint with dearth, their lips together glued, fall to the earth. Now quick desire hath caught the yielding prey, and glutton-like she feeds, yet never filleth. 548. Her lips are conquerors, his lips obey, paying what ransom the insulter willeth, whose vulture thought doth pitch the price so high, that she will draw his lips' rich treasure dry. 552. And having felt the sweetness of the spoil, with blindfold fury she begins to forage. Her face doth reek and smoke, her blood doth boil, and careless lust stirs up a desperate courage. 556. Planting oblivion, beating reason back, forgetting shame's pure blush and honor's rack. Hot, faint, and weary, with her hard embracing, like a wild bird being tamed with too much handling, or as the fleet-foot roe that's tiered with chasing. 561. Or like the froward infant stilled with dandling. He now obeys, and now no more resisteth, while she takes all she can, not all she listeth. 564. What wax so frozen but dissolves with tempering, and yields at last to every light impression? Things out of hope are compassed oft with venturing, chiefly in love, whose leave exceeds commission. 568. Affection faints not like a pale-facete coward, but then woos best when most his choice is froward. When he did frown, oh, had she then gave over, such nectar from his lips she had not sucked. 572. Foul words and frowns must not repel a lover. What though the rose have prickles, yet 'tis plucked. Were beauty under 20 locks kept fast, yet love breaks through, and picks them all at last. For pity now she can no more detain him. 577. The poor fool prays her that he may depart. She is resolved no longer to restrain him, bids him farewell, and look well to her heart. 580. The which by Cupid's bow she doth protest, he carries thence encaged in his breast. Sweet boy, she says, this night I'll waste in sorrow, for my sick heart commands mine eyes to watch. 584. Tell me, love's master, shall we meet tomorrow? Say, shall we? Shall we? Wilt thou make the match? He tells her no. Tomorrow he intends to hunt the boar with certain of his friends. 588. The boar, quoth she, whereat a sudden pale, like lawn being spread upon the blushing rose, usurps her cheek. She trembles at his tail, and on his neck her yoking arms she throws. 592. She sinketh down, still hanging by his neck. He on her belly falls, she on her back. Now is she in the very lists of love, her champion mounted for the hot encounter. 596. All is imaginary she doth prove. He will not manage her, although he mount her. That worse than Tantalus is her annoy, to clip Elysium and to lack her joy. 600. Even as poor birds, deceived with painted grapes, do surfeit by the eye and pine the maw. Even so she languisheth in her mishaps, as those poor birds that helpless berries saw. 60. For the warm effects which she in him finds missing, she seeks to kindle with continual kissing. But all in vain, good queen, it will not be, she hath essayed as much as may be proved. 608. Her pleading hath deserved a greater fee. She's love, she loves, and yet she is not loved. Fie, he says, you crush me. Let me go. You have no reason to withhold me so. 612. Thou hadst been gone, quoth she, sweet boy, ere this, but that thou toldst me thou wouldst hunt the boar. O be advist. Thou knowst not what it is, with javelin's point a churlish swine to gore. 616. Whose tushes never sheathed he wetteth still, like to a mortal butcher, bent to kill. On his bowback he hath a battle set of bristly pikes, that ever threat his foes. 620. His eyes like glow worms shine when he doth fret. His snout digs sepulchres where'er he goes. Being immoved, he strikes whatever is in his way, and whom he strikes his crooked tushes slay. 624. His brawny sides, with hairy bristles armed, are better proof than thy spear's point can enter. His short thick neck cannot be easily harmed. Being ireful, on the lion he will venture. 628. The thorny brambles and embracing bushes, as fearful of him, part, through whom he rushes. Alas! He not esteems that face of thine, to which love's eyes pay tributary gazes. 632. Nor thy soft hands, sweet lips, and crystal eyne, whose full perfection all the world amazes, but having thee at vantage, wondrous dread, would root these beauties as he roots the mead. O let him keep his loathsome cabin still. 637. Beauty hath naught to do with such foul fiends. Come not within his danger by thy will. They that thrive well, take counsel of their friends. When thou didst name the boar, not to dissemble, I feared thy fortune, and my joints did tremble. Didst thou not mark my face? Was it not white? Saw'st thou not signs of fear lurk in mine eye? 644. Grew I not faint, and fell I not downright? Within my bosom, whereon thou dost lie, my boding heart pants, beats, and takes no rest, but like an earthquake, shakes thee on my breast. For where love reigns, disturbing jealousy. 649. Doth call himself affection's sentinel, gives false alarms, suggesteth mutiny, and in a peaceful hour doth cry, kill, kill. 652. Distempering gentle love in his desire, as air and water do abate the fire. This sour informer, this bait-breeding spy, this canker that eats up love's tender spring. 656. This carry tale, dissentious jealousy, that sometime true news, sometime false doth bring, knocks at my heart and whispers in mine ear, that if I love thee, I thy death should fear. 660. And more than so, presenteth to mine eye the picture of an angry chafing boar, under whose sharp fangs on his back doth lie an image like thyself, all stained with gore. 664. Whose blood upon the fresh flowers being shed, doth make them droop with grief and hang the head. What should I do, seeing thee so indeed, that tremble at imagination? 668. The thought of it doth make my faint heart bleed, and fear doth teach it divination. I prophesy thy death, my living sorrow, if thou encounter with the boar tomorrow. 672. But if thou needs wilt hunt, be RUL'd by me. Uncouple at the timorous flying hare, or at the fox which lives by subtlety, or at the roe which no encounter dare. 676. Pursue these fearful creatures o'er the downs, and on thy well-breathed horse keep with thy hounds. And when thou hast on foot the purblind hare, Mark the poor wretch, to overshoot his troubles 680, how he outruns the wind, and with what care he cranks and crosses with 1,000 doubles. The many musets through the which he goes are like a labyrinth to amaze his foes. 684. Sometime he runs among a flock of sheep, to make the cunning hounds mistake their smell, and sometime where earth-delving conies keep, to stop the loud pursuers in their yell. 688. And sometimes sorteth with a herd of deer. Danger deviseth shifts, wit waits on fear. For there his smell with others being mingled. 691. The hot scent-snuffing hounds are driven to doubt, ceasing their clamorous cry, till they have singled with much ado the cold fault cleanly out. Then do they spin their mouths. Echo replies, as if another chase were in the skies. 696. By this, poor what, far off upon a hill, stands on his hinder legs with listening ear, to hearken if his foes pursue him still. Anon their loud alarums he doth hear. 700. And now his grief may be compared well to one sore sick that hears the passing bell. Then shalt thou see the dew-bedabbled wretch turn and return, indenting with the way. 704. Each envious briar his weary legs do scratch, each shadow makes him stop, each murmur stay. For misery is trodden on by many, and being low never relieved by any. 708. Lie quietly, and hear a little more. Nay, do not struggle, for thou shalt not rise. To make thee hate the hunting of the boar, unlike myself thou hear'st me moralize. 712. Applying this to that, and so to so, for love can comment upon every woe. Where did I leave? No matter where, quoth he, leave me, and then the story aptly ends. 716. The night is spent. Why, what of that? Quoth she. I am, quoth he, expected of my friends, and now 'tis dark and going I shall fall. In night, quoth she, desire sees best of all. 720. But if thou fall, oh then imagine this, the earth, in love with thee, thy footing trips, and all is but to rob thee of a kiss. 723. Rich praise make true men thieves. So do thy lips make modest Dien cloudy and forlorn, lest she should steal a kiss and die forsworn. Now of this dark night I perceive the reason. Cynthia for shame obscures her silver shine. 728. Till forging nature be condemned of treason, for stealing molds from heaven that were divine, wherein she framed thee, in high heaven's despite, to shame the sun by day and her by night. 732. And therefore hath she bribbed the destinies, to cross the curious workmanship of nature, to mingle beauty with infirmities, and pure perfection with impure defeature. 736. Making it subject to the tyranny of mad mischances and much misery, as burning fevers, agues pale and faint, life-poisoning pestilence and frenzies would. 740. The marrow-eating sickness, whose adient disorder breeds by heating of the blood. Surfeits, impisthumes, grief, and damned despair, swear nature's death, for framing thee so fair. 744. And not the least of all these maladies but in 1 minute's fight brings beauty under both favor, savor, hue, and qualities, whereat to impartial gazer late did wonder. 748. Are on the sudden wasted, thawed, and done, as mountain snow melts with the midday sun. Therefore, despite of fruitless chastity, love-lacking vestals and self-loving nuns. 752. That on the earth would breed a scarcity and barren dearth of daughters and of sons, be prodigal. The lamp that burns by night dries up his oil to lend the world his light. 756. What is thy body but a swallowing grave, seeming to bury that posterity, which by the rights of time thou needs must have, if thou destroy them not in dark obscurity? 760. If so, the world will hold thee in disdain, sith in thy pride so fair a hope is slain. So in thyself art made away. A mischief worse than civil homebred strife. 764. Or theirs whose desperate hands themselves do slay, or butcher sire that reaves his son of life. Foul cankering rust the hidden treasure frets, but gold that's put to use more gold begets. 768. Nay then, quoth Adon, you will fall again into your idle overhandled theme. The kiss I gave you is bestowed in vain, and all in vain you strive against the stream. 772. For by this black effacete night, desire's foul nurse, your treatise makes me like you worse and worse. If love have lent you 20,000 tongues, and every tongue more moving than your own, 776 bewitching like the wanton mermaid songs, yet from mine ear the tempting tune is blown. For know, my heart stands armed in mine ear, and will not let a false sound enter their point 780. Lest the deceiving harmony should run into the quiet closure of my breast, and then my little heart were quite undone, in his bedchamber to be barred of rest. Point 784. No, lady, no. My heart longs not to groan, but soundly sleeps, while now it sleeps alone. What have you urg that I cannot reprove? The path is smooth that leadeth on to danger. 790. I hate not love, but your device in love that lends embracements unto every stranger. You do it for increase. O strange excuse! When reason is the bawd to lust's abuse. Point 792. Call it not love, for love to heaven is fled, since sweating lust on earth usurped his name, under whose simple semblance he hath fed upon fresh beauty, blotting it with blame. 796. Which the hot tyrant stains and soon bereaves, as caterpillars do the tender leaves. Love comforteth like sunshine after rain, but lust's effect is tempest after sun. 800. Love's gentle spring doth always fresh remain. Lust's winter comes ere summer hath be done. Love surfeits not, lust like a glutton dies. Love is all truth, lust full of forged lies. Point 804. More I could tell, but more I dare not say. The text is old, the orator too green. Therefore, in sadness, now I will away. My face is full of shame, my heart of teened. 808. Mine ears, that to your wanton talk attended, do burn themselves for having so offended. With this he breaketh from the sweet embrace. 811. Of those fair arms which bound him to her breast, and homeward through the dark lawn runs apace. Leaves love upon her back, deeply distressed. Look how a bright star shootteth from the sky. So glides he in the night from Venus. I. Point 816. Which after him she darts, as one on shore gazing upon a late embarked friend, till the wild waves will have him seen no more, whose ridges with the meeting clouds contend. 820. So did the merciless and pitchy night fold in the object that did feed her sight, whereat amazed, as one that unaware hath dropped a precious jewel in the flood. 824. Or, stonished as night wanderers often are, their light blown out in some mistrustful wood, even so confounded in the dark she lay, having lost the fair discovery of her way. Point 828. And now she beats her heart, whereat it groans that all the neighbor caves, as seeming troubled, make verbal repetition of her moans. Passion on passion deeply is redoubled. 832. I me, she cries, and 20 times, woe, woe, and 20 echoes 20 times cry so. She marking them, begins a wailing note, and sings extemporally a woeful ditty. 836. How love makes young men thrall, and old men dote, how love is wise and folly foolish witty. Her heavy anthem still concludes in woe, and still the choir of echoes answer so. Point 840. Her song was tedious and outwore the night, for lovers' hours are long, though seeming short. If please themselves, others they think, delight in such like circumstance, with such like sport. 844. Their copious stories oftentimes begun, end without audience, and are never done. For who hath she to spend the night withal, but idle sounds resembling parasites? 848. Like shrill-tongued tapsters answering every call, soothing the humor of fantastic wits, she says, "'Tis so," they answer all, "'Tis so," and would say after her if she said no. 852. Lo, here the gentle lark, weary of rest, from his moist cabinet mounts up on high, and wakes the morning, from whose silver breast the sun ariseth in his majesty. 856. Who doth the world so gloriously behold, that cedar tops and hills seem burnished gold. Venus salutes him with this fair good morrow. O thou clear God and patron of all light. 860. From whom each lamp and shining star doth borrow the beauteous influence that makes him bright, there lives a son that sucked an earthly mother, may lend thee light, as thou dost lend to other. This said, she hasteth to a myrtle grove. 865. Musing the morning is so much o'erworn, and yet she hears no tidings of her love. She hearkens for his hounds and for his horn. 868. Anon she hears them chant it lustily, and all in haste she coasteth to the cry. And as she runs, the bushes in the way some catch her by the neck, some kiss her face, 872 some twine about her thigh to make her stay. She wildly breaketh from their strict embrace, like a milch doe, whose swelling dugs do ache, hasting to feed her fawn hid in some break. 876. By this she hears the hounds are at a bay, whereat she starts like one that spies an adder wreathed up in fatal folds just in his way, the fear whereof doth make him shake and shudder. 880. Even so the timorous yelping of the hounds appalls her senses, and her spirit confounds. For now she knows it is no gentle chase, but the blunt boar, rough bear, or lion proud. 884. Because the cry remaineth in one place, where fearfully the dogs exclaim aloud, finding their enemy to be so cursed, they all strain courtesy who shall cope him first. 888. This dismal cry rings sadly in her ear, through which it enters to surprise her heart, who, overcome by doubt and bloodless fear, with cold pale weakness numbs each feeling part. 892. Like soldiers when their captain once doth yield, they basely fly and dare not stay the field. Thus stands she in a trembling ecstasy, till cheering up her senses sore dismayed. 896. She tells them 'tis a causeless fantasy and childish error, that they are afraid, bids them leave quaking, bids them fear no more, and with that word she spied the hunted boar. 900, whose frothy mouth bepainted all with red, like milk and blood being mingled both together. A second fear through all her sinews spread, which madly hurries her she knows not whither. 90. For this way she runs, and now she will no further, but back retires, to rate the boar for murther. 1,000 spleens bear her 1,000 ways, she treads the path that she untreads again. 908. Her more than haste is mated with delays, like the proceedings of a drunken brain, full of respects, yet not at all respecting, in hand with all things, not at all affecting. Here kennelled in a brake she finds a hound. 913. And asks the weary caitiff for his master, and there another licking of his wound, gainst venomed sores the only sovereign plaster. 916. And here she meets another sadly scowling, to whom she speaks, and he replies with howling, when he hath ceased his ill-resounding noise. Another flap-mouthed mourner, black and grim. 920. Against the welkin volleys out his voice. Another and another answer him, clapping their proud tails to the ground below, shaking their scratched ears, bleeding as they go. Look how the world's poor people are amazed. 925. At apparitions, signs, and prodigies, whereon with fearful eyes they long have gazed, infusing them with dreadful prophecies. 928. So she at these sad signs draws up her breath, and sighing it again, exclaims on death. Hard-favored tyrant, ugly, meager, lean. 931. Hateful divorce of love. Thus chides she death, grim grinning ghost, earth's worm. What dost thou mean? To stifle beauty and to steal his breath, who when he lived, his breath and beauty set gloss on the rose, smell to the violet. 936. If he be dead, oh no, it cannot be, seeing his beauty, thou shouldst strike at it. Oh yes, it may, thou hast no eyes to see, but hatefully at random dost thou hit. 940. Thy mark is feeble age, but thy false dart mistakes that aim, and cleaves an infant's heart. Hadst thou but bid beware, then he had spoke, and hearing him, thy power had lost his power. 944. The destinies will curse thee for this stroke. They bid thee crop a weed, thou pluck'st a flower. Love's golden arrow at him should have fled, and not death's ebon dart to strike him dead. 948. Dost thou drink tears, that thou provokest such weeping? What may a heavy groan advantage thee? Why hast thou cast into eternal sleeping those eyes that taught all other eyes to see? 952. Now nature cares not for thy mortal vigor, since her best work is ruined with thy rigor. Here overcome, as one full of despair, she veiled her eyelids, who like sluices stop. D956. The crystal tide that from her 2 cheeks fair in the sweet channel of her bosom dropped, but through the floodgates breaks the silver rain, and with his strong course opens them again. 960. Oh, how her eyes and tears did lend and borrow! Her eyes seen in the tears, tears in her eye, both crystals, where they viewed each other's sorrow, sorrow that friendly sighs sought still to dry. 964. But like a stormy day, now wind, now rain, sighs dry her cheeks, tears make them wet again. Variable passions throng her constant woe, as striving who should best become her grief. 968 All entertained, each passion labors so, that every present sorrow seemeth chief, but none is best, then join they all together, like many clouds consulting for foul weather. 972. By this, far off she hears some huntsman holla. A nurse's song ne'er pleased her babe so well. The dire imagination she did follow this sound of hope doth labor to expel. 976 For now reviving joy bids her rejoice, and flatters her it is Adonis' voice. Whereat her tears began to turn their tide, being prisoned in her eye, like pearls in glass. 980 Yet sometimes falls an orient drop beside, which her cheek melts, as scorning it should pass to wash the foul face of the sluttish ground, who is but drunken when she seemeth drowned. O hard-believing love, how strange it seems. 985 Not to believe, and yet too credulous. Thy weal and woe are both of them extremes. Despair and hope make thee ridiculous. 988 The one doth flatter thee in thoughts unlikely, in likely thoughts the other kills thee quickly. Now she unweaves the web that she hath wrought, Adonis lives, and death is not to blame. 992 It was not she that called him all to naught, now she adds honors to his hateful name. She cleaps him king of graves, and grave for kings, imperious supreme of all mortal things. 996 No, no, quoth she, sweet death, I did but jest. Yet pardon me, I felt a kind of fear when as I met the boar, that bloody beast, which knows no pity, but is still severe. 1000 Then, gentle shadow, truth I must confess, I railed on thee, fearing my love's decease. 'Tis not my fault, the boar provoked my tongue. Be wreaked on him, invisible commander. 1004 'Tis he, foul creature, that hath done thee wrong. I did but act, he's author of my slander. Grief hath two tongues, and never woman yet could rule them both without 10 women's wit. Thus hoping that Adonis is alive, 1009 Her rash suspect she doth extenuate, and that his beauty may the better thrive, with death she humbly doth insinuate. 1012 Tells him of trophies, statues, tombs, and stories, his victories, his triumphs, and his glories. O love, quoth she, how much a fool was I, to be of such a weak and silly mind. 1016 To wail his death who lives, and must not die till mutual overthrow of mortal kind. For he being dead, with him is beauty slain, and beauty dead, black chaos comes again. 1020 Fie, fie, fond love, thou art as full of fear as one with treasure laden, hemmed with thieves, trifles unwitnessed with eye or ear. Thy coward heart with false bethinking grieves. 1024 Even at this word she hears a merry horn, whereat she leaps that was but late forlorn. As falcon to the lure, away she flies. The grass stoops not, she treads on it so light. 1028 And in her haste unfortunately spies the foul boar's conquest on her fair delight, which seen, her eyes as murdered with the view, like stars ashamed of day, themselves withdrew. Or as the snail, whose tender horns being hit, 1033 shrinks backwards in his shelly cave with pain, and there all smothered up, in shade doth sit, long after fearing to creep forth again. 1036 So at his bloody view her eyes are fled into the deep dark cabins of her head, where they resign their office and their light to the disposing of her troubled brain. 1040 Who bids them still consort with ugly night, and never wound the heart with looks again, who like a king perplexed in his throne, by their suggestion gives a deadly groan. 1044 Whereat each tributary subject quakes, as when the wind imprisoned in the ground, struggling for passage, earth's foundation shakes, which with cold terror doth men's minds confound. This mutiny each part doth so surprise. 1049 That from their dark beds once more leap her eyes, and being opened, threw unwilling light upon the wide wound that the boar had trenched in his soft flank, whose wonted lily white. 1053 With purple tears that his wound wept, was drenched. No flower was nigh, no grass, herb, leaf, or weed, but stole his blood and seemed with him to bleed. This solemn sympathy poor Venus noteth. 1057 Over one shoulder doth she hang her head, dumbly she passions, frantically she doteth. She thinks he could not die. He is not dead. 1060 Her voice is stopped. Her joints forget to bow. Her eyes are mad, that they have wept till now. Upon his hurt she looks so steadfastly, that her sight dazzling makes the wound seem three. And then she reprehends her mangling eye. 1065 That makes more gashes, where no breach should be. His face seems twain, each several limb is doubled, for oft the eye mistakes, the brain being troubled. My tongue cannot express my grief for one. 1069 And yet, quoth she, behold 2 Adons dead. My sighs are blown away, my salt tears gone, mine eyes are turned to fire, my heart to lead. 1072 Heavy hearts lead, melt at mine eyes red fire. So shall I die by drops of hot desire. Alas, poor world, what treasure hast thou lost? What face remains alive that's worth the viewing? Whose tongue is music now? What canst thou boast of things long since, or anything ensuing? 1078 The flowers are sweet, their colors fresh and trim, but true sweet beauty lived and died with him. Bonnet nor veil henceforth no creature wear. 1081 Nor sun nor wind will ever strive to kiss you. Having no fair to lose, you need not fear. The sun doth scorn you, and the wind doth hiss you. But when Adonis lived, sun and sharp air. 1085 Lurked like 2 thieves, to rob him of his fare. And therefore would he put his bonnet on, under whose brim the gaudy sun would peep. 1088 The wind would blow it off, and being gone, play with his locks. Then would Adonis weep, and straight, in pity of his tender years, they both would strive who first should dry his tears. To see his face the lion walked along. 1093 Behind some hedge, because he would not fear him. To recreate himself when he hath sung, the tiger would be tame and gently hear him. 1096 If he had spoke, the wolf would leave his prey, and never fright the silly lamb that day. When he beheld his shadow in the brook, the fishes spread on it their golden gills. 1100 When he was by, the birds such pleasure took, that some would sing, some other in their bills would bring him mulberries and ripe red cherries. He fed them with his sight, they him with berries. But this foul, grim, and urchin snout bore 1105 whose downward I still looketh for a grave. Ne'er saw the beauteous livery that he wore. Witness the entertainment that he gave. 1108 If he did see his face, why then I know he thought to kiss him, and hath killed him so. 'Tis true, 'tis true. Thus was Adonis slain. He ran upon the boar with his sharp spear. 1112 Who did not whet his teeth at him again, but by a kiss thought to persuade him there. And nuzzling in his flank, the loving swine sheathed unaware the tusk in his soft groin. 1116 Had I been toothed like him, I must confess, with kissing him I should have killed him first. But he is dead, and never did he bless my youth with his. The more am I accursed. 1120 With this she falleth in the place she stood, and stains her face with his congealed blood. She looks upon his lips, and they are pale. She takes him by the hand, and that is cold. 1124 She whispers in his ears a heavy tale, as if they heard the woeful words she told. She lifts the coffer lids that close his eyes, where lo, 2 lamps burnt out in darkness lies. 2 glasses where herself beheld. 1129 1,000 times, and now no more reflect. Their virtue lost, wherein they late excelled, and every beauty robbed of his effect. 1132 Wonder of time, quoth she, this is my spite, that thou being dead, the day should yet be light. Since thou art dead, lo here I prophesy, sorrow on love hereafter shall attend. 1136 It shall be waited on with jealousy, find sweet beginning, but unsavory end. Ne'er settled equally, but high or low, that all love's pleasure shall not match his woe. It shall be fickle, false, and full of fraud. 1141 Bud, and be blasted in a breathing while. The bottom poison, and the top o'erstrawed with sweets that shall the truest sight beguile. 1144 The strongest body shall it make most weak, strike the wise dumb, and teach the fool to speak. It shall be sparing, and too full of riot, teaching decrepit age to tread the measures. 1148 The staring ruffian shall it keep in quiet, pluck down the rich, enrich the poor with treasures. It shall be raging mad, and silly mild, make the young old, the old become a child. 1152 It shall suspect where is no cause of fear. It shall not fear where it should most mistrust. It shall be merciful and too severe, and most deceiving when it seems most just. 1156 Perverse it shall be, where it shows most toward, put fear to valor, courage to the coward. It shall be cause of war and dire events, and set dissension twixt the son and sire. 1160 Subject and servile to all discontents, as dry combustious matter is to fire. Sith in his prime death doth my love destroy. They that love best their love shall not enjoy. 1164 By this the boy that by her side lay killed was melted like a vapor from her sight, and in his blood that on the ground lay spilled, a purple flower sprung up, checkered with white. 1168 Resembling well his pale cheeks, and the blood which in round drops upon their whiteness stood. She bows her head, the new-sprung flower to smell, comparing it to her Adonis breath. 1172 And says within her bosom it shall dwell, since he himself is reft from her by death. She crops the stalk, and in the breach appears green dropping sap, which she compares to tears. Poor flower, quoth she, this was thy father's guise, sweet issue of a more sweet-smelling sire. For every little grief to wet his eyes, to grow unto himself was his desire. 1180 And so, 'tis thine. But no, it is as good to wither in my breast as in his blood. Here was thy father's bed, here in my breast. Thou art the next of blood, and 'tis thy right. 1184 Lo, in this hollow cradle take thy rest. My throbbing heart shall rock thee day and night. There shall not be 1 minute in an hour wherein I will not kiss my sweet love's flower. Thus weary of the world, away she hies. 1189 And yokes her silver doves, by whose swift aid their mistress mounted through the empty skies, in her light chariot quickly is conveyed. 1192 Holding their course to Paphos, where their queen means to immure herself and not be seen. Finus,